This system mass-produced women who had no choice but to enter the comfort women's system or else starve, leaving women and young girls without homes or livelihoods. 53. Was not the intentional destruction of Korea and the livelihoods of millions with an intensive bombing and scorched earth policy, and with the forceful imposition of leadership as corrupt and inept as that of Ri, not an indirect way of forcing women into sexual slavery? By destroying a people's lives and their ability to provide for themselves, they were left helpless, after which a reliance on American resources could be fostered. These resources came at the price of comfort women for sexual service. American sociologist Kathleen Berry was one of a number of scholars who observed the similarities between the industrialization of sex and the scale of sexual exploitation in South Korea with the sexual exploitation of conquered women by traditional imperial conquerors. 54. Professor Lee Jin-kyung at the University of California also noted that the approach of the United States to guaranteeing access to Korean women was merely a shift from the Japanese imperial system of comfort women to a new system with the same ends. 55. Regarding the means by which South Korean women entered, prostitution, coercion, and fraud were also extremely common means of recruitment. Flesh traffickers and pimps would often wait by train and bus stations to greet young girls coming from the countryside, promising them employment and a place to stay. These girls, who often left the countryside to seek work, would then be initiated through rape. 56. They would then be employed in sex work or sold to brothels in the camp towns. Advertisements offering jobs as waitresses, shopkeepers, and singers were very frequently used to lure women to their initiation ceremonies, after which they were psychologically broken by the shock and social shame of rape and could be sold into prostitution. Once a girl or woman was in the power of such a system, it was extremely difficult for her to get out. Cultural and psychological reasons were significant factors, as these women were now considered fallen and would face significant social stigma and isolation. Pimps and brothel owners who coerced women into prostitution also made extensive use of a debt bond system, confiscating women's incomes, getting them into debt and punishing any transgressions with violence. 57. It was not unusual for Korean women to have to hand over 80% of their earnings to brothel owners, making it nearly impossible for them to pay off their debts. 58. The South Korean police, notoriously corrupt in the Ri years, were themselves reported to be involved not only in trading drugs, but also in trafficking women for the comfort women's system. According to a prominent study by Professor Lukas Kamiansky, the police were actively involved in trafficking in women and smuggling them to brothels, thus providing cover and protection for the entire underground sex and drug trade economy. With police themselves heavily involved in trafficking women, it is difficult to claim that the comfort women's system was based on consent. Kamiansky was far from the only one to comment on these reports. 59. Catherine H. S. Moon's research described the reluctance of women to service foreign soldiers and how women were forcefully broken down to be able to provide sexual services to the American soldiers. She stated, "Most women do not come into the clubs equipped with the hostessing skills and the willingness to share flesh with the GIs. For women who are new to the club scene, an initiation process often takes place. Some women attest to having been raped by their pimp/manager, others have been ordered by the club owner to sleep with a particular soldier, yet others stumble into bed with GIs on their own. Some receive advice on the type of man to avoid, e.g. violent types, from more experienced prostitutes." 60. Interviews with a number of comfort women indicated the true nature of consent in the system they worked in. Jian, a former sex worker aged 71, was interviewed by the New York Times in 2009. Orphaned in the war at 18 years old, she had been forced to begin work in the comfort women's system in Dongducheon camp town near the front lines to service American soldiers. "The more I think about my life, the more I think women like me were the biggest sacrifice for my country's alliance with the Americans. Looking back, I think my body was not mine, but the government's and the U.S. military's," she had said. Jian had a son in the 1960s but gave him up when he was 13. Selling mixed-race children to families in the United States was common practice for comfort women at the time, many of whom could not afford to raise the children themselves. At the time she was interviewed, Jean was subsisting by selling items she picked up from trash for a living. 61. Johnston's mom, a pseudonym used by another woman in the comfort woman system, was in her late 20s when interviewed in Songsan, Uijeongbu, north of Seoul. Her interviewer described where she lived as a rundown cement building front off an alley, a small dark room with gray cement walls and a few pots and pans the kitchen. Her sons were the children of two different American servicemen, and an American soldier, the father of neither of the boys, had shortly beforehand been living with them. He had provided food in return for sexual services, a contract cohabitation which was common in camp towns. She could not bear to sell her sons, European-looking children sold for $50 to $200, and was forced to resume working as a prostitute to feed them. The interviewer discovered that as per their contract, Johnston's mom would have regular sex with the U.S. soldier in the same room as the young boys, as there was nowhere else to go. This case was not particularly outstanding among the millions of relations that a million comfort women had with U.S. soldiers. Such poverty, depravity, and exploitation were commonplace. 62. Comfort women and U.S. Korean relations. The significance and symbolism of the comfort women system as a central part of U.S. ROC relations sheds considerable light on the nature of American conduct and intentions towards the Korean nation, presenting strong evidence of the fate the DPRK has managed to spare its population by continuing a policy of resistance to forceful integration into the U.S.-led order. Indeed, this issue alone arguably vindicates the DPRK decision to fight for its sovereignty at all costs, and awareness of American intentions based on U.S. relations with South Korea may well contribute to fueling the North's staunch defiance against America's hegemonic ambitions. As Professor Catherine H. S. Moon wrote, the sexual domination of tens of thousands of Korean women by Yankee foreigners, she later puts the total figure at around 1 million women, is a social disgrace. 63. One which, given the importance of chastity and ethnic pride in Korean culture, is something any self-respecting and fully sovereign Korean state would do its utmost to avoid. Renowned American professor and historian of East Asia Bruce Cummings, a specialist in Korea, holder of South Korea's Honorable Kim Dae-jung Academic Award for outstanding achievements and scholarly contributions to democracy, human rights, and peace, and former member of the U.S. Peace Corps stationed in Korea, observed in his assessment of the centrality of the comfort women system to U.S. ROC relations and its symbolism regarding the overall nature of the relationship. One element in the Korean-American relationship has been constant: the continuous subordination of one female generation after another to the sexual servicing of American males, to the requirements of a trade in female flesh that simply cannot be exaggerated. It's the most common form of Korean-American interaction, whether you're a private in the army, a visiting congressman, for whose special stables are maintained, or a Peace Corps teacher. It's also the most silent exchange, as if the trade were chaperoned by the deaf, dumb, and blind. It is the aspect that most struck me when I first lived in Korea, creating indelible impressions of a relationship that, because of the use made of Korean women, could not be what it was said to be, a free compact between two independent nations dedicated to democracy and anti-communism. 64. As a member of the Peace Corps stationed in Korea, who witnessed firsthand what took place in camp towns and the prevalent attitudes among Americans towards Korean society and its women, Cummings' accounts are particularly useful. He observed, if someone called attention to the ceaseless orgy, all the usual bromine pour forth to drown out the faint cries of peasant girls yanked off a train in Seoul and thrown into a brothel, 1,000 little justifications for the abasement of 1,000 little girls at American hands, the social construction of every Korea female as a potential object of pleasure for Americans. It is the most important aspect of the whole relationship and the primary memory of Korea for generations of young American men who have served there. When I told an older Korea hand that I was going to Seoul with spouse, he remarked, Why take a sandwich to a banquet? 65. In his description of the whoring district near an American military base, Cummings described what he saw: ridiculous-looking painted Korean girls, often very young, peer from the doors, a middle-aged woman with 2 kids hanging onto her who, in the middle of the street, asked me to come and hop on in the chumday bed. He further observed, goofy-looking, stupid soldiers walk arm in arm with whores who are often only young girls, very, very young girls. How do these men justify this to themselves? Koreans simply hate them, the Americans, and exist by pandering to their ever-base desires. The adults avert their eyes when you look at them, and if they don't, they glare at you with a hatred that can be measured. An American who speaks Korean is the only things that shocks them. 66. According to Cummings, Korean prostitutes of all ages including children were sold under the comfort system. He recalled, in Seoul women were available on almost every block, in a bathhouse, massage room, restaurant, or in the ubiquitous tea houses all over the city. You could get them very young, probably around 12. Kids were shanghaied into a kind of slavery as they got off the train from the countryside, looking for work to support their peasant families. Kidnapped, gang-raped and beaten by pimps while learning their few necessary words of English, they were ready for the street in a week. 67. His use of the term slavery undermines the image of a consensual sex trade which is used to partially justify its existence and deflect criticism from the United States and the re-government. In the 1950s, the South Korean population was just 19 million. Of these, just over half were females, 96.1 males to 100 females as of 1956. 68. And around half again were young women. American soldiers deployed to the country, technically a battle zone due to the armistice, had short rotations of around 1 year, and those with wives were discouraged from bringing them. The short rotations and significant number of soldiers deployed meant that between 1950 and 1971 around 6 million American soldiers served in Korea. In this time it is estimated that around 1 million Korean women worked in the comfort women's system. 69. This was at least 5 times the number that worked for the Japanese army, the highest estimate for which was up to 200,000 women, mostly from Korea, but also from other parts of Asia, meaning well under 200,000 from Korea itself and even less for Korea below the 38th parallel. 70. The figure of 1 million also excludes the significant number of women who were raped by GIs and other foreign personnel outside the comfort women's system from 1945 onwards, as the number of rapes committed were not recorded by the government or police. There is only evidence from testimonies, as previously mentioned, that they did take place and on a very wide scale, but there are no exact figures. It is notable when observing Korean-American and Korean-Japanese relations in the 21st century that Japan's taking of under 200,000 Korean comfort women, the majority of its 200,000 comfort women from all Asia, as a highest estimate, is frequently made an issue by politicians and activists, and is a well-publicized crime. At the same time, however, the more recent American use of 1 million South Korean comfort women under terrible conditions and with often highly questionable consent, as well as the rapes of many more, is not mentioned or addressed. South Korea demands apologies from the Japanese government, builds statues in the honor of the comfort women, and is paid reparations by Tokyo. On the other hand, Seoul makes almost no mention of similar crimes committed by the United States, which occurred both more recently and on a larger scale. The trafficking of comfort women to serve the U.S. forces in the ROK has meanwhile continued on a considerable scale, although many are now trafficked from abroad, particularly from the Philippines, and sold at auction. 71. Women from overseas continue to be offered jobs in Korea and subsequently forced to service American personnel, with the number of women effectively enslaved in this way numbering in the thousands. 72. A U.S. State Department report found that trafficked Filipino women working in the ROK in the 2000s were so desperate and hungry as to beg U.S. soldiers to bring them bread. 73. A study carried out in 2007 by 3 professional researchers similarly concluded that U.S. bases in the ROC were a hub for the transnational trafficking of women from the Asia-Pacific and Eurasia to South Korea and the United States. 74. This raises serious questions regarding the consistency of South Korean condemnations. The purpose of comparing the coercion of Korean women into military sex work by the Japanese Empire with the far larger scale on which this took place under the U.S. military is not to exempt the former or lessen the rapaciousness or degrading nature of its crime against the Korean people, but rather to bring to light the inherent double standards present in South Korean claims against Japan when considering more recent American crimes. One explanation for these double standards is that the United States exerts very considerable influence over the ROC and has left Seoul dependent on American goodwill for military and economic support. Just as the Japanese collaborators in Korea did not raise the issue of the Japanese Empire's use of comfort women, publicize their suffering, or demand compensation for their countrywomen, it is similarly unlikely for closely U.S. aligned South Korean governments to make a case against the United States. A second reason is that the comfort women in Korea were in most cases unpaid by the Japanese, and were essentially slaves. The women serving the United States on the other hand are more often depicted as having chosen sex work consensually for financial benefits. While the first is a plausible explanation, the common notion that Korean women consented to sell themselves to the American soldiers, and that the means the U.S. military used to obtain comfort women were therefore fundamentally different from those used by the Japanese Empire, proves to be largely untrue. Methods used to recruit comfort women to serve American soldiers involved rape and violence to disorient and break women in. They would afterwards have little choice but to consent to sex work for the U.S. military. The Japanese in Korea had often employed middlemen using similar methods. Pimps recruiting women for the U.S. forces would often advertise jobs as nurses or factory workers and would then force the respondents into sexual slavery. One major difference was that the Japanese saw comfort women as a temporary wartime measure to satisfy soldiers and began recruiting them in large numbers in wartime when they believed men risking their lives for the empire required special rest and recreation. The recruitment of comfort women was not, however, ever meant to be a permanent state of affairs which would continue into peacetime. By contrast, although there was no open war in Korea for over 2 decades after 1953, the U.S. military recruited hundreds of thousands of comfort women during this period. In fact, the prostitution industry in South Korea expanded significantly after the war had ended and after the signing of the Korea-U.S. Mutual Defense Treaty that year. 75. While access to comfort women has been considered by a number of militaries throughout history as a means to redress men for risking their lives and enduring the stresses and exhaustion of combat, even this somewhat feeble pretext used by Imperial Japan could not be put forward as an excuse by the United States military for their conduct in South Korea. 76. In contrast to the Japanese case, the American military's access to comfort women could not be considered a necessary evil of wartime. It was in fact a permanent and indefinite state of affairs, continuing even in peacetime. Due to the poor state of the ROC's economy under the RE government, worsened further by the bombings and scorched earth tactics of the U.S. military, South Korean women had hunger, even in peacetime, as an incentive to sell themselves. The Japanese Empire had not left the Asian peoples they conquered starving in peacetime, and to the contrary had made efforts to increase agricultural. 77. And industrial. 78. Outputs of their overseas territories which were highly successful. Due to massive investments in damming and other key infrastructure, Korean agricultural output increased manifold under Japanese rule. 79. Had the Japanese colonial administration instead left Koreans starving as the American imposed RE government had, and as American wartime policies such as scorched earth had exacerbated, perhaps the Imperial Army would have not needed to forcibly recruit comfort women. Directly causing the population's destitution and starvation, and imposing inept administrators then paying a bare subsistence wage for sexual services was the American way, not that of the Japanese. Did this really make the American comfort women's system more consensual and voluntary? Had the Japan firebombed Korea and enacted scorched earth policies to destroy the people's means of providing for themselves, rather than investing in infrastructure and raising living standards as they did, perhaps more Korean women would have been drawn to consensual sex work out of desperation as they were under the American comfort women's system? How genuine was the consent of Korean women servicing American personnel, who outnumbered those serving the Japanese many times over, and was America's conduct really more moral than that of the Japanese Empire, or could it be considered even more immoral and depraved? As for the treatment of Korean women when under the power of foreign soldiers, sources almost unanimously indicate similar if not greater levels of brutalization by American soldiers as was the case under the Japanese. An independent survey of 243 South Korean comfort women servicing American personnel found well over two-thirds experienced beating, sexual violence, theft, and robbery, in declining order of frequency at the hands of American soldiers. 80. As one said anonymously when interviewed, some GIs are mean and nasty, especially when they are drunk. At worst, a woman encounters a GI who beats her and murders her. American conduct towards Korean women, as in many other Asia-Pacific nations, was strongly influenced by perceptions that they were dealing with an inferior people. A U.S. military chaplain quoted by Time magazine noted that personnel tended to view Korean women as property, much as Westerners serving at imperial postings across the world once owned sex slaves of conquered nations in Africa. 81. The Americas. 82. And elsewhere. He stated, some of them own their girls. Before leaving Korea, they sell the package to a man who is just coming in. 83. Another noted regarding prevailing attitudes among American servicemen to East Asian women, they were property, things, slaves. Racism, sexism, it's all there. The men don't see the women as human beings, they're disgusting, things to be thrown away. They speak of the women in the diminutive. 84. Koreans were perceived as a culture and people with whom Americans were entitled to do as they pleased, including inflicting abuse and demanding sexual favors. According to one comfort woman interviewed, GIs would tell Korean women that they would never beat women in America, but as they were in Korea they were free to do so to Korean women, supposedly to justify their behavior. It was common for Korean women to be harshly beaten by drunk soldiers, and other women interviewed consistently painted a very similar picture. 85. South Korea today remains profoundly influenced by the comfort women's system put in place under U.S. military rule, arguably far more so than that which took place under the Japanese Empire. As Catherine H. S. Moon noted regarding the social changes which occurred in South Korea as a result, increasingly Koreans view the history of prostitution and the contemporary forms of sex tourism in Korea as manifestations of foreign domination over the country. 86. She further noted that many in South Korea saw the comfort women's system as representative of U.S. domination over Korean politics and the continued presence of U.S. military bases as perpetuation of South Korea's neocolonial status vis-a-vis the United States. 87. The comfort women's system began to decline only with South Korea's economic rise, which forced American servicemen in the country to increasingly rely on trafficked women from Southeast Asia from the late 1970s. 88. The system would leave behind a considerable cultural legacy, including a normalization of the sex trade. By 1989 the country's nightclubs, bars, and entertainment sector made up 5% of the gross national product, with 400,000 establishments offering sexual services and between 1.2 and 1.5 million South Korean women selling sex. This was 1/5 of the total number of women aged 15 to 29. A range of services were offered at a variety of locations, from seedy inns to luxury hotels, to cater for the very large numbers of clients. 89. In the early 2010s the sex trade in South Korea made up 4% of GDP, as much as fishing and agriculture combined. 90. Up to 1/5 of South Korean women between 15 and 29 have at some point worked in the sex industry. Over 1 million women. 91. A report by the U.S. State Department released in 2008 indicated that young girls and women from South Korea are very often made victims of human trafficking to Western nations in significant numbers. These include Western Europe, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and the United States, as well as to Japan. 92. The Comfort Women's System, which was continued and expanded in South Korea, and the experiences of those whom through various circumstances were forced into it, provides key context to the ongoing conflict between the DPRK and the United States. Pyongyang not only abolished the Comfort Women's System from 1945, but also strictly enforced the outlawing of prostitution entirely and establishing formal legal equality for women. The country remains highly sexually conservative until today, with adultery remaining a serious crime by law and even divorce being rare and strongly discouraged. Had Pyongyang yielded to Western pressure, or accepted the American Supreme Commander's demand for unconditional surrender during the war, it is almost certain its women and young girls would have been subjected to very similar if not worse treatment, including sexual violence on a massive scale at the hands of the U.S. military. While the country would pay a price for its defiance of the Western-led order, from firebombing and demonization to 7 long decades of harsh economic sanctions, the nation's dignity, pride, and right to self-determination were never violated, neither were its women. The fate of South Korea as a U.S. client state, including not only comfort women issues and widespread rapes but also factors such as the imposition of intense Western cultural influences, the indefinite and costly American military presence, and continued American influence over state policy, arguably vindicate North Korea's choice of resistance to intense external pressure over the harsh alternative. As a statement from the DPRK's foreign ministry read, amid talk of American military intervention in 2017, 3 million people have volunteered to join the war if necessary. In terms of dignity, we are the most powerful in the world. We will die in order to protect that dignity and sovereignty. 93. Americanization in South Korea. In parallel to the Comfort Women's System, another major phenomenon that emerged during the U.S. military occupation and would come to shape South Korean society and its relationship with the United States was the deep Americanization and Westernization of South Korean society. This again led to a sharp contrast between U.S. relations with the two Koreas and provides context key to comprehending the nature of conflict between North Korea and the United States. American efforts to westernize South Korean society and develop a soft power base were considerable from the beginning of the military occupation period, with the U.S. Information Service reporting it had one of the most extensive country programs that we are operating anywhere, a very large investment considering the underdeveloped state of the country compared to other American client states. The service had 9 centers in Korea which offered American cultural items including films, publications, and other such services. 94. The early stages of the American appropriation of soft power were described by British Minister Vivian Holt in his visit to the ROC in 1950, shortly before the outbreak of the war, when he observed, radiating from the huge 10-storied Banto Hotel, American influence penetrates into every branch of administration and is fortified by an immense outpouring of money. Cultural influence was spread by scholarships to study in the United States, missionary denominations, traveling cinemas and theaters playing American films, the voice of America, and sports such as baseball. This cultural influence was described by the minister as exceedingly strong, and as a result American is the dream land to fast-growing numbers of Koreans, an allusion to the growing idolization of the U.S. 95. Korea expert Professor Robert Jervis noted in a paper for the Journal of American East Asian Relations that an intangible effect of the war is the penetration of American ideas and values into South Korean society. While the 3-year American military occupation, 1945 to 1948, has already laid the groundwork for the Americanization of South Korean society, the war, by bringing hundreds of thousands of American soldiers to Korea, by inundating South Korea with American goods, books, and films, and by multiplying South Korea's links with the United States manifold, help to quicken its pace and broaden its scope. Whether this is good or bad is open to debate. 96. American soft influence in South Korea, as in its other East Asian client states, would only grow as these states further modernized. In his research paper The Present and Future of Americanization in South Korea, appearing in the Journal of Future Studies, Professor Pak Son-won noted, South Korea has done nothing to curb Americanization since the 1950s, and in an era of globalization, Korean society is becoming more influenced by the United States in terms of economic, political, and psychological realms. Pak indicated that South Korea was influenced by the United States through three main means. 1. The number of U.S. educated PhDs in universities and government, 2. The propensity to adopt American lifestyles, and 3. The high market shares of American movies and television programming. These categories represent knowledge, life, and playfulness in short culture. Results of the examination in the three categories are astounding, because South Korea is deeply influenced by Americans. Even though Korea was decolonized from Japan in 1945, Korea now seems to be colonized by the U.S. in economic, political, and cultural realms. 97. Arguably one of the most conspicuous impacts on South Korean society, and on those of many East Asian nations in the Western Bloc's sphere of influence, has been that on aesthetics, namely towards an idealization of Western physical features. In his paper published by University of Hawaii, titled Dynamic Beauty, Cultural Influences and Changing Perceptions Becoming Prettier or Erasing One's Own Culture, American researcher Christopher Fraser observed, a culture's ideals of physical appearance are dynamic. Change can be induced by external cultural contact and, particularly, domination. Do these affected standards of beauty imply a kind of reversed ethnocentrism? Fraser went on to write, referring to the extensive growth of plastic surgeries and other emerging methods among East Asian populations of Europeanizing their appearances, all the above trends seem to illustrate the growing influence of Western cultural domination. From actual imperialism to modern cultural colonialism via mass media. 98. Lisa Takeuchi-Cullen's article Changing Faces in Time magazine assessed the growing popularity and rising trend towards altering one's features to appear more Western in Western-aligned East Asian countries. Regarding the influences which caused East Asians to favor Western features, she noted, "The culturally loaded issue today is the number of Asians looking to remake themselves to look more Caucasian. It's a charge many deny, although few would argue that under the relentless bombardment of Hollywood, satellite TV, and Madison Avenue, Asia's aesthetic ideal has changed drastically." 99. Harvard psychology professor Nancy Etkoff, author of Survival of the Prettiest, The Science of Beauty, noted to much the same effect, beauty, after all, is evolutionary. Asians are increasingly asking their surgeons for wider eyes, longer noses and fuller breasts, features not typical of the race. Concepts of beauty evolve over time and reflect what is seen as desirable, the traits of the dominant people or caste. Under the Western sphere of influence, under the relentless bombardment of Hollywood, satellite TV, and Madison Avenue among other mediums through which an idealization of the West is promoted, concepts of beauty have shifted to idealize the aesthetics of the dominating power. 100. As Time magazine reported, common surgeries to Europeanist appearances in South Korea went beyond facial features. Just as Asian faces require unique procedures, their bodies demand innovative operations to achieve the leggy, skinny, bust, a Western ideal that has become increasingly universal. Dr. Soo In-sik, a surgeon in Seoul, has struggled to find the best way to fix an affliction the Koreans call mudari and the Japanese call daikanashi, radish-shaped calves. Liposuction, so effective on the legs of plump Westerners, doesn't work on Asians since muscle, not fat, accounts for the bulk. Soo says earlier attempts to carve the muscle were painful and made walking difficult. Finally, I discovered that by severing a nerve behind the knee, the muscle would atrophy, says Soo, thereby reducing its size up to 40%. Su has performed over 600 of the operations since 1996. He disappears for a minute and returns with a bottle of fluid containing what looks like chopped up bits of ramen noodles. He has preserved his patient's excised nerves in alcohol. And that's just since November, he says proudly. 101. Professor Paxone 1 concluded regarding the extent of westernization, as demonstrated by the aforementioned surgeries and idealization of Western aesthetics, we can see how Koreans internalize U.S. values and how they undervalue Korean uniqueness in terms of beauty and body. 102. The origins of Europeanization surgeries in Korea notably has close connections to the early U.S. military presence in the country, which is indicative of their nature as a manifestation of Western dominance over and consequences of Westernization of South Korean modern culture. Prominent American plastic surgeon David Ralph Millard worked with the U.S. military in post-war South Korea from 1954 and explored the possibility of surgically altering the appearance of the human eye from Oriental to Occidental. A Korean translator approached him, seeking to be made into a round eye, as he felt that his Asian appearance was leading the Americans he worked with to mistrust him. Millard agreed, writing, "As this was partly true, I consented to do what I could." 103. The status of Westerners as a superior class in Korea, and the idealization of the West which followed, led the popularity of Europeanization surgeries to surge. Millard sought to devise further procedures not only to alter eyelids, but also to raise nasal bridges and widen eyes. The interpreter was very happy with the results, noting that he was often thought to be an Italian or Mexican as a result, an improvement in his eyes from the status of a Korean. Asianness and Korean features were increasingly associated with inferiority as Western influence grew. 104. Millard went on to train local doctors to apply his methods and published 2 papers on the subject, titled Oriental Peregrinations and The Oriental Eyelid and Its Surgical Revision. Both of these works had highly racialist tones. By the 1990s, Europeanization surgeries had become a widespread and normalized part of modern South Korean culture. This not only revealed but also cemented Koreans' sense of racial inferiority. As Professor Nadia Y. Kim noted, the U.S. military and Millard were crystallizing Koreans' sense of inferiority to their white racial bodies. 105. The most popular plastic surgeries to date, with the exception of hair transplants, are all Europeanization surgeries, including double eyelid and eye widening surgeries, rhinoplasticity used to give the nose a high bridge and so make them protrude further from the face as European noses do, and forehead augmentation which makes the forehead protrude from the face as European foreheads do. Others include chin augmentations using implants or fillers do make the face look more angular in the Western style, and V-line jaw reduction surgeries which have much the same effect. The popularity of these surgeries in South Korea remains very high. 106. While the Korean translator who approached Dr. Millard had wanted to Europeanize his features to prevent discrimination from his American bosses, South Korean society appears to have internalized these Western values and paradigms to the extent that Korean features are widely looked down on by Koreans themselves. As South Korean writer Carol Eugene Pak noted in the Canadian magazine The Varsity, many South Koreans envy and idolize Western facial features, whether they are conscious of it or not. Perhaps it is because of a Western-dominated media or the pedestal South Korean society places the United States upon. Whatever the reason, contemporary South Korean society has deeply internalized its bias towards Western beauty, so that Koreans who do not possess Western features often face prejudice in the workplace and in daily life. She was one of many to attribute the prominence of plastic surgery in the country, with the world's highest rates of plastic surgery per capita. 107. Not to a high beauty standard, but to a deep idolization of the West, one which dates back to the time of American military rule. 108. the importance of inferiority complexes among a target population and pressing the idea of Western racial prestige was frequently alluded to by European leaders during the colonial era as key to sustaining Western leadership. 109. Such trends could be observed in the post-colonial era beyond South Korea. In her paper titled Redogon, Japan's Inferiority Complex with the West in Contemporary Media and Culture, Dr. Erika Engstrom noted that under U.S. occupation, much of the Japanese population had started to believe that Japan was inferior, not only as an economic power, but also as a race. This developed into Redogon, which could be translated as inferior class feeling. According to Engstrom's study, it would prevail even after Japanese living standards and its economy had left most of the Western world behind. 110. While aesthetics provides a more conspicuous example of the effects of American and Western influence on South Korea, it is an indicator of a much wider phenomenon of idealization and adulation of the West and one of many examples. South Korean Congressman Choi Soon-young, for one, presented data in 2007 indicating United States' considerable influence on the country through education. He pointed out that Korean society valued U.S. educational ties more than any others, with the majority of professors at leading universities holding degrees from the U.S., which accounted for over 80% of foreign doctoral degrees. 111. Similar trends can be observed among the country's political elite. From 1948 to 1968, much of the Korean leadership boasted higher education in Japan, which, as the previous imperial power occupying Korea, had heavily influenced the Korean elite through education. This Japanese influence would gradually recede to be replaced by an American one, and from 1968 to 2000, 71% of ministers in the ROC held degrees from the United States. 112. This fosters not only positive views towards and close ties with the new hegemon, as it was intended to do towards Japan beforehand, but also ensures that American thought will continue to have a major influence over scholarship and political discourse in the country. This influence has, according to the aforementioned study conducted by Pak Son-won, been very profound, and placed U.S. educated professionals in a superior class, leading to discrimination against those lacking an American education. 113. An understanding of these trends is critical to comprehending not only the nature of the American relationship with South Korea and its other East Asian client states, but also of its conflict with North Korea, to which these relationships provide a stark contrast. As one of very few states to have never been subjugated and occupied by a Western power, North Korea lacks the colonial-era foundations for Western soft influence and an idealization of the West common to many countries formerly under American or European rule. North Koreans were never second-class citizens in their own country, which combined with a lack of Western soft influence and a strongly nationalist Korea First identity. 114. Perpetuated through media and education, means its population are not moved to remake themselves in the image of or to idolize the West aesthetically or otherwise. The extent of Western influence in South Korea and other Asian client states, and the depths to which it has permeated, shows the alternative fate for the Korean population to that of resistance under the DPRK, namely life under a system which attributes the greatest value not to one's own nation, culture, and thought, but instead under one which is heavily influenced by and idolizes the Western hegemon. The implications of this have played a central role in the conflict between North Korea and the Western Bloc led by the United States throughout its 70-year duration. Part 3. State Survival in the Unipolar Era. Chapter 12. The 1990s. An Arduous March and a New World Order. One superpower, no restrictions. While North Korea had found itself increasingly isolated as part of the Soviet bloc from the early 1970s, with a sizable majority of the global economy and majority of states falling under the Western bloc's sphere of influence, this isolation worsened considerably following the collapse of the Soviet Union and Warsaw Pact and the integration of most of their successor states into the Western-led order. The result was disastrous both for the DPRK's ability to defend its territory and deter potential U.S. military action and for the state's continued economic well-being. Although the collapse of the USSR had come as a major shock to Pyongyang and much of the Soviet-aligned and non-aligned world, Pyongyang had come to perceive a growing danger from the late 1980s as the Soviet Union increasingly ceased to function as a superpower capable of holding the Western Bloc in check. Moscow's extensive concessions to the United States over a number of issues, including unilateral constraints on its space program. 1. Missile defense. 2. Deployments of its troops in Eastern Europe and the defense of its allies. 3. All heralded what was to come. The end of the Cold War, the collapse of the Warsaw Pact in 1990, and Moscow's apparent acquiescence to a new unipolar Western-led order, had led U.S. President George H. W. Bush to declare a new world order, which he did for the first time on September 11 of that year. Under this order, the United States was to exercise world leadership. 4. And the dominance of the U.S.-led Western world would reign unchallenged. While some welcomed an end to bipolar conflict between the two superpower blocs, critics in America referred to the concept of a new order as rationalization for imperial ambitions of the United States. 5. The nature of the New World Order as a unipolar moment for America and the Western world following the removal of the primary check on their freedom to shape global affairs, and its implications for the international community of nations, would become clearer 6 months later in the aftermath of the Persian Gulf War and Operation Desert Storm. As the American Foreign Affairs Journal would conclude shortly afterwards, it has been assumed that the old bipolar world would beget a multipolar world. The immediate post-Cold War world is not multipolar. It is unipolar. The center of world power is an unchallenged superpower, the United States, attended by its Western allies. 6. The defining moment of the New World Order was the Western military intervention in the Persian Gulf targeting the Ba'athist Iraqi Republic, a close Soviet defense partner, which continued to conduct its foreign policy apparently unaware of its new vulnerability following Moscow's capitulation. Iraq's Western-aligned neighbor, Kuwait, was found to have drilled for oil horizontally and illegally profited from the extraction under Iraqi soil, which alongside the small Gulf states' other oil policies was costing Iraq $7 billion annually. 7. Kuwait refused multiple diplomatic overtures from Baghdad over several months and ignored repeated threats of forceful retaliation to end what Iraq perceived to be theft of its resources. 8. Iraq's response, however, came not in the form of limited military action, but with the full-scale invasion and annexation of its neighbor and absorption of its entire territory in August 1990, citing their historical unity as a single state prior to 1913 as justification for reunification. Iraq's failure to comprehend its vulnerability now that its superpower patronage was effectively lost cost the country dearly. Baghdad was ordered by the U.S. not only to withdraw its forces from Kuwait, but to comply with several further demands, including ending its missile programs and curbing military research, or else face a Western attack. Receiving no Soviet diplomatic support or a rebuffing of Western threats by Moscow, which would previously have been expected, Iraq accepted the condition of withdrawal. The country refused these more extensive terms, however, which were seen as a violation of its right to self-defense and an attempt to manipulate the regional balance of power further in favor of Western and Allied interests. 9. Iraq's lack of a viable deterrent capability due to its inability to threaten Western targets far from its borders, combined with its loss of Soviet patronage, both ensured that the United States was in a strong position to press for more extensive demands and back them with threats. The United States initiated Operation Desert Shield on August 2, 1990, which saw over 500,000 troops deployed to the Gulf region alongside vast quantities of equipment, from battle tanks and carrier battle groups to new F-117 stealth fighters. On November 29, Washington gained support from the United Nations Security Council through Resolution 678 to use all necessary means to evict Iraqi forces from Kuwait. Having recently capitulated in the Cold War, the USSR was increasingly dependent on Western aid. 10. And voted in favor, and with China seeking to avoid confrontation with the West at a time of high instability and abstaining, the Security Council had for the first time since 1950 authorized Western military action against a third world state. The U.S. would refuse Soviet offers for a joint command, and the campaign would be waged overwhelmingly by the Western powers. The Western Bloc had built up a vast force with the primary purpose of fighting the Warsaw Pact, and with the Cold War's end this considerable war machine could now be directed against those parties which resisted the demands of the Western-led order. Redeployment to the Gulf region was followed by Operation Desert Storm, which began on January 16, 1991 with an American-led attack on Iraqi positions. The attack saw Iraq subjected to intensive aerial bombardment with U.S. and Allied aircraft flying over 100,000 sorties and dropping 88,500 tons of munitions. Iraq's armed forces, demoralized and poorly organized as they were quickly neutralized by America's military might. 11. While the country itself was devastated and its key civilian and military infrastructure was destroyed. According to a report by the Washington Post in 1991, the purpose of the U.S. bombardment was to target Iraqi living standards by destroying key infrastructure such as oil refineries, electrical plants, and transportation networks with precision-guided weapons. Examples included the destruction of 80% of Iraq's power generation capabilities and the crippling of its sewage treatment system. 12. The population was forced to subsist on a starvation calorie intake at half the calories per person of the minimum standard for healthy living. 13. With malnutrition rising steeply across the country. 14. From an upper-middle income country with living standards surpassing many Western nations, Iraq was reduced to the level of an impoverished third-world country by the Western Bloc's bombing campaign, which was followed by 12 years of harsh economic sanctions. Living standards never recovered to pre-war levels and over 1 million of its population died as a result of war and subsequent sanctions. 15. According to statistics from American sources, by 1996 500,000 Iraqi children had died as a result. 16. As Iraq's foreign minister and Prime Minister Tariq Aziz then lamented upon witnessing the devastation of his country, "If we still had the Soviets as our patron, none of this would have happened." 17. The desolation of Iraq was watched closely around the world, particularly by those states such as North Korea, China, and Iran, which perceived themselves to be potential future targets. The future survival of all states independent of the Western-dominated order was in serious jeopardy, and the American leadership, from the president to leading strategists, was calling for a unilateral role in world affairs. The primary focus was the preservation of American and Western dominance, which necessitated the quashing of both remaining outliers and potential challengers. 18. This came in the form of economic warfare, from which Russia, 19. and the rising economies of the Asia-Pacific, 20. would bear the brunt, as well as through overt military assault. In the 25 years between 1992 and 2017, the U.S. launched 188 military interventions abroad, while during the entire Cold War from 1948 to 1991 they had launched just 46 such interventions, an increase of over 600% in the number of interventions per year. 21. With little to hold the power of the Western Bloc in check, neutral and former Soviet-aligned states across the world could be unilaterally targeted. Iraq was hardly an isolated case in this regard, although its destruction was the most dramatic and spectacular. Western military intervention against Yugoslavia demonstrated that even middle-sized powers could be attacked and ruthlessly bombarded unilaterally, with the attacks taking place without provocation and without a mandate from the United Nations Security Council. Aside from the illegality of the campaign, many aspects of the war demonstrated a level of brutality by the attackers which reinforced the conviction of potential future target states to defend themselves. This included the use of cluster bombs. 22. And depleted uranium shells. 23. In populated areas with devastating and long-lasting impacts for the civilian population, the bombardment of civilian infrastructure. 24. And purposeful targeting of media outlets. 25. To break morale, and the conduct of Western forces during their subsequent occupation. American soldiers were found to have taken girls as young as 12 as sex slaves in Yugoslavia in the 1990s, with multiple cases of rape and child rape. 26. North Korea and China both strongly condemned the Western attacks, and the perception of an imminent threat appeared to bridge the differences between the two East Asian states, leading to closer bilateral cooperation. Pyongyang saw US-led attacks in 1999 against the Yugoslavia in the Kosovo War, just 4 years after the signing of the Dayton Peace Agreement with Belgrade, as confirmation of the nature of the new international order which placed its sovereignty at serious risk. 27. Changes in world order and an increasing number of overseas military interventions by the Western Bloc taking advantage of its new freedom of action were followed by changes in the American rationale for waging war. According to Scott Silverstone, Associate Professor of International Relations at the West Point Military Academy, preventative war, which had been rejected throughout the Cold War as a sole pretext for military intervention, was increasingly considered an acceptable pretext by American governments from the early 1990s. This form of warfare involved initiating conflict to prevent a certain actor from attaining military capabilities the U.S. deemed undesirable. While legal grounds for preemptive war, launching an attack preceding the expected initiation of conflict to gain an advantage, were already somewhat fragile, preventive war had little if any justification in international law and was considerably more aggressive and provocative. Conceptually, the United States' grounds for waging wars had changed dramatically, enabling those termed rogue states, even if not directly threatening the U.S. or its allies, to be targeted without legal justification. 28. The threat to North Korea from America's adoption of preventative war was considerable. While development of ballistic missiles was entirely legal, the Western Bloc had demonstrated that it could take upon itself the authority to demand, using threats of force, that other states disarm of such weapons. The Hwasong-5 and Hwasong-6, already in service, seriously undermined American freedom of action on the peninsula, and Korean efforts to develop more capable asymmetric deterrents were bound to draw Washington's attention. The threat to North Korea and other potential target states worsened when the Pentagon announced a shift in its nuclear deterrence strategy, emphasizing its rejection of the no first use policy. The U.S. meanwhile rejected the Non-Proliferation Treaty-linked negative security assurances banning the use of nuclear weapons against non-nuclear states which were parties to the treaty, thus claiming the right to target non-nuclear states with nuclear weapons. 29. A cornerstone of this new strategy relied on unpredictability regarding when and under what pretexts force, including nuclear force, may be used. U.S. planners avidly sought to avoid portraying ourselves as too rational or cool-headed, according to a critical 1990s report from the United States Strategic Command which emphasized the benefits of appearing an irrational superpower able to strike its enemies at will at any time, including with nuclear weapons. 30. While Pyongyang had perceived a serious nuclear threat from the United States before, which had grown considerably during the 1980s, the new and far more imminent nature of this threat was re-emphasized by the Americans themselves in the immediate aftermath of the Cold War's end. Responding to the New World, the spectacle of the Gulf War baptized a new world order in fire and Iraqi blood, followed by the outright collapse of the Soviet Union 10 months later, ushered in a new era of hardship for the DPRK which forced the state to adopt a new strategy to survive. With the military and economic balances now overwhelmingly favoring its adversaries, and with its primary defense partner lost, Pyongyang faced crisis and a level of external pressure unprecedented since the Korean War. The loss of the vast majority of its major trading partners placed tremendous downward pressure on the size of the economy, and maintaining living standards at their previous levels itself became a difficult task. Coupled with this was an urgent need to strengthen the country's defenses, as without Soviet protection or military assistance, and with the United States adopting a new more interventionist policy, there appeared an imminent threat to national security. To compensate for the loss of Soviet protection, the budget of the Korean People's Army was increased considerably and wholly disproportionately to economic growth. The imminence of the American threat was seen to require such measures despite the trying economic situation of the time. Defense expenditure rose from $4.42 billion in 1988, 31, to $5.45 billion in 1991, 32, peaking at $5.5 billion in 1992, before economic contraction forced considerable cuts. 33. The nature of the investments made by the KPA appear to have been heavily influenced by its observation of U.S. military strengths in the Gulf War. 34. And the later Western campaign in Yugoslavia. 35. While the KPA placed considerable emphasis on underground fortifications based on its experience in the Korean War, the impressive recent performance of American precision weapons re-emphasized their importance and led to a redoubling of KPA efforts to fortify key facilities underground. This included increased investment in protection against strikes with non-nuclear tactical weapons, where fortifications built in the 1960s had emphasized defense against nuclear and incendiary strikes. Some of the types of sites fortified underground included command and control centers, storage facilities for food and munitions, artillery emplacements near the demilitarized zone, and even military housing. These fortifications allowed the KPA to preserve its equipment and its manpower under bombardment and assemble weaponry underground. 36. A later U.S. Army War College Strategic Studies Institute study noted regarding the effects of campaigns in Iraq and Yugoslavia on the Korean military and the causes of the KPA's new emphasis of fortifications as a means of protection against American air attacks. From the end of the Korean War through Operation Iraqi Freedom 2003, North Korea has understood the operational and tactical implications that its underground facilities provide, from countering adversarial intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance, ISR, to countering the danger of precision munitions. The 1999 Kosovo War provided North Korea with another opportunity to evaluate U.S. military operations in an area with terrain and weather similar to that of the Korean Peninsula, which included studying the adverse effects that this terrain and weather had upon America's high-tech arsenal. 37. For modernization of the KPA's tactical weaponry, air defense systems remained a priority, while acquisition of an asymmetric deterrent through development of longer-ranged ballistic missiles became increasingly central to its defense plans. North Korea's missile program made strides at this time, successfully testing the Taepodong-1 and Rodong-1 intermediate-range platforms, which for the first time extended the KPA's retaliatory reach beyond the Korean peninsula, while the former was intended as a technology demonstrator. 38. The latter began large-scale production as a ballistic missile in the mid-1990s and retained a formidable 1,500 km range, placing U.S. military facilities across Japan within its range. Considering Japan's importance as a staging ground for American power projection onto Korea, as it had been in the Korean War and remained in U.S. war plans, the fact that targets there were no longer out of KPA reach was a major achievement which seriously complicated any prospective American offensive. The costs of developing the Rodong-1 were largely subsidized by its considerable export successes, with Pakistan, Iran, Egypt, and Libya all purchasing the platform and all but Libya acquiring rights for domestic manufacturing. The Rodong-1 was the first medium-range ballistic missile not only for the KPA, but also in the service of all of its export clients. Complementing the development of a missile deterrent, the Korean People's Army invested heavily in strengthening its air defenses, modernizing its air fleet and forming one of the densest ground-based anti-aircraft missile and artillery networks in the world. 39. With the Western Bloc relying overwhelmingly on air attacks in the Korean War and all major wars since, the value of contesting control of one's airspace was not lost on the KPA leadership. One key measure was the fortification of air defense sites, which the Gulf War had demonstrated would be priority targets for Western attacks following a conflict's outbreak. 40. Unlike Iraq, Iran, Libya, Syria, Yugoslavia, and other states in the Western Bloc's sites, the KPA managed to fortify its control centers, surface-to-air missiles and radar systems by deploying them from hardened underground shelters. Hardened doors in the ground would open and these systems could be raised on lifts to engage targets before being again withdrawn to safety, a resourceful and highly efficient means of seriously complicating potential enemy efforts to suppress its air defenses. 41. Although North Korea's relations with the USSR had deteriorated in the superpower's final years, the Soviet military establishment retained a considerable degree of independence and had largely resisted General Secretary Gorbachev's Westphalian line. Their influence was key to ensuring close cooperation was maintained with the KPA until the Soviet Union's final dissolution in December 1991. 42. And the Russian military retained a degree of cooperation beyond this date despite the firmly Western-aligned position of the government in Moscow in the 1990s. 43. As such, the DPRK was able not only to acquire a license and equipment to manufacture MiG-29 Fulcrum fighters domestically, but was able to produce these aircraft throughout the 1990s with input of Russian components. The first Korean-built MiG-29s flew on April 15, 1993, with a performance comparable to those built in Russia, more sophisticated than the export variants marketed to third-world clients such as Iraq and Iran. In 1997, North Korea signed a contract with Russian state-run arms dealer Roshfurajinai for military cooperation, which included continuing assistance for the manufacture of MiG-29 jets in the DPRK. The country's Fulcrum fleet is estimated to have numbered around 35 to 40 jets at the time, and extending indigenous production would see it grow considerably larger. 44. This somewhat lessened the blow of losing Soviet military aid, and with the fighters integrating sophisticated radars and modern munitions supplied by Russia, it ensured that the KPA fleet would remain a viable force. Production lines in Korea allowed the KPA to expand its MiG-29 fleet by 2 to 3 fighters per year. The KPA acquired hardware at low cost from other cash-strapped Soviet successor states, including 40 MiG-21 BIS fighters from Kazakhstan and sample T-80 tanks from Belarus. 45. Which were reverse-engineered to improve indigenous Korean tank Danes. The MiG-21 BIS integrated relatively modern avionics, sensors, and missiles and remained in production in the USSR until 1985, a considerable improvement of 1 to 2 generations on the older MiG-21 fighters which previously formed the mainstay of the Korean fleet. 46. Weapons transfers were made through secret channels to avoid detection by the Western Bloc, which sought to prevent North Korea, China. 47. And a number of other parties from acquiring modern arms from the former Soviet Union, and often succeeded in blocking major arms deals. 48. The continuing importance of a strong and stable Korean state in the eyes of Russia's military leadership was demonstrated by their continuing, albeit much reduced, defense cooperation. While Russia had under Western pressure acquiesced to demands to cease major arms exports to Iran, another potential target state. 49. Sales to the DPRK quietly continued. The nature of the two most significant foreign acquisitions by the KPA during this period remains somewhat ambiguous, and included S-300 surface-to-air missile systems and lightweight ballistic missile submarines. Sales of an S-300 missile system, reportedly of the PMU-1 or PMU-2 variant, were rumored from the mid-late 1990s but remained unconfirmed. Russian state media reported in passing in 2017 that North Korea had such a system in its inventory, although the variant and year of delivery remained unclear. 50. This very new system provided a very high degree of protection for North Korean airspace, complementing other acquisitions of air defense systems and fighter aircraft. The second acquisition was that of 10 decommissioned Golf II class diesel-electric submarines. The ships were designed to deploy R-21 ballistic missiles with a 1,650 km range, and it has been speculated that missile technologies may have also been provided. 51. Given the Boris Yeltsin administration's directive to Russian arms manufacturers and the time of economic crisis to sell anything to anyone. 52. The benefits to Russian security of a more balanced correlation of forces in Korea, and Pyongyang's willingness to pay in hard currency for valuable technologies, such sales to strengthen the KPA's deterrent capability are far from unthinkable. Indeed, corruption in the post-Soviet states was so severe at the time that the USSR's most capable interceptor jets integrating highly sensitive technologies were being sold for around $2 each when the right officials were adequately bribed. 53. There is no telling how much hardware North Korea was able to obtain, but there are significant indicators that technologies previously well beyond its reach were made accessible due to the Soviet collapse. Some reports also indicate that, despite considerable Western reprimand, the Russian military transferred technologies for more advanced submarine-launched missiles and a complete missile for study to the KPA. 54. The state of the submarines, the number and classes of missiles delivered, if any, and whether any were put into active service, all remain uncertain. The technologies acquired, however, almost certainly benefited Korea's domestic development of ballistic missile submarines which would be deployed from the mid-2010s with more advanced indigenous missiles. Beginnings of a nuclear program. The extent to which the DPRK came to prize long-range strike capabilities, and later the potential for a nuclear retaliatory capability, can be attributed to its experience during the Korean War. The discrepancy between the global reach of the Western Bloc's air and naval forces and the extremely limited retaliatory range of Chinese and Korean forces was a predominant if not the most predominant factor influencing the course of the war on a strategic level in the final stages. One key example was the ability of the U.S.-led coalition to target Chinese and KPA supply lines while its own logistical assets were effectively immune to retaliation, an imbalance which seriously advantaged the Western powers. The U.S. dreaded the potentially disastrous impacts of an attack on its own supply hubs at Busan, or worse still on its facilities in Japan, which were key to sustaining the war effort, but because only the Soviet Union retained such a strike range these targets remained effectively invulnerable so long as Moscow was not provoked. It was evident that the United States feared a conflict with the USSR because of both its long-range strike capabilities with its Tu-4 bombers placing U.S. military facilities across the world and even the U.S. mainland within range. 55. As well as nuclear warheads. The latter served as a highly effective force multiplier for these assets, allowing a single bomber to carry the firepower of an entire fleet and eradicate a whole city or large military base. The presence of these assets so near the Korean theater was key to constraining the ambitions of the Western Bloc's military campaign, with the presence of Soviet bombers in China even deterring even many of the more hawkish officials from unconditionally supporting an expansion of the war. The imbalance in strike capabilities was also reflected in the tangible imbalance between the East Asian allies and the U.S. coalition during the armistice negotiations, with North Korea intensively bombarded for 3 years and forced to make repeated concessions from a disadvantaged position while the Western Bloc faced no similar pressure due to its city's effective invulnerability to attack. Considerable Chinese losses of supplies and equipment under bombardment also significantly increased the cost of the war and thereby placed further pressure on Beijing to bring the war to an end quickly. Not only was the U.S. mainland completely safe from bombardment, which could have been used to exert similar leverage on the negotiation process, but an attack on bases in Japan and Busan was effectively unthinkable. Had the KPA or their Chinese allies retained a comparable strike capability, it is likely that armistice negotiations would have ended much earlier and without such a one-sided outcome. There is little doubt that the Western powers would have shown considerably more restraint in bombing North Korea from the destruction of irrigation dams to the incineration of its cities in firebombing raids if it too was at least somewhat vulnerable to attacks against its own population centers. Pyongyang recognized that beyond grit and tenacity of its own soldiers and those in the PVA, two primary factors had constrained Western freedom of action during the Korean War. These were the threat of Soviet long-range strike capabilities and the threat of Soviet nuclear weapons, without which nuclear attacks on both the DPRK and on China would very likely have been attempted. With the USSR no longer present as a constraint on Western designs, it was necessary to at least partially replicate these capabilities domestically for the Korean state to ensure its security. A third constraining factor during the Korean War, the impracticality of nuclear attacks on heavily fortified Korean positions, had largely been negated as technologies for nuclear delivery had advanced, with thermonuclear weapons, neutron bombs, precision-guided tactical nuclear bombs and bunker-buster nuclear bombs now all fielded in large numbers in the U.S. arsenal and capable of doing what the primitive bombs such as Mark IV Fat Man of the early 1950s could not. It is unclear whether the DPRK had been committed to developing a nuclear deterrent before 1991, but if there was such a program, the U.S.-led air campaign against Iraq appeared to have accelerated it and the accompanying development of a ballistic missile deterrent. 56. The DPRK had sent 30 students to study nuclear science in the USSR in 1956, the first of many, and obtained a small Soviet research reactor of around 4 megawatts in 1964. The Yongbyon Nuclear Scientific Research Center, a 30-megawatt uranium-fueled facility, went into operation in 1986, and in 1989 satellite imagery reportedly showed evidence of a larger reactor with a 50 to 200 megawatt capacity which was expected to begin operating around 1992. While these facilities would have provided a strong foundation for developing nuclear arms, North Korea had signed the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty in December 1985 and could derive considerable benefits from the peaceful development of nuclear energy. In line with its JICH ideology of self-reliance, nuclear power and parallel investments in hydroelectric power had the potential to seriously reduce Pyongyang's considerable dependence on imported fossil fuels. 57. That there was a strong connection between the demonstration of Western might against Iraq and expected changes to the ongoing conflict on the Korean Peninsula, which was alluded to directly by prominent American sources. The Carnegie Endowment's Leonard Spector and Jacqueline Smith published an article in Arms Control Today in March 1991, a month after Desert Storm, which alerted readers that the DPRK posed a threat to the New World Order similar if not greater than that of Iraq. Fittingly titled North Korea, the Next Nuclear Nightmare, it implied that immediate action of a similar nature had to be taken on the Korean Peninsula. Former Director of the Bureau of Politico-Military Affairs and Assistant Secretary of State, Leslie Gelb, who would 2 years later become President of the highly influential Council on Foreign Relations, published an article in the New York Times on April 10 targeting the DPRK with rhetoric closely mirroring that directed against Iraq a month prior. North Korea was, according to the new line increasingly adopted by Western media, the next renegade state and run by a vicious dictator with 1 million men under arms, a ballistic missile arsenal and very likely a nuclear weapon in a few years. The size and firepower of the KPA were depicted not as precautions for self-defense, but as signs of aggressive intent with the context of U.S. threats to the East Asian state omitted from the vast majority of reports. While Western portrayals of the DPRK had never been particularly positive, the end of the Gulf War marked the beginning of a 3-decades-long campaign of propaganda and intense demonization which critically impacted public opinion across much of the world. A week after the publication of Gelb's article, South Korea's Defense Minister Lee Jong-kuo threatened an attack on the Yongbyon facility, a level of hostility not seen in decades which resulted from the newfound position of strength of the U.S.-ROK alliance relative to the increasingly isolated North Korean state. Rhetoric against the DPRK continued to escalate that year, and in November the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Colin Powell, directly threatened the East Asian state with the same fate as Iraq, stating that if North Korea missed Desert Storm, this is a chance to catch a rerun. 58. A South Korean defense white paper published at the time stated that the DPRK's nuclear program must be stopped at any cost, implying that initiation of hostilities was on the table and the alliance was increasingly countenancing preventative warfare. 59. Media in America and the wider Western world demonstrated a considerable degree of hostility, and an article from the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists noted in April 1992, alarmist press reports have meanwhile reduced the projections on a North Korean bomb from 5 years to 1 year, to this year, to within a matter of months, to the claim that the requisite plutonium is already in hand. The article noted regarding the shift in portrayals of the country and the imminent threat it allegedly posed, North Korea was, in short, another Iraq. 60. The Chicago Tribune twice called for an American attack on the DPRK to destroy the Yongbyon facility in 1991, and similar calls were made by a number of U.S. media outlets. 61. While North Korea was threatened by the United States, a number of factors meant that it was not immediately targeted with military force in the way Iraq, among others, had been. Foremost among these was the Western Bloc's failure since 1945 to understand the nature of the DPRK and its predecessor the Korean People's Republic as independent forces on the world stage representing the aspirations for sovereignty and national dignity of the Korean nation. While a number of U.S. officials had come to this conclusion in their encounters with the Korean People's Republic and its constituent people's committees in southern Korea during the 1940s. 62. This was not the prevailing view. The need to delegitimize this movement and thereby legitimize the imposition of Syngman-rhee and American military rule had required portraying the People's Republic and its successor the DPRK as agents of an international communist conspiracy run by Moscow, and the U.S. then seemed to fall victim to its own propaganda. A U.S. Army colonel had on this basis described the relationship between Soviet leader Joseph Stalin and his Korean counterpart Kim Il-sung as similar to that between Walt Disney and Donald Duck, discounting the Korean leader's decades-long struggle against Japanese occupation or the considerable prestige he enjoyed across the Korean peninsula including in the ROC for many years. 63. Western portrayals of the nature of the Korean state north of the 38th parallel and the resulting paradigm through which the state was viewed meant its collapse shortly after that of its supposed creator the Soviet Union, much as communist Mongolia and Soviet client states in Eastern Europe had collapsed, was seen as inevitable. As such, forcefully bringing about the end of North Korea was not seen as a matter of urgency. With the application of economic pressure, the state was expected to quietly extinguish itself within a relatively short time, much as the Warsaw Pact had. A secondary factor was the DPRK's already formidable military strength, which other than China made it by far the most challenging military target of the states outside the Western-led order. Yugoslavia, Haiti, Cuba, Iran, Iraq, Sudan, Libya, Syria, and others were all much softer targets. The KPA boasted the most sophisticated defense industry, densest air defense network, best trained soldiers, hardest fortifications and largest submarine forces and special forces of these states. Of America's potential targets, Korean air, artillery, tank, and ballistic missile forces were second only to those of China. North Korea was thus the second highest apple on the tree, which contributed to granting it a temporary reprieve as the U.S. moved to knock other states off its target list in Eastern Europe, the Caribbean, and the Islamic world. The freeing up of assets from the European theater, which were subsequently deployed temporarily to the Middle East to counter Iraq, could be diverted to strengthen America's military presence in Northeast Asia. An array of lethal new weapons from precision-guided cruise missiles to radar-evading F-117 strike fighters all turned the military balance further in its favor. Ambiguity regarding American intentions and the deployment of such assets to the theater complemented mounting economic pressure by forcing Pyongyang to divert more resources to defense, and provided options for preventative military strikes as concerns regarding the Korean nuclear program pervaded. Tensions between the United States and the DPRK would escalate almost immediately after the inauguration of the Bill Clinton administration on January 20, 1993. Fears that North Korea would develop a viable nuclear deterrent, which would provide Pyongyang with an effective means of checking American military power, led to a new hard line against the country involving considerable military pressure. On February 9, 1993, the International Atomic Energy Agency requested unexpected and highly intrusive inspections of North Korean sites outside its nuclear facilities, which the DPRK stated were military facilities, and refused the inspectors access to. Such a request from the agency had never been made of any other country in the past and was highly suspicious. Considering later revelations that U.S. used United Nations inspectors to collect intelligence on potential target states, and accessed highly sensitive intelligence gathered by the United Nations Special Commissions teams in Iraq to plan attacks on the country, the Korean response proved to be justified given the considerable national security threat it faced. 64. UN inspection teams, it later emerged, had been heavily infiltrated by U.S. and British intelligence to attempt to engineer a coup in Iraq, organize the assassination of its leader, and gather otherwise inaccessible high-value intelligence. 65. Granting them free rein in Korea would have posed a similar threat. Pyongyang denied the IAEA access to the additional sites for two reasons. The first was that the IAEA's impartiality had been compromised by its cooperation with the CIA and reliance on information provided by American intelligence, a belligerent party in the ongoing Korean War. 66. The second was that the IAEA passed results of its inspections of those Korean facilities to which it was granted access onto the United States, including plutonium samples. Should the DPRK accept these demands, it would not only see its security compromised, but its acceptance would also potentially lead to further similar demands by the U.S. aligned agency as a means of exposing the country's entire defense system to U.S. intelligence. Indeed, many officials in the United States had advocated for precisely such a course of action. 67. Bush administration officials had told the New York Times a year prior, in January 1992, that the U.S. required a mandate to roam North Korea's heavily guarded military sites at will. 68. The DPRK further noted that the IAEA had not sought to examine former U.S. nuclear sites in South Korea which it suspected still housed nuclear weapons despite their reported removal in 1991. Later reports from U.S. military sources would give much credence to these suspicions. 69. By its actions, the IAEA was acting as an effective proxy for Western intelligence gathering in Korea. This incident with the IAEA was shortly followed by the announcement of General Lee Butler, head of the U.S. Strategic Command, that part of the American strategic nuclear arsenal previously aimed at the Soviet Union would now be directed at North Korea. 70. Thus the DPRK had not only lost Soviet protection, but American assets, both conventional and nuclear, formerly tied up against the USSR, were now being diverted to the Korean front. 43 years after the KPA and the U.S. military first clashed, was the Western superpower hoping to crush the Korean resistance to its dominion over Northeast Asia once and for all? In late February, CIA Director R. James Woolsey Jr. testified that North Korea was our most grave current concern, indicating that, like Iraq before it, the DPRK was likely next to fall into America's crosshairs. 71. This was closely followed by the resumption of the Team Spirit military exercises on March 8, 1993, after their cancellation under the Bush administration the previous year. These were the first such exercises to take place since the Soviet dissolution, and involved around 200,000 troops, new M1 and K1 heavy battle tanks, B-52H and B-1B heavy bombers, and an armada deploying several hundred precision-guided cruise missiles, among other new assets. With the Soviet Union gone, this show of force appeared all the more daunting. As the Korean peninsula was still under a fragile armistice, and America increasingly perceived itself as invulnerable following Desert Storm, there was a very real possibility from Pyongyang's perspective that massive new exercises practicing an assault on the DPRK could be a cover for a genuine attack. Indeed, such a massive presence forced the KPA to divert considerable resources to maintaining a high level of combat readiness throughout the exercises, putting great strain on the state's already struggling finances. According to U.S. Congressman Gary Ackerman, who visited the DPRK in 1993, President Kim Il-sung's voice quivered and his hands shook with anger at the mention of the U.S. war drills. 72. 5 days after the beginning of the Team Spirit exercises on March 13, citing its rights under Article X of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, Pyongyang gave the required 3-month notice for withdrawal from the agreement. While the use of nuclear weapons in previous Team Spirit exercises were deployed under the pretext of engaging both the DPRK and the Soviet Union, it was abundantly clear that the small non-nuclear East Asian state was now being threatened with nuclear weapons. This amounted to a violation of a key principle of the Non-Proliferation Treaty and an imminent threat, a valid reason for withdrawal under the treaty's 10th article. 73. It is possible that this marked the official beginning of the country's pursuit of nuclear weapons, although some sources have also speculated that withdrawal from the NPT in this instance was intended to provide a bargaining chip to reduce American military pressure. 74. The withdrawal, although entirely legal, strengthened calls in the U.S. for military action against the DPRK, an illegal act of aggression which was becoming increasingly normalized in the post-Cold War world when perpetrated by the Western powers. Calls for an attack were widespread, from media to government to influential policy think tanks. Chairman of the Appropriations Subcommittee on Defense John Murtha called the DPRK America's greatest security threat and called for use of smart weapons to neutralize its facilities. 75. Leslie Gelb, now head of the Council on Foreign Relations, made a similar argument, again comparing the DPRK to Saddam Hussein's Iraq, giving strong indications of aggressive intent on America's part. 76. With nuclear strikes against the DPRK and other non-nuclear states increasingly legitimized under newly adopted doctrines, and with Washington reported by well-placed sources in 1993 to be planning a strategic nuclear expeditionary force aimed at Third World nations such as North Korea, China, and Iran. 77. The DPRK moved to accelerate its acquisition of a deterrent capability. The East Asian state achieved considerable results in this regard, and staged a formidable show of force on May 29, 1993 with the launch of a Rodong-1 medium-range ballistic missile. What was particularly notable about the test was its precision, successfully targeting a small buoy in the Sea of Japan hundreds of kilometers away. While some Western sources attributed this test to fluke, others saw it as a warning of the country's considerable technological prowess. 78. At the time, a ground-based medium-range missile capability was far from a common asset, and with the Rodong-1 entering service and mass production in 1994, the DPRK became the fourth state in the world which deployed such a system. Able to negotiate from a position of greater strength, with the Rodong-1 augmenting its existing deterrence capabilities, the DPRK could propose terms for discussion with the United States. Major meetings were held from June 2 to June 11, and in a subsequent joint statement both pledged not to attack or ever use nuclear weapons against the other, to respect one another's sovereignty, not to interfere in one another's internal affairs, and to continue dialogue. 79. 5 months later, in November, the Korean side proposed a package deal which required further assurances from the United States that it would not attack the DPRK, would suspend the Team Spirit exercises, and most importantly, would end nuclear threats against it. In return, the DPRK would remain in the NPT and would renounce its entire system of graphite nuclear reactors in exchange for a supply of light water reactors. These would provide peaceful nuclear energy but could not be used to develop nuclear weapons. The Korean terms allowed IAEA inspections of nuclear sites to continue but would not allow inspections of its military facilities. It also called for a general improvement and normalization of relations between the two states. A number of U.S. sources familiar with the negotiations reported that the Korean proposal in fact went further and called for an end to the Korean War armistice and signing of a conclusive peace treaty, establishment of full diplomatic relations, mutual force reductions and removal of trade restrictions. 80. emphasizing that it would remain party to the NPT only in return for security guarantees and a normalization of ties, and not due to American pressure, Pyongyang stated in late November. When we declared our decision to withdraw from the NPT, we had taken into account all possible consequences, and we are fully prepared to safeguard the sovereignty of our country even if the worst such as sanctions or war is imposed on us. 81. The United States for its part appeared to seek an assertion of its own dominance through the toppling of the Korean state and removal of the Korean Workers' Party from power, rather than a mutually beneficial agreement which did not entail one party acquiescing to the other. Indeed, Western scholarly and journalistic publications increasingly reflected perceptions that an end to the Cold War gave America the chance to set the record straight in Korea and impose a vengeance long since due on the same evil Kim Il-sung, still all-powerful in the half-country he has tortured so much, who had thwarted the Western Bloc's designs for over 40 years. 82. Thus negotiations reached a deadlock, with the U.S. seeking to apply maximum pressure to force its adversary to yield to unequal terms and the DPRK settling for nothing less than a deal with equitable mutual concessions. Washington was inclined to defer from resorting to military options due to three primary factors. The strength of the KPA, increasingly well-armed and able to hold its own against an American conventional attack, meant that a war would exert unacceptable costs. In several American war games simulating a conflict in Korea, the result was a North Korean victory so long as nuclear weapons were not used. 83. Secondly, as previously mentioned, it was widely perceived in the West that a Soviet puppet state could not long outlive its master, and that imposition of economic sanctions both unilaterally by the Western world and if possible through the United Nations would speed up this process and guarantee the DPRK's implosion. Thirdly, America and its allies were well aware that a new Korean War would be unprecedented in its scale and destruction at least since 1953 but most likely since 1945 and would require the use of nuclear weapons to neutralize KPA fortifications as air-land battle projected. A nuclear war in Northeast Asia could destabilize the post-Cold War world order and prompt dramatic responses from third parties. The position of Russia's military establishment, while diminished, remained distinct from that of Moscow itself. Dropping American nuclear weapons so near Russia's border could prompt a drastic response. This could materialize in political change within Russia itself, or internationally in the form of proliferation of advanced weapons to other U.S. targets such as Iran, Syria, and possibly even Iraq. A Chinese response was also a significant factor, with Beijing likely to at the very least to cool relations in response to an attack on its treaty ally, which could jeopardize considerable U.S. economic interests there. These factors were far from a credible deterrent, but nonetheless inclined the United States, which was increasingly preoccupied with conflicts elsewhere, to look to means other than war to force Pyongyang's capitulation. Tensions continued to escalate in 1994, with the DPRK Foreign Ministry stating, "The United States has created a momentous crisis that is likely to develop into a catastrophe, at this crucial juncture when prospects are in sight for saving the DPRK-USA talks from the current deadlock and striking a package solution to the nuclear issue." The package solution referred to Pyongyang's goal of ending the Korean War and fully normalizing relations alongside an end to the nuclear issue. Washington had little pretext not to improve relations, and while propagandized claims regarding the psychotic nature of the Korean leadership were widespread in Western media, they did not permeate into the rhetoric of American policymakers at the time. The DPRK had joined the United Nations alongside South Korea on September 17, 1991, and with the Cold War's end South Korea had been recognized by both Russia and China and even by Vietnam, putting the onus on America to reciprocate by recognizing the North. The two Koreas themselves were at the time fast improving relations and moving closer to mutual recognition. In May 1994 Pyongyang moved to force the U.S. to the negotiating table, shutting down a single reactor and withdrawing 8,000 plutonium fuel rods. These were subsequently placed in cooling ponds and could provide the material needed to manufacture the country's first nuclear warheads. This was taken as a clear sign of Pyongyang's intent to weaponize plutonium to develop a nuclear deterrent, with heavy water plutonium reactors providing the fastest and most efficient way of doing so. Other than military action, this left negotiations as the only means for Washington to prevent the DPRK from manufacturing nuclear warheads. In response, the Clinton administration seriously considered initiating Operations Plan 5027 on June 15, which would see cruise missiles and F-117 stealth fighters attack the Yongbyon facility. Other options included pushing for further economic sanctions through the United Nations and deploying more forces to the Korean peninsula, including 50,000 more troops, neither of which would have prevented the DPRK's nuclearization, which U.S. officials deemed unacceptable. 84. Prospects of war with such a heavily armed state, one widely predicted as almost certain to collapse within a decade, made a diplomatic option far more favorable, however. Thus, when former U.S. President Jimmy Carter visited the DPRK in June and proposed a freeze on activities at Yongbyon and a commitment not to withdraw plutonium fuel rods from the cooling ponds in exchange for delivery of light water reactors, which the Korean leadership accepted, the Clinton administration was more than willing to resume high-level talks and shelve options for an attack. 85. The U.S. and the DPRK eventually reached an agreement in late 1994, known as the Agreed Framework, which was signed on October 21 of that year. It stipulated that the U.S. would provide North Korea with light water reactors in return for DPRK's freezing of its graphite reactors and placing of the cooling ponds storing the plutonium fuel rods from Yongbyon under IAEA inspection. The new reactors would be able to provide for the country's energy needs but could not easily be used to develop nuclear weapons. Oil would be delivered by the U.S. until the new reactors were received to meet the DPRK's energy needs in the interim. The framework further stipulated that Washington would simultaneously begin to improve diplomatic ties with Pyongyang with the intention of forming full diplomatic relations and a lifting of economic sanctions, which continued to cut the DPRK off from the vast majority of the world economy. 86. This agreement was largely unprecedented in that it was the first time that the United States had made significant concessions. It was widely reported in the Western press, and privately admitted by Clinton administration officials, that Washington had signed on to the terms of the agreed framework only because it had anticipated that the DPRK would collapse before the program was complete and the reactors would be delivered. 87. The death of President Kim Il-sung in early July, 3 months before the framework signing, likely increased Washington's optimism that its oldest adversary would imminently implode, adding to the momentum from the Soviet collapse. North Korean officials also suspected that the American side's anticipation of a swift collapse had influenced their decision-making, and that freezing the Korean nuclear program by promising to provide light water reactors, sanctions relief, and fuel were intended as means to buy time against the DPRK's nuclear development until this supposed inevitability occurred. 88. Against the overwhelming predictions of the United States and the wider Western world, North Korea remained stable long past the agreed framework, which obliged Washington to fulfill its side of the contract. In 1998, U.S. officials testified to Congress that there had been no fundamental violations of any aspect of the framework agreement by the Korean side. 89. U.S. intelligence confirmed that the fuel rods were under international supervision, that both the Yongbyon reactor and reprocessing plant were not being operated, and that construction of 2 larger reactors had ceased, placing Pyongyang's actions fully in accordance with its obligations. 90. From 1996, however, promised oil deliveries by the United States began to be delayed, and by 1998 the U.S. had still not even begun to fund the light water reactors. Thus, while the DPRK was holding up its end of the deal, the Americans, while not directly withdrawing, were falling far short on their commitments. America's failure to live up to its side of the agreed framework was repeatedly reiterated in a U.S. Senate hearing in 1998, but little action was taken to correct this. 91. Pyongyang's response was to warn that it would restart the Yongbyon reactor if the U.S. did not fulfill its obligations. 92. And chief American negotiator Robert Gallucci warned that the framework could collapse if the U.S. did not do so. 93. The U.S. had, furthermore, failed to meet its commitment to normalize political and economic relations and had kept economic sanctions in place. With the DPRK facing an economic crisis and an unprecedented natural disaster from flooding that took place in 1995, the government appeared closer to collapse than ever in its history. It was hoped that maintaining sanctions could push the country over the brink, thus rendering the entire agreement obsolete and extending Western influence and rock rule north of the 38th parallel. Delaying agreed-upon fuel and reactor deliveries while also denying the DPRK access to nuclear energy from Yongbyon would only further exacerbate its ongoing crisis. Economic crisis. The mid-1990s would come to be known in the DPRK as the Second Arduous March, the harshest trial the nation had faced, surpassed only by the Korean War. This was a result not only of escalating military threats and Western-led efforts to bring about its political isolation, but also of economic disaster, which could be attributed to two primary factors. The first was the country's state of newfound economic isolation. The collapse of the Soviet bloc meant the loss of the DPRK's leading trading partners, the loss of Soviet economic aid, and the end of the Soviet-led Council for Mutual Economic Assistance, COMCAN, which had been vital to the country's energy security. Taking the USSR and its successor state Russia as an example, trade volume had been $2.5 billion in 1990, but fell to just $38.5 million in 2000, although illicit cross-border trade and unannounced arms transfers likely increased this figure. 94. The collapse of trade with Eastern European states was, if anything, more dramatic. Pyongyang's isolation was cemented by American actions, including harsh unilateral economic sanctions and imposition of further restrictions on its access to the vast majority of the world economy under the Trading with the Enemy Act and through the Coordinating Committee for Export Control to Communist Areas. The second factor was natural disaster on a scale unprecedented since the 19th century, which perfectly coincided with mounting Western economic pressure, with the effects of each complementing the other. While economic downturn and severe food shortages did not bring about the DPRK's collapse its adversaries had hoped, the crisis was spun in Western reports to accuse Pyongyang of starving its citizens and purposefully collapsing food production to cause its people suffering. In doing so, the intention was both to demonize and delegitimize the Korean government internationally. U.S. President George W. Bush would characterize the country in the aftermath of the crisis in 2002 as a regime arming with missiles and weapons of mass destruction, while starving its citizens. Similar statements were made by a number of officials, including Under-Secretary of State for Arms Control and International Security Affairs John Bolton in 2002. 95. And Ambassador to the United Nations Samantha Power in March 2016. 96. And have been widely published by Western press since. An assessment of the history of food production in the country, the reasons for its collapse in the 1990s, and the means by which it was restored afterwards, seriously undermine the Western claim that the conditions of the arduous march delegitimized the Korean government and were engineered by Pyongyang. Before the division of the Korean peninsula, the southern half had been the breadbasket of the country, with its land and resources far better suited to agriculture. Following the partition, the DPRK sought to develop sustainable agriculture without extensive reliance on food imports, a difficult task given its generally poor soil quality and high mountain coverage. 97. In order to attain high enough crop yields to feed the population, it invested heavily in both the mechanization of agriculture and the development of a considerable fertilizer and chemical industry. A London Times reporter motoring through the country in early 1950 described the countryside as trim and carefully husbanded as any in Asia. 98. With crop yields rising considerably in later years as more advanced technologies were applied. According to the CIA, the DPRK attained food self-sufficiency in 1970 with a growth in grain production rates far ahead of population growth rates. 99. CIA reports from 1978 comparing these successes to the ROC stated that grain production was growing faster in the north, and that living standards in rural areas have probably improved faster than in the south. The agency further reported, North Korean agriculture is quite highly mechanized, fertilizer application is probably among the highest in the world, and irrigation projects are extensive. 100. Prominent American Korea expert Professor Bruce Cummings noted, regarding his own findings on Korean agriculture, when I visited DPRK in 1981 and 1987, flying over from China in a prop jet, I could see that the fields were a deep green and, when I visited villages, that every inch of land was carefully tended. In the 1980s the DPRK claimed to have the highest per hectare rice output in the world, although that claim cannot be proved. Experts who visited the countries did not question the North's general agricultural success. 101. The American Institute for Food and Development Policy published a research report on the DPRK's efforts to attain food self-sufficiency in 1986, which stated, the North Koreans started to reorganize agriculture immediately after the 1953 Korean armistice to respond to the productive demands created by their policy of self-reliance. They sought to produce those foods which could be efficiently produced given their climate, resource endowment, and socio-cultural requirements. Throughout the period since the end of the Korean War they have engaged in international trade in foodstuffs, but have never eased up on their commitment to maintain a balance or a surplus on their foreign account in food and to be able to feed themselves entirely from national supplies. It appears that they have been generally successful in this regard for the past decade. 102. The DPRK's energy-intensive food production was seriously threatened by the Soviet collapse and the resulting closure of fuel and fertilizer imports from the USSR. Blacklisted as a rogue state by the Western Bloc and placed under harsh economic sanctions, the DPRK struggled to import necessary inputs for its agriculture sector from other sources. International organizations such as the World Food Programme responsible for preventing famine remained widely inactive at this time, allowing the crisis to worsen. Although the DPRK was not facing famine, its agriculture was struggling due to the unforeseen political events of the early 1990s. Food shortages in North Korea only reached critical levels when the situation was exacerbated by natural disaster, with independent observers reporting floods of biblical proportions and devastated crops, arable land, and economic infrastructure. The United Nations Department of Humanitarian Affairs reported, between July 30 and August 18, 1995, torrential rains caused devastating floods in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. In one area, in Pyeongsan County in North Hwanghae Province, 877 millimeters of rain were recorded to have fallen in just 7 hours, an intensity of precipitation unheard of in this area. Water flow in the engorged Amnok River, which runs along the Korea-China border, was estimated at 4.8 billion tons over a 72-hour period. Flooding of this magnitude had not been recorded in at least 70 years. 103. Senior Fellow at the Center for International Policy, Senior Scholar of the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars and expert on U.S. Foreign Policy in Asia Selig S. Harrison, a figure who played a central role in negotiations between the U.S. and the DPRK under the Clinton administration, noted regarding the sudden environmental crisis, the areas most severely damaged in the 1995 and 1996 floods were the breadbasket provinces in the south and west that produce most of North Korea's grain. Moreover, even before the floods struck, North Korean agriculture had been paralyzed by the loss of the Soviet oil that had fueled its tractors and fertilizer factories. Referring to North Korea as a mountainous country with only 18% of its land arable, he noted despite this ambitious irrigation, reclamation, and mechanization programs that have brought impressive increases in food production. Harrison stated that the crisis was further exacerbated by a cut in food imports from China in 1995, a drastic fall from the 600,000 tons imported the previous year, due to growing demand in China itself and the new blanket ban on food exports by Beijing. This left Pyongyang in the lurch just when the flood struck, exacerbating the setbacks from a loss of Soviet trade, Western economic sanctions, natural disaster and the already poor suitability of the terrain for agriculture. 104. U.S. Reporter Hugh Dean, former coordinator of information and naval intelligence officer on General MacArthur's staff, wrote regarding the causes of the Korean agricultural crisis. In 1995 the Yalu River, along the northern border, flooded south as torrential rains fell, causing mountain avalanches and rock slides as well as inundated villages. The Korean People's Army evacuated many people in peril, dropping down in helicopters when necessary. The 1996 flood came when the earlier flood had not entirely receded and the damage was even more extensive. Close to 1 million acres of paddy and dry field were covered with mud or otherwise taken out of cultivation. 1 million tons of stored grain were washed away. Railroads, roads, bridges, dams and irrigation systems suffered, coal mines were flooded, some to such an extent that they have been abandoned. More industries were lost, some soon torn down for scrap. Then this year the usual rainy season was rainless. Nearly all the maize crop, normally 1 million tons, was lost. The rice crop was reduced, both because of the drought and because there was no fertilizer to apply to it. Such are the circumstances that brought hunger and starvation to a great many. 105. As the DPRK's extensive grain reserves were largely stored underground, a precaution against American air attacks taken since the Korean War, they were destroyed by flooding. According to the UN, the floods in 1994 and 1995 destroyed 1.5 million tons of the country's grain reserves. 106. According to the UN Development Programme's 1998 report, reserves of rice and corn fell from 3 to 4 and 4 to 5 million tons respectively in 1989 to significantly less than 1 million tons each in 1996, and the loss of reserves at a crucial time spelled disaster for Korea. The impact on infrastructure was also catastrophic, with 85% of the country's power generating capacity lost and around 5.4 million people losing their homes. Mudflows blocked transportation and communication networks while coal mines were flooded, further exacerbating the country's energy crisis. 107. Though the flooding of 1995 could be considered the largest, most severe of the 20th century, 1996 brought equally heavy flooding followed by a severe drought in 1997. 108. Dr. Konstantin Asmolov, a leading Korea expert and researcher at the Russian Academy of Sciences and the Institute of Asian and African Studies at Moscow State University, was one of many scholars who noted that the causes of the Korean economic disaster and resulting famine were often intentionally misrepresented by Western sources to demonize and delegitimize North Korea's government. He wrote regarding the Second Arduous March. Several misconceptions cropped up around the disaster. The most common was that the incompetent policies of the North Korean leadership deliberately lead the country to starvation and millions died. One gets the impression that if just one of the above problems, poor agricultural potential, loss of Soviet partnership, extreme weather, economic sanctions had been removed from the scales, the situation could have tipped towards a far less tragic outcome. 109. Dr. Asmolov further detailed how the actions of external powers exacerbated Korea's hardships, stating, "Under normal circumstances, the international community would intervene in such humanitarian catastrophes, but in the case of North Korea, ideology again played a role. Many believed that North Korea would collapse very soon on its own accord. So, it was thought that it wasn't necessary to try very hard to help them. That's at least how South Korea acted. First they smugly announced an assistance program, a small amount of aid raised by NGOs. They demanded, however, unacceptable conditions that would have been de facto interference in the internal politics of the country. So when Pyongyang refused to accept, they began to lobby for economic sanctions against North Korea to stop all deliveries of food. It seems they calculated the worse, the better. A representative of the conservatives who later held a respectable diplomatic post openly told the author that, in seeking to restrict the flow of food aid to Pyongyang, they were pursuing a specific policy goal. In a crisis, the North Korean masses would begin to speak out against the regime, which would leave them to fend for themselves, and if the boat was correctly shaken, the communist state in the north would collapse. Then the nation, in his opinion, would have united before the end of the term of Kim Young-sam, who would have gone down in history not only as the first civilian president, but also as the destroyer of the DPRK. 110. This policy was pursued regardless of hardships imposed on the Korean population and the cost in Korean lives. A number of reports indicate that the United States and its allies took more direct measures, alongside their economic sanctions policy, to exacerbate crisis in the DPRK during the arduous march. Kim Ryan-hway, a North Korean citizen living in Seoul who previously resided in China and witnessed the effects of the arduous march firsthand, stated regarding U.S. actions against the DPRK at this time. During the arduous march when food reserves were empty and farming was impossible, the U.S. blocked oil from coming in, so 70% of our factories were shut down. We couldn't produce anything. The state needed produce to distribute to the people, but we had nothing. All of a sudden from 1995, our collective food source was devastated. We simply had no choice but to starve. South Korea doesn't share borders with other countries, but the North and China and Russia do, and with China there is no concept of a border, so people come and go as they please. Back then, we crossed back and forth from China even more, and our government let it be because the government knew it couldn't provide, so we traded goods in China and brought food back home constantly. And the damn Americans from the CIA operated in this border and did this. They would approach DPRK citizens and say, go cut off a cow's tail and bring it to me. I will give you a bag of rice for a cow's tail. Go cut down and bring me electric wires. I will match you the weight of the wire with rice. Why do you think the Americans wanted cow tails? We didn't have oil or electricity, but we still had to manually farm to produce what little we can. But tractors don't work because gasoline imports are sanctioned by the US. So we had to use cows instead to plow the fields, but when cows lose their tail they lose their balance and power. In order to ruin agriculture even more and to starve out the people, the Americans wanted cow tails so North Korea can starve to death. 111. Against the near unanimous expectations of U.S. intelligence. 112. The DPRK did not collapse and would begin a slow recovery from crisis in the late 1990s. The conditions of the arduous march did, however, provide its adversaries with a pretext to delegitimize the government in Pyongyang for failing to provide for its population, with some Western sources blaming the state for an astonishing 3 million deaths. 113. In a population of little over 20 million. However, as data from a number of sources showed, while birth rates did not rise during the arduous march period and remained modest, the population continued to grow at a stable rate. If deaths from starvation or starvation-related illness did occur, they remained relatively few in number. The World Bank estimated the North Korean population at 21.58 million in 1994 and 22.3 million in 1997, with growth rates remaining consistent with prior and later years. Its sources included the United Nations Population Division, Eurostat, the United Nations Statistical Division and the Secretariat of the Pacific Community, among others. 114. The International Institute for Strategic Studies cited the population at 23,112,000 in 1994. 115. The year before the arduous march, and at 24,681,000 on the year it ended in 1997. 116. While there is little doubt that the general health of the population did decline, and the standard of living plummeted during this period, Pyongyang's adversaries spread exaggerated and often entirely fabricated stories, the more horrific the better, to further smear and delegitimize its leadership in order to justify their further pressure for regime change. While the crisis began to abate in the late 1990s and the agreed framework remained firmly in place, U.S. sanctions on North Korea, which Washington had pledged to lift under the agreement, remained fully in place. The aforementioned expert Selig S. Harrison had played a prominent role in initiating negotiations between Washington and Pyongyang and was reportedly the first to gain President Kim Il-sung's approval for a freeze on the DPRK's nuclear program in June 1994. Despite his often harsh criticisms of the Korean state, Harrison asserted in 1997 that, if assessed impartially, it was the United States which failed to adhere to its commitments under the agreed framework, while the DPRK remained fully in compliance with the deal. He stated, "The removal of U.S. economic sanctions is a prerequisite for the overall liberalization of economic relations with the West and Japan that the North seeks as the key to solving its economic problems, especially its food shortage. It was primarily because the United States promised to remove these sanctions that Pyongyang decided to conclude the nuclear freeze agreement." Article 2, Section 1 of the agreement stated that within 3 months of the date of this document, both sides will reduce barriers to trade and investment. This provision was unconditional and was not linked to performance on other issues. North Korean leaders express growing impatience with the United States for its failure to honor Article 2. When I visited Pyongyang in September 1995, Vice Premier and Foreign Minister Kim Yong-nam said bluntly that the United States has cheated Pyongyang out of the most important benefits promised under the freeze agreement. In December 1996, high-ranking officials who came to New York for negotiations with U.S. diplomats told me in both formal and informal meetings that hardliners in Pyongyang were pushing aggressively for revocation of the agreement. What these officials say, in effect, is, "We're living up to our side of the deal. We have frozen our nuclear program, and this has been verified by the International Atomic Energy Agency inspectors and by U.S. government experts. We've given up our nuclear independence, and we've done it for one reason, because we thought this would lead to friendly relations with the United States, particularly economic relations. But you have made only token reductions in trade and investment barriers. You are not living up to your part of the deal." An objective evaluation of the sanctions issue indicates that the North Korea grievance is justified. By January 1997, all that the United States had done to implement Article 2 was to lift sanctions on the export of one commodity, magnesite, and to grant permission to AT&T to open up telephone and fax communications. The few U.S. companies that have shown an interest in investing cannot get Treasury Department licenses. General Motors, which looked into building an auto parts plant, is the prime example. 117. Harrison further noted, Cargill has received a license for a barter deal North Korean minerals for grain, but sanctions prevent U.S. agencies from providing the collateral needed to get grain shipments started. 118. North Korea would ultimately continue to adhere strictly to the terms of agreed framework unilaterally, a testament to the importance attributed to the lifting of sanctions at the time, even if only as a distant possibility. Such hopes would ultimately turn out to be misplaced, and relations would take a turn for the worse soon after the turn of the century. Chapter 13. The 21st Century and Renewed Maximum Pressure After the Agreed Framework, a new phase in relations following the signing of the agreed framework in 1994. U.S. intelligence sources repeatedly reiterated with near complete certainty that the DPRK had adhered to its obligations and would continue to do so. Under the new unipolar order, the framework was perceived by Pyongyang as a means of obtaining both normalization of relations with and relief of economic sanctions and pressure from the world's dominant power, the latter vital to gaining access to the global economy. A report at the hearing before the Select Committee on Intelligence in 1995 stated, "We assess that the North Korean leadership under Kim Jong-il will adhere to the agreed framework, particularly in the near term, as they perceive their chances for survival best served by strategies that emphasize economic improvement and political economic opening to the United States and other industrialized nations. Such emphasis, if sustained, would reduce Pyongyang's motivation to resort to reunification by military force. 1. The DPRK meanwhile moved to strengthen its conventional deterrence capabilities, and while economic crisis had resulted in considerable cuts to defense spending, more asymmetric weapons systems were deployed. These included more sophisticated indigenous long-range artillery and ballistic missile systems which were stationed in forward positions. The British think tank the International Institute for Strategic Studies reported that this included the most capable derivative of the Scud missile ever developed, one with a 600 km range and 700 kg payload. 2. Alongside more capable variants of the Koksan and M1985 artillery systems and the Rodong-1 missile. Analysts repeatedly highlighted the KPA's new emphasis on such high-impact arms over symmetric systems which were vital to combating adversaries with defense expenditures so many times higher. 3. The Intelligence Committee report noted regarding Korean deployments during the period of the agreed framework, North Korea continues to improve and train its forward-deployed forces. This underwrites their desire to maintain current conventional force capabilities and military readiness while maximizing the agreement's political-economic benefits. 4. The United States benefited considerably from the agreed framework, particularly given the near certainty which pervaded that North Korea would imminently collapse, with the agreement freezing progress on the Korean plutonium-based nuclear weapons program for over 8 years from 1994. The Clinton administration's Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security Policy and Senior Advisor on the North Korea Policy Review Ashton Carter, later Secretary of Defense from 2015, stated in 2003 regarding the framework's benefits, "The agreed framework did one thing which was very important to us, which was to freeze North Korea's plutonium program at Yongbyon right up until just a few months ago. Had that not been frozen, by now North Korea would have several tens of nuclear weapons. So by that standard, it certainly did our security a service." 5. Although it was adhering to the agreed framework's restrictions on activities at its plutonium sites, the DPRK was alleged to have sought a second path to develop nuclear weapons from the late 1990s using enriched uranium. Given the failure of the United States to fulfill its side of the agreed framework, Pyongyang could have been seeking a means of exerting pressure of its own on the nuclear issue without directly reversing the concessions it had made under the agreement. As noted by Republican Congressman Benjamin A. Gilman and a number of experts, enriching uranium did not technically contravene the agreed framework, which placed constraints on plutonium-related activities at specific sites. 6. Furthermore, as a number of experts argued, it was highly possible that such uranium enrichment was intended for use in upcoming light water reactors, and such activities could hardly be taken as evidence of plans for weaponization. Indeed, South Korea and other non-nuclear weapon states were carrying out uranium enrichment programs of their own at this time, very similar to that the DPRK was allegedly pursuing. 7. Furthermore, the veracity of American allegations regarding an enrichment program remains uncertain, with the Korean side repeatedly pointing out the lack of evidence to substantiate these claims, which remain unproven to this day. 8. Foreign Affairs was among the sources which noted the complete lack of evidence provided by the U.S. to support allegations of a DPRK uranium enrichment program. 9. Pyongyang notably granted American inspectors access to a suspected uranium enrichment facility in 1998, where they concluded no evidence of such activities was found. 10. Nevertheless, the unevidenced allegations persisted. The year 1998 saw the DPRK begin to emerge from the death of its leader, the arduous march and 3 years of environmental catastrophe as an increasingly stable state, and according to American reports it was still in full compliance with the agreed framework. That year saw American threats escalate and military options reconsidered, with the U.S. military beginning simulation training exercises for nuclear attacks on the East Asian state. 11. Washington's refusal to hold direct bilateral negotiations and sign an official non-aggression pact, which was at the forefront of Pyongyang's demands. 12. Further increased suspicions regarding American intentions. As prospects for an imminent collapse of the DPRK waned and a new U.S. administration came to power from 2001, support grew for a ratcheting up of American economic and military pressure to force a Korean collapse. A termination of the agreed framework remained key to achieving American ends in this regard. Western experts repeatedly noted a lack of any significant evidence for the U.S. claim that North Korea was pursuing a parallel enriched uranium program, a claim which was made from 1998 and increasingly stressed under the subsequent George W. Bush administration. A paper by the Institute for Science and International Security notably compared the extremely questionable evidence presented for the Korean uranium program to that used by the Bush administration to claim Iraq had weapons of mass destruction, with the latter proving to be entirely false but serving as a valuable pretext for aggressive policies. 13. There was a strong incentive to fabricate such allegations against Pyongyang under the Clinton administration by officials disillusioned with the agreed framework, and more so by the Bush administration, which sought pretext to withdraw from the deal almost as soon as it assumed power. As these allegations coincided with the DPRK's emergence from economic crisis, at which point prospects for a state collapse dimmed, there was a significant possibility that the U.S. sought a pretext to exit the deal to avoid meeting its own obligations. The U.S. stalled the delivery of the light water reactors for 8 years and did not even obtain funding for them until the agreed framework was collapsed. A U.S. delegation which later visited Pyongyang in October 2002 claimed that the DPRK admitted to the presence of uranium enrichment facilities during meetings. 14. The Korean side denied having made such an admission and chastised the American side for failing to produce any evidence. 15. The DPRK Foreign Ministry later expressed a willingness to respond to any written evidence presented by the United States that it was pursuing a uranium enrichment program, stating that clearing the issue up could open the door to an improvement in relations with Washington. 16. No such evidence was ever presented, but the U.S. continued to maintain its allegations as a basis for hostile actions towards the East Asian state. U.S. intelligence officials would later come to downplay earlier claims that North Korea was pursuing nuclear weapons through highly enriched uranium and, according to an unnamed intelligence official cited by USA Today in 2004, the CIA was not even certain the DPRK had a uranium enrichment plant. 17. Such admissions were not widely publicized, and claims regarding a uranium weapons program have yet to be officially retracted to this day despite no further evidence having been provided. Considering the entirely discredited nature of the allegations against Iraq regarding its own uranium enrichment program, which could only be definitively proven wrong after the invasion of the country, there are very significant grounds to doubt those made against the DPRK. 18. It is notable that the American intelligence community concluded its assessment on the Korean uranium enrichment program at the same time that it was concluding Iraq too was developing weapons of mass destruction. Much as a falsely alleged WMD program proved useful as a pretext for illegal invasion of Iraq, so too did an alleged but entirely unproven uranium enrichment program at the same time provide the pretext needed for America to collapse the agreed framework and place the blame on North Korea. Bearing in mind the DPRK's view of the agreed framework's importance, its long-term economic well-being, the demonstrated U.S. use of false allegations of nuclear development to provide pretext for hostile actions. 19. And the complete lack of evidence or of conclusive findings by American inspectors in 1998. 20. Claims that Pyongyang had pursued such as program and willingly risked compromising the agreement remain highly questionable. If one were to assume that U.S. allegations were correct regarding a uranium enrichment program, and that for whatever reason the Western superpower refused to provide evidence either to satisfy the international community or to confront the Koreans, the agreed framework still succeeded in forcing the DPRK onto a far slower path to nuclearization by barring the plutonium path. Ending the advanced plutonium program, which was in its advanced stages, proved a major hindrance to the nuclear program and a major asset to the U.S-1, which would have been sufficient to ensure North Korea would have been denuclearized indefinitely if the expected state collapse had occurred in the 1990s. Ashton Carter stated to this effect in 2003 regarding the benefit of barring plutonium development despite an alleged uranium program. The DPRK in 1994 remained a few months away from reprocessing those rods from Yongbyon, but they didn't reprocess those rods for 8 long years. During that time, we could all rest more easily. At the same time the plutonium program was frozen, we now know that they began experimenting with, and then embarking upon a program involving the other metal that you can make nuclear weapons out of, namely, uranium. Now they're not very far along in that. So it doesn't present a clear and present danger in the way that the plutonium program still does. 21. Plutonium frozen at Yongbyon would, according to a number of sources, provide enough materials to build over 30 nuclear weapons. 22. Had Yongbyon been active, multiple batches could have been produced by the turn of the century. From the mid-1990s the DPRK adopted a policy of ambiguity regarding its nuclear weapons capabilities similar to that of the Israeli nuclear program. While the bulk of its nuclear materials were still being monitored by international inspectors in cooling ponds, there was still considerable speculation in the American intelligence community that the KPA could develop a small nuclear arsenal from remaining materials which could have been processed before the agreed framework. Indeed, some analysts speculated that the country could have had enough materials for a small arsenal as early as 1989. 23. According to a report by Colonel William E. Berry, Jr., head of the Department of Political Science at the U.S. Air Force Academy, as early as 1993 there was a possibility that the DPRK could have had some nuclear capability for deployment in the event of attack. The colonel wrote, "There was no consensus in the Clinton administration on whether the DPRK already had enough plutonium to build a bomb." For example, former Secretary of State Lawrence Eagleburger testified before a congressional committee that he believed North Korea already had at least one nuclear weapon. R. James Woolsey Jr., the new CIA director, believed the DPRK already enough plutonium to build a bomb but had not yet done so. 24. The amount of plutonium reprocessed before 1992, if any, remains unknown. A report from the International Institute for Strategic Studies stated the following year: in 1994, there is still no categorically confirmed information over North Korean possession of nuclear weapons. The director of the CIA has estimated that, before the reactor closure of April 1994, North Korea had sufficient plutonium to build a nuclear device. U.S. intelligence sources claim to have evidence of high explosive tests indicative of the development of implosion devices and of the conversion of plutonium nitrate to metal, necessary for bomb manufacture. 25. At a hearing before the Select Committee on Intelligence of the United States Senate in January 1995, in which the DPRK was confirmed to be in full compliance with the agreed framework and had placed its fuel rods under IAEA supervision, the possibility was raised that it may have had enough materials to develop a small nuclear arsenal before the agreement. It was stated at the hearing, the intelligence community has concluded that North Korea may have already produced enough plutonium for at least one nuclear weapon, though we cannot be sure of this. 26. Maintaining such ambiguity and encouraging speculation regarding its nuclear capabilities remained in the DPRK's interest, and likely contributed to the Clinton administration's decision to pull back from the brink of war in 1994 and instead wait out the country's expected collapse. As Professor Derek D. Smith, a lecturer in international relations at Oxford University and expert on nuclear proliferation, stated regarding Korean capabilities at this time: as the bomb on North Korea's bumper became ever more real and menacing, the credibility of the United States to demand disarmament even at the risk of war diminished in kind. 27. When the DPRK announced its intent to pursue nuclear weapons in 2002, Korean officials reportedly warned the Americans they have more powerful things as well, leaving their U.S. counterparts uncertain of what capabilities the country had. An unnamed senior official quoted by the New York Times at the time said that, given this position of ambiguity, the U.S. had to assume that North Korea may have already built some nuclear weapons. 28. An incident in 2001, in which the Korean leadership reportedly claimed a small functioning nuclear deterrent, gave an indication of the country's policy of ambiguity at the time. According to a statement by Russian President Vladimir Putin, he had been informed in 2001 in a meeting with Korean leader Kim Jong-il that the country retained nuclear armaments for use in the event of a U.S. attack. Putin in 2017 stated to this effect, "In 2001, when I was on my way to pay a visit to Japan, I made a stop in North Korea, where I had a meeting with the father of the country's current leader. It was back then when he told me that they had a nuclear bomb. Moreover, Seoul was within the hitting range of their standard artillery systems at that time." 29. Russia could have been seen as a conduit for messages to the West at the time, and under the new Putin administration, which in the early 2000s still maintained close ties to the Western world, it was one of the closest things to a neutral party in the DPRKU's conflict. Alternatively, it is possible Pyongyang had calculated that by warning Russia that a Western attack on the DPRK would likely result in nuclear war on its border, Moscow could be pressed to prevent such an attack with greater urgency, possibly through channels to the U.S. or by helping the DPRK advance its deterrent capabilities more quickly. It is possible that the DPRK had no nuclear weapons at this time, or that its doctrine had already prohibited their use against population centers in East Asia as it later would, but so long as this remained unknown to its adversaries and there was a possibility that the state had an arsenal and a low threshold for use, any military action against it remained extremely risky. Axis of evil and accelerated nuclearization. While relations between the DPRK and the United States had begun to deteriorate in the final years of the Clinton administration, a more rapid decline began in the second year of the George W. Bush administration when the president labeled North Korea a member of the Axis of Evil. This was a list of 3 states in which Washington openly sought to impose a change in government, and included Iran and Iraq alongside Korea. Within a month, in mid-February 2002, President Bush was seen at 38th parallel accompanied by military officials. Looking out over North Korea through military binoculars, he described looking at evil and concluded, "We are ready." 30. While the agreed framework remained in place, at this stage 8 years after its signing, the United States had still not begun deliveries of the promised light water reactors, leading to further charges by Pyongyang that Washington was failing to uphold its side of the deal. Criticizing the Bush administration's new hardline rhetoric as overtly threatening, the DPRK again pressed for the opening of bilateral negotiations and the security assurances it had long sought: the signing of a peace treaty, mutual recognition, and an end to the Korean War. Where the Clinton administration had adopted negotiations as a means of stalling North Korea's nuclearization, without providing any concrete security assurances in return, the Bush administration appeared, perhaps on principle, not to want to negotiate with Pyongyang. In doing so, it forced the DPRK to turn from seeking ever-elusive American security guarantees to taking full responsibility for its own defense and pursuing a viable deterrent capability. As Korean state newspaper Rodong Sinmun would state many years later, the George W. Bush administration's DPRK policy that stemmed from its ignorance of the DPRK resulted in making the DPRK a nuclear weapons state. 31. While Pyongyang was likely to have taken such a course of action even if Clinton's policies had been continued, as the Democratic administration appeared as intent on regime change as its Republican successor and could only stall Korean nuclearization for so long with unfulfilled promises, the Bush administration's policies served to accelerate this process. Charles Armstrong, Korean Studies professor at Columbia University and prominent expert on U.S. DPRK relations, observed regarding Washington's approach, which had prompted a change in North Korea's policy: the rhetoric of the Bush administration seemed to suggest that rogue states with weapons of mass destruction, WMD, were to be eliminated rather than bargained with. During the lead-up to war in Iraq, the general thrust of U.S. policy appeared to be regime change in Pyongyang, not diplomacy. 32. He concluded that American attempts to negotiate with the DPRK were neither genuine nor realistic, stating, by diplomacy the United States seemed to mean making unilateral demands on the North Koreans rather than anything resembling negotiation. 33. The American administration's hostility was directly cited as the cause for Korea's nuclearization, with a North Korean delegate at the United Nations Disarmament Commission stating to this effect, the DPRK's possession of nuclear weapons is a legitimate right to defend its sovereignty today when the Bush administration listed it as part of an axis of evil and a tyrannical state, and it is getting all the more undisguised in its drive to overthrow it. The DPRK cannot renounce nuclear weapons when the US is intensifying nuclear war rehearsals to make a preemptive strike. 34. In December 2002 oil shipments to the DPRK under the agreed framework were halted, a move accompanied by the illegal seizure of a cargo ship carrying Korean missiles to the government of Yemen. The White House later admitted regarding the second incident, a joint operation with the Spanish armed forces, there is no provision under international law prohibiting Yemen from accepting delivery of missiles from North Korea, later releasing the vessel. 35. A strong enough signal had been sent, however, that the U.S. was willing to take to the offensive against Korean interests even if outside the bounds of international law. Yemen for its part was forced under American pressure to pledge not to make further arms purchases from the DPRK, the implicit assumption being that its shipping would face further illegal interdictions by Western parties if it failed to comply. 36. Already isolated under Western sanctions, North Korea was threatened with further economic isolation through such means. Interdiction of Korean shipping coupled with maximum military and economic pressure were considered part of American plans to force a capitulation by Pyongyang on the nuclear issue and, if possible, a change in government in line with Western interests. The U.S. Congressional Research Service's East Asia specialist, Larry Nixk, concluded at this time that regime change in North Korea is indeed the Bush administration's policy objective. Nixk wrote that renewed economic pressure through sanctions and interdiction of Korean shipping were intended to provoke a collapse of government, and if this failed, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld was considering a broader plan of massive strikes against multiple targets. 37. The United States Department of Defense's nuclear posture review was also altered in 2002, and from that year onwards it required the Pentagon to draft contingency plans for the deployment of nuclear weapons against North Korea. 38. U.S. rhetoric meanwhile continued to escalate, and plans for war to tear this regime down were strongly supported by such influential figures as Donald Rumsfeld, Paul Wolfowitz, John Bolton, and Nicholas Eberstadt. 39. Pyongyang responded decisively, and in December 2002 it announced an effective withdrawal from the agreed framework, paving the way for rapid manufacture of nuclear warheads. This occurred almost immediately after the U.S. cut the oil supplies that it was obliged to provide under the agreed framework, and included resumption of operations at Yongbyon and 2 other reactors after 8 years frozen. 40. 2 weeks later all cameras and seals over the cooling ponds, where the fuel rods were still being stored under surveillance, were removed, preventing the IAEA from monitoring these materials. 41. Defense Secretary Rumsfeld warned on December 23 that North Korea's response was unacceptable, warning that the United States was able to take military action against the DPRK despite its involvement in Afghanistan and imminent invasion of Iraq. 42. Pyongyang for its part appeared highly aware of the reality of the U.S. position at the time, which limited Washington's ability to respond to its actions. America's inability to respond to Korea's accelerated nuclear program as a result of overcommitment to other fronts was comparable to the position of weakness which had resulted from overcommitment in the Vietnam War in the late 1960s. both cases providing Pyongyang with greater freedom of action for similar reasons. Thus on January 10, 2003, the DPRK announced its withdrawal from the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. The withdrawal was legal under Article X, which guarantees all states the right to withdraw with 3 months' notice if extraordinary events, related to the subject matter of this treaty, have jeopardized the supreme interests of its country. American threats, including nuclear threats, too certainly qualified as such. 43. Withdrawal from the treaty legalized North Korea's the development of nuclear weapons by removing the sole treaty law which had prohibited the country from pursuing such a means of deterrence. North Korea's withdrawal from the agreed framework and the NPT could not have been better timed, with the U.S. military having deployed tens of thousands of troops to Afghanistan less than 2 years prior and with momentum in full swing and preparations long underway for an attack on Iraq. The September 11 attack served as a valuable pretext for further attacks on targets in the Islamic world, with Afghanistan and Iraq both attacked largely under the pretext of ties to al-Qaeda. In the case of the latter, these were fabricated, but to much of the American public were believable as both were Muslim and Sunni-led. The wake of 9/11 ensured high approval ratings for military action against Muslim nations, with 70% of Americans believing in 2003 that Saddam Hussein had a role in the attacks and links to al-Qaeda. 44. Even as Pyongyang started up its Yongbyon facilities and retook its fuel rods, it remained far from the top of the American target list, giving it sufficient time to complete its deterrent before the United States again turned its attentions eastwards. Warren Christopher, former Secretary of State under the Clinton administration and Deputy Secretary of State under the Carter administration, was one of the few who warned that American preoccupation in the Islamic world under the Bush administration had given the DPRK far more freedom to strengthen its defenses through nuclearization. Referring to threats from the DPRK as more imminent than those posed by Iraq, he stated, "In foreign affairs, Washington is chronically unable to deal with more than one crisis at a time. While Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld may be right in saying that our military can fight 2 wars at the same time, my experience tells me that we cannot mount a war against Iraq and still maintain the necessary policy focus on North Korea and international terrorism. Anyone who has worked at the highest levels of our government knows how difficult it is to engage the attention of the White House on anything other than the issue of the day. A United States-led attack on Iraq will overshadow all other foreign policy issues for at least a year." Again referring to the DPRK, he concluded, "No doubt the world would be better off without Saddam Hussein reigning in Iraq, but we must recognize that the effort of removing him right now may well distract us from dealing with graver threats." 45. Christopher's predictions proved to be almost entirely correct. The spillover from the War on Terror made Iraq, closely followed by Iran, priority targets, while the DPRK, with its far more advanced military capabilities, limited nuclear deterrent and lack of casual association with terrorism or Islam, was relatively safe. The U.S. invasion of Iraq, the most harshly criticized member of the axis of evil and by far the weakest of the three, did however pose potential risks to the DPRK. The American attack demonstrated again that the U.S. was willing to launch large-scale invasions illegally and without a UN mandate, and the swiftness with which Baghdad was occupied and its fragile military collapse threatened to embolden Washington to launch further campaigns in the near future. Ba'athist Iraq was destroyed within 2 weeks of the first attack on March 20, and the costs to the U.S. military were negligible. North Korea's leadership appeared to have been aware of this risk, with state newspaper Rodong Sinmun stating, just days before the attack on Baghdad was initiated, "It is becoming certain that, in case the U.S. imperialists' invasion of Iraq is successful, they will wage a new war of aggression on the Korean peninsula." 46. In late 2003, American officials again spoke of trying to topple the North Korean government, with Bush administration officials repeatedly suggesting that certain rogue states could be legitimate targets of preemptive nuclear strikes. Following America's initial victories in Iraq, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld stated that the Korean government must draw the appropriate lesson from the campaign. 47. He went on to demand revisions in Operations Plan 5030, the American plan for war against North Korea, and sought money from Congress for new bunker-busting nuclear weapons. These were an invaluable asset in a war against dug-in and highly fortified KPA assets, which had long been beyond the reach of American conventional strikes. 48. According to American insiders who read the operations plan, the strategy was to topple Kim Jong-il's regime by destabilizing its military forces. 49. Operations Plan 5030 was pushed by many of the same administration hardliners who advocated regime change in Iraq and were considered by senior administration officials to be extremely aggressive. 50. In the immediate aftermath of its victory in Iraq, the U.S. escalated military deployments and maneuvers in Northeast Asia, specifically targeting the DPRK. Surveillance flights very near North Korean airspace increased, and such operations would commonly precede a military strike by collecting valuable targeting data. 51. The purpose of these flights was reportedly not restricted to intimidation. With the U.S. aware of the country's struggling post-crisis economy, and its lack of vast energy reserves and natural resources as enjoyed by the rentier economies of Iraq and Iran, forcing the KPA Air Force to conduct frequent interceptions of American warplanes was intended to strain its resources and force it to expend valuable fuel reserves. 52. The U.S. further deployed 24 nuclear-capable heavy bombers to the Asia-Pacific region within range of the DPRK, indicating that it may also send fighter escorts to support reconnaissance flights. 53. Operations Plan 5030 in particular, which laid out provisions for operations very near North Korea's borders, was said by members of the Bush administration to blur the lines between war and peace and was deemed highly provocative. The plan entailed a disruption of Korean financial networks and strategic disinformation activities with the purpose of destabilization and regime change. It also gave commanders the authority to hold surprise military exercises to force the KPA to maintain a very high level of combat readiness, at great expense, which was also intended to exhaust its personnel and sow confusion among its officer corps. 54. Reports referred to the benefits of a weeks-long surprise military exercise, designed to force North Koreans to head for bunkers and deplete valuable stores of food, water, and other resources. 55. While American actions appeared to have been carried out primarily for the purposes of intimidation and economic pressure pressing Pyongyang closer to the internal collapse, the West had long expected the risk of war was raised considerably by the escalatory actions carried out. Should the United States have proceeded to launch a war against North Korea, the use of bunker-busting tactical nuclear weapons would have been almost certain. There was a wide consensus among American defense experts that North Korea's network of tunnels and bunkers was so heavily fortified that it would be all but immune to conventional attack, necessitating employment of bunker-busting nuclear weapons across much of the country to penetrate them. The types of targets fortified ranged from command centers to air defense and ballistic missile sites to armaments factories. 56. It is unclear to what extent the Bush administration did seriously contemplate opening to a third front against the DPRK, or whether the more hawkish members of the administration may have hoped that repeated provocations and flights into North Korea may provoke a war circumventing the need for Washington's approval. It is possible, much as the DPRK may have been bluffing that it had nuclear weapons, that the United States was bluffing in 2003 about its readiness to launch a third war given the strain this would have placed on its assets. 3. A primary factor in Pyongyang's favor, as predicted by Warren Christopher, was that America's preoccupation in the Islamic world and Iraq in particular made Northeast Asia a relatively peripheral issue, at least temporarily. Although the Iraqi government had been swiftly toppled, the Iraq War continued as various factions, many formed by former members of the military or by Iranian-aligned elements, waged an insurgency against and bogged down U.S. forces, causing tens of thousands of casualties. The result was that the U.S. was preoccupied in an increasingly costly quagmire which slaked the American public's taste for further wars in the near future, particularly against far-off actors in East Asia with no connection to losses in Iraq or 9/11. Iran, which was accused of developing nuclear arms and presented a much softer target militarily, was a more likely option. As an Islamic republic, the state could be more easily associated with Al-Qaeda and the 9/11 attacks. 57. In the eyes of the American public, much as Iraq had been using the momentum of retaliation against the attacks to topple another Western adversary. Indeed, had Iran not been provided with a powerful missile deterrent capability by the DPRK to compensate for the overall weakness of its conventional forces, see Chapter 10, such a course could well have been taken. 58. A second factor was the speed at which the DPRK was able to restart the development of nuclear weapons, allowing it to quickly increase its deterrent capability. In December 2002, thousands of fresh fuel rods were moved into Yongbyon. 59. An U.S. satellite soon afterwards detected a movement of the 8,000 stored rods away from the pool sites, leading analysts to predict that the DPRK would be able to produce weapons-grade plutonium by the end of March 2003. 60. By June, plutonium from the 8,000 spent fuel rods had been fully extracted, enough for 25 to 30 kilograms worth of weapons to supplement any warheads the KPA may have already fielded. In October of that year, Pyongyang publicly announced that the reprocessing had been concluded. 61. Even if the Iraqi campaign had gone ideally as planned and the U.S. was able to quickly prepare for a third campaign, North Korea would have likely already been in a position to assemble new warheads before then. Win-win or kicking cans down the road. Mutual pressure yields a deal under the Bush administration. Speculation continued as to whether North Korea possessed nuclear arms, although after 2003 the view of the vast majority of analysts was that the country most likely had some weaponized nuclear capability. While the country's pursuit of a nuclear deterrent was effectively confirmed by its withdrawal from the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, it was only on February 10, 2005 that Pyongyang announced that it possessed such capabilities through a statement by the Foreign Ministry. The United States was caught between its reluctance to accede to Pyongyang's long-standing request for official bilateral talks, and its inability to effectively respond to Korea's nuclearization, due in large part to the unexpected and increasingly violent situation on the ground in Iraq. The restarting of six-party talks involving the United States, North Korea, South Korea, China, Russia, and Japan in July 2005 appears to have been the go-to policy for the Bush administration for the remainder of its first term, with 8 more phases of talks held, all of which were relatively inconsequential. The impasse between the U.S. and the DPRK, the former unwilling to meet bilaterally or end the Korean War until the latter denuclearized, while the latter was unwilling to unilaterally denuclearize until these conditions were met, and even then possibly not made serious progress beyond unenforced joint declarations, extremely difficult. A number of analysts have further contended that the framework for the discussions itself doomed them to failure, with all 6 parties bringing their own entirely separate agendas to the table, which impeded any major gains. 62. The unfavorable evolution of the Afghan and Iraq wars, Iran's clear place from 2005 as the next target on the American hit list, and the loss of the post-9/11 momentum for war as approval ratings crashed domestically, between them effectively took the military option against the DPRK off the table for the Bush administration. The wholly unexpected defeat of its ally, Israel, in 2006 by Korean-trained and Iranian-funded Hezbollah militants, and the re-emergence of tensions with Russia in 2008 and subsequent defeat of Western-aligned Georgia in August that year, further stretched American commitments which served Korean security interests well. By bogging America down in Iraq and Afghanistan, and allowing other far more powerful adversaries including the DPRK, China, Russia, and Iran time to regather their strength, the Bush administration arguably oversaw the beginning of the end for the New World Order of unchallenged American power, with very significant consequences for the Korean Peninsula. Economic crisis and recession in the Western world in 2008 would significantly further this trend. Tensions came to a head in 2006, with U.S. economic pressure on the DPRK mounting and talks under the six-party forum stalling. The KPA had by this time deployed a new class of ballistic missile, the Mu-Sudan, which had been exported to Iran in 2005 and test-launched there under Korean supervision in January 2006. The missile had a range of 4,000 kilometers. 63. Was extremely fast and difficult to intercept. 64. And provided the KPA with the potential to strike vital U.S. military facilities as far as Guam. The Mu-Sudan was survivable by virtue of its mobility, deploying from a transporter-erector launcher, and if conspicuously tested in East Asia it could prove a further major embarrassment for the Bush administration. 65. With the U.S. bogged down elsewhere, Pyongyang recognized that it was unable to respond to Korean escalations in kind. In order to prevent the DPRK carrying out conspicuous actions it deemed provocative, the United States would be forced to make concessions which would allow it to refocus its attentions to where they were more urgently needed. In an apparent effort to maximize pressure, North Korea conducted its largest ballistic missile test yet on July 5, 2006, firing 6 missiles and 1 satellite rocket suspected of also being a demonstrator for ICBM technologies in sequence. The primary purpose of such a large demonstration was not to evaluate the performances of these platforms but rather to send a message to the DPRK's adversaries regarding its capabilities. The technologies of the satellite launch vehicle could be used to develop systems to target the U.S. mainland if properly refined, while the 4 Rodong-1 missiles and 2 Hwasong-6 missiles demonstrated a capability to strike targets across Japan and South Korea respectively. 66. The demonstration was thus intended for dramatic effect. A secondary purpose of the launch was likely to embarrass the United States into action, namely to restart talks and more seriously consider offering concessions lest Pyongyang initiate further similar tests. The most advanced and dangerous missile in service, the Mu-Sudan, was conspicuous by its absence from the first test, the implication being that Pyongyang could escalate by firing it in future tests. 3 months later, on October 9, North Korea conducted its first nuclear test, detonating a warhead in an underground facility with a small yield of between 0.7 and 2 kilotons. This test undermined speculation that North Korea had not mastered technologies needed to sufficiently miniaturize nuclear weapons to deploy them on a ballistic missile. As Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld had stated 3 months earlier in mid-July, it was not clear to Washington whether or not the DPRK have developed the ability to mate a nuclear weapon with a ballistic missile. 67. The test carried out in October 2006, and all subsequent nuclear tests, would be of miniaturized warheads to both demonstrate and further refine this capability. 68. While the test did demonstrate that the DPRK retained a significant deterrent capability, perhaps more importantly given its timing was that it increased pressure on the United States to return to the table and end the standoff promptly lest it face further embarrassment for its inability to respond. According to a number of prominent analysts, Pyongyang had expected that its nuclear and missile tests would be followed by greater willingness on the part of the United States to resume negotiations, which proved to be the case with a new phase of six-party talks quickly organized and commencing from December 18. While unwilling to end the Korean War, negotiate bilaterally or offer security guarantees, the United States conceded to removing the DPRK from the list of state sponsors of terror and suspending application of the Trading with the Enemy Act. Perhaps most importantly, the United States ceased targeting or threatening to target third-party banks, most notably Banco Delta Asia, which were dealing with North Korean transactions. The U.S. had gone to extreme measures, using the Providing Appropriate Tools Required to Intercept and Obstruct Terrorism, Patriot Act, Section 311, to put pressure on all banks doing business with the DPRK where all other forms of economic warfare seemed to have failed, which placed significant pressure on the East Asian states' economy and further isolated it from global trade. Such actions had begun to be implemented in late 2005, and by mid-2006 had reportedly begun to seriously harm the North Korean economy. 69. A number of analysts speculated that it was such actions that had prompted North Korea to increase pressure on Washington through weapons testing in response. 70. Ending this more extreme form of economic warfare, to which Pyongyang was particularly vulnerable in the aftermath of the arduous march, was reportedly at the forefront of North Korean demands during negotiations in 2006, and achieving this significantly reduced pressure on the country's economy. In return for U.S. concessions, North Korea would refrain from carrying out conspicuous weapons tests or other actions deemed similarly provocative, but was tacitly allowed to continue to develop its deterrent capabilities quietly so as not to embarrass Washington for its inability to respond. The country would also declare its nuclear programs in June 2008, providing information on its plutonium program, but was not required by the agreement to allow free inspections of all sites requested or to allow sampling of soil near its nuclear facilities, meaning its figures could not be fully verified. These terms effectively gave Pyongyang a relatively free hand to continue with development of its nuclear capabilities. There was also reportedly a tacit agreement that North Korea would not proliferate its nuclear weapons to third parties such as Iran, although exports of ballistic missile technologies and cooperation in other military fields remained unaffected. The scaling back of American economic warfare efforts demonstrated a secondary but still very significant value of the DPRK's nuclear and ballistic missile deterrence programs, their ability to provide leverage with which the state could press for concessions, including the loosening of economic pressure. It was previously widely assumed that the Bush administration, through its economic warfare efforts, was attempting to squeeze the DPRK leadership into submission or into collapse. 71. But by providing Pyongyang with the ability to itself place pressure on the U.S. Through conspicuous testing, Washington was forced to relax economic pressure without achieving either of its goals: state collapse or unilateral Korean acquiescence to American terms. Had the DPRK not retained the capability to test such assets, it is likely that the United States would have maintained its economic warfare efforts through the targeting of third parties using the Trading with the Enemy Act and the State Sponsor of Terror designation to ensure impoverishment and, if possible, eventual regime change. Thus, the country's investment in deterrent capabilities was protecting national security in more ways than one, not only as a deterrent against attack but through the leverage their conspicuous testing provided. After 2006, the DPRK and the Bush administration appear to have reached an unwritten understanding which accommodated the former's nuclearization and the latter's focus on the Middle East and Afghanistan, with both parties offering benefits to the other. This agreement served the short-term interests of the United States very well and would later be widely referred to as a policy of kicking the can down the road in regard to the challenge Korea's nuclearization posed to American foreign policy. The DPRK gained a relaxation of both economic and military pressure, allowing it to accelerate its economic recovery, as well as a chance to further its nuclear and ballistic missile programs with relatively little impediment. Although there were multiple minor disagreements and relations never progressed further, this understanding between the DPRK and the United States remained in effect for the remainder of George W. Bush's tenure as president. The Barack Obama administration, America tries to look east. The coming to power of the Barack Obama administration saw relations between the DPRK and the United States worsen considerably, with Washington again adopting a much harder line against its old adversary and reversing reductions in tensions made in Bush's second term. While Pyongyang had reportedly seen a change in the U.S. administration as a potential opportunity to further improve relations, and according to some sources even offered to send a representative to the new president's inauguration, these early overtures were rebuffed. 72. The Obama administration set out harsh terms for the normalization of relations, namely that this could only be pursued if the DPRK fully dismantled its nuclear deterrent as a precondition before which no bilateral talks could be held. This reportedly came as a considerable disappointment to Pyongyang. 73. The new administration's approach to the DPRK, as with a number of America's adversaries, involved taking a very hard line, often harsher than its predecessor but going to much greater lengths to frame policies in a way that made the administration appear a reasonable actor which had seemingly exhausted diplomatic options. This policy was observed by a number of prominent experts and was termed by the Bush administration's top advisor for North Korean affairs and director for Asian affairs at the White House's National Security Council Victor Cha as hawk engagement. 74. Three of the new administration's most prominent policies: withdrawal from Iraq and Afghanistan, increased interventionism abroad, and a refocusing of American attentions towards the Asia-Pacific region under the Pivot to Asia initiative, all set the stage for renewed conflict. The administration's move to withdraw forces from Iraq was in part due to the Iraqi government's refusal to extend extraterritorial rights for U.S. personnel in the theater. 75. But was also prompted by overwhelming public opinion and a need to refocus American efforts away from seemingly endless conflicts in the Middle East and towards the Asia-Pacific. Less American troops in Iraq and Afghanistan did not indicate a less interventionist foreign policy, but to the contrary reduced the wearing down of the military from boots on ground and freed up resources for newer and more efficient attacks, primarily focusing on air and missile strikes and in particular unmanned drones. The number of drone strikes under the Obama administration were almost 10 times higher than under the Bush administration. 76. And American attacks would come to target forces across 7 countries where attacks under Bush had targeted just 5, now with much higher intensity. 77. Withdrawing U.S. forces from the Iraqi quagmire in 2009 made the United States appear far more dangerous than it had in at least half a decade, with the refocusing of American assets towards any new theater now a possibility. Whereas under the Bush administration North Korea and Northeast Asia in general had never been primary foreign policy concerns, for Obama any pretext to increase the American military presence in East Asia, whether the long-dormant South China Sea territorial dispute. 78. Or the Korean War stalemate was welcome. Accordingly, alongside the South China Sea dispute, which emerged as a major hotspot under Obama, handling challenges of proliferation was cited as the second key pretext for a greater U.S. involvement in East Asia, a thinly veiled reference to the Korean deterrence program. 79. Thus when North Korea launched the Kwangmyongsong-2, Bright Star-2, communications satellite, Washington harshly condemned its actions as a cover for the testing of intercontinental range ballistic missile technologies. While a number of technologies used by the Unha-2 rocket which launched the satellite were applicable to a ballistic missile, and information from the test could be used to assist the Korean missile program, impeding the state from conducting satellite launches under the pretext that the technologies had dual uses would amount to a serious infringement of Korean sovereignty and its rights under the Outer Space Treaty. The United States responded by attempting to impose a new round of economic sanctions against the DPRK through the United Nations Security Council, but failing this, moved to tighten enforcement of existing sanctions imposed in 2006. Further threats followed, with Secretary of State Hillary Clinton announcing that the U.S. would increase economic pressure on the DPRK, consider relisting the country as a state sponsor of terror, and continue to push for UN Security Council resolutions sanctioning North Korea and allowing for interdiction of its international shipping. 80. Secretary Clinton stated regarding North Korean international trade, "We will do everything we can to both interdict it and prevent it and shut off their flow of money." 81. The Obama administration also appeared to be preparing to restart the policy of imposing sanctions on third parties such as banks, which had proven so damaging to the Korean economy from 2005 to 2006. 82. With Washington adopting a new and much harder policy stance under the Obama administration, North Korea responded with a show of force. Pyongyang reportedly threatened further missile tests, accelerated reprocessing of plutonium fuel rods and opening of a uranium enrichment program which it denied American claims of having previously begun. 83. The state moved to prepare to carry out further nuclear weapons tests, and expelled remaining inspectors from the International Energy Atomic Agency, IAEA. In April 2009 the IAEA confirmed North Korea's claim to be a fully fledged nuclear power. 84. And the following month, on May 25, the country conducted its second nuclear weapons test with estimates for its yield ranging widely from 2 to 20 kilotons. 85. 2009 also saw a major escalation in missile testing. Where after 2006 North Korea had carried out only 3 ballistic missile tests, all short-range tactical platforms fired relatively inconspicuously, the year of President Obama's inauguration in 2009 saw testing at record levels with 14 ballistic missiles launched, 6 with intermediate ranges, supplemented by the launching of the Kwangmyongsong-2 by long-range rocket. Thus, in a period of a few months, North Korea launched as many missiles as it had in the preceding 10 years combined. 86. Pyongyang's response to perceived American hostility, which was itself conducted under the pretext of a response to the Korean satellite launch, was harsh but demonstrated the considerable new confidence and strength that Pyongyang had gained over the past 8 years. From 2009, the United States appeared to adopt a multifaceted strategy to dealing with the DPRK, including tightening the enforcement of sanctions, increasing raids on North Korean shipping and increasing reliance on cyber attacks. Its policy towards North Korea was otherwise described as being carried out under a doctrine of strategic patience, namely that the administration would wait until pressure forced the DPRK to accept American terms or brought about a total state collapse. In this respect, it closely mirrored the strategy of the Clinton administration, which had expected an imminent North Korean collapse and took measures to stall its nuclear development in the interim. Those in the Obama administration awaiting a collapse or destabilizing of the Korean state were emboldened in 2009 by claims that General Secretary Kim Jong-il had fallen into ill health. This led to widespread claims among Western sources that the country was increasingly vulnerable. 87. And, should the leader die, could face internal conflict or collapse due to resulting political instability. Perhaps the most notable example was a 60-page report published by the highly influential Council on Foreign Relations, CFR, foreign policy think tank in 2009, which predicted political instability and possibly an imminent state collapse on the basis of Kim Jong-il's health issues. It further projected a full-scale U.S.-led invasion of an unstable North Korea and deployment of a stabilization force of an expected 460,000 troops to occupy the country. Such an attack was thought to be considerably easier after the leader's expected death, with the country's political system and military expected to effectively fall apart. 88. The influence of the CFR on the U.S. State Department was considerable, particularly under the Obama administration, with Secretary of State Hillary Clinton referring to the relationship as follows: "We get a lot of advice from the Council. The Council tells us what we should be doing and how we should think about the future." 89. The CFR was far from alone in depicting the DPRK's collapse as an inevitability. Well into his second term in office in 2015, and despite Pyongyang thwarting widespread Western expectations by carrying out a smooth transition of power following Kim Jong-il's death, President Obama expressed his continued belief that a Korean collapse was a historical certainty. 90. It appeared that American policymakers again fell victim to their country's oversimplistic or stereotypical portrayals of the DPRK as a one-man state similar to Saddam Hussein's Iraq. They thus failed to understand the complexities of the party state, or, as was the case under Kim Jong-il, the military party state, which ensured that strong institutions and a stable political system designed to survive the death of its leadership were in place. These were actively demonstrated when the ill leader took a 4-month leave of absence in 2008, with the state's institutions continuing to govern the country and advance the deterrence program as normal. The failure of America and the wider Western world to understand the DPRK on the one hand reduced possibilities for dialogue, but on the other bought the country considerable time as its adversaries continued to wait out an internal clash and possibly a state collapse which never came to be. The Obama administration's efforts to maintain military pressure on American adversaries while avoiding committing ground forces to Iraq-style quagmires materialized in a heavier reliance on offensive cyber warfare. 91. One of the most prominent American cyber attacks was attempted in 2009 using the Stuxnet worm, which American agents attempted to use to infect the DPRK's nuclear infrastructure. Two Stuxnet attacks were carried out in parallel, one against North Korea and the other against Iran. Israel cooperated closely with this American operation, with both parties retaining a mutual interest in setting back the nuclear programs of the two target states. The worm used an unprecedented 4 zero-day attacks, and was the largest and costliest development in malware history. The attack proved highly effective against facilities in Iran, inducing excessive vibrations or distortions in the speed of the rotors in Iranian centrifuges, causing serious damage. According to the Washington Post, Iran was forced to dismantle 900 to 1,000 centrifuges during the time Stuxnet was active. 92. The impact on Korean facilities was intended to be equally damaging, but efforts to insert the worm failed due to North Korea's utter secrecy, as well as the extreme isolation of its communications systems, which shielded it from the American attack. The fact that the DPRK used a more efficient plutonium enrichment system, where Iran depended on a uranium system with cumbersome cascading centrifuges, also meant that even if the malware had been inserted, the damage would have been considerably reduced. 93. Director of America's National Security Agency, NSA, Keith Alexander was one of many who noted the DPRK's near-unique resilience to Western cyber attacks due to its tight security system, which the Stuxnet incident effectively proved. 94. Nevertheless, the Obama administration launched a campaign of cyber attacks against the country throughout its 8-year term, a form of warfare against which the DPRK struggled to respond in kind. It is not clear if this was primarily intended to complement the effects of increasing economic pressure in hopes of provoking another crisis, or whether the intention was only to stall the development of the country's nuclear and ballistic missile deterrents. President Obama reportedly personally called for a stepping up of cyber and electronic attacks on the DPRK a year into in his second term in office in early 2014, which, according to intelligence sources cited by the New York Times, was responsible for a number of failed missile launches for a year from mid-2015. It was hoped that such efforts, delayed by several years the day when North Korea will be able to threaten American cities with nuclear weapons launched atop intercontinental ballistic missiles, although the success rate of Korean missiles appeared to have recovered by the end of 2016. Such attacks were strongly advocated by senior Pentagon officials, among others. 95. And targeted Korean missiles either as they left the launch pad or before they even reached their launch sites. It is uncertain to what extent this campaign succeeded, or whether the Obama administration was instead looking for a way to save face in light of its failure to prevent the DPRK from obtaining thermonuclear weapons and extending its arsenal's strike range. Investments in what came to be known as left-of-launch disruptive technologies appeared to have been considerable and took a significant place in American military planning at the highest levels. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Martin E. Dempsey first announced plans for disruption of enemy missile systems in 2013, referring specifically to a new emphasis on cyber warfare, directed energy, and electronic attack. While the chairman's policy paper did not mention North Korea by name, an accompanying map showed a Korean missile in flight towards the United States. The program appeared to gain traction from this point, with several officials and defense contractor Raytheon, a specialist in missile defense technologies, all mentioning left-of-launch technologies with increasing frequency. Shortly after JCS Chairman Dempsey's report, Ashton Carter, who was now the Obama administration's defense secretary, began calling meetings specifically focused on the possibility of disrupting the Korean missile program. Having strongly called for preventative strikes on the DPRK in the 2000s, Carter had notably changed his position to favor a new approach in light of the adversary's new capabilities. 96. The New York Times noted regarding what appeared to be a last-ditch effort by the administration to stall the advance of Korea's deterrent capabilities, or at the very least appear to be expending some effort in this direction, Advocates of the sophisticated effort to remotely manipulate data inside North Korea's missile systems argue the United States has no real alternative because the effort to stop the North from learning the secrets of making nuclear weapons has already failed. The only hope now is stopping the country from developing an intercontinental missile, and demonstrating that destructive threat to the world. It further noted regarding the president's strong personal support for disruptive attacks that Obama ultimately pressed the Pentagon and intelligence agencies to pull out all the stops, which officials took as encouragement to reach for untested technologies. 97. The sabotage program reportedly seriously affected testing of new and more capable variants of the Mu-Sudan in April and May 2016, although Korean countermeasures appear to have been developed which ensured that subsequent tests were successful. This led several analysts to conclude that the left-of-launch effort may have seriously backfired, as while its effect on North Korea's overall progress towards developing its missile capability was relatively minor, it led the KPA to conduct launches under greater duress and secrecy to avoid American interference. This not only further limited intelligence available to the U.S., but also gave the KPA considerable experience in conducting missile launches under strained conditions similar to those which could be expected in wartime. 98. In 2015, North Korea was accused of launching a small cyber attack of its own, namely the hacking of Sony Corporation and the publication of company documents in response to its release of the film The Interview earlier that year. Pyongyang had requested the production not be shown due to its crude and at times vulgar depictions of the country and gory killing of its leader, with the film widely accused even by North Korea's Western critics of having strong racist and bigoted depictions of East Asian peoples, particularly women. 99. American author and journalist Tim Shorrock, a regular contributor to Nation and the National Interest and expert on U.S. Korea relations, observed, "The film used every racist image and trope that director Rogan could dream up, from the sing-songy caricatures of Asian speech that were a film staple in the 1940s and 50s, to the concept that Koreans are either robotic slaves, like Kim's security guards, or sex-starved submissives who crave American men." 100. President Obama warned of a proportional response to the alleged Korean hacking, and a large-scale cyber attack on Korean internet servers shortly afterwards was speculated to have been carried out by the U.S. 101. The alleged Korean attack was used as a pretext for additional economic sanctions against the DPRK, although many experts raised serious questions regarding North Korean responsibility. As Kurt Stamberger, senior vice president at the leading American cybersecurity firm Norsecorp, informed law enforcement, "We can't find any indication that North Korea either ordered, masterminded, or even funded this attack. Nobody has been able to find a credible connection to the North Korean government." Data instead pointed to a former Sony employee with insider knowledge of the company. Shlomo Argaman, chief scientist at cybersecurity consulting firm Taya Global, similarly found a complete lack of signs that North Korea was responsible, stating, "There's certainly reason to doubt the total attribution of this to North Korea." A number of other experts, including hackers and security researchers, reached very similar conclusions. 102. While there was evidence that the DPRK carried out considerable cyber espionage targeting South Korea. 103. There was no evidence of significant retaliatory cyber warfare efforts against the United States and, according to experts, much evidence to the contrary. It is notable that the Obama administration offered a strong contrast to its predecessor in its focus on the weaponization of information and its close work with many media organizations to further its policy objectives. 104. Apparently, as a part of this, the Sony hack revealed the extent of the company's close contacts with the Democratic Party and the defense establishment, which had requested production of The Interview and directly influenced its content. 105. The film's director, Seth Rogen, himself attested to this, stating, "Throughout this process, we made relationships with certain people who work in the government as consultants, who I'm convinced are in the C.I.A. 106. Chief Executive of Sony Entertainment Michael Linton remained in communication with the State Department during the film's development, and was told that it had the potential of having a real impact on North Korea. 107. Sony was further advised to keep the gory execution of the Korean leader, as it was something American defense analysts and Korea experts believed the Korean population needed to see that could inspire anti-government activities. 108. Executive Board member of the Korea Policy Institute Professor Christine Hong observed regarding the production and its intentions. If you actually look at what the Sony executives did, they consulted very closely with the State Department, which actually gave the executives a green light with regard to the death scene. And they also consulted with a RAND North Korea watcher, a man named Bruce Bennett, who basically has espoused in thesis that the way to bring down the North Korean government is to assassinate the leadership. And he actually stated, in consulting with Sony about this film, that this film, in terms of the South Korean market, as well as its infiltration by defector balloon-dropping organizations into North Korea, could possibly get the wheels of a kind of regime change plot into motion. So, in this instance, fiction and reality have a sort of mirroring relationship to each other. 109. Bennett worked for the Office of the Secretary of Defense, U.S. Forces in Korea, USFK, U.S. Forces in Japan, USFJ, and the U.S. Pacific Command, and had made over 100 trips to South Korea as an advisor for senior personnel in the U.S. Army and the ROKF. The Obama years saw an escalation in the use of media targeting North Korea, not only internally through increased funding for radio broadcasts and dissemination of propaganda into the country, see Chapter 19, but also through the targeting of the state's external image. North Korea's nature as a threat to the American people was emphasized in a number of productions during this period to an unprecedented extent, from the video game Homefront to the films Red Dawn and Olympus Has Fallen, which all depicted Korean soldiers on American soil attempting to destroy or conquer the United States. Anti-Korean non-government organizations known to have close ties. 110. To the CIA and Western intelligence also appeared to step up their efforts in spreading information which demonized the country through publications, social media, guest lectures, and other forums. The ability of the U.S. and the wider Western Bloc to use propaganda far more subtly and effectively than their Korean adversaries proved a valuable asset, which was increasingly capitalized on alongside economic pressure and cyber warfare. In February 2013, North Korea conducted its third nuclear test, reportedly of a lighter warhead with a heavier yield, which at the highest estimate yielded 40 kilotons. 111. That year also saw a resumption of large-scale ballistic missile testing, with over half a dozen platforms tested, all short-ranged. The foreign policy agenda of the Obama administration at this point appeared increasingly overwhelmed, with growing tensions with Russia, ongoing conflict with Iran, crises resulting from interventionism in Syria and Libya, and the ever-present war in Afghanistan drawing attention away from the intended focus of its foreign policy, Northeast Asia and more specifically China. This left little room for North Korea, which never appeared to assume an urgency proportional to its importance. A shift in world order and growing challenges to Western leadership elsewhere in the world were increasingly playing strongly in Pyongyang's favor. The shortage of attention devoted to Northeast Asia only worsened in Obama's second term from January 2013. State Secretary Hillary Clinton, Assistant Secretary of State for East Asian and Pacific Affairs Kurt Campbell, and National Security Advisor Tom Donilon had all been committed to the Pivot to Asia initiative, but these individuals had all left the administration by late 2013. Their replacements appeared to have far less interest in the region and failed to comprehend its growing importance. The new Secretary of State, John Kerry, for example, was advised to make his first trip to the Asia-Pacific as Secretary Clinton had, but gave a disdainful response. "Forget it," he had said, emphasizing his top priority was the Middle East, and his first trip was intended to pursue an Israeli-Palestinian peace deal. This repeatedly proved one of many extremely time-consuming but unsolvable quagmires for American foreign policy, which appeared to be prioritized due to the personal interests of officials rather than its genuine importance to American interests. The National Security Council under new National Security Advisor Susan Rice faced similar issues, with its most time-consuming cases almost all taking place in the Middle East, far from where the most serious and consequential challenges to American power, those in Northeast Asia, were being issued. Priorities were often misplaced, and the Middle East continued to draw attention wholly disproportionate to its actual importance, either economically, militarily, or geopolitically. Much like Bush's invasion of Iraq beforehand, this increasingly tied attentions and resources down away from where they most needed to be, leaving the Obama administration in a poor position to respond to North Korea's new nuclear test and its renewed ballistic missile testing. 112. The following 2 years saw very high rates of weapons testing, with at least 16 short-range and 2 medium-range ballistic missiles launched in 2014, more than all the ballistic missiles and satellite launchers tested under the Bush administration, combined. 113. Newer and more capable missiles also began to feature in Korean tests, with 2015 marking the debut of the Pukgoksong-1 solid-fueled submarine-launched ballistic missile with an estimated 2,000 to 2,500 kilometers range. The missile's compactness, reach and use of a solid-fuel composite demonstrated the fast technological progress being made, and its launch from an indigenous Gori-class ballistic missile submarine heralded the attainment of a second-stage deterrent. The Gori was the first Korean warship designed for nuclear delivery, and its presence was intended to complicate any future American plans for a first strike to neutralize the Korean arsenal by providing a retaliatory capability from the sea. Following the Pukgoksong-1's success, a land-based variant known as Pukgoksong-2 would be successfully tested twice in 2017 and would soon afterwards enter mass production. 114. In January 2016, North Korea carried out its fourth nuclear test, reportedly of its very first thermonuclear warhead. Such warhead seriously strengthened the country's strategic deterrence capabilities, with yields several orders of magnitude higher than fission weapons. In response, President Obama reiterated that the United States could obviously destroy North Korea. 115. While his senior diplomat on Asia, Assistant U.S. Secretary of State Daniel Russell, warned that leader Kim Jong-un would immediately die if he used his nuclear arsenal. 116. North Korea further carried out multiple tests of the Musudan missile, the first from Korean territory, and following failed tests from March, which U.S. media attributed to American cyber attacks and sabotage, a test launch in June demonstrated a number of new features. The design was an upgrade over that previously tested in Iran, and integrated new grid fins and what appeared to be a new engine. 117. The Musudan demonstrated not only the capability to deliver a nuclear warhead to Guam, but to do so at speeds and from altitudes which could comfortably evade American air defense systems. A second test of a thermonuclear warhead was carried out in September that year, and the DPRK afterwards confirmed that it was capable of mounting nuclear warheads on longer-ranged ballistic missiles, a capability which had previously been ambiguous. U.S. officials were publicly estimating by 2015 that the DPRK had already developed a miniaturist nuclear warhead. 118. But a thermonuclear capability represented a major step forward for the Korean program. In response to the DPRK's fourth and fifth nuclear weapons tests, the Obama administration reportedly seriously considered attacks on Korean nuclear facilities, preventative strikes intended to destroy the country's deterrence program. The president at this time came far closer to authorizing an attack than his predecessor George W. Bush ever had, but was reportedly deterred from doing so by two primary factors. It is notable that none of these were related to the illegality of launching such attacks under international law as crimes of aggression which were committed elsewhere by the Obama administration, its predecessors, and its successor with impunity. The first factor was that North Korea had multiple options for deadly response, from artillery strikes on American forces in South Korea to missile attacks on facilities in Japan and Guam, or even nuclear retaliation. With the country's threshold for nuclear use still wholly ambiguous, any major attack thus came at serious risk. The second factor was that the Pentagon had informed the president that options for a limited preventative strike were effectively non-existent. North Korea by this time was estimated to have dozens of nuclear warheads, which alongside the KPA's highly mobile delivery systems were stored deep underground in facilities which the U.S. could not locate and neutralize from the air. Thus, the Pentagon had concluded, nothing short of a full-scale ground invasion could disarm the DPRK of its nuclear deterrent. This in turn would guarantee, no matter how high the country's nuclear threshold was, that the DPRK would launch retaliatory nuclear attacks. Even in a conventional war, American casualties were expected to reach hundreds of thousands within weeks of the outbreak of hostilities. 119. And use of weapons of mass destruction would only increase these losses. As American journalist Bob Woodward wrote at the time, the Pentagon reported that the only way to locate and destroy with complete certainty all components of North Korea's nuclear program was through a ground invasion. A ground invasion would trigger a North Korean response, likely with a nuclear weapon. 120. A key facilitator of North Korea's security, and an asset which shifted the White House's calculus regarding a potential attack, was the Korean intelligence and internal security apparatus. As Clinton administration CIA Director Robert Gates had noted, North Korea was a unique black hole for American intelligence, considered without parallel the toughest intelligence target in the world, an assessment widely shared. 121. As a result, the locations of the Korean leadership and its nuclear arsenal were unknown to their adversaries, which made arranging an effective first strike against them impossible. Thus, much as with the Stuxnet attacks among several other examples, the DPRK's tight internal security system effectively paid off in shielding the country from potentially devastating American attacks. The New York Times reported that in his final year in office, President Obama was eager to strike not only North Korean nuclear weapons sites, but also to eliminate the country's leadership. The primary reason why such a course was not taken was that there was a high probability of failure, as gaining timely intelligence on the locations of either was effectively impossible. A failed strike in turn would guarantee massive retaliation. 122. While North Korea's economy had largely recovered from the arduous March period by 2009, it had grown considerably throughout the Obama years despite significant economic pressure and successive rounds of economic sanctions passed both unilaterally by Western states and through the United Nations. The new leadership in North Korea from late 2011, which Western analysts had optimistically predicted would either reform the DPRK into a Westphalian state or would oversee its collapse. 123. Instead appeared to rejuvenate the economy with a new emphasis on modernization, high-end technologies and the improvement of living standards. This was evident from the new domestically manufactured smartphones under brands such as Arirang, Jinalea, and Furun Hunul to the considerable investments made in projects for agriculture such as fish farming. 124. And floating rice fields. 125. In new facilities for scientific research. 126. And in new modern housing and infrastructure projects. Even entertainment and performing arts appeared to have adopted more modern styles, as did architecture. Thus, the DPRK's economy was in a far stronger position in January 2017 when Obama's administration left office than it had been 8 years prior. Alongside economic growth, North Korea's military capabilities had grown considerably. The reliance on older Soviet-era weaponry, from S-200 air defense systems and Konmaho battle tanks to Bulsi-2 anti-tank missiles, was reduced as newer fully indigenous systems entered service, such as the Pyongyang-5, KN-06, for air defense, Pakpungho for armored warfare and Bulsi-3 for tank hunting, to name but a few examples. The Pukaksong-1 had meanwhile provided the beginnings of a second-stage deterrent, while new Musudan variants had on multiple occasions proven reliable with a delivery range of 4,000 kilometers. This alongside testing of a thermonuclear warhead and the further miniaturization achieved through 3 nuclear tests gave the DPRK a considerably stronger deterrent capability than it had had 8 years prior. President Obama and his administration would be sharply criticized by his successor, Donald Trump, for failure alongside the preceding Bush and Clinton administrations to stall North Korea's development of thermonuclear weapons and ICBMs. 127. Similar criticisms were leveled across a number of Western media outlets and by several prominent analysts. 128. While the Obama administration's Korea policy was arguably no less competent than those of his predecessors, particularly when considering the far more difficult circumstances it inherited, the development of a Korean thermonuclear bomb and emergence of its first ICBM prototypes in Obama's final year unnerved many in the West for the limitations it would place on America's ability to take military action in Northeast Asia. The successful demonstration of the Musudan's capabilities after multiple tests, which used far more sophisticated engines than its predecessors, opened the possibility for a relatively swift path to ICBM development by addition of more stage separation without the need for designing new engines. 129. North Korea's progress in developing its deterrent capabilities and strengthening its economy left the new Donald Trump administration with far more limited room to maneuver to scale back the country's nuclear and ballistic missile programs. The new president would claim that Obama had advised him shortly before leaving office in 2016 that North Korea would present the toughest foreign policy challenge for the United States. 130. The DPRK's accelerated weapons testing over the 2 years would come to a head in 2017, when new developments in North Korea's weapons programs would irreversibly change the nature of the relationship between the Western superpower and the small Northeast Asian state. Sinking of the ROKS Cheonan, crisis at sea. On March 26, 2010 the ROK Navy Pohang-class corvette ROKS Cheonan sank during anti-submarine warfare exercises killing 46 seamen on board. The incident was initially widely blamed by families of the dead on the incompetence of the Navy itself, but some weeks later South Korean media began to speculate that North Korea may have been to blame. Evidence at the time was extremely questionable, namely citing an unnamed NGO representative who said he received a call from a North Korean officer of high rank boasting that he had orchestrated the entire scheme to target the Cheonan. 131. When it was pointed out that there were no traces of North Korean submarines in the area, as verified by its very close monitoring by specialized U.S. and ROK anti-submarine warfare assets, a number of media outlets then claimed that if it was not the KPA Navy, then North Korean saboteur bombers must have been responsible. 132. Some Japanese and Russian outlets meanwhile claimed the corvette was sunk by an American submarine, and the ROK was concealing the truth by blaming the DPRK. Such allegations were supported by notoriously high rates of friendly fire accidents in the U.S. military. 133. And it was confirmed that American submarines had been present. Again, however, no evidence was presented to prove this was the case. 134. With the new government in Seoul under President Lee Myung-bak under growing American pressure to fall in line with the new maximum pressure strategy, and officially abandoning the previous policy of rapprochement with the DPRK, the spinning of the Cheonan incident as a North Korean plot not only shielded Seoul, the ROK Navy and the U.S. from criticism but also gave a pretext to abandon the previously popular rapprochement with Pyongyang. Experts continued to support the conclusion that the incident was an accident of some sort rather than a North Korean attack. Indeed, ROK Defense Minister Kim Tae-young suggested that the cause of the explosion which destroyed the corvette was one of the many mines placed by the ROK military in the 1970s, calling reports of a North Korean torpedo attack unfounded. He cited interviews with surviving crew who had been operating the frigate's sensors as evidence refuting the torpedo theory. 135. A commission of 6 nations, all but the ROK being Western states, concluded on May 7 that the corvette was most likely destroyed by a torpedo made in Germany, a weapon widely employed by South Korean submarines which the KPA Navy did not have access to. 136. The Commission's report led to speculation that friendly fire may have been to blame. 137. This conclusion, too, was called into question as the torpedo remains were corroded, which led experts to believe they must have been submerged for several years. 138. The only evidence which could be offered that the torpedo was in fact from North Korea was a No. 1 inscribed in purple marker on one of the parts. This proved wholly insubstantial and led to widespread satirical responses in the ROC itself. Perhaps the most prominent was the photoshopping of iPhones with the same No. 1 as supposed evidence that they were North Korean. 139. University of Virginia professor Lee Seung-hoon stated to this effect, "You could put that mark on an iPhone and claim it was manufactured in North Korea. The government is lying when they said this was found underwater. I think this is something that was pulled out of a warehouse of old materials to show to the press." 140. Dr. Soo Jae-young, a political analyst at Johns Hopkins University in Washington, D.C., was one of many who argued that the evidence cited in no way proved that the KPA had perpetrated the Cheonan incident. The biggest inconsistency, he argued, was the white powder found on the Cheonan, which could not have resulted from such an explosion. Lab experiments replicating the chemical process showed that the powder was rust from water exposure over time, not the result of an explosion, as the investigation had cited it. He stated instead that the Cheonan was most likely sunk by an older South Korean mine, as the defense minister had originally stated. 141. Dr. Konstantin Asmolov, a leading Korea expert and researcher at the Russian Academy of Sciences and at Moscow State University, independently assessed in detail the circumstances of the Cheonan's sinking, which effectively ruled out a North Korean attack. Noting that the warship was specifically designed to hunt enemy submarines, he stated, "It is strange that in the close combat conditions, and low, 15-20 m, depths in the area of the tragedy, its crew not only did not find an enemy ship, but also could not detect any torpedo firing. In such a case, the enemy boat as described above had to overtake the ASW barrier deployed near the border, make its way unnoticed into the waters off the island of Benyang teeming with enemy ships, submarines, and aircraft, then discreetly attack the corvette, sink it with the very first torpedo, and then safely leave, avoiding other anti-submarine ships and helicopters. The question of how an alleged KPA submarine managed to remain undetected during the exercise and sink a vessel intended for combating enemy submarines remained open, but that no longer bothered anyone. The likelihood of this seems highly implausible if not impossible. Asmolov called the chances of this happening miraculous. 142. Asmolov was hardly alone in reaching this conclusion. As a prominent article in the Japanese Asia-Pacific Journal noted, the Cheonan was a patrol boat whose mission was to survey with radar and sonar the enemy's submarines, torpedoes, and aircraft. If North Korean submarines and torpedoes were approaching, the Cheonan should have been able to sense it quickly and take measures to counter-attack or evade. Moreover, on the day the Cheonan sank, U.S. and ROC military exercises were underway, so it could be anticipated that North Korean submarines would move south to conduct surveillance. It is hard to imagine that the Cheonan sonar forces were not on alert. 143. A number of prominent South Korean papers similarly stressed the low likelihood that a submarine could have operated undetected, stressing the advanced anti-submarine warfare capabilities of the Cheonan, the state of high combat readiness and the considerable surveillance assets deployed by both U.S. and ROC forces. 144. The Asia Foundation's director for the Center for U.S. Korea Policy, Scott Snyder, also director of the program on U.S. Korea Policy at the Council on Foreign Relations, cited similar facts and voiced serious doubts regarding the narrative of a North Korean attack. 145. Further inconsistencies with the new narrative squarely blaming the DPRK were widely reported by South Korean official sources, from Defense Ministry official Kim Chul-woo and investigative panel member Shin Sang-cheol. 146. To lawmaker Lee Young-hee and former senior presidential secretary Park Sun-won, among others. Many of these figures were openly prosecuted by the state under the pretext of spreading groundless rumors which carried with it the charge of undermining national security, deterring others from voicing their own skepticism or carrying out their own independent analysis. 147. Shin had noted regarding his own findings during the investigation, "I couldn't find the slightest sign of an explosion. The sailors drowned to death. Their bodies were clean. We didn't even find dead fish in the sea." He presented considerable evidence for his claim that the ship had run aground and collided with another vessel, concluding that what had occurred was nothing more than a simple traffic accident at sea. South Korea's defense ministry responded by asking the National Assembly to eject Shin from the panel for creating public mistrust in the investigation. 148. Lee Young-hee was sued for defamation by the ROK's Joint Chiefs of Staff for pointing out, in a speech before the National Assembly, that the feed from a thermal observation device showing the moment the warship's stern and bow split apart, which would have indicated how the incident occurred, was being purposefully withheld. Park, meanwhile, was charged with libel for simply requesting greater transparency and expressing doubts about the official narrative, stating regarding the resulting lawsuit, "I asked for the disclosure of information for a transparent and impartial investigation into the cause of the Cheonan sinking. The libel suit seeks to silence public suspicion over the incident." 149. As Dr. Asmolov observed, "It started to become clear to experts that what's important is not who actually sank the ill-fated corvette, but who is named responsible for the tragedy." 150. This would hardly have been an isolated occurrence, with Western-led commissions found to have shown strong political biases and manipulated evidence. 151. In order to pin blame on adversaries when investigating a number of other attacks since 152. The Cheonan incident represented the most serious blow to inter-Korean relations since the Cold War, and played well into the hands of the U.S. by driving a wedge between the two states and increasing pressure against the DPRK through furthering its isolation. State Secretary Hillary Clinton visited the ROK soon after the incident and spoke of designs towards changing the direction of North Korea, making a convincing case to everyone in the region to work together to achieve that outcome, denuclearizing the Korean peninsula and offering the opportunities for a better life for the people of the North. This was widely interpreted as a thinly veiled call for imposition of regime change, and it was hoped that the Cheonan incident would allow the U.S. to rally greater support from other regional actors and support from the South Korean public for the Obama administration to see through its designs. 153. While it remains uncertain how the Cheonan came to be sunk, the narrative, which was later pressed by the Western-led investigation team and repeated to the exclusion of all others across Western media, that the KPA had somehow carried out the attack, remains highly implausible. This is particularly true when considering the changing nature of the claims and the nature of the evidence cited. While the Cheonan sinking would have represented one of the most successful KPA operations since the Korean War, and Pyongyang had historically never shied away from claiming credit for previous strikes, it denied any involvement from the outset, with its state media referring to the loss of fellow countrymen as a regrettable accident. The spinning of the incident as a North Korean attack nevertheless proved highly useful for U.S. designs against the DPRK and was well timed with escalating sanctions to cut North Korea off from its valuable economic relationship with the South. The Cheonan sinking was used as a pretext for the new government in Seoul, which had indicated a hardline anti-DPRK position from the outset, to cut almost all trade with North Korea. This was expected to cost the DPRK over $200 million a year in valuable foreign currency. The ROC further moved to increase its participation in American-led military exercises and began to employ psychological warfare using propaganda loudspeakers along the DMZ, leading to a significant further deterioration in relations. 154. Chapter 14. Introducing Mutual Vulnerability. Implications of North Korea attaining a nuclear-tipped ICBM race to the finish line. The final 3 years of the Barack Obama administration had seen North Korea's testing of technologies for its missile deterrent escalate significantly, with at least 52 ballistic missile launches. 1. Taking place, demonstrating vastly extended ranges, submarine launch capabilities, and high levels of precision and reliability. The year 2016 also saw the launch of a satellite using an unha long-ranged rocket and 2 tests of miniaturized nuclear warheads, with a far greater proportion of tests that year being of intermediate-range missiles designed to strike targets far beyond the Korean peninsula. The DPRK appeared poised on the brink of attaining the deterrence capability it had long sought, a weapon capable of threatening the United States mainland with thermonuclear strikes and a complementary arsenal of intermediate and medium-range systems for attacks on American facilities across the Pacific. 2017 would thus mark a pivotal year in the U.S. DPRK conflict as Pyongyang moved to irrevocably shift the balance of power through its deterrence program. The inauguration of President Donald Trump in January 2017 closely coincided with North Korea's crossing of Washington's red line for its deterrence program, the attainment of an intercontinental range nuclear delivery capability. The new president quickly came to criticize the policies of his 3 predecessors, the Barack Obama administration in particular. 2. For having allowed North Korea to come so close to attaining this capability. An assessment of previous presidents' inability to respond to Korea's armaments program or enforce red lines against Korean nuclearization somewhat substantiated such criticism. While the new hard line subsequently taken by President Trump towards North Korea was widely attributed by U.S. and Western media to the brutish style of the new chief of staff, it appears to have more likely been prompted by how close the DPRK had come to attaining an intercontinental range deterrent, which raised concerns across the U.S. establishment. Such concerns were expressed by leading members of both political parties and of the military and intelligence establishments. Indeed, Donald Trump's 2 leading rivals for the presidency, Hillary Clinton, 3. and Bernie Sanders, 4. both strongly endorsed his more assertive policies targeting the DPRK, and were widely expected to have pursued similarly if not more assertive policies had they themselves come to power. 5. Thus there was a broad consensus towards the need for a change in policy and the importance of placing maximum pressure on North Korea to prevent it from further developing its deterrent, not only across America's political spectrum but also more broadly across the Western world. While the U.S. moved to increase pressure on Pyongyang in Obama's final years and continuing into Trump's first, calling for successive rounds of economic sanctions, pressing third parties from India to Kuwait to break diplomatic ties and expel Korean diplomats, and deploying large naval fleets off the country's coast, North Korea was far closer to attaining a viable deterrent than almost anyone in the West had predicted. As had been the case in the past, Americans and others fell victim to their own propagandistic depictions of the state as dysfunctional, backward and corrupt, which led them to seriously underestimate not only the unity of its population towards a common goal, but also its technological prowess. It was widely predicted that it would take the DPRK at least 5 years to develop the technologies needed to strike the U.S. mainland, with technologies for a re-entry vehicle and miniaturized warhead repeatedly stated by American and Western sources to be well beyond North Korea's technological capabilities. The BBC stated in November 2016 regarding the KPA's ability to carry out nuclear attacks on the U.S. mainland, best expert assessment is that the missiles to deliver them are perhaps 5 years away. 6. The year 2017 saw at least 19 ballistic missile launches, an unprecedentedly high success rate across all launches, and the successful testing of 4 entirely new missile platforms, all of which subsequently entered service. The first 2 new missiles tested were intermediate-range designs, The solid-fueled and extremely compact Pukexong-2 with an estimated 2,000 to 2,500 km range launched on February 11 and May 21, and the Hwasong-12 Guam Killer with an estimated range of up to 6,000 km. The latter missile was tested 3 times in April, reportedly without success, but was later tested successfully in May, August, and September. The Hwasong-12 significantly extended the range of the Korean land-based missile deterrent and allowed for strikes on both Guam and Alaska. 7. Alongside ballistic missile tests, multiple tests of new long-range anti-ship cruise missile systems and long-range air defense systems were carried out. These were intended to complement a stronger missile deterrent with more modern asymmetric anti-access area denial (A2AD) capabilities at sea and in the air, further complicating a prospective American attack. The Kumsong-3, KN-19, anti-ship cruise missile demonstrated capabilities wholly unprecedented for the Korean arsenal, with the ability to carry out complex waypoint maneuvers, follow a low-altitude sea skimming trajectory and strike targets up to 250 kilometers away. This made the missiles both highly precise and extremely difficult to intercept, seriously complicating any operations by Western surface warships in or near Korean waters. The system's tracked launch vehicle and lightweight allowed it to operate in almost any terrain, including mountains and dense forests, making it very difficult to seek and destroy. 8. The Pyongyang-5, KN-06, air defense system similarly demonstrated capabilities beyond those of previous Korean designs, and is speculated to integrate a number of Russian technologies providing comparable capabilities to the Russian systems such as the S-300 PMU-2, which it closely resembles. 9. Both the Pyongyang-5 and the Kumsong-3 were intended to compensate for the shortcomings of the KPA Navy's surface fleet and the KPA Air Force's fighter fleet relative to far larger combined forces of the U.S. and its allies by targeting enemy ships with survivable and low-cost asymmetric assets. It mirrors the strategy pursued by Russia following the Soviet collapse, with Russian systems such as the Kh-47M2 anti-ship missile. 10. And 40 N-6E surface-to-air missile. 11. Similarly designed for an asymmetric defense against larger Western naval and air forces. Both new Korean systems entered mass production in 2017 and would take center stage in a military parade marking the country's 70th anniversary the following year. 12. While developments for North Korea's A2AD and intermediate-range missile capabilities were nothing short of revolutionary, the most significant development was its successful testing of entirely new intercontinental range ballistic missile designs, demonstrating for the first time the ability to deliver nuclear warheads to the American mainland. The first such test came on July 4 and saw a harsh rhetorical response from Washington and the wider Western world and mass celebrations in Korea itself. The writer was studying in Pyongyang at the time of the launch, and witnessed streets flooded with thousands of men and women, the former in suits and the latter in traditional dresses, dancing and singing. Part of the crowd moved towards Kim Il-sung Square in the city center, where a proclamation by party officials regarding the meaning of the weapons test was made. As the writer's knowledge of U.S.D.PRK relations and of general military affairs was known, he was repeatedly questioned regarding what the testing of the Korea's first ICBM Hwasong-14 meant for the country. While people showed a great deal of pride in their missile program, there was genuine concern that a new U.S. administration would launch a preventative military attack. Initially thinking based on the description that the missile tested was the Hwasong-13, a separate ICBM design with similar capabilities which was previously shown at prototype stage, the writer assured them that the new missile meant mutual vulnerability with the United States mainland, and would be key to taking American military options off the table and guaranteeing Korean security. While the Hwasong-14 was wholly unknown before the test in July 2017, later research into the design indicated its capabilities were considerably superior to those of the Hwasong-13 prototype, which appeared to have been discarded since. The Hwasong-14 is believed to use engines from the Hwasong-12 with the addition of a second stage to further increase its range. The Hwasong-13 is believed to similarly be a derivative of the Musudan with an additional second stage for longer range. Official sources cited by the Washington Post in 2016 indicate that the Hwasong-13 was in fact tested as the KPA's first ICBM in October that year, although this remains unconfirmed, as does the design's success. 13. The new Hwasong-14 was estimated to have a range of 10,000 kilometers, allowing it to strike targets across approximately half of the American mainland with thermonuclear warheads. While the Hwasong-13 and Musudan had introduced a second generation of engine technologies for longer-ranged missiles, the Hwasong-14 and Hwasong-12 deployed technologies a generation ahead. This came little over 10 years after the first Musudan was first tested in Iran. 14. And little over a year after the first confirmed flight test on the Korean peninsula itself. The Hwasong-14 represented a major game-changer for the relationship between North Korea and the United States, shifting the balance of power profoundly and irrevocably by introducing genuine mutual vulnerability between the population centers of the two states. While the Soviet Union and China had previously gained such capabilities, the former in 1949 using bombers and 10 years later with the R-7 ICBM, and the latter in 1981 with the DF-5 ICBM, 2017 represented the first time a medium or small state was able to effectively deter a superpower at such a peer level without need for support from a nuclear umbrella of a superpower sponsor of its own. In this respect, North Korea's achievement in 2017 was historically unprecedented, and was referred to by Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and former Commander of the U.S. Strategic Command John Hyden as having changed the entire structure of the world. 15. This achievement demonstrated how development of asymmetric technologies was increasingly allowing small states to better safeguard their sovereignty against far larger adversaries with vastly greater populations, economies, and military power projection capabilities. The Hwasong-14 was again tested on July 28, and again demonstrated the capability to strike much of North America. On August 8, the Washington Post published part of a leaked Defense Intelligence Agency assessment which confirmed that North Korea had the capability to deliver nuclear strikes against the American mainland. It estimated the KPA retained an arsenal of around 60 warheads, and was capable of miniaturizing them for deployment on an ICBM. 16. This capability would later be confirmed by U.S. State Secretary Pompeo. 17. The Hwasong-14 deployed from a transporter erector launcher, meaning it could be moved around the country constantly on a 16-wheel launch vehicle and required only minutes to set up for launch, making it highly survivable particularly when operating in Korea's mountainous terrain. The missile was later confirmed by U.S. intelligence to deploy a viable re-entry vehicle, one of the most challenging ICBM technologies to develop, allowing its warheads to penetrate the atmosphere intact. 18. Although North Korea had acquired the capabilities it had long sought with the Hwasong-14 design, continuing threats from Washington and growing calls for military action against the country led the KPA to test a second ICBM design on November 28 of that year. The first and only test of the Hwasong-15 appeared to mark the beginning of the end of the crisis between the DPRK and the U.S. That year, with the missile's demonstrated capabilities ensuring the American military option was conclusively off the table. Like the Hwasong-14, the missile was fired on a lofted trajectory, meaning it flew far higher than it would in an actual combat firing, allowing it to demonstrate the extent of its range without actually traveling over U.S. territory. The missile demonstrated a range of 13,000 kilometers, enabling it to strike the entire U.S. mainland including Washington, D.C. and New York City. 19. And was speculated by some sources to use a multiple re-entry vehicle. This would allow a single missile to deliver multiple thermonuclear warheads in a single strike, and make missile attacks extremely difficult to intercept. 20. The platform's visibly blunter nose on the re-entry vehicle relative to the Hwasong-14 was reportedly intended to accommodate a considerably larger payload. The missile was significantly larger than the Hwasong-14 but retained high mobility and was deployed from a heavier 18-wheel transporter erector launcher. The successes of North Korea's defense sector in developing high-end missile technologies, and having done so in such a short time, with a very limited budget, totally contradicted predominant Western perceptions of the state as corrupt, inept, and backward. This led a number of Western news outlets to speculate on the means by which the DPRK could have obtained such advanced technologies, which would put its achievements in a context which fitted with the preconceived nature of the country, namely by claiming these technologies must have been stolen or acquired from abroad. Claims that the Hwasong-12 and Hwasong-14 were using Soviet missile engines were quickly debunked by U.S. intelligence, however, forcing North Korea's adversaries to come to terms with the fact that it was a far more capable actor than propagandistic depictions had given it credit for. Similar reports that the advanced hypergolic liquid rocket propellants used by the missiles must have been imported from Russia or China were widespread. How could the failed Kim regime have developed such technologies? This too was debunked by a number of studies by experts as well as by U.S. intelligence. A study by the James Martin Center for Non-Proliferation Studies at Middlebury College was particularly detailed in its findings, and showed the extent of the DPRK's self-reliance in its missile development. 21. The study showed that even the fuel used by Korean missiles, known as unsymmetrical dimethylhydrazine, UMDH, was synthesized in a known chemical plant in the country itself using technologies which also had applications in synthetic textile manufacturing. 22. Thus even a complete oil embargo, which Western powers had strongly advocated at the United Nations, could not end Korean missile testing. 23. Jeffrey Lewis, the director of the Center's East Asia Non-Proliferation Program, noted following the publication of findings that dominant Western depictions of North Korea sharply contrasted with its technological achievements, of which the missile program was a prime example, stating, "If you watch them in satellite photos and read their technical publications, it looks like a totally different country. We're in full-scale denial about North Korea's capabilities." 24. The Diplomat magazine noted to much the same effect, "With everything we've seen out of North Korea this year, we should both stop being surprised when they demonstrate increasingly more impressive capabilities and also stop underestimating the extent of their know-how." In the end, JICH, the ideology of self-reliance at the core of the North Korean project since the founding of country, is there for more than just show. 25. The risk of an American-initiated nuclear war. While North Korea demonstrated the capability to deliver thermonuclear warheads to the United States mainland in 2017, the West remained incredulous for some time that the Northeast Asian adversary could have achieved its goal so quickly. Director Jeffrey Lewis, citing uniquely harsh standards being applied to evaluate North Korea's progress towards a nuclear-tipped ICBM, stated, "There is no reason to think that the North Koreans aren't making the same progress after so many successful nuclear explosions. It seems to me a lot of people are insisting on impossible levels of proof because they simply don't want to accept what should be pretty obvious." 26. As late as July 28 of that year, the New York Times reported that it would take approximately a year for the DPRK to develop a viable ICBM delivery capability, down from 4 years which had been the consensus before 2017. 27. Less than 2 weeks later, however, the Washington Post's publication of a leaked Defense Intelligence Agency assessment confirmed that North Korea would not obtain this deterrence capability in 1 year or 4 years it already possessed it. 28. Further confirmation of this reality, a particularly uncomfortable one for those supporters of a Western-led order in Northeast Asia, was forthcoming from official sources in the coming months. While North Korea's nuclearization and development of medium-range delivery capabilities had been harshly criticized by Western sources in the past, its development of an ICBM capable of striking the American mainland led to widespread calls for a military response, massive Western pressure on states across the world from Mexico to Sudan to India to expel Korean diplomats and break ties, and a redoubling of Western economic warfare efforts against the country. In many respects, the harsh Western response to North Korea's nuclearization was not entirely unique. The acceptability of a country's nuclearization by the Western Bloc, which customarily claimed to speak for the international community in this regard, had long been determined by a consistent standard: the nuclearizing state's geopolitical alignments and how its nuclearization affected Western interests. Thus, of 10 states which developed nuclear weapons, the nuclearization of Britain, France, and the United States were depicted positively as forces for good. Those of South Africa, Israel, India, and Pakistan ambiguously they neither upheld nor directly threatened the Western-dominated world order, while those of the Soviet Union, China, and later North Korea were portrayed as unacceptable. The nuclear programs of these three powers, in much the same way, were intended primarily as means to end Western attempts at nuclear coercion and to deter potential American nuclear attacks with which all had been threatened. Nuclearization of all three directly impeded the freedom of action of the Western Bloc to shape world order in line with its interests through the projection of military power, and in particular deterred the U.S. from using nuclear force to subjugate these states. Indeed, much like North Korea, both the USSR 29 and China 30 had been directly threatened by massive Western nuclear strikes before their own nuclearization, and preventative military action against both states had been widely advocated in Western political and military circles to ensure a Western-favoring balance of power could be perpetuated by denying potential targets access to nuclear arms. Fears that the Soviet Union would obtain some form of nuclear parity with the United States as early as 1945 led the Pentagon to plan nuclear strikes against 66 Soviet cities using 204 atomic bombs. In this scenario, an estimated 10,151,000 people would be killed, wounded, or displaced, and approximately 600 square kilometers of urban area would be devastated. Ultimately, the USSR developed its own nuclear and intercontinental range delivery capability as early as 1949, at least 6 years earlier than expected, at which time the American nuclear arsenal was still relatively small. 31. A secret memo released decades later from FBI archives revealed that Britain too had persistently lobbied for American nuclear attacks on the USSR to stop it developing its own nuclear deterrent. 32. In the 1960s there were similar calls for nuclear attacks against the People's Republic of China, which, following the aforementioned extensive use of nuclear coercion in the Korean War and subsequent deployment of American nuclear arms to the Taiwan Strait, had sought its own deterrent capability. 33. Military action against China to prevent its nuclearization were seriously considered by the John F. Kennedy and Lyndon B. Johnson administrations. Infiltration, sabotage, invasion by Chinese nationalists, maritime blockades, South Korean invasion of North Korea, conventional air attacks on nuclear facilities, and the use of tactical nuclear weapons on selected targets were all seriously considered as means of destabilizing the state and setting back its nuclear development, according to U.S. Naval War College professor Lyle J. Goldstein. 34. It was little surprise, therefore, that maximum pressure and military action including nuclear attacks were widely advocated in the West and seriously considered by the U.S. leadership in order to prevent North Korea from further undermining of Western dominance through its own nuclear program. The American and wider Western response to Korea's nuclearization and missile program thus fit the trend set by responses to similar developments in China and the Soviet Union. The fact that North Korea was developing a means to hold the Western Bloc and the military might of the United States in check in Northeast Asia made its actions unacceptable. As U.S. President Barack Obama stated in 2016 regarding his vision for the future of the Asia-Pacific region, America should write the rules. America should call the shots. Other countries should play by the rules that America and our partners set, and not the other way around. 35. Through its development of a miniaturized thermonuclear warhead and accompanying ICBM, Pyongyang was setting its own rules and constraining America's ability to shape the future of the region. Escalating calls for American attacks on the DPRK in 2017 gave a number of insightful indications as to the nature of the U.S.-led order in the Asia-Pacific and the implications for U.S. allies of the DPRK's nuclearization. In particular, the risk aversion of many figures in America's political and military leadership to collateral damage against U.S. client states in East Asia was highlighted by these calls to action. U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham, for one, stated shortly before the KPA tested its first ICBM that military action against Korea remained feasible because retaliation and collateral damage would be confined to Northeast Asia, a price worth paying to ensure the U.S. mainland remained beyond the reach of Korean ICBMs. He stated to this effect regarding the consequences of the attack he was advocating, "It would be terrible, but the war would be over there in Northeast Asia, it wouldn't be here. It would be bad for the Korean Peninsula. It would be bad for China. It would be bad for Japan. It would be bad for South Korea. It would be the end of North Korea, but what it would not do is hit America." 36. In a later interview, the senator stated, "There's a military option to destroy North Korea's program and North Korea itself. If there's going to be a war to stop it, Korean deterrence program, it will be over there. If thousands die, they're going to die over there. They're not going to die here." When asked about his thoughts on the U.S. initiating an attack, the senator responded, "It's inevitable unless North Korea changes, because you're making our president pick between regional stability in Northeast Asia and homeland security." 37. Graham was one of many who had lobbied the Trump administration to attack North Korea, with the senator stating in April 2017, "I talked to the president when I had lunch with him about this very topic. I said, do you want on your resume that, during your presidency, the North Koreans developed a missile that could hit the American homeland with a nuclear weapon on top of it?" And he said, "Absolutely not." 38. Prominent figures in the U.S. military leadership also voiced their strong support for military action, and much like Senator Graham, they repeatedly emphasized that the inevitable damage to allies in Northeast Asia was a price worth paying to prevent the KPA from gaining a deterrent capability. Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Joseph Dunford stated that North Korea obtaining a nuclear-tipped ICBM was a far more unthinkable reality for the United States than a major war in Northeast Asia, and that bringing about the latter to prevent the former was therefore a real option. The chairman stated, "Many people have talked about military options against North Korea with words like unimaginable. I would shift that slightly and say it would be horrific. It would be a loss of life unlike any we have experienced in our lifetimes. Anyone who has been alive since World War II has never seen the loss of life that could occur if there's a conflict on the Korean Peninsula." He emphasized, however, it is not unimaginable to have military options to respond to North Korean nuclear capability. What's unimaginable to me is allowing a capability that would allow a nuclear weapon to land in Denver, Colorado. 39. U.S. Army Lt. Colonel Ralph Peters, in an opinion piece for the New York Post titled "The Moral Answer to North Korea's Threats, Take Them Out," stated that it was imperative to prioritize the protection of the U.S. mainland and U.S. citizens above all else, regardless of the consequences for allies in Asia. He stated to this effect, "The fundamental reason our government exists is to protect our people and our territory. Everything else is a grace note." And the words we never should hear in regard to North Korea's nuclear threats are, "We should have done something." 40. H. R. McMaster, President Donald Trump's national security advisor, remarked in the same vein that the United States could not tolerate a nuclear ICBM in North Korean hands, and should take measures to prevent it even if U.S. military action and a human catastrophe in allied South Korea was the price required. 41. McMaster was reportedly one of many in the White House seeking to gain support for such an attack. 42. Attempts to rationalize and justify an attack on North Korea were made by a number of other Western sources. Edward Luttwak, who served as consultant to the Office of the Secretary of Defense, the State Department, the National Security Council, the defense ministries of a number of European states and separately to the three largest branches of the U.S. military, was particularly vocal in his calls for an attack. A strong proponent of Western-dominated world order, and almost without parallel in the hawkishness of his stances, Lutwak's article titled "It's Time to Bomb North Korea" expressed the belief that the DPRK and states like it should be prevented not only from deploying nuclear weapons but should also have their access to basic firearms restricted. Lutwak stated that South Korea's vulnerability to KPA retaliation should not hold the U.S. back from carrying out the attack he was advocating, as he blamed South Korea for failing to sufficiently fortify its cities against such an attack and effectively concluded that its population deserved what would be coming to them. Lutwak stated that risks to South Korea cannot be allowed to paralyze the U.S. and keep it from launching an attack, and claimed the ROK's vulnerability was very largely self-inflicted due to its failure to heed the words of Western advisors to invest billions in bomb shelters and Israeli and U.S. hardware. Thus, according to Lutwak, the KPA's retaliatory capabilities against East Asian allies were not a good reason to hesitate before ordering an attack on North Korea. 43. While not specifically mentioning the issue of collateral damage to East Asian allies, Congressman Duncan Hunter made a case for initiating a war which reflected prevalent trends in Western thought regarding the country. This included conflation of preemptive and preventative warfare and advocation of the latter on the basis of unsubstantiated assessments of the nature of the North Korean state. He stated, "From my perspective, why would I not hit you first? Why would we not do a preemptive strike when you have ICBMs leveled at the US? And you're not a logical player in the world scene." Referring to Chairman Kim Jong-un's alleged mental issues, corresponding to consistent portrayals of him and the leadership in Pyongyang in general by Western media at the time as deranged and illogical, he highlighted that this gave America cause to launch an attack on the East Asian state. 44. Claims the DPRK's leadership were irrational actors or somehow insane were strongly refuted by both the CIA. 45. And the majority of professional analysts in the West including hawks with strongly anti-Korean stances. 46. But were very frequently alluded to by U.S. and European media outlets which helped to build a public consensus for military action. 47. Defense and Strategy Fellow at the Center for Strategic Studies and former strategist and policy advisor at the Office of the Secretary of Defense and Group Chair of the U.S. ROK Extended Deterrence Policy Committee Van Jackson noted, regarding the double standards of American and Western advocates of preventative war against the DPRK and their gross disregard for the lives of Allied citizens in East Asia, nuclear war, the very thing preventative war advocates claim to want to prevent, was almost inevitable if the United States launched a war of choice in Korea. The way war advocates coped with that contradiction was by drawing a false distinction between nuclear weapons used in the Asia-Pacific versus nuclear weapons used against the U.S. homeland, to say nothing of the hundreds of thousands of non-US citizens who would become victims of nuclear conflict in the event of preventive war. 48. North Korea with a thermonuclear armed ICBM, a force for stability in Northeast Asia? To fully understand the implications of North Korea's nuclearization, it is essential to assess the country's nuclear strategic doctrine and the purposes for which nuclear weapons could be deployed. Pyongyang's nuclear doctrine is classified as existential, meaning nuclear weapons are considered distinct from conventional weapons and cannot be used as a means to military victory or material gain only to deter attack. Existential deterrence is the most defensive doctrine for nuclear use and is currently adhered to only by North Korea and Israel. 49. Korean doctrine differs from that of Israel, however, because the DPRK is also one of 3 states which adheres to a nuclear no-first-use policy, alongside China and India, meaning it will not use nuclear weapons unless subjected to nuclear attack. 50. While Israel's nuclear deterrent is existential, its doctrine allows for first use of nuclear weapons in response to non-nuclear attacks to prevent the state's annihilation, whereas North Korea's nuclear threshold requires an enemy nuclear attack. This can be attributed to different historical threats, with the DPRK facing repeated American nuclear threats, whereas threats to Israeli sovereignty have been overwhelmingly conventional. North Korea thus has the highest threshold for nuclear use, the only state with both an existential deterrence doctrine and a no first use policy. By contrast to the DPRK, U.S. doctrine is classified as maximum deterrence, under which nuclear weapons can be used to achieve military victory and first strikes are permissible even against non-nuclear states. Nuclear weapons are not considered distinct from conventional weapons, and their use can be limited with the intention of tactical gain as a means to win a war. This is considered the most aggressive nuclear doctrine. 51. Nuclear weapons expert Susan Turner Haynes described maximum deterrence as premised on the belief that it is possible to win a nuclear war. This belief derives from the base assumption that nuclear weapons are not qualitatively distinct from conventional weapons. Thus, according to adherents of maximum deterrence, war should be conducted similarly regardless of the weapons employed. Nuclear weapons present more risk but do not shift the entire calculus of war. Such a strategy requires what is known as a first strike capability. 52. The United States military has notably invested heavily in developing low-yield nuclear warheads for limited use, an undertaking widely interpreted as signaling a falling nuclear threshold. Joint Chiefs of Staff Vice Chairman and leading nuclear strategist James Cartwright acknowledged in 2016 that what going smaller with lower-yield tactical nuclear weapons did was to make the weapon more thinkable. 53. Air Force Chief of Staff General Norton Schwartz and the U.S. Defense Science Board similarly implied a battlefield role for nuclear weapons in line with America's maximum deterrence strategy. 54. Thus the contrast between the North Korean and the American nuclear doctrines could not be more stark, and can be seen to justify Korean nuclearization. The DPRK's arsenal under an existential and overwhelmingly defensive doctrine can be used to contain a power with an extremely offensive doctrine, one which endangers regional security due to its demonstrated tendency to undertake illegal military interventions overseas, its far lower threshold for nuclear use, its high tolerance of casualties among allied Northeast Asian populations, and its operational plans for tactical nuclear strikes. A broader assessment of North Korean defense planning other than its nuclear doctrine also provides valuable context for evaluating the consequences its nuclearization will have for regional stability. The KPA's most prominent conventional investments have almost all been heavily defensively oriented assets, including well-hardened fortifications. 55. Extensive tunnel networks and armaments such as the Pyongyang-5, Kumsong-3, and Sang-O-class littoral submarine designed for anti-access area denial to protect Korean waters and airspace. 56. These investments reflect the KPA's strong orientation towards fighting a defensive war. A commonly used means of assessing the orientation of a military organization, the ratio of logistics to combat assets, indicates that the KPA is among the most defensively oriented in the world, with its power projection capabilities negligible to non-existent. 57. In stark contrast to the U.S. military, which is heavily oriented towards overseas power projection. 58. The unbalanced orientation of North Korea's military, skewed strongly towards defense and underwhelming in its power projection capabilities, strongly indicates that Pyongyang has no designs, and certainly negligible capability, to deploy forces offensively beyond its borders for material gain. Most other nuclear powers, the United States in particular, have invested in the capability to follow up nuclear strikes with a massive projection of conventional force needed to secure territory and make real material gains. American power projection capabilities are second to none, with substantial logistics, overseas military bases and high-endurance assets such as supercarriers, cruisers, amphibious assault ships and aerial tankers, all developed for such operations, allowing the U.S. to benefit from taking to the offensive overseas in a way North Korea could never hope to do. On the basis of the overwhelmingly defensive orientation of both the DPRK's nuclear deterrent and the KPA's conventional forces, it can be concluded that the country's nuclear weapons are only a threat to actors which may intend to attack the country. As prominent Russian nuclear weapons expert Vladimir Krustalev noted, Russia and China are not directly threatened by these KPA missiles. Like any other means of nuclear deterrence, they threaten those who would attack the owner of nuclear weapons. It is obvious that it makes no sense for the DPRK to go crazy and press the red button for no reason. In this case, any scenario of attack on the DPRK makes no sense because the attacker would pay a price that would scare away anyone considering such attempts. In fact, it is a reproduction of the model, which was between the Soviet Union and the United States and which now exists between India and Pakistan. The analyst observed that it was precisely for this reason that the Korean nuclear program was naturally strongly opposed by those with offensive designs against the country, a conclusion he was far from alone in reaching. 59. Considering the rationales widely expressed for American military action against the DPRK, the apparent willingness to bring death and destruction to supposedly allied Northeast Asian states, and the discrepancies in their defense doctrines, there is a strong argument that North Korea's development of a viable nuclear deterrent with an intercontinental range is strongly in the interests not just of its own population but of peace and stability in the entire region. Had the U.S. and its Western allies been free to initiate a war, South Korea and Japan would have been devastated alongside North Korea and very likely parts of China and Russia as well. By constraining America's ability to start a war in East Asia through introduction of mutual vulnerability, North Korea's deterrence program has ensured that extra-regional actors cannot initiate a regional war by ensuring that they too could be targeted should hostilities break out. Seoul and Tokyo notably both perceived the possibility of a U.S. attack on the DPRK with much apprehension, and attempted to dissuade Washington from pursuing such a course of action. 60. So long as the U.S. was considering military action against the DPRK, which remained the case until late 2017 or very early 2018, these states remained very much in the firing line, an imminent risk which was only diffused by North Korea's efforts to take the American military option off the table with the thermonuclear warhead and the Hwasong-14 and Hwasong-15 delivery vehicles. While war against a North Korea without a nuclear ICBM could potentially have brought about an upturn in the American economy, the results for Japan and South Korea and their densely populated and industrialist regions and business districts would have been devastating. A conservative estimate of the death toll in Seoul from a single day of North Korea artillery strikes placed it at 20,000. 61. Although far higher figures have been quoted and overall casualties could very realistically far exceed 100,000 every 24 hours. The Center for the National Interests Director of Korea Studies, Harry J. Kazianis, referred to KPA artillery aimed at Seoul as able to start a 9/11 style crisis hundreds of times over in minutes. 62. Bombardment was expected to continue for weeks even if U.S. and Allied forces attempted to eliminate KPA artillery units with precision strikes. 63. Death tolls from artillery strikes exclude all types of attack other than artillery, including weapons of mass destruction, air and missile attacks and attacks by special forces units. Damage to the ROK and to Japan could very likely be significantly increased by the use of weapons of mass destruction by both the KPA and the U.S. military. Considering that a war with North Korea would be a challenge unprecedented since 1945, with the state named as one of America's four great power adversaries and the most formidable other than Russia and China, it is likely that weapons of mass destruction would be deployed extensively in roles for which they were never considered during wars with weaker states. For the U.S., use of chemical weapons has long been advocated as a means to effectively negate the vast numerical strength of the KPA. 64. Although with its arsenal having contracted since the Cold War's end from the world's second largest, the chances of chemical attack have been reduced. It remains uncertain whether North Korea has a chemical weapons program, although Western and South Korean sources have repeatedly indicated that the KPA possesses a considerable and highly diverse chemical arsenal. Should North Korea indeed possess such weapons and respond to an American attack by employing them, a prospect made all the more likely should the U.S. itself launch chemical or tactical nuclear attacks, the effects for South Korea and Japan would be devastating. The estimated casualties in South Korea's largest city Seoul from attacks using sarin nerve agents alone reached approximately 9.5 million people. This was without taking into account possibilities for attacks on other cities, use of more potent chemical weapons such as VX, or casualties from conventional artillery strikes or from other weapons of mass destruction. 65. While North Korea may well avoid striking civilian population centers with weapons of mass destruction, and KPA conduct towards civilians during the Korean War gives some basis for such predictions, moves by the United States to construct military facilities in or very near Japanese and South Korean cities considerably raises risks to civilians. Yokata Air Base and Tachikawa Air Base in Tokyo and the base of the Navy's 7th Fleet in Yokosuka City among others will all be key to the staging of American attacks on Korean territory, and KPA retaliation to eliminate these forward operating facilities could inadvertently lead to the targeting of these population centers. Proximity of U.S. military facilities to South Korean population centers poses a similar risk to civilians. Attempts by U.S. forces to shoot down Korean missiles approaching their bases, or otherwise redirect them using electronic warfare, further increases this risk to nearby urban areas. 66. While North Korea remains highly unlikely to use nuclear weapons against targets in South Korea, it remains a possibility, particularly if the U.S. itself deploys nuclear assets to ROK territory. There is an especially high risk of this, considering reports that the U.S. may still deploy some warheads in silos in the ROK, which had been alluded to by official U.S. military sources and long suspected by Pyongyang. 67. Declassified documents obtained by the Japanese Kyoto Agency in 2004 have supported these suspicions, and showed that while Washington and Seoul claimed all nuclear weapons had been withdrawn from Korea in December 1991. 68. A post-Cold War gesture to the Soviet Union, they remained on the peninsula until at least 1998. 69. Their removal has never been verified since. According to a RAND Corporation report, even a small 100-kiloton nuclear warhead striking a South Korean city would cause an estimated 1,530,000 casualties. 70. The casualties from multiple nuclear strikes using warheads over 10 times powerful would alone result in casualties measured in the tens of millions. The U.S. military would also be almost certain to employ depleted uranium munitions from platforms as small as Abrams tanks, highly toxic weapons the status and legality of which remains contested. These were used extensively by U.S. forces in Yugoslavia. 71. Syria. 72. And Iraq. 73. And often fired into heavily populated areas. 74. Considering the far greater intensity of a potential war in Korea, use of such munitions would be considerably greater, affecting the populations of both the DPRK and South Korea. Contamination from these weapons lasts for millions of years and has had devastating effects on the Yugoslav and Iraqi populations, including among other things an extreme rise in cancer rates, genetic abnormalities, and severe deformities in children at birth. 75. Contamination from these weapons is more dangerous than that from neutron and thermonuclear bombs or chemical weapons. The impacts could be seen on a relatively small scale in Iraq and Yugoslavia in proportion to the weapons' more limited use. 76. And in Korea, the very high danger of widespread contamination using depleted uranium alone considerably strengthens the argument that a North Korean nuclear deterrent is in the interests of populations on both sides of the 38th parallel. Taking into account prevalent attitudes in both the U.S. Civilian and military leadership to casualties among the South Korean population when at war with the North Korea, killing tens of thousands of southern civilians at the lowest estimate with its own bombing campaign and actively ordering soldiers and airmen to massacre ROK civilians in the previous war. The American threat to the populations of the ROK and Japan when pursuing its own narrowly defined national interests cannot be taken lightly. If the KPA had neglected to invest in an intercontinental range delivery capability, the possibility of a conflict which would devastate South Korea and Japan to an extent unparalleled in history, with weapons of mass destruction deployed extensively by both sides, would have been far more likely to have taken place at America's initiation in 2017 or 2018. It is perhaps for this reason that North Korea has referred to its nuclear deterrent as protecting the security of the Korean nation from the U.S. threat of aggression and averting a new war, an indication that the deterrent protects not only the peninsula north of the 38th parallel but all Korean people from the devastating consequences of a potential U.S. initiated conflict. 77. The lull in tensions between the DPRK and the U.S. resulting from a sharp policy shift in the United States in early 2018, and Washington's willingness to finally accept Pyongyang's call for one-to-one dialogue without preconditions, can be directly attributed to the East Asian states' success in developing a viable deterrent capability and demonstrating this with the Hwasong-15 and thermonuclear warhead tests. As prominent defense and strategy fellow at the Center for Strategic Studies Van Jackson, a former strategist and policy advisor at the Office of the Secretary of Defense and Group Chair of the U.S. ROK Extended Deterrence Policy Committee, concluded. Everything that helped resolve the crisis in 2018 looked superficially like the decisions of bold leaders taking history in their hands. But their initiatives were only unlocked because North Korea attained its goal of demonstrating a viable nuclear deterrent at the end of 2017. Without North Korea realizing the first principle of its security strategy when it did, Trump would have had little choice but to succumb to the arguments of preventative war advocates. 78. Thus it can be concluded that, had the DPRK failed to develop such a capability so quickly, the possibility of an American-initiated war in Northeast Asia to the severe detriment of the interests of all regional actors would not have been forestalled. Chapter 15 2017 Donald Trump and the brink of crisis. Donald Trump, the peace candidate. The coming to power of the Donald Trump administration in January 2017 coincided with North Korea's approach to completing a viable intercontinental range deterrent, and after a year of high tensions would see an unprecedented though still limited rapprochement between the two long-standing adversaries. While the shift in American policy towards the DPRK from early 2018 has been attributed primarily to the shift in the balance of power resulting from successful ICBM tests, the character of the new American administration would also heavily influence the relationship. As a presidential candidate, Donald Trump appeared willing to consider a new approach to relations with the DPRK, and in sharp contrast to his contenders both in the Republican Party primaries and in the Democratic Party, he expressed a willingness to personally negotiate with and even a degree of praise for the Korean leadership. 1. Regarding Korean leader Kim Jong-un specifically, Trump indicated a willingness to share a burger on a conference table. 2. And receive him at the White House, further stating, "I would speak to him, I would have no problem speaking to him." 3. This proposal was significant considering that one-on-one official dialogue had been one of Pyongyang's oldest and most consistent demands. 4. Trump's pledges to pull American forces out of Afghanistan and South Korea and end interventionism abroad, and his criticisms of the high costs of an overseas military presence. 5. Widely slammed as isolationism by allies in Europe. 6. And by the Democratic Party establishment. 7. Raised the prospects of a change in relations and possible end to the Korean War. It was notable that Donald Trump's two leading contenders, Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders, appeared to take far more hawkish positions. While not singling out North Korea, Clinton had repeatedly taken a hawkish line towards America's traditional enemies both when campaigning and as Secretary of State. As a key architect of the Pivot to Asia initiative, she had sought to place greater military pressure on and further isolate adversaries in Northeast Asia in particular. Harsher sanctions. 8. A continued refusal to negotiate. 9. And greater state-sponsored publicity for alleged Korean human rights abuses, were all expected to be hallmarks of a Clinton presidency, alongside increased military pressure. 10. Former Undersecretary of State Wendy Sherman, said to be one of the most influential figures on Clinton's foreign policy team, openly advocated plans to force regime change in the DPRK. 11. With other figures similarly advocating maximum pressure and a hard line. 12. Retired Admiral James Stavridis, a leading Clinton advisor, also advocated escalating cyber warfare and, if necessary, preventative military strikes. 13. Candidate Sanders had a similarly long history of supporting offensive military action and regime change overseas as a senator and congressman, including 3 votes in favor of attacks on Yugoslavia and support for the Iraq Liberation Act of 1998, which enshrined the forced removal of its government as official American policy. He later voted to reaffirm this policy and provide congressional backing to both intensive airstrikes and attempted assassination of Iraq's president. Sanders personally singled out North Korea as the greatest threat to the United States above Russia or Islamic terrorism, advocating maximum pressure to halt its deterrence program. 14. Sanders was notable for his strong endorsement of measures to economically get tough on rising East Asian economies. 15. And increased economic pressure was highly likely, had he won. The contrast in positions on North Korea between the Democratic Party candidates and candidate Trump was thus stark, leading strongly pro-North Korean Singaporean media outlet DPRK Today to praise Trump as a wise politician and far-sighted candidate in contrast to dull Hillary. 16. It is notable that in the waning months of the Obama administration, a far more hostile policy towards the DPRK appeared to have been adopted, including a strong emphasis on the importance of preventative warfare and imposed regime change. Commander of U.S. Forces in Korea under the Obama administration General Walter Sharp stated on December 1, 2016 that the U.S. should launch an attack if North Korea so much as placed a single ICBM on a launch pad, meaning any tests of long-range missiles could be met with an all-out American offensive. 17. Admiral Mike Mullen, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff under the Obama administration, had advocated much the same policy, proposing attacks which would prevent the KPA from testing an ICBM. 18. Both figures were widely viewed in Washington as respectable mainstream officials, and their statements were highly indicative of the overall nature of discourse on the matter at the time. The tone of Obama administration officials towards the DPRK was highly reminiscent of that of the George W. Bush administration towards Iraq in 2002, and demonstrated a hostility towards and a resolve to act against the East Asian state arguably unprecedented since the Korean War. In the final week of October 2016, the president of the Center for Strategic and International Studies and Deputy Secretary of Defense to President Bill Clinton, John Hamra, stated, "I've been at meetings with senior officials who say we need to change policy to formally embrace regime change." 19. Secretary of State John Kerry, in his speech at the U.S. Naval Academy the following month, implied that an approach based on similar lines may be necessary. Continued pursuit of a deterrent capability by the DPRK may need to be met by offensive military action to impose a change in government. 20. Defense and Strategy Fellow at the Center for Strategic Studies Van Jackson, a former strategist, policy advisor at the Office of the Secretary of Defense and Group Chair of the U.S. ROC Extended Deterrence Policy Committee, noted regarding parallel developments in U.S. media at the time. National media outlets and commentators started regularly churning out stories with headlines such as "What would happen in minutes and hours after North Korea nuked the United States, preempting a North Korean ICBM test, what the U.S. would use to strike North Korea, and should Washington strike North Korea's dangerous ICBMs before it's too late?" Commentaries strongly opposed to attacking North Korea were forced to focus primarily on the question of military strikes rather than some nonviolent alternative. Not only had the North Korea policy landscape developed a hawkish tilt, the terms of debate about North Korea policy had shifted dramatically into the military realm. This was the prevailing state of mind among Washington policy elites as Trump entered the White House. 21. Such reporting could be interpreted as a move to prepare the public for a possible strike in the coming year, much as media under the Bush administration had done when reporting on Iraq for over a year before the invasion commenced. 22. The view that there was a need for a major policy shift, and that initiating an unprovoked war or seeking absolute regime change needed to be seriously considered, were hardly ideas relegated to a minority on the fringes of the Obama administration. Rather, they appeared to reflect a growing consensus which would likely have seen a far more hostile policy towards the DPRK had Obama's term been longer or had the presidency been passed on to another member of the Democratic Party establishment such as Hillary Clinton. Candidate Clinton was surrounded by many of the same figures and others who similarly, if not more vocally, advocated attacks and the forced overthrow of the Korean government. Had she picked up where her predecessor had left off, as had been widely anticipated, it was likely that Clinton's administration would have acted on this consensus. As it was, the transition between the administrations of Barack Obama and Donald Trump was very far from a smooth one. Even though the new president inherited a foreign policy, military, and intelligence establishment which did believe in the need for drastic measures against North Korea, much of the dangerous consensus and momentum towards action which had built up in President Obama's final year was somewhat dissipated. Standoff in 2017, the Donald Trump presidency takes on North Korea in his annual New Year's address, which in January 2017 focused primarily on economic programs. Chairman Kim Jong-un briefly referred to the country's advancing deterrence capabilities, lauding its first test of a thermonuclear warhead and announcing that it was entering the final stage of preparation for the test launch of an intercontinental ballistic missile. The chairman further stated that this capability would remarkably raise the strategic position of the DPRK. 23. The soon-to-be President Trump tweeted in response the following day on January 2, North Korea just stated that it is in the final stages of developing a nuclear weapon capable of reaching parts of the U.S. It won't happen. 24. Heralding what would later turn out to be the president's core strategy towards North Korea, Trump's second tweet later that day stated, China has been taking out massive amounts of money and wealth from the U.S. in totally one-sided trade, but won't help with North Korea. Nice. 25. While the first year of the Trump administration saw tensions escalate between Washington and Pyongyang, this would have likely been the case no matter who sat in the Oval Office. If anything, the distinctive style of the new president, the importance of his non-interventionist policies to his support base. 26. And his separate positions from the majority of the U.S. foreign policy establishment. 27. And the increasingly hawkish Democratic Party establishment very likely reduced the potential for conflict. It is notable that, unlike many prominent figures on both sides of the American political establishment, the Trump administration consistently viewed the DPRK as a rational actor. 28. This was something its predecessors appeared to believe but did not emphasize to the same extent, and which prominent figures from both political parties from Bernie Sanders. 29. To Lindsey Graham. 30. Made clear they did not believe. While President Trump often referred to himself as a deal maker based on his business experience, perhaps the most significant skill he brought to the White House was that of the showman, see Miss Universe, Miss America, and The Apprentice, which appeared to give him a taste for the theatrical in a way that resonated strongly with his support base. The result was that when North Korea's arsenal saw a considerable range increase in 2017, which was widely portrayed in Western media as an imminent threat to the American population, the president could talk tough with simple but effective rhetoric, which won people over far better than his predecessors had. Where the preceding administration's policy appeared to have been to speak softly and carry a large stick, with Obama's soft-spoken demeanor contrasting to the forceful interventionism and bellicosity of his foreign policy. The Trump presidency spoke very loudly but carried a small stick. While the U.S. military saw a significant increase in funding in 2017. 31. Trump's often bellicose rhetoric far exceeded his administration's actual tendency for interventionism abroad. Thus harsher rhetoric was repeatedly coupled with a softer hand, at least relative to other post-Cold War American presidencies, while continually slamming China for raping our country when on campaign. 32. Trump withdrew from the Trans-Pacific Partnership trade deal in his first week in office, which had been intended to contain China's economic influence in the Asia-Pacific. 33. Referring to the Syrian president as Animal Assad and in other harsh terms. 34. Trump still led calls for a withdrawal of U.S. forces from Syria against strong opposition from his own administration, the foreign policy establishment and other Western states. 35. Although calling for the ouster of the government of Venezuela. 36. President Trump stopped short of military action despite strong indications that such policy was popular in his administration. 37. And despite several precedents set for U.S. invasions and forced regime change in Latin America. It is in this context that the president's policy and harsh rhetoric towards North Korea in his first year in office can be best understood. It is also important to consider that U.S. foreign policy under the Trump administration quickly came to resemble that of the Soviet Union in its final years under Mikhail Gorbachev in one critical aspect. In both cases, the head of state appeared at odds with the military and intelligence establishments and espoused policies which strongly contradicted the status quo, which in turn led these establishments to increasingly conduct foreign policy independently of their presidencies. 38. Clashes with the CIA and the wider intelligence community in particular surfaced repeatedly under the Trump administration. 39. And even at times when the president sought to pursue a policy of rapprochement and reduce tensions, other elements in the American government would not necessarily fall in line. Direct contradictions with the military. 40. The State Department. 41. The intelligence services. 42. And prominent national security advisors. 43. Were frequent and were widely seen by analysts as indicators of major clashes over foreign policy making within the government. Although President Trump had pledged a change in the direction of the state's foreign policy, not only towards North Korea but also towards Syria, Russia, and other state actors targeted by his predecessor, the momentum of the foreign policy establishment towards confrontation was considerable and growing, which led to at least a partial revision of Trump's original positions in all three cases. In North Korea's case in particular, with its fast-growing deterrence capabilities increasingly portrayed as an imminent threat to America and with much of the general public as well as the political and military leadership supporting a harsh response, the willingness and ability to come down hard on Pyongyang was key to the new president's credibility. Trump's approach to North Korea appeared closely linked to his parallel plans to take a harder line against China. Statements by administration officials regarding this strategy notably read almost word for word like the policy advocated by a task force from the highly influential Council on Foreign Relations, CFR, think tank in a prominent 2016 paper. I titled A Sharper Choice on North Korea, Engaging China for a Stable Northeast Asia. The paper appeared to shape thinking on U.S. policy towards the DPRK across the political spectrum and profoundly influence the Trump administration. In its opening paragraph, the report directly blamed China for North Korea's growing deterrence capabilities through its failure to more actively support the West's hard line against Pyongyang. It advocated a major diplomatic effort to elevate the issue to the top of the U.S.-China bilateral relationship and raising of a threat of military action against North Korea and a major war on China's border if Beijing failed to comply. 44. The CFR's members were described by the Washington Post as the nearest thing we have to a ruling establishment in the United States and includes almost all CIA directors, national security advisors, UN ambassadors, Federal Reserve chairs, World Bank presidents, and directors of the National Economic Council, several presidents and vice presidents, the majority of state secretaries, several chairs of the Federal Reserve and many high-ranking NATO and military commanders. According to the Post, the council members were part of a foreign policy establishment with shared values and worldviews, whose role was not limited to analyzing foreign policy but also included taking an active hand in shaping it. 45. Princeton University professor Stephen F. Cohen, former advisor to President George H. W. Bush and a former member of the CFR, described the Council as America's single most important non-governmental foreign policy organization, with the power to define the accepted, legitimate, orthodox parameters of discussion. The CFR really is what the Soviets used to call the very top level of the nomenclatura. 46. The CFR's publications provide perhaps the best indicator of the position of the U.S. foreign policy establishment, and its policy positions have almost without exception been closely reflected by the policies of their contemporary American administrations. Placing pressure on China to enforce Western-drafted economic sanctions on North Korea, and a linking of Beijing's compliance in doing so with its future trading relationship with the United States, was seen as a way of pressing Pyongyang to capitulate to Western demands through a third party. Trump administration officials frequently indicated that the terms of future trade agreements would be significantly influenced by the extent of Chinese support against the DPRK, which placed Beijing's own economic security under threat. 47. While similar pressure was applied to other North Korean trading partners, as by far North Korea's most important economic partner, pressure on China was seen as particularly critical. It is notable that this same strategy was advocated by President Obama to the incumbent Mr. Trump in late 2016, as it was hoped that this new approach of pressuring China to pressure Korea could bring crisis to the North Korean economy where Western economic sanctions alone had failed. 48. State Secretary John Kerry has separately strongly recommended the same strategy. 49. Ultimately, the new American approach was doomed to fail from the outset for two reasons. The first was that while the Western Bloc continued to portray North Korea's deterrence program as unacceptable to the international community, the only serious opposition to it came from the Western world and Japan, occasionally from South Korea and Israel too as well. Thus China, like other non-Western parties, was interested not in sanctions enforcement per se but rather in providing the illusion of enforcement to placate Western demands. With the two East Asian states sharing a porous border, reportedly with extensive tunnel networks for smuggling underground. 50. The West could do little to confirm that external signs of stricter Chinese sanctions enforcement were genuine. Even with limited pressure applied by Beijing, experts assess that trade between Chinese and Korean entities occurs through remarkably robust networks that can support cross-border trade in adverse conditions, with traders highly adept at evading restrictions which Chinese authorities alone would struggle to enforce even if this were their objective. 51. The second reason was that the U.S. and the wider Western Bloc failed to understand the nature of the Chinese relationship with North Korea, seeing that latter as a client state and protectorate of the former and Beijing's role as similar to that of a neo-imperialist power. Western analysts thus appeared to project the nature of the West's own relationship with many of its former colonies, or even that of the Soviet Union with the Warsaw Pact, on the Sino-Korean relationship, which inevitably led to a serious failure to comprehend it. Those states which were willingly granted independence from the West have consistently seen extensive and continued Western influence over their policy making, both foreign and domestic. The Philippines. 52. South Korea. 53. And Japan. 54. Are among the leading examples of this trend. In America's case, sovereignty is arguably even more restricted for its small immediate neighbors. It would be unthinkable for a Central American state, Honduras for example, to engage in foreign relations with a major power such as China independently, with policies across America's backyard very much contingent on Washington's approval. Unbeknownst to the Americans and Europeans, or perhaps incomprehensible to them given the contrast with their own system, China's relations with its neighbors including the DPRK are premised on a wholly different model of mutual respect for sovereignty. While striving for hegemony and imperial dominance has been key to the nature of Western relations with the non-Western world for centuries, since Vasco da Gama first voyaged through the Indian Ocean. 55. Beijing has repeatedly reiterated that it does not seek hegemony or a compromising of the independence of others either near its own borders or further abroad. 56. The fact that North Korea, despite being so heavily dependent on China economically, has remained so fiercely independent in its sovereignty and governance but still on friendly terms with Beijing, bears strong testament to this, as do numerous other examples both historical and current of Chinese relationships with small states. 57. Western analysts repeatedly failed to understand that the Sino-North Korean relationship was not a neo-colonial one where Beijing dominated Pyongyang, something ideologically abhorrent to both. President Trump himself alluded to the belief that North Korea was some form of Chinese neo-colony on many occasions, stating when on campaign in 2016, China has absolute control over North Korea. They don't say it, but they do. And they should make that problem disappear. We have power over China, China should do that. I would force China to do it economically. 58. This was far from the only time he expressed such a sentiment. Foreign Policy magazine notably even suggested in 2017 that the Korean crisis could be solved by a permanent presence of tens of thousands of Chinese soldiers in North Korea. 59. Something which came naturally to the U.S. and its Western partners, which have permanently deployed troops to most of the world's 195 countries. 60. And with special forces in many more. 61. But remained an alien concept to the North Koreans and to China. 62. Chinese forces had left North Korea in 1958 after the state's post-war reconstruction was complete, to return only in the event of a new American attack. In the 5,000-year histories of both nations, incidences of permanent overseas military presences have been negligible, again drawing a stark contrast to the history of the Western world. A secondary component to the DPRK's maintenance of total sovereignty and independence was its own ideology, which made Chinese control over the state a Western fantasy. As Van Jackson observed, a blanket error of U.S. policymakers since the 1960s has been the incorrect assumption that the Chinese or the Soviets might control North Korea, when the reality was always that no outside power could. 63. Ignorance of the nature of Sino-Korean relations effectively set America and its allies up for repeated failure in seeking to use China against its neighbor. Tensions coming to a head. The first 7 months of 2017 saw the United States fast run out of options to deal with the Korean crisis, with Pyongyang seemingly unfazed by military threats and diplomatic pressure. The Korean economy had remained stable. 64. Despite unprecedented economic pressure which, even when applied far more lightly, had devastated the economies of Iran. 65. Iraq. 66. Venezuela. 67. And other Western target states. The window for military action meanwhile appeared to be closing, with the testing of new hardware and particularly the first successful Hwasong 12 and Hwasong 14 tests in May and July respectively demonstrating a significantly increased deterrence capability. On August 8, the day the Washington Post published part of a leaked Defense Intelligence Agency assessment concluding that North Korea could deliver nuclear warheads to the American mainland, President Trump warned, North Korea best not make any more threats to the United States. They will be met with fire and fury like the world has never seen. 68. This was a thinly veiled reference to the very type of attack Pyongyang most feared: intensive firebombing and nuclear strikes against population centers. Fire and fury was the term used by U.S. President Harry Truman to describe such attacks on Imperial Japan, with similar firebombings ravaging North Korean population centers during the Korean War. The DPRK responded to the American threat in kind, within hours issuing a warning that it was considering a strike to create an enveloping fire around Guam, which it had recently demonstrated the ability to strike with the Hwasong-12. The territory was home to Andersen Air Force Base, from where American heavy bombers regularly conducted mock sorties over the Korean peninsula, as well as to Naval Base Guam, which was a vital staging ground for a war against North Korea. According to a study by the Rand Corporation think tank, such facilities were seriously threatened by and extremely vulnerable to such ballistic missile attacks, and even if the missiles deployed conventional warheads, the prospects are grim for the base's survival. 69. As KPA General Kim Rak-cheom stated in response to the U.S. President's new threat, sound dialogue is not possible with such a guy bereft of reason, and only absolute force can work on him. 70. Pyongyang was aware of its position of strength at this time, and at less than 2 weeks after its second successful Hwasong-14 test, the chances of U.S. military action remained low so long as the DPRK demonstrated a readiness to retaliate forcefully. Referring to the additional level recently added to its deterrent capability beyond the Guam killer, the KPA Strategic Force issued a statement, saying, "Will only the U.S. have the option called preventive war as is claimed by it? It is a daydream for the U.S. to think that its mainland is an invulnerable heavenly kingdom. The U.S. should clearly face up to the fact that the ballistic rockets of the strategic force of the KPA are now on constant standby, facing the Pacific Ocean, and pay deep attention to their azimuth angle for launch." 71. A month later, addressing the United Nations General Assembly on September 19, shortly following the successful Korean testing of a thermonuclear warhead on the 3rd of the month and of another Hwasong-12 missile on the 15th, President Trump stated, "The United States has great strength and patience, but if it is forced to defend itself or its allies, we will have no choice but to totally destroy North Korea. Rocket Man Chairman Kim Jong-un is on a suicide mission for himself and for his regime. The United States is ready, willing, and able, but hopefully this will not be necessary." The president's statement appeared to be intended more as a show of strength and resolve than as a sign the U.S. actually had a plan to roll back Korean nuclear development. Similar statements by the president over the past month, while using extremely bellicose language, were notably all threats of retaliation to a hypothetical Korean attack rather than a threat to initiate any kind of hostilities against the DPRK. 72. Some of Trump's critics even depicted his UN statement as a threat of genocide, which to some extent it was, but it is important to distinguish between professing hostile intent and warning of one's readiness to retaliate. 73. The statement did, however, blunt what several analysts saw as an opening for diplomacy, with some having speculated. 74. That U.S. and DPRK delegations could meet informally at the sidelines of the United Nations. To place President Trump's statement in perspective, President Obama previously warned that the U.S. could destroy North Korea with our arsenals in April 2016. 75. 3 months after the state's fourth nuclear test and 3 days after a successful test of a new submarine-launched ballistic missile. While Trump had warned Pyongyang of the consequences of an attack on the U.S. or its allies, a moot point since the likelihood of Pyongyang itself initiating hostilities was negligible to non-existent, Obama's threat made no mention of a Korean attack as a precondition to destroy the country. Rather, his threat appeared to be a reiteration of the option for massive preventative war which, according to a number of reports, was then under consideration in the White House, a far more aggressive intent than anything Trump himself expressed. Thus, while Trump won support at home as the strong man with a bombastic style, he spoke loudly, but his willingness to attack and his ability to do so remained low. This was hardly the only time President Trump would use extremely bellicose rhetoric in a purely hypothetical context as a cover for a far more nuanced and at times conciliatory policy. In July 2019, for example, he stated regarding the war in Afghanistan, "If I wanted to win that war, Afghanistan would be wiped off the face of the earth." It would be gone. It would be over in literally, in 10 days. And I don't want to go that route. Such rhetoric gave cover to his subsequent moves to draw down the U.S. military presence and de-escalate the war in coordination with Pakistan, while preempting critics who might claim that he was conceding or weak on defense. 76. With Washington by September increasingly restricted in its options, and already applying maximum pressure against the DPRK, the bombast of Trump's UN address could effectively cover America's inability to respond effectively. Following President Trump's speech, Chairman Kim Jong-un derided the American head of state as mentally deranged and a rogue and a gangster fond of playing with fire, vowing to make him pay dearly for his speech calling for totally destroying the DPRK. 77. North Korea's foreign ministry subsequently threatened to shoot down American bombers which were carrying out frequent mock sorties near its airspace, a warning that bombers should not stray too near the country's territory lest the KPA's retaliation provoke an incident which neither side sought. Again, ambiguity regarding how far the North Koreans were willing to go was being used as an effective tool to put pressure on the Americans. In the eyes of the U.S. military leadership, well aware of the precedent of KPA attacks on its ships and aircraft operating near Korean territory, see Chapter 9, could the state's new long-range deterrent capabilities not potentially give it the confidence needed to carry out such attacks? Director for Nonproliferation Policy at the Arms Control Association, Kelsey Davenport provided an interesting assessment of North Korea's rhetoric and position at this time, stating, "I think North Korea has typically responded to threats with threats, to provocations with provocations. In part, North Korea is responding to the dangerous and bellicose rhetoric of President Trump." Observing that the DPRK was indirectly expressing a willingness to negotiate should threats from the U.S. cease, Davenport noted, "I read that as keeping the door open for negotiations, if the United States rolls back its more hostile posturing and rhetoric." 78. Through his rhetorical style, President Trump was speaking the same language as the North Korean Foreign Ministry. Neither threatened the other's state directly with the initiation of hostilities, but each threatened massive retaliation should the other dare do so in increasingly bombastic ways. By September, support for a potential military solution appeared to have declined among the American leadership, due largely to the new capabilities the DPRK had demonstrated and the hard line taken by its northern neighbors against a potential U.S. attack. Pyongyang and other regional actors could not be entirely sure of Washington's intentions, however, or which faction or viewpoint in the government would prevail. Some influential figures in the American leadership still doubted the viability of the KPA's intercontinental range deterrent and contemplated a limited bloody nose strike, which they believed would not be met with a nuclear response. 79. The overall consensus appeared to be, however, that any military action was too great a risk. North Korea had demonstrated its ability and its readiness to respond to attack and was almost certain to launch some form of counterstrike. This carried the high risk of escalating to a total war in which the U.S. mainland could be targeted. Although it appeared the U.S. was increasingly forced towards the path of negotiation, it could not be certain at this stage. Rumors of U.S. preparations for war in major American news outlets, many later debunked, still pervaded. These included rumors of an evacuation operation being planned to remove American civilians from South Korea, of U.S. Navy surface ships being given warning orders to program North Korean targets into their guidance systems. 80. And of nuclear-capable bombers in the Pacific being placed on 24-hour alert, a state of readiness unheard of since the Cold War. 81. In the immediate aftermath of President Trump's UN address in mid-September, a brief lull in tensions appeared to occur which lasted until late November. North Korea, having miniaturized a thermonuclear warhead and successfully conducted 2 Hwasong-14 and 3 Hwasong-12 missile tests capable of threatening the U.S. mainland and Guam respectively, began a self-imposed moratorium on further testing. It was notable that the nature of the KPA's final missile tests before the moratorium-firing Hwasong-12 ballistic missiles was interpreted by a number of Western analysts as an attempt to avoid provoking the U.S. and a signal of Pyongyang's intent to open dialogue. The KPA did not follow through on its earlier threat to fire missiles into the sea near American bases on Guam, but instead tested them far to the north where they landed far from any potential targets. 82. The beginning of the testing moratorium followed remarks by Chairman Kim Jong-un a month prior on August 14, which were widely seen as conciliatory both by U.S. analysts and by members of the Trump administration, a potential opening for dialogue. 83. The U.S. response, however, was far from reciprocal. On August 28, the United States National Nuclear Security Administration announced a flight test of a new tactical nuclear weapon, the B-61-12 gravity bomb, which was widely interpreted as a show of force against North Korea. This was the kind of weapon expected to be used to neutralize KPA troop concentrations, armored formations, and tunnel networks in the event of war, precisely the kind of attack North Korea had developed nuclear weapons to deter. 84. The U.S. military subsequently redeployed 816,393 bombs, 1.5 million pounds of munitions, to Andersen Air Force Base on Guam, the base from which American B-52H, B-1B, and B-2 heavy bombers would be deployed to strike North Korea in the event of war, and a supply hub for American air units in the Pacific. North Korea was again widely seen as the target of this irregular deployment, although this was not stated explicitly by the U.S. military. 85. On November 16, the U.S. Strategic Command published a statement on Twitter with an ominous nuclear threat to North Korea playing on the country's long-standing fears. It claimed that the U.S. retained secret silos of nuclear weapons in South Korea, something Pyongyang had long suspected, since international inspectors had never verified the withdrawal of American nuclear arms from the country. The Strategic Command made a more controversial claim that B-1B Lancer bombers, which were denuclearized after the Cold War, retained the ability to deploy nuclear warheads. The B-1B was the only supersonic bomber in the American inventory, and frequently carried out mock bombings near North Korea's borders. 86. This exacerbated an already dangerously tense situation after a U.S. Ohio-class nuclear submarine carrying over 5 dozen SEAL Special Operations units tasked with infiltrating DPRK territory and assassinating its leadership in the event of war. 87. Docked in South Korea. The U.S. Navy soon afterwards announced unscheduled military exercises in Northeast Asia from November 11 to 14 involving 3 Nimitz-class supercarriers and other assets including B-1B bombers. This was the first time since 2007 that 3 of the 100,000-ton warships, the heaviest in the world, were deployed for joint operations, and could have easily been interpreted as preparation for imminent attack. The carriers between them deployed over 15 squadrons of heavily armed combat aircraft loaded to the maximum with magnificent F-35 and F-18 fighter jets, according to President Trump. 88. It was subsequently announced that the Air Force would deploy F-22 Raptor fighter jets to South Korea. 89. The most sophisticated jets in America's inventory, designed to penetrate deep into enemy airspace and evade dense air defense networks such as that which protected North Korea. 3. These highly irregular deployments all occurred shortly after they were announced, presenting North Korea with perhaps the most serious threat yet of imminent war. Messages to American civilians in South Korea instructing them to evacuate immediately came on the heels of an unusual high-profile inspection of U.S. logistics and evacuation preparations in late September. Such a non-combatant evacuation operation, intended to ensure no collateral damage to U.S. civilians from KPA retaliation, would be standard procedure preceding an attack on the DPRK, and was thus met with considerable apprehension in both Pyongyang and Seoul. 90. This military pressure was supplemented by imposition of yet tighter secondary economic sanctions on the Northeast Asian state by the U.S. Treasury. 91. The U.S. appeared if anything to have taken the North Korean leader's conciliatory statement as a sign of weakness, or according to President Trump as a sign that Kim Jong-un is starting to respect us. 92. This was taken as a cue not to negotiate and de-escalate, but to double down on military and economic pressure in the hope that it would be met by further conciliatory remarks and the beginnings of a capitulation by the Korean side. Responding to American pressure with anything other than pressure of its own as it had done on this single occasion was proving to have been a serious mistake by Pyongyang. Some analysts speculated that provocations may have been carried out to goad Pyongyang into a military response which could be used as a pretext for an American attack, further sanctions or other forms of hostile action. 93. If there was a trap, Pyongyang did not fall for it. North Korea maintained its moratorium on weapons testing and did not respond to these developments, apparently seeking to encourage the U.S. to more quickly realize the inevitable that negotiation was now its only viable path forward, with economic sanctions having failed and military action no longer viable after the ICBM tests. The United States Special Representative for North Korea Policy, Jo Yoon, had notably previously stated that a Korean moratorium on missile testing would be a signal that Pyongyang was serious about negotiating, although, likely much to Pyongyang's chagrin, when such a moratorium did take place it was subsequently ignored by the administration and dismissed by Yoon personally. 94. The U.S. moved to further escalate tensions in late November, announcing the massive Vigilant Ace joint aerial drills with South Korea scheduled to begin on December 5. High-end U.S. weapons systems including B-1B and B-2 bombers and F-15 and F-22 air superiority fighters were deployed for this purpose alongside decapitation units tasked with assassinating the North Korean leadership. Such drills trained for offensive action against the DPRK and were seen in Pyongyang as presenting a direct threat of war, which forced it to place its forces on heightened alert. Drills were massive in scale, involving tens of thousands of troops, with those scheduled for December being the third that year following drills in March and August. The DPRK had consistently responded to previous invasion drills by demonstrating the capabilities of its missile deterrent and carrying out unscheduled drills in December at a time of high tension cued Pyongyang to respond with a show of force of its own. Safeguarding regional peace, Korea's northern neighbors step in North Korea's moratorium on missile testing and calls for negotiation, when brazenly ignored through the announcement of the Vigilant Ace drills, had the effect of winning Pyongyang considerably more international sympathy. Thus the testing of the Hwasong-15 ICBM, which took place 5 days before Vigilant Ace commenced and demonstrated the capability to retaliate against the entire U.S. mainland, was more widely understood as a response to provocation by a country seeking peace rather than a provocation in itself. Russia and China in particular, through statements from their foreign ministries and the Russian presidency, showed considerably greater solidarity with Pyongyang as the more responsible party and the one seeking de-escalation. Russia's foreign minister slammed the bloodthirsty tirade of the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations against North Korea and pledged that Russia would do our utmost not to let the United States start a war. 95. These words of indirect support for Pyongyang were soon followed by meaningful actions. China and Russia had previously drawn a red line at any U.S. military action against the DPRK and had taken steps to enforce it. While both had strongly advocated a freeze-for-freeze agreement at the United Nations, under which North Korea would cease strategic weapons testing if the U.S. ceased military exercises, the U.S. slammed anything other than a unilateral standing down by the DPRK as unacceptable and refused to make any concessions of its own. Indeed, American ambassador to the UN Nikki Haley had referred to propositions for mutual concessions as insulting on the basis that Pyongyang was a rogue regime and could not be held to the same standard. 96. After the U.S. launched large-scale military exercises in South Korea in March, Russia had responded in April by deploying its own long-range air defense systems near its Korean borders, including the S-400 Triumph system. This platform was capable of intercepting targets at high hypersonic speeds up to 400 km away and could engage up to 80 targets simultaneously. 97. The Russian Foreign Ministry's acknowledgement that North Korean missile tests were not aimed at or threatening Russian security was revealing regarding the motives of these deployments, particularly as the military had stated its readiness to shoot down any missiles fired over North Korean territory. If it was not North Korean missiles which were considered a threat, this indicated that Russia was deploying its air defenses to provide cover to North Korea from American attacks. There is no other party against which these systems could have been aimed. Amid a second round of U.S. drills in August, senior fellow at the Center for Korean Studies of the Institute of Far Eastern Studies at the Russian Academy of Sciences Yevgeny Kim indicated that Russia could use its air defense coverage over Korean airspace to prevent U.S. attacks against the country, stating with near certainty that if war broke out, it would be America which initiated hostiles. North Korea's missiles won't fly in the direction of Guam. Most likely, if something happens, U.S. missiles will be fired. Of course, our Russian air defense systems could intercept them, but it is necessary to conduct a policy which would prevent such a course of events, he said. 98. Russia and North Korea had notably signed an agreement on intelligence and air defense cooperation in 2015. 99. And it was therefore possible that the two could effectively coordinate a defense of North Korean airspace with Korean Pyongyang 5 and other shorter-ranged systems serving in a complementary role to longer-ranged Russian platforms. Russian air defenses were put on high alert in early August 2017 as the U.S. began its second military exercises in South Korea. 100. Russia was hardly the only party to draw a red line against American attacks on North Korea in August 2017. China's Global Times, a state newspaper closely affiliated with the ruling Chinese Communist Party, stated that Beijing would remain neutral if North Korea initiated a conflict with the United States. It warned, however, that if America initiated an attack on North Korea, China would intervene to support Pyongyang. 101. That month, in parallel to Russian moves near its own Korean border, China's People's Liberation Army deployed advanced air defense systems near the Korean border. In early September, these air defense units held nighttime drills intended to prepare for surprise attacks by hostile forces. It remained a possibility for both Russian and Chinese air defense units that plans were in place for them to operate from North Korean territory in the event of war, and the ability to deny U.S. aircraft access to North Korean airspace would seriously undermine American war plans, given the U.S. doctrine's heavy reliance on control of the skies. Deployments of air defense units and warnings that these were ready to respond significantly complemented the deterrent effect of the KPA's own conventional and nuclear assets, a further reason for the United States to avoid war. Alongside deployment of air defense units, China's Navy in late July and early August held two separate drills in the Yellow Sea off the Korean coast. Both were widely interpreted by analysts as shows of force aimed at the United States in light of its recent threats to take military action on the Korean peninsula, which Beijing deemed unacceptable. A third round of naval drills next to Korea were held in September, in which Chinese warships particularly emphasized their own formidable air defense capabilities, which could be used to shield Korean airspace from enemy aircraft or missiles in the event of conflict. According to Chinese naval expert Li Jie, the drills showed that China is prepared and able to stop any power that threatens stability in the region and were intended to warn the United States against staging an attack on the DPRK. 102. China's latest destroyers deployed sophisticated four-layered anti-air missile networks and could seriously impede hostile aircraft and missiles from reaching Korean territory. 103. While Beijing's adherence to its defense treaty with Pyongyang had been questionable since the 1980s, which was widely cited by proponents of offensive action in the Western world as a reason to consider attacking the DPRK. 104. China's actions emphasizing its commitment to the defense of its neighbor provided a further deterrent to U.S. aggression. While criticizing the announcement of unscheduled U.S.-led military exercises, which took place in early December and ended the DPRK's testing moratorium, Beijing reportedly sent a strong signal to the U.S. and South Korea to back up its threat to intervene in the DPRK's defense. It was reported that China's new J-20 stealth fighters flew into South Korean airspace and near Seoul itself, using advanced stealth capabilities to remain undetected before returning to bases in China's northeast. The J-20 was one of just 3 fifth-generation fighter classes active in the world at the time, and with South Korea neither confirming or denying these reports, the new fighter's presence could have further emphasized the vulnerability of U.S. and Allied positions across Northeast Asia. 105. Russia meanwhile conducted a major show of force of its own, deploying large numbers of Marines trained in amphibious warfare to carry out sizable live-fire exercises little over 100 kilometers from the Korean border. 106. Further live-fire exercises involving Russian air units also took place. 107. Combined with the naval exercises, repeated warnings, and air defense deployments, the signs from Moscow and Beijing could not have been clearer. An American attack would not be tolerated, and both parties were willing and well positioned to respond. While Pyongyang had long pursued a policy of independence in its defense from Beijing or Moscow, it was fortunate that at a time of high tension, when preventative strikes were under serious consideration in Washington, the geopolitical alignment and military capabilities of China and Russia were such that they provided further protection for the DPRK to complement its own deterrence capabilities. Whether this support tipped the balance in Washington against military action, or whether the testing of Hwasong-14, Hwasong-12, and other ballistic missile and modern conventional systems was sufficient to deter an attack, remains uncertain. The fact that the DPRK had not had time to place its new ballistic missiles and miniaturist warheads into mass production, however, meant that a possibility of U.S. attack in late 2017 and even in early 2018, although slim, still remained. Russian and Chinese military support was thus valuable, and its impact was likely very significant. Chapter 20. 7. The failure of sanctions to have the desired effect, alongside the ruling out of American military options, between them seriously restricted Washington's options to end the crisis other than through negotiations. Exactly 2 weeks after the testing of the Hwasong-15, Secretary of State Rex Tillerson heralded changes which had by this point become inevitable, a major shift in Washington's North Korea policy. In a major departure from the American position during the last decade, he stated at the Atlantic Council, "We're ready to talk anytime North Korea would like to talk. We are ready to have the first meeting without precondition. We can talk about the weather if you want. Talk about whether it's going to be a square table or a round table, if that's what you are excited about. But can we at least sit down and see each other face to face, and then we can begin to lay out a map, a road map of what we might be willing to work towards. But can we at least sit down and see each other face to face?" Further clarifying the implications of his statement, in direct contradiction to prior Trump and Obama administration policies, he stated, "It's not realistic to say we're only going to talk if you come to the table ready to give up your program. They have too much invested in it." 8. The Obama administration's failure to acknowledge this by insisting on unilateral Korean disarmament before talks began, perhaps intended to preclude talks under a policy of hawk engagement. 9. Had been a key impediment to negotiations throughout its tenure. Tillerson's statement was perhaps made in the knowledge that so long as negotiations were underway, military options were unlikely to be taken. Opening the door to a resumption of talks could thus be seen as a response to very real calls by others in the Trump administration to initiate military action against the DPRK. 10. Which raised the specter of nuclear retaliation against U.S. military forces across the Asia-Pacific and the U.S. mainland itself. Even the limited bloody nose strike being advocated seriously risked escalation to total war, referred to by lawmakers as an all-out war against the regime intended to take the regime completely down. 11. Such actions would guarantee all-out Korean retaliation, including nuclear strikes on the U.S. mainland, and seriously risked war with both China and Russia in light of their recently asserted zero-tolerance line against American attacks on their neighbor. The rationality of many figures in the Trump administration was questionable at this time, and advocates of an attack which carried a very high risk of nuclear retaliation against American cities were still many. These reportedly included much of the National Security Council as well as CIA Director Mike Pompeo, Defense Secretary James Mattis, Vice President Mike Pence, National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster and Ambassador to South Korea Harry Harris among others. While the consensus among analysts and those officials with some expertise in North Korea was almost unanimously that a strike would be met with significant retaliation, many in the administration appeared to believe otherwise. 12. This may have led Secretary Tillerson, long seen as a voice of reason. 13. To urgently seek to reduce tensions with a new offer of negotiations without precondition. This could at least temporarily delay the initiation of an attack until the hysteria which followed the Hwasong-15 launch had subsided. The White House, which saw discourse growing increasingly hawkish and beginning to resemble that of the Obama administration in its final months, notably countermanded Tillerson's conciliatory statement within 24 hours. An official statement read, "The administration is united in insisting that any negotiations with North Korea must wait until the regime fundamentally improves its behavior. Clearly right now is not the time." 14. What was meant by improved behavior was not clear, as the DPRK's previous moratorium on nuclear and missile testing and conciliatory statements were notably met only with further pressure and threats just a few months prior. Washington was caught on the back foot by the Hwasong-15's demonstrated capabilities and by new intelligence on miniaturist warheads and viable re-entry vehicles, and a new strategy for dealing with Pyongyang had yet to be devised. Tillerson appeared ahead of the curve among administration officials in recognizing that diplomacy was the only option left, and having shown considerable resilience to sanctions and demonstrated a viable deterrent, North Korea would force the U.S. to the table sooner or later. Toning down rhetoric considerably after the previous year, Chairman Kim Jong-un laid out his assessment of the strategic situation during his 2018 New Year's address, stating, "We attained our general orientation and strategic goal with success, and our republic has at last come to possess a powerful and reliable war deterrent, which no force and nothing can reverse. Our country's nuclear forces are capable of thwarting and countering any nuclear threats from the United States, and they constitute a powerful deterrent that prevents it from starting an adventurous war. In no way would the United States dare to ignite a war against our country. The whole of its mainland is within range of our nuclear strike, and the nuclear button is on my office desk all the time. The United States needs to be clearly aware that this is not merely a threat but a reality." 15. The Korean leader emphasized that he was not making a threat, but by alluding to a nuclear button he strongly implied that he had centralized command and control of his country's nuclear arsenal. This optimized reliability, speed, and control and would allow Pyongyang to respond rapidly to a potential attack and carry out retaliatory launches with virtually no notice. Pyongyang appeared to recognize that the new government in South Korea provided a potential channel through which to reduce tensions with the Western Bloc and move to improve ties with Seoul. Chairman Kim's New Year address thus proposed inter-Korean reconciliation, stating, "This year is significant both for the North and the South, as in the North the people will greet the 70th founding anniversary of their republic as a great, auspicious event, and in the South the Winter Olympic Games will take place. The North and the South should desist from doing anything that might aggravate the situation, and they should make concerted efforts to defuse military tension and create a peaceful environment. The South Korean authorities should respond positively to our sincere efforts for a détente. They should discontinue all the nuclear war drills they stage with outside forces, as these drills will engulf this land in flames and lead to bloodshed on our sacred territory. They should also refrain from any acts of bringing in nuclear armaments and aggressive forces from the United States." 16. As was typical of both political rhetoric and media coverage between states in conflict, the DPRK, ROC, and the Western Bloc had come to refer to one another in highly propagandized terms. North Korea, for example, referred to the ROC as the puppet government and to the U.S. as the American imperialists, While Western sources almost unanimously referred to the DPRK's leadership in highly personified terms as the Kim regime, Kim dynasty, and to the state as a dictatorship or monarchy to the exclusion of all other descriptions. It was easier to demonize an individual head of state than an entire people, and a focus on the persons of the Korean leaders had thus long been adopted. The missiles, for example, were Kim's missiles more often than they were Korean missiles. Assad regime, Putin's Russia, and Ayatollah's regime were other prominent examples of states which received similar coverage in the West. Indeed, leftists in the United States often went so far as to refer to a Trump regime, such was the extent of their animosity and of polarization in the country. 17. Thus it was rare for any side to refer to the other as a republic or to their adversary's government or leadership, with propagandistic terms being overwhelmingly adopted in their stead. Taking this into consideration, recognition of their republic in the speech by Chairman Kim Jong-un, rather than the puppet regime or a similar propagandistic terms, was itself a small but very significant signal of recognition and a willingness to work towards reconciliation with South Korea. A similar change in rhetoric would later be adopted by President Donald Trump as part of his efforts to bridge relations with Pyongyang, although Western media coverage generally retained its prior propagandistic terminology, if not in slightly toned-down form. South Korea, under the new presidency of Moon Jae-in, responded with a well-timed diplomatic initiative precisely at a time when Washington desperately needed a way to de-escalate the crisis with the DPRK without appearing to have yielded to Pyongyang's newfound power. The timing of the initiative indicates that Seoul was tacitly encouraged, if not actively supported, by elements in the U.S. leadership. At the very least, the U.S. took no measures to spoil what quickly became a new détente between the two Koreas, as it would have been very likely to do before November 2017. Given its extensive influence over the ROK, its ability to derail any negotiations, and the White House's previously derailing of Secretary Tillerson's peace initiative, this indicates that the Moon administration's actions were perceived as being in the American interest. The Trump administration subsequently agreed to a request to delay the massive Key Resolve and Full Eagle exercises for the sake of the Olympic Games. North Korea in turn maintained its self-imposed freeze on nuclear and missile testing, which alongside the delaying of major military exercises appeared to be an informal freeze for freeze. High-level inter-Korean meetings in January subsequently led to conciliatory statements being made by both parties. In February, North Korean Presidium President and Head of State Kim Jong-nam led a high-level delegation to Seoul. With Chairman Kim Jong-un yet to travel abroad or assume full powers in his 6 years in office, the Presidium President was the highest-level official to make foreign visits, and by many accounts, the most powerful man in North Korea. He had been called the man behind the throne, the head of the leadership in the DPRK, where the younger chairman was its public face. This would remain the case until April 2019, when Kim Jong-nam would retire at 91 years old and Kim Jong-un would 3 months later be appointed head of state. 18. President Kim was accompanied by Chairman Kim Jong-un's sister, Kim Yo-jong, who CNN reported stole the show at the Olympic Games with her charm and positive message of reconciliation. While comparing the DPRK to Nazi Germany and referring to Chairman Kim Jong-un as a brutal dictator, the American outlet could not help but note the powerful impact Kim Il-sung's charismatic granddaughter appeared to have by visiting Seoul alongside the head of state, stating, "If diplomatic dance were an event at the Winter Olympics, Kim Jong-un's younger sister would be favored to win gold." With a smile, a handshake, and a warm message in South Korea's presidential guest book, Kim Yo-jong has struck a chord with the public just 1 day into the Pyeongchang Games. 19. A North Korean cheerleading team with unification flags, described by the BBC as mesmerizing. 20. And elsewhere as an army of beauties, also stole the show and was described by USA Today as one of the most indelible memories of these Olympics. 21. South Korean President Moon Jae-in was personally presented with a handwritten invitation to North Korea by Chairman Kim, handed over by his sister at the Blue House, and an exchange of envoys and symbolic gifts began soon afterwards, from pine mushrooms and punxsutawney dogs to 200 tons of tangerines. Plans for high-level meetings and a joint bid for the 2032 Olympics were also made. Despite an air of reconciliation in early 2018, some more hawkish elements in Washington appeared intent to undermine it, perhaps in spite of the wishes of the presidency. Side discussions between North Korean and American delegations had been expected to take place at the Olympics, but the fact that the latter was led by Vice President Mike Pence, perhaps the most hawkish member of the administration and strongest advocate of preventative war, ended such hopes. The vice president repeatedly stressed a hard line, promising the toughest and most aggressive round of economic sanctions on North Korea ever in a stop in Japan on his way to the Olympics. 22. He proceeded to invite the father of Otto Warmbier, an American student who Washington accused North Korea of killing in its custody a year prior, to the Olympic Games opening ceremony. See Appendix 2, repeatedly denounced Pyongyang, visited the memorial to the ROKS and gave prolific audiences to anti-DPRK defectors. Pence had reportedly intended to use a meeting with the DPRK delegation as an opportunity to issue threats to the country's representatives in person, rather than to hold negotiations, and the North Korean side promptly cancelled the meeting. Pence's chief of staff referred to the inter-Korean reconciliation in the harshest terms as a world stage for their DPRK propaganda and an attempt to whitewash their murderous regime with nice photo ops at the Olympics. 23. The opening weeks of 2018 were a turning point in the DPRK's relations with its adversaries, which many were attempting to forestall, the vice president being but one. CIA Director Pompeo again strongly implied the possibility of an American attack on the DPRK. 24. While other influential individuals such as John Bolton and Edward Luttwak published prominent articles which respectively attempted to legally justify 25. And openly called for 26. An immediate American attack on North Korea. The latter, as previously mentioned, was particularly harsh to the point of being distasteful in its assertions. Further B-2 and B-52H nuclear-capable intercontinental range bombers were meanwhile deployed to Guam, the former directly coinciding with sensitive inter-Korean talks. 27. President Trump himself, to the contrary, appeared happy to accept praise for the success of the Olympic détente, possibly with some basis, given his rumored behind-the-scenes role in the inter-Korean reconciliation. He subsequently ended his harsh criticisms of the DPRK, apparently much to the chagrin of hawks in his administration. It is notable that while Moon Jae-in had been elected largely due to his promises of reconciliation with North Korea, which he had touted since he was elected president in early May 2017, he had been dissuaded from pursuing this further throughout the year by the United States and had made little to no ground. Thus the sudden success of his new policy indicated a green light had been given by elements in the American leadership to go ahead. Had Trump's administration been unified in drawing a harder line against Moon's initiative, as the George W. Bush administration had against the Kim Dae-jung government's reconciliatory policy in the early 2000s, it could have derailed it with little difficulty. Seoul's tightly managed mediation, the complex position of South Korea President Moon's envoys, Chung Eui-yong and Soo-hoon, were dispatched to North Korea shortly after the Olympics, and immediately afterwards flew to Washington to meet with President Trump. While en route to the United States, the Blue House issued the following statement based on the results of their meetings with DPRK officials. The North Korean side clearly stated its willingness to denuclearize. It made it clear that it would have no reason to keep nuclear weapons if the military threat to the North was eliminated and its security guaranteed. The North expressed its willingness to hold heartfelt dialogue with the United States on the issues of denuclearization and normalizing relations with the United States. While dialogue is continuing, it will not attempt any strategic provocations, such as nuclear and ballistic missile tests. 28. It is notable that nothing of the kind was reported by North Korean media, and Pyongyang had reportedly implied denuclearization of the Korean peninsula rather than its own unilateral denuclearization. The willingness to denuclearize under the right conditions had been expressed since the early 1990s, and these yet unspecified conditions could have been purely theoretical. Thus, while there was no genuine commitment to anything concrete, it remains strongly in the interests of both Washington and Seoul to ignore this detail and to present Pyongyang's theoretical commitment to denuclearization of the Korean peninsula as a concession by the DPRK in order to meet a key U.S. precondition for talks. While it was the United States which was being forced by trying circumstance to change its position, and that of North Korea remained effectively unaltered, a spin on Pyongyang's statement could allow the U.S. to begin negotiations without it looking like an American defeat. These would be one-to-one negotiations, and they would take place without precondition a major concession. While the United States, and the wider Western Bloc which had been heavily involved in the maximum pressure campaign, were allowed to save face, the opening for dialogue facilitated a move away from harsh rhetoric and an easing of tensions. By providing some room for inter-Korean reconciliation, however small, South Korea's Moon Jae-in administration also gained more leeway to implement its own agenda. As part of its effort to spin a failure to coerce North Korea into a victory for the policy of economic sanctions and military pressure, the White House claimed that the opening of talks served as further evidence that our campaign of maximum pressure is creating the appropriate atmosphere for dialogue with North Korea. 29. Statements by a number of other prominent Western sources quickly followed suit. Even UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres, a Portuguese politician who repeatedly criticized the DPRK on a unilateral basis and strongly endorsed the Western-engineered economic warfare efforts through the UN, praised the Western-drafted sanctions as the facilitator of peace. He stated that the DPRK's peaceful denuclearization was on track because the Security Council was able to come together and to have a very strong and meaningful set of sanctions. 30. While this interpretation suited Western interests at the time, and was key to their saving face after an effective defeat in 2017, it did not stand up to scrutiny based on an assessment of Pyongyang's actions and the influences of Western pressure on them. Indeed, maximum pressure and the harsh sanctions the Secretary-General was backing were widely credited with forcing Pyongyang to accelerate its deterrence program. 31. The importance of allowing the Trump administration to spin talks with the DPRK as the result of a successful American-led pressure campaign, rather than a lack of options forced by the Korean deterrence program, would remain a significant factor in ensuring the talks' success. It was increasingly recognized that attempts to dictate terms to Pyongyang were unrealistic, and that while forcing full denuclearization increasingly appeared unachievable, the administration could not politically afford to concede defeat on this major issue. As the Center for the National Interests Director of Korea Studies Harry J. Kazianis observed, referring to a North Korea which would remain a nuclear power for the foreseeable future, there are domestic politics, which make facing reality a nearly thankless task. No U.S. politician wants to go down in history as the one who admitted America has failed to stop North Korea from building nuclear weapons, as the damage to one's own reputation, political capital, and ammunition you would hand to your political enemies is obvious. Even though no one single administration, policy, or person deserves such blame, the fallout, pardon the term, would be immense. 32. Thus, both Washington and Pyongyang appeared aware that any moves by the U.S. to make concessions and tacitly recognize the DPRK's nuclear status would need to be subtle, gradual, and implicit rather than explicit. The arrival of envoys Chung and Su in Washington again revealed sharp contrasts in the positions of President Trump and the hawks in his administration. The president on Twitter hailed possible progress being made in talks with North Korea. For the first time in many years, a serious effort is being made by all parties concerned. The world is watching and waiting. Maybe false hope, but the U.S. is ready to go hard in either direction. 33. Trump quickly moved to distance himself from the hawks, accepting a letter from Chairman Kim Jong-un, the contents of which remain unknown but were speculated to promise the early release of 3 Americans being held in North Korean prisons. His tone and his actions were once again strongly contradicted by his vice, with Pence's office stating shortly after the envoy's arrival, "All options are on the table and our posture on the regime will not change until we see credible, verifiable, and concrete steps toward denuclearization." 34. This may have been wishful thinking on Pence's part, and the president appeared not to share this hard-line approach and took a more realistic position based on the circumstances the U.S. now faced. A separate statement from the White House may well have been intended to preempt moves towards diplomacy by President Trump. It claimed regarding a potential meeting with the DPRK leader, "The president will not have the meeting without seeing concrete steps and concrete actions towards unilateral disarmament take place by North Korea." 35. Attempts to move the U.S. back towards confrontation and maximum pressure appear to have been thwarted by the president himself, who actively moved to build very high expectations for a meeting with Chairman Kim. He tweeted on March 9, "Kim Jong-un talked about denuclearization with South Korean representatives, not just a freeze. Also, no missile testing by North Korea during this period of time. Great progress being made, but sanctions will remain until an agreement is reached. Meeting being planned." 36. President Trump contradicted the previous line set by his vice president when he very quickly agreed to a meeting with Chairman Kim, and reportedly would have scheduled it immediately were it not for advice to allow for the planned Kim-Moon summit to take place first. Seemingly exuberant about the meeting, he made an unprecedented entry into the White House press room and told the media to expect a major announcement soon. "Hopefully you the press will give me credit." 37. He said, and an hour later an official statement to the press revealed his intentions. To what extent Trump's decision was motivated by his need to boost his own image domestically, his awareness of the extremely limited options the U.S. had been left with after 2017, and according to some critics even the need to deflect media attention from a number of personal scandals which were then surfacing. 38. Remains uncertain. A possible combination of these factors led to a strong willingness to seek out such a high-level meeting, an unprecedented event in the history of the two nations' decades-long conflict. Pyongyang for its part appeared to capitalize on the momentum building towards peace, and on April 21, after an almost 5-month pause in missile and nuclear testing, Chairman Kim Jong-un announced a permanent end to such tests and immediate closure of the country's nuclear test center. He stated regarding this development, "Under the proven condition of complete nuclear weapons, we no longer need any nuclear tests, mid-range and intercontinental ballistic rocket tests, and that the nuclear test site in northern area has also completed its mission." The Korean leader further declared that the country would never use its nuclear arsenal unless there was a nuclear threat or nuclear provocation against it, an effective commitment to a no-first-use policy, and that the DPRK in no case will proliferate nuclear weapons and nuclear technology. 39. This statement appeared to be an attempt to further legitimize Pyongyang's claim to be a responsible nuclear power, which would potentially facilitate easier recognition of its nuclear status. Chairman Kim also drew a line under the previous phase of intensive weapons testing, announcing a new focus on economic development and a raising of living standards. 40. The DPRK's ability to so clearly state its threshold for nuclear retaliation, and to place it so high with a no-first-use policy, demonstrated an unprecedented level of confidence in the country's strength and security, in contrast to the near-total ambiguity of the Kim Jong-il years when the state's nuclear arsenal and delivery capabilities were still immature. Perhaps the most critical implication of the announcement for the emerging rapprochement between Pyongyang and its adversaries, however, was that an official halt to nuclear and missile testing could be spun as a victory by the Trump administration, allowing it to pursue talks without losing face. President Moon met with Chairman Kim on April 27 in a moving but almost purely symbolic event. Each standing on his own soil, the two shook hands across the military demarcation line at Panmunjom, just a few meters from where the Korean War armistice had been signed. "You are coming to the south, when will I be able to visit the north?" President Moon asked. "Let's step over now," Kim replied, leading his counterpart by hand into the DPRK, a wholly unprecedented gesture. 41. Following subsequent discussions, the two Koreas made commitments in the interest of peace and cooperation, although there was little specificity to what they implied or when or how they would be implemented. Thus, the meeting appeared to have been very much for show, a way of easing tensions and symbolizing an intention to pursue friendship. Commitments made included aspiring to peaceful reunification led by Koreans, fulfilling joint economic projects including joint infrastructure modernization, making joint efforts to alleviate military tensions, cooperating to establish a peace regime, and working towards the common goal of realizing the Korean Peninsula's denuclearization. It was in the U.S. interest to use Moon's South Korea as a pivot with which to turn its relations with North Korea around. Beyond this, however, efforts towards genuine inter-Korean cooperation and reconciliation undermined the American position in Northeast Asia, reducing the adversary's isolation, reducing the client state's dependence on the West, and undermining the pretext for U.S. command over the South Korean military and a permanent presence in the country. This was perhaps best demonstrated by President Trump's response to later South Korean moves to lift its unilateral economic sanctions on the DPRK, harshly rebuking the move and stating, "They won't do it without our approval. They do nothing without our approval." Seoul was forced to almost immediately stand down, a testament to the degree of independence the client state enjoyed from its former ruler. 42. Other examples where the Moon administration attempted to step out of line with U.S. demands, from opposing further THAAD missile deployments to withdrawing from the Gosmia Intelligence Pact and expressing reservations regarding making a military commitment in the Persian Gulf, consistently showed that Washington's tremendous leverage was sufficient to ensure it always had its way. 43. Accordingly, an article published by the prominent defense analysts in Military Watch magazine the day after the Inter-Korean summit highlighted the potential risks posed to U.S. interests should the ROK and DPRK take cooperation too far. Titled "Goodbye to America's 4 Million Man Army. Inter-Korean Summit Risks Compromising U.S. Most Formidable Pacific Asset," it highlighted the significant benefits America derived from command over South Korea's armed forces in the event of a war in Northeast Asia and the threat a more comprehensive inter-Korean rapprochement posed to this. The article stated, while U.S. troops deployed to East Asia number less than 100,000, South Korea retains one of the largest and most powerful military forces in the world, which in wartime would field close to 4 million men. The military is renowned for its high levels of training, maintains a high defense budget of almost $50 billion annually, and deploys some of the world's most sophisticated weapons systems, from Sejong the Great-class destroyers to K-2 Black Panther battle tanks, K-9 Thunder artillery pieces, and F-15K strike fighters. Indeed, South Korea's armed forces may well be among the top 5 most capable in the world, ranking behind only the US, Russia, China, and India. 44. And combines scale and modernity in a way few others can match. The United States currently retains wartime operational command over the South Korean military, meaning that should war break out in the region, the U.S. would be in full command of one of the largest armed forces in the world and could theoretically order a joint offensive against Chinese targets, a full-scale invasion of North Korea, or any other action which would suit U.S. interests in the Pacific. The value of this asset cannot be overstated, and could well be key to success in any war effort waged in the region and do much to minimize the United States military's own losses. 45. President Moon had previously indicated a strong interest in ending U.S. command of his country's armed forces. 46. And should his reconciliation initiative gain momentum, this remained a possibility. As such, moves towards further inter-Korean cooperation would be blocked at all turns. Harsh Western-drafted economic sanctions, including those passed through the UNSC and unilateral secondary sanctions, as well as extensive U.S. influence over South Korea, prevented genuine moves towards meaningful economic ties. 47. As Bruce Cummings observed, the United States has been a force for division for 75 years, trying in vain to isolate and punish North Korea, and trying to keep South Korea in line following American policy. The United States is the only major power that keeps interfering in Korean affairs. Other countries do not do this, noting as a result that Seoul's peace initiatives can't get anywhere without American support. 48. This was perhaps best symbolized by American intervention to stop a joint railway infrastructure project in August of that year. 49. And its later moves to block a lifting of South Korean sanctions on Pyongyang imposed in 2010 over the Cheonan incident. 50. Korea's second armistice, summit meeting and an end to the standoff. The Inter-Korean summit laid the ground for a meeting between President Trump and Chairman Kim, which was preceded in early April by a visit by Mike Pompeo to Pyongyang for preliminary discussions. Pompeo at the time served as both acting CIA Director and Secretary of State due to Secretary Tillerson's unexpected dismissal, and appeared at least publicly to have revised his hawkish position supporting preventative action to now fully support President Trump's new strategy. He would meet with North Korean officials on several subsequent occasions as the Trump administration's new point man for the issue. While in Pyongyang, Pompeo reportedly requested that the DPRK unilaterally relinquish 5 nuclear warheads, if not to American custody then to European allies, and release American prisoners. 51. The first condition was flatly refused as unacceptable, but in a sign of goodwill the prisoners were released early shortly after the meeting. Secretary Pompeo subsequently issued statements confirming North Korea's intention to denuclearize, which was key to facilitating the subsequent Trump-Kim meeting. While most of President Trump's foreign policy team appeared to outright oppose a meeting with the North Korea leader, as did his opposition in the Democratic Party, others appeared to be seeking to derail the peace process by turning the beginnings of a peace accord into a surrender under which the DPRK was expected to make rapid, unrealistic, and unilateral concessions. Whether such terms were introduced with the intention of undermining peace talks, or whether those who introduced them genuinely misunderstood the new balance of power and the strength of Pyongyang's position, remains unclear. It was at this stage that the president's new national security advisor, John Bolton, who had replaced H.R. McMaster on April 9, came to the fore as a key figure in the administration. Formerly Secretary of State and later UN Ambassador under the George W. Bush administration, Bolton strongly favored a hard line and advocated preventative warfare much like McMaster had. What perhaps distinguished him from other hawks in the United States was his frank and exceptionally honest demeanor. His hard-line positions and simplistic assessments were not disguised but stated plainly and openly. John Bolton's agenda towards the DPRK was clear from the outset, and although it was hardly unique, he was uniquely blunt and clear in stating it. When asked by a New York Times reporter during the Bush years what the administration's North Korea policy was, he reportedly handed him a copy of the book The End of North Korea by fellow neoconservative Nicholas Eberstadt and said, "That's our policy." 52. The complete destruction of the Korean Republic had long been seen as a goal by the large majority of the American foreign policy community. They only differed on the means of bringing it about, whether it would happen by itself, and over what time period it would occur. The Korean successes of 2017, however, meant that this long-term goal was superseded by the immediate need to draw a line under those events and present a reduction in tensions as something other than a failure by the United States to coerce its East Asian adversary into halting its deterrence program before completion. Plans for a summit between the American and North Korean leaders were temporarily cancelled by Washington, following a diplomatic rift and considerable Korean displeasure with the U.S. position. This came after John Bolton reportedly said the U.S. would look to a Libya model for the denuclearization of North Korea, terms akin to a surrender under which the DPRK would send its entire nuclear arsenal to the United States and accept intrusive inspections not only of its nuclear facilities, but its military bases as well, by American personnel. All ballistic missiles including short-range missiles would also likely need to be relinquished, as had been the case with Libya. 53. This was a non-starter for the Korean side, not only because the victors were being treated as the vanquished but also due to the considerable implications which came with a Libya model. Some speculated that by adopting such a hard line, which made a failure in negotiations inevitable, the United States seriously risked alienating much of the international community, and particularly China, Russia, and South Korea, which sought to reduce tensions and facilitate a U.S.DPRK agreement quickly. Reducing tensions was strongly in line with the security and economic interests of all three neighboring states. 54. Thus John Bolton may well have inadvertently worked against the American interest, had his Libya model become official U.S. policy, potentially creating a significant rift between the U.S. and those who support it had sought to put pressure on Pyongyang. Planning for a summit resumed within 48 hours of its cancellation, and significant preparatory measures were undertaken throughout the prior month. On May 10, 3 U.S. citizens previously serving prison sentences in the DPRK arrived in the Washington, D.C. after an early release was granted. President Trump portrayed the release as a major achievement for his administration and did not miss the opportunity to greet the released prisoners in person at the airport and pose for photos. Alluding to a major turning point in relations with the DPRK, he stated, "We're starting off on a new footing. This is a wonderful thing that Chairman Kim released the folks early." 55. North Korea's release of the American prisoners was more significant than it may have first appeared. Allegations that Korean-American pastor Kim Dong-chul had been involved in espionage targeting the country's military and nuclear program, while long ridiculed in the West, were confirmed by his own admission 2 years after his release. 56. Espionage had been the cited cause for his sentencing, and Chul's later confirmation lent credibility to allegations that the other two prisoners had been involved in hostile acts. 57. And hostile criminal activities with an aim to subvert the country. 58. On May 12 Pyongyang announced the closure of the Punggye-ri nuclear test site and invited foreign journalists to witness its demolition, which took place 12 days later. This again represented a largely symbolic gesture rather than a major concession. With a miniaturist thermonuclear warhead already developed, there was no need for further nuclear tests. The extent of destruction caused by the demolition was also uncertain and remained unverified, although journalists witnessed and filmed the destruction of the portals of several test tunnels. Some reports also indicated that the test site was already seriously damaged and its value, even if the DPRK did for some reason seek to resume nuclear testing, may thus have been limited. 59. North Korea would later pledge to dismantle a test site for long-range missile engines, although this too was widely seen as a symbolic gesture not only due to the existence of other similar sites, but also because the deterrence program had already passed the testing phase for such missiles. 60. On the 22nd, President Moon visited the United States to assist the Trump administration's preparations for the joint summit. On June 12, President Trump and Chairman Kim met on Sentosa Island in Singapore. This was an unprecedented event, and the first ever meeting between holders of their two respective offices. The summit meeting could be seen as a second armistice, an informal agreement to conclude the hostilities of the previous year and move towards a new phase of less antagonistic relations, whatever this might entail. The extent to which the balance of power had shifted was evidenced by the format of the meetings themselves in neutral territory, one-to-one between the highest authorities of the two states, and without preconditions from either side. This was previously unthinkable considering the extensive preconditions Washington had demanded and its repeated refusal to hold official meetings in anything other than a multi-party forum. Where the U.S. had gone to great lengths to deny the DPRK any official recognition in the past, as best demonstrated by the format of the aforementioned Korean War armistice negotiations, this too appeared to have been tacitly conceded. It was notable the extent to which the DPRK was able to assert its interests and deter the U.S. from making unilateral demands, a sharp contrast to the case during the Korean War armistice negotiations, with American options for coercion now far more limited and after 2017 increasingly appearing ineffective. The two leaders met one-to-one with interpreters for 45 minutes and held subsequent meetings for several hours with the participation of other officials. President Trump reportedly presented a film which showed the chairman two paths for the DPRK's future, one bleak one depicting poverty and war and another prosperous one under which Pyongyang denuclearized and embraced a more Western-style economic model. The simplistic and reportedly almost caricaturish film was unlikely to have moved the Korean leadership, but avoiding any direct objections and playing along to Trump's line without actually yielding nuclear weapons or altering policy stances proved an effective tactic for Pyongyang. Allowing the American president to spin a public victory out of defeat suited Korean interests well, and ensured not only a relaxation of pressure but also that the status quo of a nuclear DPRK would gradually be normalized. In perhaps the most important statement of the summit, President Trump alluded to at least a partial end of maximum pressure, addressing his thanks to a very special person. President Xi Jinping of China. He has really closed up that border. Maybe a little less the last couple of months. That's okay. 61. Though largely overlooked, it was arguably the most important statement of the summit considering the centrality of sanctions to the Trump strategy the previous year, the cruciality repeatedly alluded to of Chinese participation to the overall success of the sanctions regime, and the parallel moves announced by the president to relax military pressure. A relaxation of sanctions enforcement by third parties such as China, precisely the opposite of what the Obama administration, the CFR, and others had so strongly advocated, was now okay by the president. This relaxation was later confirmed by a U.S. Congressional Commission in November and marked an effective end to maximum pressure on the DPRK. 62. Much like the Inter-Korean summit, what was symbolized and implied was far more significant than what was agreed to in writing, with both parties agreeing to general statements with no time period for implementation or explicit details. These included establishment of new U.S. North Korea relations in pursuit of a peace regime, provision of unspecified American security guarantees to the DPRK, and Pyongyang's affirming of firm and unwavering commitment to the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. It was notable that the United States had accepted the DPRK's wording denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula rather than complete irreversible and verifiable denuclearization of North Korea, which had very different implications and demonstrated the East Asian states' position of strength at this time. The DPRK had called for denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula for decades and had not altered its terms, but the U.S. had been forced for the first time to amend its position. This bore strong testament to the result of the conflict of the previous year, an effective Korean victory. The language used by President Trump at a joint press conference with Chairman Kim at the closing of the summit further revealed that it had been the United States that had been won over to the Korean position, not the other way around. The president unprecedentedly referred to joint exercises with South Korea in typically North Korean terms, criticizing the war games as very provocative. 63. Both leaders also reaffirmed the declarations of the Inter-Korean summit, themselves similarly vague and adding little to the Singapore summit's own terms, and pledges to continue low-level meetings were also made. The Trump-Kim summit drew a line under the tensions of the previous year and facilitated the DPRK's removal from headlines and from the top of the U.S. policy agenda. President Trump would write on Twitter the following day, "There is no longer a nuclear threat from North Korea." 64. And 5 minutes later, President Obama said that North Korea was our biggest and most dangerous problem. No longer sleep well tonight. 65. Secretary Pompeo, too, insisted that there was no longer any nuclear threat from the DPRK, deflecting journalists' questions seeking specific details of how denuclearization would be achieved or material progress would be made as silly or insulting and ridiculous, and frankly ludicrous. 66. Thus the U.S. could change course without admitting the obvious: it had failed to prevent North Korea from holding American cities in the firing line of its nuclear arsenal. Much like the tacit agreement reached in the final 2 years of the Bush administration, North Korea would keep a lower profile and avoid showing up the U.S. with high-profile weapons testing, and would in turn benefit from the relaxing of maximum pressure and receive some form of sanctions relief. This came in the form of reduced American pressure on third parties, mainly on China, to enforce sanctions against the DPRK. These were supplemented by a reduction of military pressure, which most significantly materialized in the suspension of joint military exercises in South Korea as per the freeze for freeze, which Ambassador Haley had called an insulting proposition less than a year prior. 67. With prospects for pressuring Pyongyang to meet Western terms unilaterally having faded, the U.S. now had little choice but to make these concessions. North Korea would not test any new nuclear delivery systems, but with the new intercontinental and intermediate-range platforms declared combat-ready the year prior, there was no immediate need to do so. Its ballistic missile arsenal was already the most diverse in the world other than that of China, too, and included advanced tactical and strategic systems suitable for striking all manner of targets from American cities on the East Coast to small bases in South Korea and anything in between. The KPA would thus devote its efforts towards manufacturing existing designs for missiles, warheads, and launch vehicles. 68. On a large scale with the Hwasong-15. 69. And Pukgoksong-2. 70. Reported by U.S. intelligence to be in mass production in 2018. The location of production facilities underground made confirmation of the types of missiles being produced difficult, but considering the significant efforts made to develop these and other platforms, it followed that investments would go into building an arsenal after 3 years of intensive testing. Possible inspections of nuclear sites and a freeze of enrichment and reprocessing activities under a potential future deal for further sanctions relief provided a strong incentive to continue production of warheads as quickly as Korean facilities could manage. Consolidating victory and a new status quo. On September 9, the DPRK held large-scale celebrations for the 70th anniversary of its founding, hosting a large parade in central Pyongyang with mixed civilian and military elements. The parade was the second of that year, with the first in February celebrating 70 years since the formation of the Korean People's Army. While newly tested ballistic missiles had taken center stage in the February parade, the military element of the second was overall less emphasized and ballistic missiles were notably absent. Although the DPRK was continuing to manufacture missiles and their warheads at a considerable pace, the state was increasingly evolving into a more mature and stable nuclear power. The KPA's capabilities for massive retaliation were now well known by its adversaries, and there was little need to re-emphasize them at a time of détente. Doing so would have empowered hawks in Western world who opposed Donald Trump's new line and called for a return to maximum pressure, and it was thus important for Pyongyang to keep quiet about its deterrent capabilities to effectively support Trump's position. A return to high tensions was strongly against the interests of both countries. North Korea further removed references to its ballistic missile capabilities from tourist areas, and online Korean media outlets even removed clips of the test launches from patriotic music videos. 3. Instead of ballistic missiles, the military elements of the September parade focused on new high-tech conventional assets which had recently entered service, emphasizing that modernization had taken place across the spectrum and not just for the country's strategic forces. Of note were Pyongyang-5, KN-06, air defense systems, Kumsong-3, KN-19, cruise missile systems, new armored personnel carriers, anti-tank missile carriers, battle tanks, rifles, and short-ranged anti-aircraft systems among other assets. A new variant of the KN-09 rocket artillery system was also on display, and set a world record for its strike range with the ability to bombard targets up to 200 kilometers away with 300 mm caliber munitions. 71. This would allow Korean artillery units to engage targets far deeper into South Korean territory, with the KN-09's range covering most of the country. Presidium President Kim Jong-nam subsequently gave a lengthy speech acknowledging that the country had achieved its goal of developing significant military capabilities and emphasizing a new focus on economic modernization. The Trump administration through its actions appeared to be acknowledging that bringing about complete irreversible verifiable denuclearization, CIVD, or any significant denuclearization at all, would not have been possible at least in the near term. While this had been apparent for some years, and particularly evident after 2017, this reality had to be revealed gradually so as to avoid depicting the administration as defeated, failing, or yielding to foreign pressure. In fact, if CIVD was the end goal, the administration appeared to have attempted in its first year to do all possibly could to achieve it short of exposing its own territory to nuclear attack, including contemplating placing its East Asian allies in the firing line of a nuclear war. The reality was, however, that by January 20, 2017, when the new administration was inaugurated, the possibility of achieving denuclearization had long since passed. Arguably the last real opportunity to achieve it had been forfeited when the George W. Bush administration entered the Iraq War in 2003, allowing the DPRK to continue its deterrence program. As former State Secretary Warren Christopher had predicted, the opportunity costs of that war were high, likely far exceeding even his expectations, considering the massive increase in Korean deterrence capabilities which it facilitated by diverting American attentions towards a costly but relatively inconsequential quagmire in the Middle East. An effective freeze would continue for the remainder of 2018, with no notable moves towards either disarmament of North Korea or the lifting of Western-drafted sanctions, which were the respective next steps Washington and Pyongyang sought. A summit meeting in Hanoi on February 27, 2019 saw President Trump and Chairman Kim meet for a second time. While both maintained amicable postures and Trump referred to a strong and positive relationship, attempts to reach a concrete agreement ultimately failed. North Korea had reportedly initially proposed a partial lifting of economic sanctions imposed through the United Nations, in exchange for allowing inspections of the Yongbyon nuclear site to confirm its freezing of operations, but appeared amenable to compromise on the basis that both sides would take gradual and reciprocal steps. While the U.S. initially appeared to accept such an approach, which had been strongly supported by experienced negotiators. 72. Terms were reportedly drastically altered at the 11th hour and a hard line was again adopted. At the close of the talks, President Trump handed Chairman Kim a piece of paper calling bluntly for a full transfer of the entire Korean nuclear arsenal and all the country's nuclear fuel to the United States, with a further demand that Pyongyang declare all its chemical and biological weapons inventories before an agreement could be reached. According to South Korean sources, this came as a result of an intervention from John Bolton, who strongly advocated this hard line roughly in accordance with the Libya model. 73. This was done either in the knowledge that it would cause the summit to collapse, or in ignorance as to the strong position of the DPRK and the unacceptable nature of the deal. Such terms were, inevitably, flatly rejected. A lunch between the two leaders was subsequently cancelled and both parties departed early, although both ensured openness to the initiation of future talks and neither issued public criticism of the other. While President Trump stated that the talks had collapsed because the DPRK had demanded total sanctions relief in exchange for only some limited moves towards denuclearization. 74. This was contradicted by multiple sources on both sides and would have been totally out of line with Pyongyang's previous highly consistent negotiating position. 75. While President Trump portrayed the summit as ending because of his decision to walk away from a bad deal, several American analysts would conclude, when assessing his statements and the Korean leader's absence from the final press conference, that it certainly looked as if Kim Jong-un had walked away. It was Washington, not Pyongyang, which would be expected to change its position for subsequent meetings. 76. Although the Hanoi summit had failed, the Trump administration appeared eager to prevent further damage to its relationship with Pyongyang. In March, Trump personally vetoed a set of unilateral economic sanctions by the U.S. Treasury targeting the DPRK. 77. Which hardliners had reportedly intended as punishment for Pyongyang's unwillingness to comply with the harsh terms offered at Hanoi. Contrary to the president's veto, the State Department would issue an official statement to the press on March 7, effectively rolling back the American position to what it had been a year prior, namely that a step-by-step approach of reciprocal concessions was off the table and that no American concessions would be made until the DPRK had unilaterally completely denuclearized first. 78. Pyongyang for its part moved to increase pressure on Washington to return to the negotiating table quickly and propose more reasonable terms or else face a complete breakdown in the negotiating process and a return to high-profile missile tests. 79. Chairman Kim in early April issued an ultimatum regarding the dragged-out negotiation process, warning that the hardline American position raised the risk of a return to high tensions, while implying that his country could resume conspicuous strategic weapons testing if necessary. What is needed is for the U.S. to stop its current way of calculation, and come to us with a new calculation, he stated, further setting an ultimatum until the end of this year, after which the window for negotiation would close and consequences would be forthcoming. 80. Exactly what path Pyongyang would pursue should the U.S. fail to reopen negotiations with better terms was uncertain, but analysts speculated that demonstrations of the capabilities of previously tested missiles or the testing of new submarine-launched missiles were a possibility. 81. Reports citing satellite imagery had indicated since 2016 that a new heavier class of ballistic missile submarine was under development. 82. And the first of these warships would likely be ready for testing by early 2020 alongside a new class of submarine-launched missile. 83. Chairman Kim's ultimatum held powerful implications not only for the future of the bilateral relationship, but also for the legacy of the Donald Trump administration and its electoral success the following year. The administration notably prided itself on diffusing the Korean crisis and building a strong rapport with Pyongyang, which was central to its claim to an effective and successful foreign policy amidst failure in multiple other theaters from Venezuela. 84. To Syria. 85. To the trade war with China. 86. Considering this, months of high-profile North Korean missile tests and a return to high tensions leading up to elections in November 2020 would represent an overwhelming failure, robbing the administration of its much-needed claim to victory. The ruling Korean Workers' Party had the cards in their hands needed to seriously jeopardize Trump's ability to remain in power, while the American president's leverage was far more limited. If Trump wanted a deal, the Korean ultimatum and its implications could perhaps convince hardliners in his administration that if they did not adopt a more compromising stance, the entire administration could face electoral defeat the following year. A subsequent change in the attitude of even the most hawkish individuals, John Bolton included, indicated this very well may have worked. The DPRK backed its threats with swift action, and on April 17 KCNA announced the testing of an unnamed new tactical weapon which had a peculiar mode of guiding flight and deployed a powerful warhead. The announcement emphasized the weapon's non-strategic nature, and speculation as to what it might be, new guided artillery, a cruise missile, was answered the following month with the revelation that it was a new short-range ballistic missile. Designated KN-23 by United States Forces Korea, the solid-fueled missile demonstrated a 700 km range and the ability to follow irregular flight trajectories and perform complex in-flight maneuvers, which combined with a high speed made it near impossible to intercept. 87. The KN-23 placed U.S. and ROK military facilities across South Korea in range of strikes with much greater speed and precision than anything North Korea had deployed previously. South Korean sources reported that the ROKAF's Aegis air defense system, the most advanced Western anti-missile system in service, was unable to even track the KN-23. 88. It was later reported in September that Japan's own U.S. provided radar systems had failed to detect the newly developed Korean missiles. 89. Launches of short-range ballistic missiles, while banned by Western-drafted UN Security Council resolutions. 90. Had long been perceived as more acceptable than longer-ranged missiles capable of hitting targets beyond the Korean peninsula. 91. By launching such missiles after an almost 18-month freeze on all testing, Pyongyang appeared to be seeking to apply pressure and reiterate the serious nature of its ultimatum, but without collapsing the détente entirely. President Trump quickly responded with a statement to protect his administration's standing and its considerable stake in the negotiating process. He did so by playing down the seriousness of the new tests and denying that they were a threat at all. This would have been unthinkable just 2 years prior or under any administration since the Cold War's end, and again demonstrated Pyongyang's new position of strength. The president stressed that the DPRK had ceased nuclear testing, had returned American prisoners and was returning the remains of fallen American soldiers from the Korean War, while also emphasizing his own faith that Chairman Kim was looking towards Western-style economic reform and eventual denuclearization. "I am in no rush," he said, seemingly avoiding the issue of the recent missile test entirely. "I am very happy with the way it's going, and intelligence people agree with me," he concluded. A reporter quickly interjected, "You're not bothered at all by the small missiles?" To which he replied in the negative. 92. The Korean ultimatum and missile test appeared to prompt the Trump administration to again accelerate talks with the DPRK. There were suspicions in Pyongyang, and speculations among analysts, that Washington was playing the DPRK for time. By freezing KPA missile testing, it had ended the embarrassment which came from its inability to force unilateral disarmament, while Korean economic growth and modernization of the civilian economy continued to be slowed by harsh economic sanctions, a favorable status quo for the U.S. While realistically Western sanctions were expected to remain in place indefinitely, the lifting of the final rounds of sanctions imposed through the United Nations in 2016 and 2017 would be a major boon for Korean exports, and this had reportedly been precisely what Chairman Kim's delegation had sought during the Hanoi summit. 93. By issuing an ultimatum and testing short-range missiles, it was made evident that there was a limit to Pyongyang's patience and that retaliation would be forthcoming if the U.S. did not act quickly. President Trump's weak position forced him to continue to downplay the seriousness of Korean missile tests, and he stated later in the month, "My people think it could have been a violation, as you know. I view it differently. I view it as a man. Perhaps he wants to get attention, and perhaps not. Who knows? It doesn't matter. All I know is that there have been no nuclear tests. There have been no ballistic missiles going out. There have been no long-range missiles going out. And I think that someday we'll have a deal." 94. Secretary Pompeo again backed the president, apparently shifting the terms of the unwritten peace agreement to deny that the DPRK had violated it. He stated, "The moratorium was focused, very focused, on intercontinental missile systems, the ones that threaten the United States." 95. This implied that all the DPRK's missiles, other than the Hwasong-14 and Hwasong-15, could be tested without violating the agreement or requiring a U.S. response preempting future tests of short, medium or even intermediate range missiles, which could further embarrass the administration. For North Korea, missile tests in early May were only the beginning of its new phase of pressure on the U.S. In the final week of that month, responding to criticisms of its missile tests by John Bolton. 96. KCNA quoted a foreign ministry official slamming Bolton as ignorant and a warmonger and equating the right to launch tactical missiles as part of the state's right to self-defense, therefore a non-negotiable right. 97. 1 month later, on June 28, Director General for U.S. Affairs at North Korea's Ministry of Foreign Affairs Kwon Jong-gun warned that the country would not wait indefinitely for new negotiations, stating, "The dialogue would not open by itself, though the United States repeatedly talks about resumption of dialogue like a parrot without considering any realistic proposal that would fully conform with the interests of both sides. If the United States is to move towards producing a result, time will not be enough." He further noted that the United States was becoming more and more desperate in its hostile acts. 98. Likely a reference to moves by the U.S. Senate to approve new economic sanctions against Pyongyang. 99. Director General Kwon expressed growing frustration with the American negotiators, particularly with Secretary Pompeo, who the DPRK Foreign Ministry had previously requested be replaced on the negotiating team with someone more careful and mature in communicating. 100. The Director General stated, it would be difficult to look forward to the improvement of bilateral relations and denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula as long as American politics are dominated by the policymakers who have an inveterate antagonism towards the DPRK. If anyone dares to trample over our sovereignty and the right to existence, we will never hesitate to pull a muscle-flexing trigger in order to defend ourselves. He was particularly critical of Pompeo's position, accusing him of sophistry and of viciously slandering the DPRK. 101. Facing a potential breakdown in the peace process, President Trump appeared to respond quickly and effectively by organizing a new high-profile meeting on short notice with Chairman Kim Jong-un. Just hours after Director General Kwan's statement, President Trump tweeted from Japan in the early hours of June 29 that he hoped he could meet the Korean leader at the Inter-Korean Demilitarized Zone. He stated, "After some very important meetings, including my meeting with President Xi of China, I will be leaving Japan for South Korea, with President Moon. While there, if Chairman Kim of North Korea sees this, I would meet him at the border/DMZ just to shake his hand and say hello." 102. Though few analysts highlighted it, it appeared the North Korea side's harsh words and ultimatums were behind the subsequent meeting between the American and Korean leaders at the DMZ. The following day the Korean leader accepted Trump's invitation, and an apparently impromptu third meeting was held at Panmunjom on that day. While the body language contrasted strongly to that of the meeting between Kim and Moon a year prior at that same place, and neither led the other by the hand, President Trump described stepping across the border into the DPRK as a great honor, the first sitting U.S. president in history to enter North Korea. President Moon attended the meeting but was visibly sidelined, left sitting outside while the two leaders held one-to-one talks. He stated that the event was a significant milestone in the peace process on the Korean Peninsula, referring to the flower of peace truly blossoming on the Korean Peninsula. President Trump reportedly invited Chairman Kim to visit Washington when the time is right, and used unprecedentedly conciliatory language towards the DPRK and its leadership in strong contrast to all of his predecessors. 103. It was notable that when the two leaders met there was no mention of the nuclear issue or denuclearization whatsoever, representing a considerable step towards normalization of North Korea as a nuclear power and away from the previous hard line under which denuclearization was a precondition for any kind of talks. The major shift this implied in the administration's position was picked up on by a number of American media outlets, with The Atlantic referring to the meeting as the day denuclearization died. 104. President Trump's position on the kind of deal that would be agreed had also changed markedly after the Hanoi summit. Rather than attempting to dictate terms for full denuclearization in return for partial sanctions relief, which had been firmly rebuffed the first time, he stated that step-for-step measures could be taken to ease sanctions as Pyongyang took steps towards freezing nuclear development. Such an agreement suited North Korea well, and if reached it would allow the U.S. president to claim success in diffusing a major crisis, boosting his credibility and placing him in a strong position to contest upcoming elections. While the Korean position remained unchanged, the Trump administration appeared to have again shifted further towards meeting Pyongyang's terms. This can be partially explained by the fact that Washington had taken a far harder and less compromising line to begin with, while North Korea had not tried to make unilateral or uncompromising demands of the United States in a comparable way. The most significant factors at play, however, appeared to be the imbalance in the strength of their positions strongly favoring the East Asian state, with Pyongyang holding considerable leverage over the Trump administration through its ability to resume conspicuous full-scale demonstrations of its strategic missile and nuclear capabilities. North Korea could survive and its economy and deterrence capabilities were both continuing to grow even with sanctions fully in place. 105. But whether the Donald Trump administration could remain in power if North Korea staged strategic weapons tests in the lead-up to the elections was highly questionable. Pyongyang's apparent stake in the 2020 U.S. election further complicated the tense U.S. DPRK relationship. The Democratic Party's general position on the DPRK appeared as hawkish as before, reflecting a conceited attitude towards the East Asian state under which any dialogue or agreement short of bringing about Pyongyang's utter capitulation was seen as unacceptable. Hillary Clinton referred to the Trump administration's moves towards a deal with Pyongyang as putting lipstick on a pig. 106. While front-runner Joe Biden echoed discourse prevalent throughout the opposition by slamming Trump for having rushed to legitimize a dictator. 107. Biden advocated cutting all dialogue until Pyongyang first made unilateral concessions towards denuclearization, referring to dialogue as a reward for North Korea rather than a means for resolving issues. This led to comparisons of his hard line as virtually indistinguishable from that of John Bolton. 108. More harshly still, Biden had strongly advocated for unprovoked preventative attacks on Korean targets to prevent the KPA from developing a long-range missile capability. 109. Other Democratic Party front-runners did not appear much more conciliatory. 110. The Democrats themselves had no alternative to negotiations, but by consistently taking a more self-righteous position on an ideological basis from the outset, it may have taken them far longer to reach this conclusion for themselves if they came to power to the detriment of both U.S. and DPRK interests. Thus, Pyongyang had an interest in seeing President Trump retain power, and in providing him with a deal which he could spin for political capital. The Trump administration would continue to downplay the importance of Korean ballistic missiles as a new, heavier class of ballistic missile submarine was unveiled in late July, or when a second class of shorter-range tactical missile was tested in August. 111. Its responses were similarly muted when new longer-range rocket artillery systems were tested successfully every month for 4 months from late August. Dubbed KN-25, these systems improved on the global record for range previously set by the KN-09. 112. And were estimated to be able to strike targets up to 400 kilometers away, possibly much further. 113. The KPA's launch of the Pukgoksong-3, an entirely new submarine-launched intermediate-range ballistic missile tested in the first week of October, saw a similarly muted American response. It demonstrated that the KPA now had an increasingly modern and survivable second-stage deterrent capable of threatening U.S. territory. The lack of an American response or even denunciation, despite the Pukgoksong-3's strategic role and much longer range than the tactical systems tested since 2017, provided another indicator as to how much had really changed and how strong the Korean position was at the time. Chapter 17. The Art of the Deal. The End of Détente. As North Korea's ultimatum approached for the U.S. to reach a deal by the end of 2019, the country appeared to enjoy growing support for its position internationally. 1. Particularly from neighboring China. The deadline marked 25 months without a test of a ground-based strategic weapons system, the first 17 of which had seen no ballistic missile testing at all. If North Korea were to resume tests of strategic weapons, Moscow, Beijing, and many others appeared increasingly inclined to blame Washington for refusing a deal for mutual concessions despite a 2-year testing freeze, several opportunities to make a deal, and multiple warnings that it was critical to provide some sanctions relief before the new year. Chinese and Russian moves to relax sanctions previously imposed through the UN Security Council in both 2018. 2. And 2019. 3. Were flatly rejected by the U.S. and its Western allies. The two in turn blocked the passing of Western-drafted resolutions accusing Pyongyang of violating the sanctions regime. 4. Growing support for the Korean position from Moscow and Beijing led many Western analysts to conclude that maximum pressure could never be restored to its former levels. 5. And signs of both parties' unwillingness to enforce the Western-drafted UN sanctions only grew. 6. China would show increasingly overt support for Pyongyang, and in August 2019 the country's Central Military Commission announced that the People's Liberation Army, PLA, would boost defense ties with North Korea and that both were ready to contribute to peace and stability in the region together. 7. This followed high-level meetings between the KPA and PLA leaderships in Beijing. 8. The announcement came amid signs of growing ties in other fields, from major concerts by Korean artists performed in Beijing in January 2019, one of which was attended by Premier Xi Jinping. 9. To the Premier and First Lady's high-profile visit to Pyongyang in June. She was treated to a special Chinese version of the Arirang Mass Games, the largest show on earth performed in the world's largest stadium, which saw classical Chinese songs, costumes, and the five-starred red flag given pride of place alongside their Korean counterparts. Massive human collages of the Chinese flag, and of Premier Xi himself, were made to honor them alongside the usual collages of the three Korean leaders, and multiple statements were made regarding agreements to further improve bilateral ties. 10. This support and signs of very considerable Chinese investment placed Pyongyang in a strong position to endure a new period of high tensions with the United States should Washington fail to reach a negotiated settlement. As North Korea's New Year deadline approached, and Washington appeared to take no steps towards altering its negotiating position, signs of escalating tensions began to emerge. The North Korean Foreign Ministry's U.S. Affairs Bureau issued a statement on September 16 slamming continued U.S. pressure and the twisted view regarding that sanctions led the DPRK to dialogue, and warning that there were serious doubts regarding whether a breakthrough in relations could be achieved from these premises. 11. The Foreign Ministry stated on September 27 that the U.S. had failed to follow through on the summit agreements, but that Pyongyang hoped President Trump would personally take a wise and bold decision. 12. At the United Nations General Assembly 3 days later, the DPRK's ambassador placed the blame fully on the U.S. for failing to negotiate in good faith, stating, "The situation on the Korean peninsula has not come out of the vicious cycle of increased tension, which is entirely attributable to the political and military provocations perpetrated by the U.S." 13. Little seemed to improve, and tensions between the two adversaries continued to escalate both leading up to and following the New Year. On December 4, America's Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for East Asia, Heino Klink, confirmed that the U.S. maintained military options on the table for dealing with Pyongyang, further warning that the Pentagon, rather than the State Department, could be tasked with disarming the adversary. 14. 4 days later, a spokesperson for North Korea's Academy of National Defense Science announced that a major test of great significance had taken place at the country's Sahae satellite launching ground. The results of the recent important test will have an important effect on changing the strategic position of the DPRK once again in the near future, he stated, leading to speculation that a new long-range ballistic missile engine was under development. It was also speculated that the country may have been preparing for a satellite launch, a means of further placing pressure on the U.S. without escalation directly to the level of a strategic weapons test. 15. Satellite images showed work simultaneously underway at the March 16 factory for long-range ballistic missiles, possibly in preparation for an upcoming test. 16. Under considerable pressure from members of the Senate from both political parties to get tougher on Korea, President Trump signed a new round of unilateral sanctions into law on December 20. 17. As both countries celebrated the New Year, and fears in the West that North Korea would mark the occasion or even Christmas Day itself with a major strategic weapons test. 18. Increasingly subsided. 19. A shift in the Korean position was increasingly evident. On December 21, Pyongyang hosted a high-level meeting of Korean People's Army headed by Chairman Kim Jong-un to discuss improving the country's security. 20. Which was followed by a rare convening of the Korean Workers' Party plenary on the 28th. 21. After high-level meetings of both the KPA and the Workers' Party, what appeared to be a charting of a new course for the country by its two major leadership bodies, Chairman Kim announced the DPRK's new policy line in his New Year's address. Addressing over 300 officials at the party plenary on its final day, the chairman announced a lifting of the self-imposed and unilateral freeze on the testing of strategic weapons, stating, "There is no ground for us to get unilaterally bound to the commitment any longer. The world will witness a new strategic weapon to be possessed by the DPRK in the near future." 22. Such steps had previously been warned both by the chairman. 23. And the Foreign Ministry. 24. Rather than addressing the camera directly from his office as he had the previous year, the chairman's 2020 address took a more impersonal style and saw his address to the party from the main hall of the Workers' Party headquarters televised in its stead. He pledged a new path for the country, and appeared to officially abandon hopes for a breakthrough in relations with either the United States or South Korea, in sharp contrast to his addresses the previous 2 years, indicating Western drafted sanctions could be expected to remain in place indefinitely. "We can never sell our dignity, which we have so far defended as something as valuable as our own lives, in the hope of a brilliant transformation." The DPRKU's standoff, which has lasted for generations, has now been compressed into a clear standoff between self-reliance and sanctions, he stated, which was consistent with prior statements at times of high tension in the prominence it gave to economic warfare in particular. He continued, "Nothing has changed between the days when we maintained the line of simultaneously pushing forward the economic construction and building of nuclear force and now when we struggle to direct our efforts to the economic construction due to the U.S.'s gangster-like acts. There is no need to hesitate with any expectations of the U.S. lifting sanctions." Giving further insight into the nature of the country's new direction, state newspaper Rodong Sinmun wrote the following Monday. "As a leopard cannot change its spots, the aggressive nature of imperialism can never change. So is the U.S. behavior today. The real intention of the U.S. is to seek its own political and diplomatic interests while wasting time away under the signboard of dialogue and negotiations and at the same time keep sanctions so as to gradually reduce our strength. The reality shows that now that the ambition of the enemy to stifle our system remains unchanged, it is foolish to dream of the ease of situation and the lift of sanctions." 25. The shift in the North Korean position was notably also reflected in the performing arts. At a prominent New Year's national concert by the Samji-yeon Orchestra, the song "Our Peace is on Our Bayonets" was performed in prime position among the pieces. A remix of the classic in new style, the song's chorus read, "However precious is peace, we will not beg for it. On our bayonets. On our bayonets. Peace, peace is there. Peace through strength" was the obvious message. This song had been popular in 2017, particularly after the first ICBM tests, but had not featured prominently in televised performances since. On January 10, the state media outlet KCTV released a statement by Chairman Kim, reportedly made to President Trump during their meeting in June the previous year, stressing that Pyongyang would only accept negotiations on equal terms. It stated, "We consider it important to resolve problems through dialogue and negotiation and hope true peace will descend as soon as possible. But we cannot comply with the American style of dialogue, which unilaterally pushes for its demands. We do not want to beg for peace at the dialogue table or trade it for something. Our future is what we choose and we make, not what you guarantee and point to. The obvious thing is that if the United States insists on the current political calculations, the prospect of resolution will be murky and very dangerous." 26. U.S. Defense Secretary Mark Esper had responded to the potential resumption of Korean strategic weapons testing with a warning on January 3 that America was ready to take military action against the DPRK if necessary. 27. This warning appeared particularly serious given its timing, just hours after the CIA oversaw 28. An airstrike personally authorized by President Trump. 29. To assassinate Iranian Quds Force commander and Revolutionary Guards Lieutenant General Qasem Soleimani, Iran's foremost military leader considered the second most powerful many in the country. 30. The attack was not provoked. 31. And took place near Baghdad International Airport. The commander was in the country legally and was scheduled to hold a meeting with the Iraqi Prime Minister later that day. 32. Analysts both in the United States and internationally widely concluded that the assassination was illegal. 33. If not a war crime. 34. The Soleimani assassination appeared to have been staged at least in part as a warning to other U.S. adversaries that even against its four declared great power adversaries Iran, China, North Korea, and Russia, the country was willing to risk serious escalation and act well outside the boundaries of international law. This was stressed by State Secretary Mike Pompeo, who warned that the attack was part of a bigger strategy involving the restoration of deterrence, noting that this was not confined to Iran but had implications for other leading American adversaries. 35. Former CIA Director and Commander of the U.S. Central Command David Petraeus similarly referred to the attack as intended to re-establish deterrence, noting that it could be a precursor to threats to strike Iranian oil fields and other vital infrastructure if Tehran did not meet American terms. 36. President Trump for his part warned that Iranian cultural heritage could be the next target for American attacks, another serious war crime. 37. As the U.S. would later again demonstrate by repeatedly commandeering Iranian civilian shipping in international waters, the degree to which it was willing to brazenly violate both the law and international norms in seeking to undermine targeted states was now unprecedented. 38. As a number of analysts observed, the assassination had considerable implications for the security of North Korea and other U.S. adversaries. 39. Strongly signaling that Washington was willing and ready to act offensively and unimpeded by the confines of international law. With Pompeo having previously stated that North Korea had to be dealt with in an entirely different way to Iran due to its possession of a nuclear strike capability against the U.S. mainland, American conduct towards and threats against an adversary which lacks such capabilities arguably fully vindicated Pyongyang's pursuit of this deterrence capability. 40. Pyongyang the following week slammed perceived U.S. intransigence in negotiations, with the Foreign Ministry's first Vice Minister Kim Ki-gwan stating, "We have been deceived by the U.S., being caught in the dialogue with it for over 1 year and a half, and that was the lost time for us." Although Chairman Kim Jong-un has good personal feelings about President Trump, they are, in the true sense of the word, personal. There will never be such negotiations as that in Vietnam, in which we proposed exchanging a core nuclear facility of the country for the lift of some UN sanctions in a bid to lessen the sufferings of the peaceable people even a bit. 41. The Korean side appeared to be seeking to place further pressure on Washington by warning that its negotiating position was only going to become harsher with time. Its ability to sustain living standards and economic growth under sanctions, and its wide range of options for nonviolent escalation up to and including strategic weapons demonstrations, placed it in a strong position. As senior advisor at the International Crisis Group and expert on the DPRK, Dooyeon Kim, noted, Pyongyang has raised the price for even resuming talks. Negotiations, if they ever resume, will be much more difficult. They're trying to make it sound like they're not desperate for talks and that they can survive without Washington's help. Unfortunately, this is quite true. North Korea has proven to be very resilient and they can trudge along and work towards their economic and nuclear objectives. 42. South Korea's Moon Jae-in administration for its part, having failed to make any tangible gains in its own relations with the North, appeared to be doing whatever it could to prevent a deterioration of relations between Washington and Pyongyang. While South Korea had featured prominently in Chairman Kim Jong-un's 2018 and 2019 New Year's addresses, it was conspicuous by its absence from that in 2020, which was widely interpreted by analysts as a sign that Pyongyang had given up on Seoul as either a channel for normalization of relations with the U.S. or an independent economic partner. 43. The writer's conversations with North Korean officials near the end of 2019 indicated that disappointment in Seoul and in President Moon were widespread. With the possibility of a rapid end to the U.S.DPRK détente, should Pyongyang carrying out a strategic weapons test, the Moon administration's flurry of actions included inviting Chairman Kim Jong-un to visit Seoul. 44. Conveying birthday wishes from President Trump. 45. Considering seeking exemptions from UN sanctions for inter-Korean projects. 46. And considering allowing a resumption of tourism by South Koreans to the DPRK. 47. These all occurred within the first 2 weeks of January, 2020. Seoul was blocked by UN sanctions from fully opening trade relations with North Korea and had been harshly warned by Washington against even a partial opening through relaxation of unilateral sanctions, which effectively closed options for economic cooperation. Inter-Korean railway projects, too, had been blocked by the U.S. with the U.S.-led UN command still maintaining control of the inter-Korean border. Moon's plane had even been blacklisted by the U.S. military for entering North Korea on a diplomatic visit. 48. While President Moon had stated that he would consider seeking exemptions from UN sanctions, the chances of these being granted by the Council's permanent Western members remain slim. Resumption of tourism, the only major field of the North Korean economy not covered by UN sanctions, was thus possibly the only means of offering Pyongyang some form of economic benefit which needed to be given and soon to ensure its continued commitment to the détente. North Korea's concessions were otherwise almost entirely unilateral, which Pyongyang had reiterated would not be the case indefinitely. The DPRK's tourism industry was otherwise booming. 49. And considerable investments had been made in further expansion of tourist activities, beach resorts. 50. Ski resorts. 51. And other facilities. 52. To capitalize on the one unsanctioned part of its economy. Demand was such that airlines were seeking to open a number of new flight routes to the country, with Pyongyang increasingly suffering from a shortage of hotels in high season. 53. Lifting the ban on tourism from South Korea had the potential to provide a boost to the industry, particularly if later announced plans to allow individual as well as group tours were implemented. 54. Seoul's ability to lift the ban without Washington's consent, and whether this would be enough to placate Pyongyang in the long term, both remained highly questionable. Pyongyang would go on to carry out record levels of testing to refine its tactical deterrence capabilities, including the new KN-25 rocket artillery system, which broke a world record by a considerable margin for its engagement range. 55. Alongside the KN-24 ballistic missile, both of which placed American military bases across South Korea in the firing line. 56. Signs of continued work on the development of a more advanced submarine-launched missile capability. 57. And warnings from the U.S. military leadership and from prominent analysts of future strategic weapons tests. 58. Showed that Pyongyang retained options to place pressure on the increasingly overwhelmed Donald Trump administration in its election year. Signs at the beginning of the year showed that Korean pressure could be yielding results, with conservatives in the United States leadership increasingly favoring a softer stance in negotiations and a possible loosening of the sanctions regime, which could pave the way to a deal, ensuring both a much-needed foreign policy win for Trump and assurances that no new long-range missile tests would scupper their electoral prospects. 59. The alienation of South Korea through the administration's hard line has only been cause for further concern and given additional stimulus to change course. 60. A further indicator of the shift in Washington's position on North Korea came at the United Nations, with American criticism of Pyongyang's tactical weapons tests having softened considerably and the Trump administration having blocked a European-backed hearing on alleged Korean human rights abuses. Such moves were described by the New York Times as the administration trying to preserve a diplomatic opening, but were roundly criticized by both leftist media in the U.S. and by European officials. The United States under Donald Trump appeared to have the most interest in diplomacy and détente with Pyongyang among the major Western powers, placing it at odds with European members of the Security Council which took a much harder line against Pyongyang. 61. Amid growing unrest domestically and an ongoing economic crisis unprecedented since the Second World War. 62. If not ever. 63. The need for a quick deal or some sign of progress on the Korean issue appeared increasingly urgent as the Trump administration drew closer to the November elections. American officials would request a reopening of dialogue with unprecedented frequency and at almost every occasion. 64. With Pyongyang giving very cold responses, repeatedly referring to prior American diplomatic efforts as ploys to buy time without making concessions. 65. And reiterating that it had no interest in another useless summit meeting. 66. Alluding to its very considerable leverage in the lead-up to the elections, Pyongyang referred to the summit meetings as publicity stunts intended to boost the Trump administration's standing domestically. 67. And sent a clear message that it would expect concrete concessions and an entirely different format for dialogue. Further driving home that it was fully aware of the card it had to play in determining the outcome of what was widely considered President Trump's most prolific foreign policy initiative and thus holding significant influence over public perceptions of the American administration. First Vice Department Director of Central Committee of Workers' Party of Korea Kim Yo-jong warned on July 10 that the previously mentioned Christmas gift, which the U.S. hasn't received so far, could arrive on the eve of the presidential elections. This was widely seen to be an allusion to Pyongyang's ability to show up the Trump administration by testing an ICBM or nuclear warhead, underscoring the president's failure to uphold his red line and prevent Korea from being able to target the U.S. with thermonuclear strikes. 68. It was clear that Pyongyang sought to use its leverage to gain meaningful concessions, likely ones a subsequent administration could not reverse, such as a rolling back of at least some sanctions at the United Nations, and that the pre-election months provided the optimal time to push for such a deal. What might a DPRKU.S deal look like? While considerable emphasis was placed on denuclearization as the end goal of negotiations between the United States and North Korea, realistically the prospects for both states agreeing to sufficient stages of concessions to bring this about remain extremely slim. On October 25, 2016, the Obama administration's Director of National Intelligence James Clapper stated, "I think the notion of getting the North Koreans to denuclearize is probably a lost cause. The best the U.S. could settle for," he believed, was a negotiated limit on the types of nuclear weapons the DPRK could deploy. 69. This had been the first such admission by a senior U.S. official, who proved to be well ahead of his time, if not in his conclusions then in his willingness to publicly admit to the reality of the situation. North Korea is set to remain a nuclear power indefinitely, with nuclear weapons written into the constitution and their possession seen as inseparable from the state's right to independence and self-defense. How a process of normalizing the state's nuclear capabilities can commence, both internationally but most critically in the Western world where it is most stringently opposed, remains to be seen. The difficulties for the Western psyche in accepting North Korea as a nuclear power have been and will continue to be considerable. The emergence of this reality represents perhaps the most direct contradiction to the idea of a new world order centered on the economic and military power of the Western world, under which the global triumph of Western values over others was seen as an inevitability. The DPRK provided the greatest contradiction to a world order built in the image of the West, next to which even China and Iran appeared somewhat Westphalian, and its political philosophy and social system were firmly rooted in Asian values. This state, described by its leading American critics as the ultimate outlier in world order. 70. And an imminent threat to the moral structure on which global order is built. 71. Has, despite its meager size, gained the military capacity to devastate cities across the Western world with thermonuclear strikes. Under the protection of this nuclear deterrent, a growing economy independent of Western trade or investment, and a society almost untouched by Western values can continue to exist and grow stronger seemingly indefinitely. Regarding the difficulties American society specifically would face in coming to terms with a nuclear North Korea, the Center for the National Interests Director of Korea Studies, Harry J. Kazianis, observed, "Our own national psychology that reinforces over and over our own need for primacy in all parts of the world and our exceptional nature surely means we should not have to accept a nuclear North Korea. That psychology declares that we can make Pyongyang bend to our will and that the Kim regime simply has no way to resist our demands. And yet, every intelligence report that breaks puts cracks in our own collective sense of invulnerability. Those reports that a nation as economically backward such as North Korea can kill millions of Americans rocks us to our core and challenges how Americans think of themselves. That might explain why so many of us here in Washington, including yours truly, reacted with such shock and anger over North Korea's nuclear weapons and missile tests back in 2017. It was, and still is, our 21st century Sputnik moment, a series of events that shattered our sense of security, our perceptions of how powerful our nation is, mixed with the dreadful realization that a country with the human rights record such as North Korea has and will continue to build even more dangerous weapons of mass destruction. We want to believe that this is unacceptable, and yet the facts tell us otherwise." Referring indirectly to a strong case of cognitive dissonance, Director Kazianis referred to the constant denial of both North Korea's capabilities and its newfound position of strength as a foreign policy fantasy land. 72. Providing some insight into what a deal between the DPRK and the U.S. could look like, leading negotiator under the Clinton administration Robert Gallucci observed that there wasn't sufficient trust for one to take a very large step assuming the other would take the compensator counter step. There had to be a series of smaller steps. 73. For North Korea's part, it appears the state is looking for a partial lifting of economic sanctions in return for limitations on its nuclear activities, possibly including freezes on its production of nuclear materials, the expansion of its arsenal, or the testing of new strategic systems. It is possible that as a second stage, some types of ballistic missile could be decommissioned in return for more comprehensive sanctions relief, perhaps the lifting of earlier rounds of UN sanctions. However, as covered below, unilateral economic sanctions from the Western Bloc can be expected to remain in place indefinitely, and these are unlikely to be included in the negotiating process. North Korea is unlikely to relinquish its intercontinental range ballistic missile capability, which for aforementioned reasons of national security as well as historic reasons remains particularly vital. Restrictions on the ranges of its intermediate-range missiles, possibly resembling the previous Intermediate-Range Nuclear Forces (INF) treaty between the U.S. and Russia, remains a possibility, however. Elimination of the Hwasong-12 and Musudan from active service, for example, would remove one of the primary threats to an American war effort in the Pacific, the threat to Guam, which is set to become increasingly important in the 2020s as a hub of U.S. military forces in the region. Guam could still be targeted by ballistic missile submarines, but removal of upper intermediate-range land-based missiles would still represent a major concession. The likelihood of such concessions may diminish should the U.S. see through plans to deploy similar intermediate-range missiles of its own to Northeast Asia. 74. While it would be extremely difficult to monitor considering the tightness of the security system in the DPRK and the KPA's tendency to store the bulk of its arms underground, a cap on the number of ICBMs and nuclear warheads deployed could also be presented as a major concession in exchange for sanctions relief, as could a show of handing over and destroying a portion of the Korean nuclear arsenal. These are all concessions which would not significantly compromise Korean security but would help the United States come to terms with its overall inability to impose total denuclearization and thereby facilitate a rolling back of sanctions at the United Nations. It is important when considering the possibilities for a future deal to observe one key impediment to major concessions by Pyongyang, even if offered highly favorable terms. That is the nature of the political system in the United States, and the consistent tendency for administrations to annul, withdraw from or simply ignore commitments made by their predecessors from the opposing political party. Indeed, every single administration since the end of the Cold War has broken a major security-related agreement made by its immediate predecessor from the opposing party and thereby seriously compromised the interests of a country which had previously placed a degree of trust in the United States. In the 1990s, the Bill Clinton administration too chose to ignore ironclad guarantees its predecessor had made to Moscow that NATO's expansion would go not 1 inch eastward, taking advantage of the Soviet trust and renunciation of its sphere of influence in Eastern Europe made on these grounds to rapidly expand the U.S.-led alliance and bring hostile troops ever closer to Moscow. 75. The George W. Bush administration in the early 2000s subsequently abandoned the agreed framework and ongoing denuclearization talks with the DPRK for a hard line on regime change. Had Pyongyang made concessions which were not so easily reversible on its nuclear activities under the Clinton administration, it would have been in a far worse position under Bush. The Barack Obama administration in the early 2010s in turn entirely ignored security guarantees provided by its predecessor to the government of Libya. The state had disarmed its missiles and weapons of mass destruction, and even allowed for intrusive inspections of its military facilities, and in return Western sanctions had been lifted and relations were temporarily normalized. Sanctions were reimposed under Obama, with Libyan assets across the Western world seized, and the now near defenseless state was devastated by Western air attacks. The trust placed in the U.S. and its European allies was directly cited by Libyan officials as the cause of the state's downfall. 76. The formerly stable and wealthy African state is unlikely to recover for the foreseeable future, and consequences of the Western attack have included the emergence of Islamic terrorism, civil war, and open slave markets. 77. In 2018, the Donald Trump administration would unilaterally withdraw from the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, JCPOA, a multilateral agreement with the Islamic Republic of Iran limiting its nuclear program in exchange for sanctions relief. The new U.S. administration demanded a renegotiation of terms, imposing harsh economic sanctions and threatening military action. Had Iran's supreme leader not personally insisted that any deal should not encompass the state's ballistic missile capabilities. 78. Or personally overseen a massive expansion in missile deterrent capabilities with North Korean support, the possibility of U.S. military action against the denuclearized state would have been considerable. An understanding of the nature of American politics and foreign seriously limits the extent to which Pyongyang can afford to roll back its deterrence program even if presented with full sanctions relief and full normalization of relations. While a number of analysts pointed to individual cases of the United States withdrawing from agreements, and how they undermined prospects for a comprehensive deal with the DPRK. 79. It was rarely noted that these withdrawals were part of a greater trend or the way the American political system effectively ensured such policy. An analysis of the statements of the DPRK's leadership and foreign ministry indicates that Pyongyang remains painfully aware of the nature of its adversary and the fate of those parties which had placed trust in peace agreements with and security guarantees from the U.S. and the Western Bloc. 80. With Pyongyang's policies appearing fully consistent with this understanding. Concerning the risks of disarmament through negotiation, North Korea's foreign ministry stated regarding the valuable lessons learned from Tripoli's example, Libya's nuclear dismantlement much touted by the U.S. in the past turned out to be a mode of aggression by which the latter coaxed the former with such sweet words as guarantee of security and improvement of relations to disarm and then swallow it up by force. In exchange for a lifting of sanctions and normalization of diplomatic ties, Libya took the economic bait, foolishly disarmed themselves, and once they were defenseless, were mercilessly punished by the West. 81. Referring earlier to the example of Iraq, which partially disarmed and allowed Western inspectors extensive access to its facilities, the DPRK Foreign Ministry stated on a separate occasion, the Iraqi war shows that to allow disarming through inspection does not help avert a war but rather sparks it. 82. A similar awareness of the risks of comprehensive disarmament were expressed on several other occasions. Perhaps one of the most ominous warnings directed towards the DPRK came from the son of Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi, Saif al-Islam Gaddafi, who while naming North Korea and Iran specifically, referred to the circumstances of Libya's downfall and Tripoli's mistakes as a good lesson for everybody. Noting that the country had agreed to disarm despite warnings from Pyongyang, he stated in a televised interview in 2011 while his country was under Western bombardment. You give up your weapons of mass destruction, you stop developing long-range missiles, you become very friendly with the West, and this is the result. So what does this mean? It means this is a message to everybody that you have to be strong. You never trust them, and you have to be always on alert. Otherwise those people Western Bloc, they don't have friends. Overnight they change their mind and they start bombing us, and the same thing could happen to any other country. One of our big mistakes was that we delayed buying new weapons, especially from Russia. It was a big mistake. And we delayed building a strong army because we thought that we will not fight again. The Americans, the Europeans are our friends since disarming and normalizing relations in 2003. 83. The Trump administration's Director of National Intelligence Daniel R. Coates appeared to reach the very same conclusion as the Libyans and the Koreans, affirming that it was strongly against the DPRK's national security interests to disarm. He stated that the North Korean leadership has watched, I think, what has happened around the world relative to nations that possess nuclear capabilities and the leverage they have, and seen that having the nuclear card in your pocket results in a lot of deterrence capability. The lessons that we learned out of Libya giving up its nukes, is, unfortunately, if you had nukes, never give them up. If you don't have them, get them. 84. Coates' predecessor under Barack Obama, James Clapper, in much the same vein referred to the Korean deterrent as their ticket to survival, one which Pyongyang was not realistically going to yield. 85. While the DPRK appears willing to negotiate compromises to its deterrent capability, these will be limited and, much like those agreed to under the agreed framework in 1994, they will not be irreversible. Pyongyang's awareness of the nature of the American political system and its often extremely dire consequences for those parties which put their faith in a deal with a particular administration will guarantee this. The DPRK's first-hand experience in its two major deals with the United States, the Korean War Armistice and the agreed framework, further this awareness. It has not been forgotten that the U.S. unilaterally abrogated Article 13(d) of the former without legal pretext in order to unilaterally nuclearize the Korean peninsula, and failed to meet its terms for the latter, after which it withdrew following a change in administration. Ultimately, the only thing that can realistically be verified in a Korean disarmament process other than an end to testing is a cessation of production of further nuclear warheads through monitoring of Korean nuclear facilities like that which occurred for 8 years from 1994. With perhaps the world's largest network of underground military bases and the ability to store nuclear warheads, manufacture more missiles or store existing ones undetected, a cap on the number of nuclear warheads or the types of missiles the KPA deploys can never be absolutely verified. As noted repeatedly by U.S. officials, nothing short of an invasion and destruction of the state can fully verify Pyongyang's complete disarmament of any of the assets it already has. Even if a portion of its miniaturist warheads or IRBMs were turned over for destruction, the state's security system and the intelligence black hole faced by Western agencies ensures that the total number the country possessed in the first place remains completely unknown, with estimates ranging very widely. The DPRK has a further card to play in negotiations for sanctions relief, a latent capability which could be used to press for concessions without directly affecting Korean security, which is its ability to proliferate advanced missile and even nuclear technologies. Indeed, the announcement by Chairman Kim Jong-un in April 2018 that North Korea would not proliferate its new technologies appeared to come as part of a package which could lead to the Western Bloc, however reluctantly, accepting North Korea as a nuclear state. One could interpret the implication therefore being that North Korea will renege on some of these pledges if moves towards acceptance of its nuclear status and at least a partial lifting of sanctions are not forthcoming. Iran in particular remains a potential recipient of highly advanced Korean systems well ahead of those currently in its arsenal should talks between Pyongyang and the US collapse entirely, and funds from major weapons sales to the oil-rich state could be seen as a means of compensating for the economic losses caused by Western sanctions on the DPRK. When the Mu-Sudan was sold to Iran in the mid-2000s, it represented the most advanced ballistic missile design in the Korean arsenal, and remains, by a considerable margin, the most capable in Iranian hands. The very same was true for the Rodong-1 and before it the Hwasong-6 and Hwasong-5, which like the Mu-Sudan in later years all incrementally increased the range and sophistication of Iran's ballistic missile deterrent. With relations between Iran and the United States likely to remain hostile for the foreseeable future, the ability to arm Iran with Korean technologies is a game changer for the balance of power in the Middle East and has been for decades. Given Iran's lagging conventional capabilities, North Korean missiles provide Iran with its most important deterrent capability. Should Iran be equipped with the Hwasong-12, Pukgoksong-2, or even an ICBM, or provided the technologies, components, and assistance needed to manufacture similar systems domestically, it would profoundly shift the regional balance of power against the interests of the Western Bloc. The fact that Iran increased uranium enrichment in 2019 and has threatened multiple times to withdraw from the NPT. 86. In response to U.S. pressure means it could potentially look to mount nuclear warheads on these missiles. For this too, North Korean technologies and experience could fast-track the development of a miniaturist warhead and potentially avoid the need for high-profile nuclear weapons tests altogether. Ultimately, while technology transfers between the two states are difficult to monitor, and new Iranian missile designs such as the Sejil are set to continue to rely heavily on technologies and components sourced from the DPRK, a pledge not to sell Iran more advanced missiles in completed form as it had done with the Mu-Sudan or to transfer nuclear technologies remains a valuable concession Pyongyang could offer in exchange for sanctions relief. Expert on North Korean arms sales, American professor Bruce E. Bechtel, indicated that proliferation of new capabilities including an ICBM and possibly a nuclear warhead from the DPRK to Iran was highly likely, and that this would be a game changer for Iranian power in the Middle East. Citing a number of reputable sources, Bechtel referred to the Hwasong-15 ICBM in particular, either as a finished product or as a set of constituent technologies, as likely to end up in Iranian hands, a catastrophe for Western interests in the region if it did occur. 87. Some Western concessions to Pyongyang could be the only effective means of forestalling such transfers. A major sticking point in previous negotiations between the U.S. and the DPRK was the issue of satellite launches, and American concessions on this issue can be expected. The pretext for Western opposition to Korean satellite launches in the past was that its Unha rockets were said to be technology demonstrators which advanced the country's ICBM program. Using engines based on those of the Rodong-1, these launchers are today almost 30 years behind existing Korean ICBM technology. Testing such engines cannot benefit the Korean deterrence program in its current form, and the fact that satellite launchers do not re-enter the atmosphere with their payload means they cannot be used to test re-entry vehicle technologies. The primitive nature of the satellite launch rockets relative to North Korea's far more advanced missile technologies developed since the rockets were first tested, effectively nullifies claims that satellite launches are a cover for missile testing. This was used as a pretext in the past to effectively deny North Korea its rights under the Outer Space Treaty. The possibility remains, therefore, that satellite launches will be condoned under a deal which bans ICBM and/or IRBM testing. The long shadow of regime change, a look to the future. Ultimately the Western world, in seeking to remake global order in its own image, cannot accept an Asian nationalist state with a degree of political, military, economic, and ideological independence like North Korea. The eventual goal of the Western Bloc is regime change in North Korea, but as the country's capabilities have repeatedly exceeded all Western expectations, from the performance of the KPA in the Korean War to the state's survival in the 1990s through the arduous march and the rapid development of a sophisticated deterrent capabilities from the mid-2000s, the strategy and timeline for bringing this about has repeatedly been altered. All parties remain aware during current negotiations that a full lifting of Western economic sanctions against the DPRK remains effectively impossible. Hypothetically, even if the state were to fully and verifiably denuclearize and disarm, other pretexts for continued economic warfare efforts would be found. Indeed, the testing of nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles may in the long term result in less rather than more Western sanctions, as it provides some leverage for pursuing sanctions relief. Many other Western target states with no long or medium-range missile capability and no weapons of mass destruction have failed to gain such leverage and are sanctioned extremely harshly by the Western Bloc partly as a result. Venezuela, Syria, Zimbabwe, Myanmar, and Cuba are a few among many examples. Should the DPRK denuclearize fully, the state of the country's domestic politics, its economic system, or its willingness to trade and maintain relations with other Western adversaries such as Syria and Russia can all be used as pretexts for the imposition of Western economic sanctions and have been against other states in the past. 88. A significant indicator of the prospects for future Western relations with the DPRK was a statement in a September 2016 report by a task force from the highly influential Council on Foreign Relations, CFR, think tank. It stated regarding prospects for relations if the DPRK fully denuclearized. Full normalization of relations and sanctions relief will require major progress on North Korea's human rights position, including the release of all political prisoners and their families, a full accounting and voluntary repatriation of all persons abducted from foreign countries, non-discriminatory food aid distribution monitored by aid workers who are guaranteed full nationwide access, freedom to leave the country and return without punishment, and ending the information blockade imposed on North Korea's citizens by the government. 89. These conditions were broadly consistent with those listed in Sections 402 of the North Korea Sanctions and Policy Enhancement Act of 2016, H.R. 757. The CFR's statement itself appeared to be closely based on Title III of the North Korea Sanctions and Policy Enhancement Act of 2016, which enshrined the fulfillment of unrealistic demands for domestic changes in and Western penetration of the DPRK into U.S. law as necessary preconditions for any relief of American unilateral sanctions. While many of the allegations made by the CFR and the Policy Enhancement Act have little evidence behind them and are based on highly questionable defector testimonies, see Chapter 19, maintaining these allegations and this narrative provides the Western Bloc with pretext for continued sanctions and pressure on the DPRK indefinitely or at least until its territory is governed in compliance with Western interests. By depicting itself as a champion of human rights with global jurisdiction, the Western world can assert it has the right to delegitimize and economically strangle any state which does not comply with the Western-led order. The CFR paper further emphasized the final goal of the Western Bloc beyond denuclearization. Finally, let us be clear about the essence of the North Korean nuclear threat. That threat is the North Korean government itself. So long as the real existing North Korean government holds power, that threat will continue. It is therefore incumbent upon the United States and its allies to plan for a successful Korean reunification that does not include the DPRK. 90. The CFR was hardly alone among leading think tanks and prominent analysts in explicitly stating that the hostile agenda towards the DPRK went far beyond its deterrence program and that the final goal for the Western Bloc was imposing change and remaking the Northeast Asian state in line with its own vision and interests. Head of the CIA's Korea Mission Center Andrew Kim, for example, emphasized this shortly after the second Trump-Kim summit meeting in Hanoi in February 2019, stating, "The conflict is not only about denuclearization, it is also about redrawing the geopolitical and geoeconomic map for North Korea." 91. Senior Fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute, Yale University Professor Paul Bracken, similarly previously noted that U.S. moves to impose intrusive inspection and forced denuclearization, must surely be seen as only the first moves to open up the entire North Korean state. He stated regarding this further objective: there are two games being played on the Korean peninsula. The first game is non-zero-sum in character. It amounts to bargaining around a military and nuclear negotiation where the gains of one side do not necessarily come at the expense of the other. The second, and more important game, is zero-sum. It is a game of control, and only one state can gain control of the entire Korean peninsula. It is the state survival competition, rather than one concerning non-proliferation and arms control, that shapes the dynamics of interstate relations among all affected parties. 92. A further example came in September 2019, at a time of détente between Pyongyang and Washington and a pause in the former's strategic weapons testing, when the Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS, published a paper strongly calling for the United States to seek to impose further sanctions through the UNSC over allegations of Korean human rights abuses. 93. Mark Fitzpatrick, Associate Fellow and Executive Director of the International Institute for Strategic Studies, IISS, in North America and Director of the IISS Non-Proliferation and Disarmament Program, was one of many influential figures who stressed that bringing about regime change and forced reunification of the Korean peninsula under a Western-aligned and Westphalian government was the final endgame of policy towards the state. He noted, however, that the Korean deterrence program and the nature of tensions meant regime change could no longer be an immediate answer but rather was a long-term goal. In an influential paper titled "North Korea, Is Regime Change the Answer?" he stated, "There is only one happy ending to this long-running tragedy: unification of the Korean peninsula as a democratic, free enterprise-based republic that would be free of nuclear weapons." 94. Somewhat in contradiction to his initial statement which showed the DPRK's abolition to be the end goal, Director Fitzpatrick claimed that Pyongyang, despite being so targeted, would be better off without nuclear weapons on the following basis: the sad irony for North Korea is that the strategic weapons programs undermine regime survival because they hamper prospects for economic development. The trade, aid, and investment from South Korea, Japan and the West that could help North Korea escape its poverty trap and dependence on China will not be forthcoming as long as Pyongyang wields a nuclear threat. 95. An assessment of the Western agenda towards the DPRK, nuclear-armed or otherwise, as attested to by Fitzpatrick himself among others, indicates precisely the opposite. As has been repeatedly demonstrated by Western sanctions regimes against multiple other targets, it is highly unrealistic for the DPRK to expect anything near full sanctions relief, should it denuclearize. 96. The idea that the Western world would lift economic sanctions against and end pressure on the DPRK in exchange for anything less than a complete remaking of the country in the West's own image does not stand up to scrutiny. A dozen pretexts beyond nuclear weapons can and will be found for placing economic pressure on the state and denying it recognition. The prevailing Western position in this regard, rooted in ideology, see Chapter 18, seriously limits the extent to which a lasting détente can be reached. North Korea for its part remains aware of this reality but, using its considerable leverage, it has continued to press for a de-escalation of hostilities, even if temporary, which is in the interests of both itself and the United States. While President Trump, a businessman, an outsider to the American foreign policy establishment, may not personally believe in imposing regime change on North Korea, this remains the prevailing view from the intelligence community to the State Department to the members of his own administration. The fact that the long-term American goal is regime change is beyond question, but with military options realistically off the table at least for the foreseeable future, the question remains to what extent the DPRK can press the United States to loosen economic sanctions in the short term. A change in world order. The balance of power in North Korea's conflict with the United States has long been heavily influenced by the balance of forces globally. When the Soviet Union was a thriving power in the 1950s and closely allied with China, Pyongyang had enjoyed a position of considerable strength. Its trading partners were some of the healthiest economies in the world, and Soviet arms were generally equal to, if not superior to, their Western counterparts. The subsequent fall of the Communist bloc, from the Sino-Soviet split to the stagnation of the Soviet economy and the USSR's eventual collapse, weakened Pyongyang's position considerably, leaving it extremely vulnerable. Its enduring of extreme pressure in the period of New World Order and unchallenged Western hegemony in the 1990s was a direct result. In much the same way, however, the shift in world order from the mid-2000s away from complete Western control bodes well for the DPRK and will increasingly place it in a strong position vis-a-vis the United States. From stronger Chinese and Russian diplomatic and economic support to an increasingly overstretched American military, the emergence of a world order in which the West is less powerful and less central in the global economy gives Pyongyang a much stronger chance of prevailing in the long term. The emergence of the novel coronavirus, COVID-19, in November 2019 was initially widely interpreted in the Western world as a tool to correct the balance of power globally by weakening China and other developed East Asian economies and thus comparatively strengthening the Western powers. President Trump initially appeared confident, stating on January 30 without further elaboration that the crisis would have a very good ending for the United States. U.S. Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross stated on the same day that the fallout from the virus in China will help to accelerate the return of jobs to North America, with millions at the time placed under lockdown in China. 97. Western publications from the New York Times to Forbes to the Guardian hailed the virus as bringing an end to decades of rapid Chinese economic growth and to its position as the world's leading manufacturing power. 98. While China locked down major cities, North Korea would close its borders on January 22, which was hailed in the West as bringing about an end to cross-border trade with China and Russia and thus isolating and placing pressure on the Korean economy as the Western powers had long sought. The New York Times on March 13 stated to this effect: President Trump has called the coronavirus the invisible enemy. But when it comes to sanctions on North Korea, the pathogen may turn out to be his administration's most effective ally. North Korea's fear of coronavirus infection appears to have achieved what Mr. Trump's maximum pressure campaign against North Korean nuclear and missile work has not, choking the North's economy. 99. As it turned out, rather than rebalancing the center of world power towards the West by undermining East Asian rivals, the Western world would prove far less resilient to the crisis and would come to bear the brunt of its fallout. By April, all of the top sufferers from the coronavirus were Western states, with the US, Spain, and Italy in particular seeing an uncontrolled spread and thousands of deaths per day. The US would turn to seizing masks and ventilators from other countries. 100. As many of those in its own stores were found to be filled with rot or broken. 101. With CNN referring to the chaos as a war for masks. 102. Across the Western world, only New Zealand could be called a success story in dealing with the virus, with results remotely comparable to those in Northeast Asia. China, South Korea, Vietnam, and others were meanwhile hailed by the World Health Organization. 103. And increasingly by global media as models for the world in responding to the crisis, which was attributed both to cultural factors, including high general hygiene standards, and to superior organization. 104. Western media, inevitably, would praise responses in Asian territories with Westernist political systems such as South Korea, Taiwan, and Hong Kong, while criticizing or ignoring those in China and Vietnam, although the factors which had led to success in all of them were very similar. North Korea appeared to follow the general trend in Northeast Asia, and the fallout from the virus was minimal. While the state's report of no deaths from the virus were difficult to believe, the early closing of borders and the very limited deaths in other East Asian states, none in Vietnam and less than a dozen in Taiwan, made this claim at least somewhat credible. The country would carry out intensive testing in June and July, with the World Health Organization confirming at the end of the second month that there were no cases of COVID-19. 105. It was notable that not only were widespread calls for a temporary humanitarian relaxation of Western economic sanctions on target states such as the DPRK for the duration of the pandemic flatly rejected, with further rounds of sanctions even passed during it, but Western analysts continued to warn against allowing North Korea to access medical supplies. These warnings were made on the basis that, although it was admitted there was no evidence of a Korean biological weapons program, medical supplies could contribute to such a program if there turned out to be one. 106. The coronavirus crisis will very likely accelerate the trend towards a decline in American. 107. And European. 108. Power relative to East Asia and China in particular, which in turn will cause a long-term strengthening of the North Korean position. A weaker Western world will have far less leverage to pressure potential North Korean trading partners, from Taipei and Seoul to Delhi and Riyadh, not to trade with the DPRK. An end of the Western-led order will thus likely see the DPRK's integration into the world economy and even more impressive economic growth rates than those witnessed in the past. The West's ability to project power and fight wars as far away from their own territory as East Africa and East Asia was facilitated primarily by how much larger their economies were than those of rival powers, allowing them to bear the burdens of maintaining long supply lines and fighting so far from home while still retaining an advantage. As this economic disparity diminishes, the West will not be able to fight and win away games as easily, particularly in Northeast Asia. With the China's People's Liberation Army Navy expected to overtake the U.S. Navy before 2030 in overall combat capacity, and already far outmatching American assets deployed to Northeast Asia. 109. The Western world's capacity to bring war to the region is today lower than it has been since at least the 18th century. These trends are all strongly in Pyongyang's favor. It is important not to overstate the impact of the coronavirus crisis in bringing about a Western decline. That trend was already strong long before the crisis began, but the virus has done a great deal to expose the extent of the East Asian political and social advantages. 110. Which presage the region's emergence as the new center of the global economy. When the Cold War ended, the U.S. and wider Western world were certain that, with enough time and economic pressure and with sustained information warfare operations, North Korea would collapse, a Western economic and political system would be imposed and Western militaries would be able to base their soldiers north of the 38th parallel. With these hopes dashed, increasingly so from the mid-2010s as Pyongyang emerged from crisis and began to conspicuously modernize both its economy and its defenses, the Northeast Asian state itself is now poised to prevail. The tide of history, as it was widely referred to after the Soviet collapse, is now firmly on the DPRK side as the balance of global power, both military and economic, shifts away from its adversaries. Increasingly unable to achieve its objectives militarily or diplomatically, the Western world's extreme reliance on economic sanctions and unsustainably rapid expansion of their use, threatening states from India and Indonesia to China and Russia, is in the long run expected to seriously limit their effectiveness while sidelining the West in global trade. 111. And fueling the rise in increasingly sophisticated means of evasion. 112. Meanwhile, the growing availability of cost-effective high-end technologies from friendly non-Western sources such as China to raise living standards, from vertical farming to solar energy, are increasingly providing Pyongyang with a means of realizing its long-frustrated goals for economic modernization. Global economic and power trends thus strongly favor the DPRK's position. The West's dominance in many key areas of high technology and its central position in the global economy have for decades been key to facilitating efforts to place extreme downward pressure on living standards in North Korea. As this dominance and centrality diminish rapidly, a Korean economic boom can be expected. Signs of this boom from the fast-growing number of local consumer brands available to major construction and infrastructure projects are evident today, with conspicuous changes every year. Having survived the most extreme pressure at a time when the Western world was at the height of its power, and having considerably reduced the threat of attack from 2017 by developing nuclear-tipped ICBMs, North Korea's economic and security situations are set to only improve as its adversaries continue to decline and as non-Western actors play an increasingly dominant role in both the global economy and in determining the future of world order. Part 4. New Battlefronts and the Evolving Nature of Conflict. Chapter 18. A Clash of Ideologies, the Resilience of North Korea. Ideological foundations of the Korean Republic. To fully comprehend the nature of North Korea's conflict with the United States and the wider Western world, and the persistent underlying causes of both Western hostility towards Pyongyang and the DPRK's ability to withstand immense Western pressure, an assessment of ideology remains critical. This includes both the ideological and philosophical roots of the DPRK, and the ideological basis for the predominant Western paradigms for viewing the country. The nature of both ideologies has been a leading cause of the West's hostility towards the East Asian state since its formation, and its application of massive pressure on Pyongyang to either westernize its society, politics, and ideology or to collapse entirely. North Korea's almost unique resilience to such pressure is also largely shaped by its ideological roots. During the Cold War, many hardline communist groups saw the triumph of Marxism or of their specific interpretation of Marxism as a historical inevitability. As U.S. President Richard Nixon noted in his memoirs, Marxism-Leninism has a determinist view of history. Its adherents believe that history will inevitably lead to world communism and that it is their job to hurry history along. By viewing themselves in this way, they sidestep all considerations of morality because all the crimes they commit are simply deemed necessary for the furtherance of history. He further noted that this ideology inured many of its adherents to heartless cruelty as a result of this view of the historical inevitability of their triumph. 1. While this was true of a number of the more radical communist figures, it was equally if not more true of the Western-led order which emerged in the 1990s under a fundamentalist ideology which saw global Westernization politically, socially, economically, and ideologically as a historical inevitability. 2. In contrast to the global trend towards Westernization at the time, North Korea's resilience marked it as a prime target, the country we love to hate as some Western analysts described it. 3. And the antithesis of the Westphalian client state. Much like hardline Marxists viewed their own system, in the West the course of history and the nature of humankind were seen to guarantee the triumph of Western economic and political ideologies. As hardline Marxists emphasized the destruction of capitalism, so too did the ideology of the West necessitate the destruction of all rival systems, whether the developmentalist state capitalism of South Korea and the other Asian tiger economies in 1997. 4. Referred to gleefully by neoliberal economists as the collapse of a second Berlin Wall. 5. Or the nationalist state in Northern Korea, which rejected the Western centrism and perceived injustice of the new order. The fall of all alternative political and economic systems, total triumph and imposition of the Western way globally and instating of a Western-centered and Western-led world order was widely seen in much of Europe and North America from policymakers down to the individual as inevitable, and in many circles it still is today. This worldview stemmed from what prominent Singaporean professor and foreign policy expert Kishore Ramabubani referred to as the West's messianic desire to reshape the world in its own image. 6. It is on the basis of this ideology that the DPRK's survival is referred to as defeating the pattern of history, with its collapse widely and consistently predicted by Western intelligence analysts, think tank specialists, scholars, and officials both civilian and military among others. 7. Not only is Western triumph seen as inevitable, but it was also portrayed as benevolent, meaning those actors such as the North Korean leadership which stood in its way and offered alternatives to full Westernization necessarily labeled malign actors. As Oxford University international relations expert Tom Foudy observed regarding Western liberal ideology specifically, there existed the simple binary within Western political thought that liberalism represents empirical truth and authenticity, and that those who purport to oppose it represent deception and inauthentic, malign purposes. In other words, nobody can seriously disagree with their ideology without being held a suspect to some sort of manipulation, evil intent, or grand scheme. 8. Predictions of the DPRK's eventual certain destruction and furthering of the global triumph of the West have long dominated and continue to dominate Western discourse. Commander of U.S. and UN forces in South Korea General Gary Luck informed the U.S. Congress in the mid-1990s that the DPRK's disintegration was inevitable, a conclusion he was very far from alone in reaching. 9. In 2003, Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security Policy and Senior Advisor on the North Korea Policy Review Ashton Carter cited the course of history and human nature as incompatible with the Korean state, and referred to its destruction as a process to hasten this regime on in history. 10. More recently in 2015, Jamie Metzlow, a prominent senior fellow of the Atlantic Council and former member of the U.S. National Security Council, State Department, and Senate Foreign Relations Committee, referring to the state as an abomination and historical relic, stated that North Korea's disappearance and integration into the Western-led order was inevitable. He predicted the state's disappearance within a decade. 11. Fellow at the Ethics and Public Policy Center Pascal Emmanuel Gabri, opening with the statement that North Korea is easily the world's most demonic regime, came to the same conclusion that year. 12. The Brookings Institute and the Rand Corporation were among many prominent think tanks which published several articles and papers stating that the DPRK's collapse was an inevitability. 13. The opening line of a prominent article from the former prophetically stated, "Regime change in North Korea is inevitable," adding that when this occurred it would require U.S. boots on the ground in the country. 14. Thus not only was the collapse inevitable, but an American military presence north of the 38th parallel, so stringently opposed for 70 years and so brutal last time it occurred, was also supposedly a historical certainty. Dr. Parag Khanna, a prominent member of the Council on Foreign Relations and the International Institute for Strategic Studies, stated in March 2019 at a think tank event attended by the writer that whether North Korea was invaded and regime change brought about by force in a major war, or whether the U.S. forced an opening up of the country to impose regime change and eventual assimilation into the ROC by other means, whichever option was chosen would in 10 years be inconsequential, as the inevitable result would be the same. Within a decade what had once been North Korea will not be there anymore. 15. The same line of thought pervades in Western publications from Bloomberg, which called for the execution of the country's leadership to make the world a better place. 16. To CNN. 17. To the World Policy Journal. 18. North Korea, although influenced by communist ideology, was considered by U.S. sources to be one of the more ideologically moderate of the communist states, as perhaps best demonstrated by the good treatment of landlords even during the height of its revolution, where in China, Vietnam, Eastern Europe, and elsewhere executions were commonplace. 19. This moderation has not translated into compromises on the right to self-defense and sovereignty, in which Pyongyang has always been unyielding since the Korean War, but it means that the state has shown no ideological fundamentalisms regarding its own manifest destiny or the historical inevitability of a world order under its control or under a socialist system. Indeed, even in its calls for reunification with South Korea, Pyongyang has not called for imposition of its own economic or political systems but for a federation in which each Korean state would be free to conduct economic and domestic political affairs as they see fit. 20. President Kim Il-sung reiterated this point multiple times, stating on one occasion, "Our party considers that the most realistic and reasonable way to reunify the country independently, peacefully, and on the principle of great national unity is to draw the North and the South together into a federal state, leaving the ideas and social systems existing in the North and South as they are." 21. A similar line has been put forward repeatedly under subsequent administrations. 22. In January 2019, amid an apparent détente between the Koreas, Pyongyang reiterated, it is necessary to pool our wisdom and efforts to make a nationwide proposal for reunification in line with the will and demand of the nation on a basis of recognizing ideologies and systems existing in the North and the South and allowing them. 23. It is notable that ROC President Roh Tae-woo's 1989 Korean Commonwealth proposal, which envisaged co-equal North-South institutions to govern the peninsula, was accepted by the DPRK under President Kim Il-sung as a basis on which to hold negotiations for reunification. Later ROC President Kim Dae-jung's plan for a loose confederation was similarly accepted under Kim Jong-il, demonstrating that Pyongyang had little issue with a unification plan even under ROC proposed framework so long as its sovereignty was respected. 24. Thus, while the West has demonstrated an intense messianic desire to reshape the world, there are by contrast no signs of North Korean intentions to infringe on the sovereignty of others, including South Korea's own right to maintain its social, political, and economic system. While the DPRK has demonstrated its willingness to cooperate with the United States and the Western powers so long as demands did not infringe on its sovereignty, the Western world cannot tolerate the state's existence an abomination and an anomaly in a world where its influence is near universal. A highly influential 2016 paper by the Council on Foreign Relations was one of the multiple sources attesting to this, stating, "Finally, let us be clear about the essence of the North Korean nuclear threat, that threat is the North Korean government itself. So long as the real existing North Korean government holds power, that threat will continue. It is therefore incumbent upon the United States and its allies to plan for a successful Korean reunification that does not include the DPRK." 25. Continued pressure on Pyongyang to this end is widely portrayed in the West not only as historically inevitable, but as a moral imperative. 26. Key to North Korea's success in resisting decades of often extreme Western pressure, and complementing its considerable military capabilities, the DPRK's lack of internal weakness or divisions and the united front presented by its population have made fomenting unrest from within extremely difficult. While destabilization strategies have proven devastating for Western adversaries elsewhere, from Libya and Syria to Yugoslavia and Afghanistan, they have repeatedly failed to yield results in Korea. Ashton Carter, who was heavily involved in the Clinton administration's negotiations with the DPRK, stated that while the administration had favored imposing regime change from the outset, the means of bringing it about had proven elusive. He stated to this effect in an interview in 2003, "We looked very hard at the possibility of, was there some way that we could undermine the North Korean regime or get rid of it? We looked very hard at that. That didn't look very promising, and ultimately we set that aside. But it's worth asking why." 27. Carter later recalled, "I looked at the possibility of regime change in some detail, and short of conquest, there is little evidence indeed of a situation or a crack in the armor of the North Korean regime into which we could stick a crowbar and bring them down. There's no evidence that I'm aware of that a strategy of unhorsing the regime is a realistic strategy. It's a hope. The president can hope that, if he wants. But hope and a strategy are two different things. You have to have a plan for how you're going to achieve this." 28. This was supplemented by other Western sources which observed that the lack of factionalism within the Korean government ensured stability and undermined a potential avenue through which its adversaries could seek to destabilize it. 29. Noting the strengths of the DPRK's ideology and its resulting resilience to American efforts to force change, Carter stated, "The North Koreans see themselves as a miniature Soviet Union. They believe in socialism. But they believe even more in being proud Koreans, and proud Koreans means, in their view of history, that they've always been kicked around, by the Chinese, the Japanese, the Russians, the Americans. That causes their ideology to be one of absolute and total and iron self-reliance, as they call it. It's a very tough nut to crack when the definition of their state is one that is arrayed against a hostile world." He continued regarding the unified nature of society and the impacts of 3 generations of political education, "There was never a conspiracy, never a tremendous fear, Children in North Korea have several hours of political education a day. Their parents did, and their grandparents did. If you take the other extreme, which is Afghanistan, where you go in and you stir the pot a little bit and everybody rises up against the Taliban, there is no evidence that we could deduce that we had any such prospect in North Korea. 30. A number of factors have contributed to the DPRK's resilience, and the small state's ability to withstand immense pressure during more than 70 years of conflict with the world's leading superpower. Primarily, it is critical to recognize that the state represents first and foremost not the interests of global communism or any other political or economic ideology, but rather perceives itself as the protector of the Korean nation and its future. Ashton Carter's statement alluded to this, when he said, "They believe in socialism. But they believe even more in being proud Koreans." While leftist revolutions in the Soviet Union and China did at certain stages place ideology above national identity, and saw attacks on the cultural heritage of both these nations and an attempt to purge what was traditionally Russian or Chinese about them, such ideologically driven purges of national heritage never occurred and were always unthinkable in the DPRK. While the Soviet Union in its own revolution destroyed valuable cultural heritage associated with the Orthodox faith. 31. And China's Cultural Revolution saw Confucian and other philosophical and religious treasures lost. 32. North Korea long protected such heritage and allocated significant funding to its restoration after the Korean War. A prominent example is the Pohyansa Buddhist Temple, which dates back to the 11th century and was allocated priority state funding for reconstruction after the Korean War after being targeted by American bombings. The intricacy and quality to which it was rebuilt, according to South Korean experts the writer consulted, exceeds that of temples reconstructed in South Korea and serves as an indication of the value Pyongyang has ascribed to its cultural heritage. This contrasted sharply with much of the rest of the communist world, where in revolutionary periods such sites and heritage were shunned and at times destroyed. From its formation, North Korea's ideology has been influenced by and has assimilated parts of the country's traditional culture, Confucianism in particular, in a way that few if any other ideologies have in communist states. Premier Kim Il-sung's reformism. Jich speech on December 28, 1955, which outlined the country's future ideological position to the propagandists and agitators of the Korean Workers' Party, notably stressed the need to draw inspiration from national culture, history, and traditions for the ideological work of the Korean Revolution. While no mention was made of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Mao, or even Stalin, the Korean leader warned against the negation of Korean history with foreign ideas, emphasizing above all else the importance of a Korean national identity. While the Stalinist economic model, which had rapidly industrialized the Soviet Union, would be largely adopted, this would be interpreted and applied in a way that was compatible with Korea's own culture. As the Korean leader envisioned, the essence and principles of communist ideology would be creatively applied in line with the needs of the Korean nation. The former would bend to the latter rather than vice versa. He thus strongly criticized dogmatism and formalism in ideological work and advised, "There can be no set principle that we must follow the Soviet fashion. Some advocate the Soviet way and others the Chinese, but is it not high time to work out our own?" 33. Korean nationalism has thus remained central to North Korea's revolution from its inception. Regarding the ideological foundations of the Korean state, Premier Kim stated, "To make revolution in Korea we must know Korean history and geography and know the customs of the Korean people. Only then is it possible to educate our people in a way that suits them and to inspire in them an ardent love for their native place and their motherland. It is of paramount importance to study, and widely publicize among the working people, the history of our country and of our people's struggle, before anything else. This is not the first time we have raised this question. As far back as the autumn of 1945, that is, immediately after liberation, we emphasized the need to study the history of our nation's struggle and to inherit its fine traditions. Only when our people are educated in the history of their own struggle and its traditions, can their national pride be stimulated and the broad masses be aroused to the revolutionary struggle. criticizing the Soviet Koreans in the country's government, most notably Vice Premier Pak Chang-ok, who was firmly aligned with Moscow, for disregarding Korea's unique cultural identity and attempting to impose a blanket Soviet model on the country. The Korean leader further stated, "Many of our functionaries are ignorant of our country's history, and so do not strive to discover and carry forward its fine traditions. Unless this is corrected, it will lead, in the long run, to the negation of Korean history." Kim Il-sung and the ideology he sanctioned were not internationalist, instead placing the Korean nation first and socialist ideology second. Highly wary of foreign influences which infringed on the identity of the Korean nation, Premier Kim stated when addressing party members, "What assets do we have for carrying on the revolution if the history of our people's struggle is denied? If we cast aside all these things, it would mean that our people did nothing. There are many things to be proud of in our country's peasant movements of the past. In recent years, however, no articles dealing with them have appeared in our newspapers. In schools, too, there is a tendency to neglect lectures on Korean history. During the war, the curricula of the Central Party School allotted 160 hours a year to the study of world history, but very few hours were given to Korean history. This is how things were done in the party school, and so it's quite natural that our functionaries are ignorant of their own country's history. In our propaganda and agitation work, there are numerous examples of extolling only foreign things, while slighting our own. Once I visited a People's Army vacation home, where a picture of the Siberian steppe was hung. That landscape probably pleases the Russians. But the Korean people prefer the beautiful scenery of our own country. There are beautiful mountains such as MTS Kumgong-san and Myeohyang-san in our country, there are clear streams, the blue sea with its rolling waves and the fields with ripening crops. If we are to inspire in our People's Army men a love for their native place and their country, we must show them many pictures of such landscapes of our country. One day this summer when I dropped in at a local Democratic publicity hall, I saw diagrams of the Soviet Union's 5-year plan shown there, but not a single diagram illustrating the 3-year plan of our country. Moreover, there were pictures of huge factories in foreign countries, but there was not a single one of the factories we were rehabilitating or building. They do not even put up any diagrams and pictures of our economic construction, let alone study the history of our country. I noticed in a primary school that all the portraits hanging on the walls were of foreigners such as Mayakovsky, Pushkin, etc., and there were none of Koreans. If children are educated in this way, how can they be expected to have national pride? The structures of authority, bureaucracy, hierarchy, familism, filial piety, man-centeredness, mentalism, education, and patriarchy promoted by the Korean state, in sharp contrast to many other socialist states, all point to the powerful influence of Northeast Asian Confucian traditions. 34. Bruce Cummings would thus refer to the Korean state's ideological position, with some basis, as Neo-Confucianism in a communist bottle. 35. While traditional religious practices were strongly discouraged in revolutionary China and the USSR, North Koreans have continued to widely practice ancestor worship in line with the Confucian tradition, as is evidenced by a visit to any of its major cities on the Chuseok Autumn Eve festival, where shrines and graves are paid homage by officials and the wider population alike. The observance of this traditional Confucian custom is widely televised, as are visits by military officials to the shrines of the country's war dead. The writer has observed these Confucian traditions being practiced firsthand when spending Chuseok in North Korea, drawing a sharp contrast to other communist states. In communist Europe, for example, religious traditions such as church-going were not only discouraged but were often forbidden. The DPRK's foundation as a nationalist Korean state first and a socialist state second explained this discrepancy, showing a consistent respect for tradition and national identity throughout its history, which other socialist states such as China have only begun to do far more recently. 36. This ideological foundation largely explains the country's resilience as the oldest socialist system in the world with the longest-serving ruling party. where a nation can be pressured to abandon a particular economic or political ideology, particularly an internationalist one, forcing a state to abandon its nationalism remains a considerably more difficult task. President Richard Nixon, when commenting on his admiration for Chinese Premier Zhou Enlai and why he believed he and men like him had the potential to lead the country to a more prosperous future, emphasized the distinction between those who put the nation, its traditions, and its history first and political ideology second, and those ideologues who did the opposite. He stated in his memoirs, a journalist once asked Zhou if, as a Chinese communist, he was more Chinese or more communist. Zhou replied, "I am more Chinese than communist." Zhou's colleagues were all Chinese nationals, of course. But most of them were communists first and Chinese second. Zhou deeply believed in his ideology as well, but it was not his nature to carry this belief to extremes. Zhou's Mandarin background also set him apart from his colleagues. His family had been rooted in the ways and manners of old China, its members maintaining their social position for centuries by training their children in the Chinese classics and placing them in positions in the imperial bureaucracy. Zhou renounced the philosophical cornerstones of Chinese society in his adolescence, but he could never rid himself of their cultural imprint, nor did he wish to. He always retained a certain respect for China's past, for those elements of the old society that deserved preservation. Unlike most communist Chinese, he acknowledged repeatedly his indebtedness to his past and to his family. It may seem discordant for a communist Chinese leader to cite Confucius as an authority, but for Zhou the incident was wholly in character. His upbringing had imbued him with the qualities Confucius ascribed to the gentleman or superior man who ruled society: intelligence, dignity, grace, kindness, resolution, and forcefulness. 37. Nixon's observations regarding China, and more specifically regarding two paths for an Asian communist state, nation first or ideology first, have considerable implications for the DPRK and do much to explain its resilience, unity, and continued successes against overwhelming pressure. Nixon stated regarding China, whether it will survive and in the end do more good than harm depends on whether the present communist Chinese leaders decide, as Zhou did, that they are going to be more Chinese than communist. If they do, China in the 21st century can become not only the most populous, but also the most powerful nation in the world. Despite his strong anti-communist leanings, Nixon's faith in the potential of Confucian culture and East Asian civilization led him to predict great things for states whose identity was rooted in such ideas, even if also communist. 38. Those who have met North Korea's president and head of state Kim Jong-nam, in power from 1998 and retiring in 2019 at 91 years old, have consistently described him in much the same way as Nixon described Zhou the Confucian gentleman. Two Westerners acquainted with the president with whom the writer spoke, one a businessman and one a communist, both agreed with this characterization. Similar observations, to various extents, have been made of other senior figures in the Korean leadership. In many of its aspects, the Korean nation north of the 38th parallel can be seen as a modern Confucian state. This is perhaps best exemplified by the symbol of the Korean Workers' Party, which alongside the hammer and sickle representing the industrial and rural workers, features a brush in its center representing the scholars and intellectuals who are held in the highest regard in Confucian society. Placing the traditional writing instrument of Korean and East Asian scholars at the center of the party flag gives a strong indication as to the nature of the Korean state, which differs considerably from China and the Soviet Union in the prominence it gives its cultural and historical roots. No other ruling communist or socialist party has adopted a similar symbolism, which represents a unique aspect of the DPRK's ideology in place from its outset. Confucianism was the guiding philosophy of the Choson dynasty for over 500 years, and the DPRK, unlike the ROC, continues to emphasize its connections to this dynasty, in particular calling itself Choson where the South in the U.S. occupation period renamed itself Hanguk. The latter name has no similar roots. Confucianism was readily accepted by the Korean population and has profoundly influenced the nation's thought and way of life since the 4th century, arguably more so than in neighboring China, Japan, and Vietnam. Korea was thus regarded in China itself as the paragon of Confucian virtue and the country of Eastern decorum. 39. The impact of Confucian thought on Korean society was comprehensive, influencing fields from civil administration and the judicial system to education and ceremony. The reverence for learning, culture, social stability, and respect for history can all be observed in the DPRK today. Senior Fellow at the Center for International Policy and expert on U.S. foreign policy in Asia Selig S. Harrison, following multiple visits to the DPRK and meetings with high-level officials, concluded that Confucian traditions underlay the strength of the Korean system and were key to its continued survival long after the fall of the Soviet bloc. 40. American scholar Bruce Cummings similarly attributed North Korea's ability to survive Western pressure in the post-Cold War world to a combination of cultural and historical factors, including the part played by Neo-Confucianism, the principle of self-reliance, JICH, and the military-first policy, Song-un. 41. These latter two political ideologies were adopted based on the circumstances of the Cold War and the post-Cold War years respectively, and rather than contradict it they complemented the Confucian philosophical foundation of the state. Both ideologies are heavily rooted in Korean nationalism as well as socialism and have emphasized the importance of independence and the building of a robust economic and military defense independently of other nations. The three principles of the JICH idea are as follows: 1. Independence in politics, Cha-ju. 2. Self-sustenance in the economy, Cherub. 3. Self-defense in national defense, Cha-i. Adopted in 1955, the idea cemented the DPRK's independence both from the Soviet bloc and from China, protecting the state from influences seen to be unfavorable from the neighboring communist powers. 42. Be they revisionism in the former and extremism, or unbelievable idiocy in Kim Il-sung's words. 43. In the latter. In hindsight, this proved highly effective. The paths adopted by the Soviet Union and China in the 2 decades following the Korean War led to stagnation in the former and serious instability in the latter, and by the late 1980s both faced the danger of an imminent collapse. The DPRK, to the contrary, remained stable. The creation of an ideology distinct from those of its neighbors in retrospect was likely key to the survival of the state and its political and economic systems. JICH was also heavily rooted in the Korean people's recent historical memory of subjugation, particularly by Japan and the United States, and its emphasis on defense, independence, and self-sustenance were a direct result. Where JICH responded to the conditions of the Cold War, Song-un, the ideology of military first, was adopted in the post-Cold War years in response to the new extreme security and economic threats the increasingly isolated country faced under the new Western-dominated world order. Song-un dates back to a visit by newly appointed leader Kim Jong-il to a military unit in 1995 and, according to North Korean media, it draws on the ideological legacy of Kim Il-sung's guerrilla struggle against Imperial Japan. With Korean resistance to external subjugation in the 1990s more isolated and vulnerable than it had been since the 1930s, a reversion to the ideology of the original independence struggle appeared to be born out of the essential necessity for state survival. Song-un can be seen as a direct response to efforts by the Western Bloc to bring about a collapse of the Korean state through maximum pressure and, according to a number of Western studies, its adoption made a key contribution to maintaining national security and stability during this trying time. 44. While an ideology of military first was widely portrayed in the West, particularly in the 1990s, as evidence of the DPRK's aggressive intent, Song-un appears to be firmly rooted in resistance to external pressure as a means of safeguarding Korean independence. As leader Kim Jong-il told former President Bill Clinton when asked about Song-un, the ideology had nothing to do with hostility, but rather with deterrence. He stated to this effect, referring to historical examples of foreign subjugation of the Korean nation. The DPRK was a small country surrounded by giants. The purpose of the military first policy was not to attack others but to prevent other countries from attacking the DPRK. 45. A hallmark of Song-un, as its meaning would suggest, was the growing power of the Korean People's Army, with General Secretary Kim Jong-il seen regularly flanked by military officials, where his predecessor had more commonly surrounded himself with party members. State newspaper Rodong Sinmun stated regarding the new ideology in 1997, "Never before have the status and role of the People's Army been so extraordinarily elevated as today, and that the military was now synonymous with the people, the state, and the party." 46. In accordance with this ideological shift, the National Defense Commission became the highest organ of the Korean state in 1998. The emphasis on Song-un appears to have declined as the country emerged from its most trying period, and from the early mid-2010s the Korean Workers' Party again appears to have become the most prominent organization in governing the country, marking an end to the effective rule of the military. Chairman Kim Jong-un, like his grandfather, appears to have comprised his inner circle primarily of party rather than military officials to this end, restoring to them the prominence of place surrounding him. The DPRK's respect for and close identification with the historical Korean nation-state distinguished it from the Soviet Union and its other Cold War allies, and has served to guarantee its survival due to its very unique nature among Western adversaries. JICH and Song-un have complemented the nation's cultural legacy rather than diminishing or seeking to replace it, as communism in China, the Soviet Union and elsewhere at certain stages did, and these ideas provided the DPRK with a more pragmatic and effective ideological foundation than those of its neighbors. President Nixon referred to Zhou Enlai as rooted in the ways and manners of old, heavily influenced by classical thought and society's philosophical cornerstones, and retaining a respect for the past and for elements of the old society requiring preservation, a description apt for DPRK's leadership today. North Korea's leadership, much like the venerated Chinese premier, does not espouse Confucian thought by name, but through its actions and its behavior it is clear that this remains the primary underlying ideological influence on the state, complemented by the modern influences of JICH and Song-un, which were developed and adopted based on the country's revolutionary experience. Assuming Western assessments predicting regime change or collapse will continue to be proven wrong and the Korean state will prevail indefinitely, JICH and Song-un may be replaced by newer policies and ideas or otherwise be adapted as the state's circumstances change. The state's Confucian roots, however, will remain central to its identity as the modern Korean civilization state. No shock, no awe, psychological warfare and the North Korean culture of resistance. Western portrayals of North Korea have frequently drawn on stereotypical colonial-era concepts of Asiatic despotism, consistently depicting the country since the 1940s either as a one-man dictatorship or as a puppet of the Soviet Union. 47. As previously mentioned, this has led to a serious failure to understand the nature of the Korean state and as a result to repeated underestimations of the country since its inception, from battlefield performances in first days of the Korean War. 48. Through to technological achievements in the present day. 49. The Korean nationalist state's firm rooting in both Korean history and culture, its culture of resistance built on the potent historical memory of subjugation, and its firm commitment to the centrally organized party system as a secondary factor, have set the DPRK apart from other Western adversaries. These often overlooked factors do much to explain its unique ability to sustain a conflict under immense pressure for so long. The beginnings of the West's failure to comprehend Korean resistance could be seen even before the outbreak of the Korean War, with stereotypes and propagandistic portrayals of the people and their cause hindering a possible understanding. During the American occupation of Southern Korea, shortly following the forced abolition of the Korean People's Republic, the U.S. military government found it hard to fathom that there was genuine resistance to their rule from the Koreans themselves. A prominent example were the mass protests organized by people's committees in 1946, the Autumn Uprising, which were depicted as being organized by cells receiving orders from Moscow. There was no evidence to substantiate this, and while the circumstances strongly indicate a lack of communist ideological motive, for the Americans any resistance to their self-perceived benevolent rule had to be a Soviet conspiracy. 50. Following the outbreak of hostilities, North Korean prisoners of war, when questioned, consistently surprised American interrogators by insisting that the KPA fought with determination because it was fighting for the cause of the Korean nation, not, as the Western narrative indicated, on orders from Moscow or as part of an international communist conspiracy. 51. Thus when the DPRK failed to collapse 40 years later when the Soviet Union did, this too was extremely difficult for Western analysts to comprehend. Korea expert Professor Bruce Cummings observed regarding the common depictions of the DPRK in the Western world. In nearly all Western literature, North Korea has been depicted as a classic Soviet satellite and puppet. Few grant that North Korea even in the recent period has developed much independence, and until the late 1980s it was routinely called a Soviet satellite. Yet more reason for the DPRK to follow the post-1989 demise of the Soviet alliance systems. North Korean internal politics was almost thought to be as Soviet-influenced as any European socialist regime ever was, a pure form of Stalinism in the East. This was given an added fillip with the assumption, most often tacit, that Stalinism itself was Oriental, and that Kim Il-sungism is a wretched excess of the Stalinist Orientalist tendency. 52. While North Korea could no longer be depicted as a Soviet puppet after 1991, increasingly fantastical stories about an Asiatic despot began to emerge. The state was depicted as undertaking extreme measures to hold back the tide of history, preventing its people from doing what all peoples of the world inevitably were destined to do in the eyes of Western ideologues: join the Western-led order and accept governance under a West-Ernest and Westphalian system. Pyongyang continued to confound and frustrate Western assertions that either collapse or a drastic pivot towards Westernization were inevitable. Referring to these assertions, and their repeated thwarting over decades, Associate Professor of International Relations at South Korea's Pusan National University Robert Kelly stated, himself seemingly perplexed, North Korea has some hidden source of strength we don't fully understand. 53. He was far from the only one to express such sentiments. The influences of the DPRK's culture of resistance on the state's policies can be seen to this day. This has provided the state with considerable reserves of strength to resist foreign pressure on the economic, military and information fronts, which sharply contrast to other U.S. adversaries, from Panama and Guatemala to Syria, Iraq and Libya. Unlike these states, where third columns and Westphalian sentiments pervaded both in government and among the populations, Koreans' perceptions of the West are primarily influenced not by Western soft power and positive depictions of themselves through popular media, but rather by historical memory from the Korean War period and local media. This may well be the singular most vital explanation for Korea's hidden source of strength, and its significance was alluded to by a number of sources including Ashton Carter. 54. This has allowed the Korean state to resist Western pressure with the full support of its population, adopting a hard line against compromises to sovereignty and applying pressure of its own. Defense and Strategy Fellow at the Center for Strategic Studies Van Jackson observed regarding the manifestation of the DPRK's culture of resistance in its foreign policy, at a time when U.S. and North Korean goals were in direct conflict, the more the United States brought pressure to bear on North Korea, the more North Korea responded with greater defiance and even more grandiose threats. 55. He further observed, North Koreans would rather accept a war than capitulate or even be seen as capitulating to outside pressure on matters that they see as being of existential importance. 56. According to Jackson, the state emphasized this willingness to resist because Pyongyang always held true that clear shows of hostility and resolve, i.e., a willingness to take risks and die, are necessary to deter enemy aggression. It also believes that adversarial reputations matter a great deal. North Korea expects that adversaries will judge its future resolve based partly on what it does in the present moment. Small actions of toughness or weakness can therefore have exaggerated consequences in the future. 57. The importance of North Korea's formidable culture of resistance is particularly apparent when considering the importance of psychosocial warfare and the intimidation of adversaries as a core facilitator of Western hegemonic ambitions. Maj. Ralph Peters, a Foreign Area Officer for Eurasia assigned responsibility for future warfare at the Office of the Deputy Chief of Staff for Intelligence, strongly alluded to this, citing its impact in the 1991 Gulf War in a prominent and highly insightful paper, stating, "Hollywood is preparing the battlefield, the image of U.S. power and the U.S. military around the world is not only a deterrent, but a psychological warfare tool that is constantly at work in the minds of real or potential opponents." Saddam Hussein, the Iraqi president, swaggered, but the image of the U.S. military crippled the Iraqi army in the field, doing more to soften them up for our ground assault than did tossing bombs into the sand. Everybody is afraid of us. They really believe we can do all the stuff in the movies. If the Trojans saw Athena guiding the Greeks in battle, then the Iraqis saw Luke Skywalker precede McCaffrey's tanks. Our unconscious alliance of culture with killing power is a combat multiplier no government, including our own, could design or afford. We are magic. And we're going to keep it that way. 58. The image of the West as an indomitable and often ruthless force was a vital facilitator of success in Western offensive wars long before the Gulf War and long afterwards. This image was critical to forcing adversaries, which if they had had the proper resolve may well have prevailed, to yielding quickly. Vasco da Gama may well have set the trend in this regard, committing atrocities against civilians which shocked and horrified Asian populations and were remembered for centuries afterwards, instilling fear in all who dared oppose Portuguese imperial demands. This strategy was intentional, with the Portuguese admiral sending the mutilated bodies of his captives to targeted cities as a warning of the price of resistance. 59. Francisco de Almeida, who led a Portuguese raid on the Indian trading city of Dabul 6 years later, told his captains prior to the assault to instill terror in the enemy that you're going after so that they remain completely traumatized. 60. The Portuguese proceeded to slaughter the civilian population indiscriminately, and then burn the city to the ground. Similar strategies were adopted by European powers throughout the colonial era, and the importance of this psychological warfare saw adversaries defeated and capitulating to the West without firing a shot. The use of shock and awe against Iraq can be seen as a modern descendant of this strategy and saw Iraq's million-man army effectively capitulate with little resistance. Similar trends could be seen in Yugoslavia. NATO's bluff that it would invade, although most analysts agree such an operation was not feasible, was enough to force Belgrade to capitulate. After witnessing the devastation of an intensive and indiscriminate NATO bombing campaign, the Yugoslav leadership feared a ground invasion would if anything be more brutal. 61. Perhaps the most brutal case of this shock and awe, however, was the firebombing of Tokyo on March 9, 1945. Over 300 American B-29 heavy bombers flew low over the city and targeted its most congested residential areas with incendiary supplying what Western historians referred to as blunt psychological trauma to the Japanese population. 62. General Curtis LeMay, who planned the attack, emphasized its importance as a means of waging psychological warfare against the Japanese through extreme brutality. He knew the Japanese had no experience of a low-level mass incendiary strike, and the attack's primary purpose was as a psychological warfare operation to stun the country into submission. 100,000 were killed at a conservative estimate, by far the bloodiest night in the history of war, with some estimates placing the death toll several times higher. The purpose of such attacks, according to the United States Strategic Bombing Survey, was to destroy the basic economic and social fabric of the country. 63. And to terrorize the population into submission. It was as though Tokyo had dropped through the floor of the world and into the mouth of hell, LeMay concluded. 64. It was largely on the basis of the conditioning of the non-Western world to fear Western power that in the Korean War, Western sources almost unanimously predicted the KPA would flee at the first sight of American soldiers. 65. While the training and efficiency of KPA units came as a major surprise to their adversaries, it was their psychological resolve, their resilience to images of an undefeatable West, and their resulting willingness to confront the forces of the Western Bloc against overwhelming odds, which came as the greatest surprise. The result was the longest routing of the U.S. military in its history, which brought the KPA very near to total victory in the war's initial months. Today North Korea's greatest strength is arguably the unity of its population, and the near-complete failure of Western influences to affect their thought or soften their resistance, whether it be Western portrayals of itself as a benevolent civilizing and democratizing force or as a ruthless and undefeatable adversary which leads the tide of history. These propaganda assets in different but often complementary ways have been key to sustaining Western-led order across the world, and North Korea's apparent insulation from their effects explains the near uniquely formidable nature of Korean resistance. This may well explain why North Korea represents by far the longest-lasting adversary with which the United States and Western world have ever been in conflict, due not to unique material assets but rather to a degree of resolve and indomitability which Ba'athist Iraq, the Soviet Union, post-1953, and even Communist China, among other adversaries and to various extents, have all lacked. Ultimately, North Korea's ability to endure 7 decades of conflict with the United States cannot be understood without an understanding of the country's cultural and ideological roots and the paradigm through which it has viewed this conflict. One of the more notable assessments of impacts of the DPRK's culture of resistance and ideological strength on the state's power and stability was made by the former director of the South Korean Central Intelligence Agency, KCIA, Brigadier General Kim Hyong-uk, in a testimony to the U.S. Congress in 1977. At the time, a larger population and greater access to foreign markets and investment were providing the ROK with considerable advantages, including a larger and better funded military. According to the director, however, these were largely compensated by a stronger ideological foundation, greater perceived regime legitimacy, and in some respects a superior quality of life in the DPRK. The general stated, "The North Korean people do not suffer from a high degree of international demonstration effect. The international demonstration effect in South Korea is extremely high. There are no visible gaps between the haves and have-nots in North Korea. Therefore, I feel that the North Korean population most likely feel less relatively deprived than their southern counterparts. I estimate that the standard of living of the ordinary people in North Korea is higher than in South Korea. Even though the average standard of living in North Korea may be lower than the standard of living of South Koreans, I believe that the people of North Korea live with a greater sense of satisfaction. The discipline and the ideological zeal of the North Korean communists is much stronger than that of the South Koreans. In fact, I feel that there is no comparison. The will of the North Koreans is almost 100 times stronger than the will of the South Koreans." Regarding the impact of discrepancies in morale and perceived regime legitimacy would have in the military field, the director stated, "Although North Korean troops are inferior in numbers, that is, 430,000 Army, 20,000 Navy, 45,000 Air Force, and total, 500,000, they are much stronger than South Korean troops on the battlefield because they are so well disciplined both militarily and ideologically." Let's now take a look at the Vietnam War for a moment to demonstrate my point. Just before the fall of Vietnam, the ratio of the South Vietnamese to the North Vietnamese was 3-1 in military troop strength and 7-1 in weapons and equipment. But in contrast with the corruption of the ruling elite and the lack of ideological coordination of the South Vietnamese soldiers, because the North Vietnamese had strong ideological convictions, they defeated the South. The director's statement was highly consistent with the performance of both Korean armies during the Korean War, and despite the considerable improvements and the success of reforms under the Park Chung-hee presidency, he predicted that the state of corruption in South Korea undermined morale to the extent that South Koreans would not fight effectively in the event of a new war. 66. Meeting pressure with pressure. A key part of North Korea's foreign policy strategy for several decades has been the imperative of meeting Western pressure with pressure of its own, and the importance attributed to this has been key to the state's survival and set it apart from the majority of U.S. and Western adversaries. Statements by Korean officials at times of high tension with the United States shed considerable light on the country's position in this regard. Following the KPA Air Force's downing of an American EC-121 surveillance plane in 1969, and subsequent preparations by the Richard Nixon administration to carry out massive air and nuclear strikes on Korean targets. 67. It was Washington's awareness that Pyongyang would respond with a massive offensive of its own, resulting in all-out war with the United States, which ultimately deterred it from striking. 68. As DPRK Deputy Foreign Minister Heo Dam told the Soviet ambassador to Pyongyang, Korea was ready to respond to retaliation with retaliation, and total war with total war, referring to efforts to condition American behavior and make them draw the proper lesson from the seizure of USS Pueblo. 69. Further to this effect, DPRK Foreign Minister Pak Song-cheol told Soviet Ambassador Sudarikov regarding the shoot-down incident. If the Americans had decided to fight then when the EC-121 was shot down, we would have fought. We wage firefights with the Americans in the area of the 38th parallel almost every day. When they shoot, we also shoot, but no special aggravation arises from this. We've also shot down American planes before, and similar incidents are possible in the future. It's good for them to know that we won't sit with folded arms. If we sit with folded arms when a violator intrudes into our spaces, 2 planes will appear tomorrow, then 4, 5, etc. This would lead to an increase of the danger of war. But if a firm rebuff is given, then this will diminish the danger of an outbreak of war. When the Americans understand that there is a weak enemy before them, they will start a war right away. If, however, they see that there is a strong partner before them, this delays the beginning of war. 70. This rationale has pervaded the DPRK since the Korean War and has served as a major constraint on the ability of the Western Bloc to coerce the East Asian state with the threat of military action, economic sanctions or other forms of pressure. In the 1960s, actively taking to the offensive in the DMZ conflict was reportedly also seen by North Korean officials as a way of conveying the country's resolve to the United States, which they believed forestalled prospects for a future American invasion. 71. In the 1980s, after repeated protests by Pyongyang regarding the violation of its airspace by American State Route 71 surveillance aircraft, the KPA used its S-75 missile system to fire on one of the aircraft. Carried out on August 26, 1981, the strike was a near miss but served its purpose. The U.S. Air Force thereafter became much more cautious when carrying out future flights in or near DPRK airspace. 72. Following the Soviet collapse, the knowledge that any provocation including a redeployment of U.S. assets to the region 73. would be met with a quick response deterred the Clinton administration from starting a war against the DPRK despite its offensive and highly interventionist policies across much of the rest of the world. The unique status of North Korean airspace among the axis of evil members in the 1990s and early 2000s arguably bears testament to this. While long incursions by U.S. military aircraft deep into Iranian and Iraqi airspace were common at this time and were met with little response, aircraft operating near North Korean airspace were frequently intercepted by KPA fighter jets at times aggressively with the apparent purpose of deterring the U.S. from pressing further. 74. Not only has the KPA consistently demonstrated high morale and professionalism, which even those U.S. and ROC military sources highly critical of the DPRK expressed outright confidence in. 75. But it has also demonstrated a willingness to respond to pressure with pressure and to attacks with counterattacks. The administrations of Lyndon Johnson, Richard Nixon, Bill Clinton, and Donald Trump among others, when considering limited strikes on the DPRK, were well aware of the inevitable response. The fundamental clash of Korean national sovereignty and Western global hegemony, The DPRK's need for nuclear weapons, a leading cause for conflict between the Democratic People's Republic of Korea and the United States of America, has been a stark conflict in their worldviews. This does not refer to a clash of capitalist and socialist ideologies, but rather to nations' perceptions of the nature of international relations, world order, and states' right to self-determination. The DPRK, like other East Asian states which won their independence in the aftermath of the Second World War, expressed a strong belief in global and regional orders comprised of nation-states equal in their rights to their sovereignty, including self-defense and self-determination, and prohibiting forced external interference into their domestic affairs. This is the same order enshrined in the United Nations Charter. The perceived sacredness of sovereignty and self-determination dates back to the origins of North Korea's resistance movement against Imperial Japan and forms a key part of the state's ideological foundation. For the United States and the wider Western Bloc, a framework of international relations has long been pursued under which both the world and regional orders are centered on their own dominance, allowing the Western world to influence the affairs of all other states and retain indefinite dominion over the Asia-Pacific and the wider world. Indeed, such an order existed to a large extent before the early 20th century industrialization of Japan, followed by the Soviet Union, began to provide non-Western parties with the economic and military might needed to protect their interests. Its reinstatement has long been central to Western foreign policy, leading to modern states independent from Western dominance, from the Japanese Empire to the USSR, and today China and North Korea consistently being placed under considerable economic and military pressure. Former Assistant Secretary to the U.S. Treasury under Ronald Reagan, Associate Editor at the Wall Street Journal and holder of the William E. Simon Chair in Economics at CSIS, Paul Craig Roberts, noted to this effect: the United States has an ideology of world hegemony and does not accept any prospect of any country being sovereign or acting on its own. You have to be an American vassal state. According to Roberts, the U.S., influenced by its own extreme ideological position, intends to destroy those states seeking to retain genuine sovereignty. 76. This essential clash of worldviews has been the underlying cause and the primary point of contention between Pyongyang and Washington, with each intent on and unyielding in maintaining its position and certain of the virtue of its cause. The concept of a global Western military presence and profound Western political and economic influence over states across the world, referred to by scholars as a historically unprecedented system of semi-sovereign states. 77. Emerged in the aftermath of the Second World War in place of direct Western imperial rule, with many states granted a token independence under circumstances which ensured continued their client status to the Western world. 78. The United States has approximately 800 military bases overseas, more bases in foreign lands than any other people, nation, or empire in history, according to the American Nation. 79. And these account for 95% of foreign military installations globally. The majority of the remaining 5% belong to allied Western military powers such as the United Kingdom and France. Deployments of U.S. Special Forces are even more widespread. In 2016 they were deployed to 138 nations, the only notable exceptions being China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, and South Africa. 80. Special forces deployed overseas are increasingly relied on by the U.S. as a means to maintain global dominance, a scalpel where heretofore direct colonial rule was the hammer. 81. The prevalence of U.S. and Western military units overseas is a key pillar of the Western world's ability and intent to project power globally against those parties which challenge or otherwise undermine the Western-led order, and the presence of Western soldiers in the vast majority of countries strongly indicates an order premised on Western hegemony rather than sovereignty and global consensus. North Korea's existence is considered unacceptable because it refuses to submit to the imposition of Western leadership and become part of the Western-led order. For Pyongyang, the Western position is considered unacceptable because it is contrary to states' right to self-determination and, in North Korea's case, their very right to exist, as well as contravening international law and the UN Charter. The Western Bloc are so often referred to as the imperialists in Korean rhetoric because they seek to impose their values, their ideologies, their economic and political systems, and above all their soldiers and their governance, whether direct or indirect, on the Korean people. Many of the consequences of the imposition of Western dominance can be seen in South Korea, see Chapter 11. Western calls for the destruction of North Korea as a state entity and the forceful integration of its population and territory into the Western-led world order have been widespread and persistent, and all number of pretexts have been put forward to justify such calls to action. Director of Korean Studies at the Center for the National Interest and Executive Editor of the National Interest, Harry J. Kazianis, noted to this effect, "Clearly North Korea is a stain on human history that needs to be expunged." 82. A sentiment he was far from alone among Westerners in expressing. Prominent research associate at the Asian Institute for Policy Studies Ban Forney similarly noted, "It is time for the world to accept that peace on the Korean peninsula begins when the Kim regime ends insisting that the only solution to conflict was Western action to force the overthrow of the Korean state." 83. Whether stated directly by figures such as UN Ambassador John Bolton. 84. And President Barack Obama. 85. Or indirectly alluded to, this has been the policy of all post-Cold War U.S. administrations, at least until that of Donald Trump. The existential nature of the Western threat has directly led North Korea to seek more effective means of retaliating against efforts to end its existence, most conspicuously in recent years the thermonuclear warhead, tipped ICBM. Chapter 19. Information War. The Final Frontier. Information war on North Korea and the regime change agenda. Looking towards the future evolution of Western policy towards and strategy against the DPRK, information warfare increasingly appears set to play a central role. For the purposes of this work, this form of warfare will be defined as the manipulation of information trusted by a target without the target's awareness, leading the target to make decisions against their own interest, but in the interest of the one conducting information warfare operations. In the context of interstate relations, information warfare has often involved the manipulation of public opinion by an enemy state in line with that offending state's interest. A notable contemporary example is the widespread Western claims of the malign influence of Russian media, including social media accounts sponsored by Moscow, on public perceptions in the Western world. Moscow has allegedly used obscurantist means to promote Russophilian narratives and undermine faith in the institutions, political systems, and ideologies of the targeted Western countries with the end goal of subversion and the furthering of Moscow's interests. 1. While reports of Russian information warfare efforts have been prominent since 2016, it is notable that Western states have made effective use of media, including social, for similar ends since at least 2010. Targeting a number of adversaries including the DPRK. Information warfare came to the fore of America's ongoing conflict with the DPRK under the Barack Obama administration in the early 2010s, partly in response to growing limitations placed on American military options by growing KPA capabilities and the acceleration of Pyongyang's economic recovery despite Western sanctions. Western experts have continued to express considerable faith in it since as a potential means to a decisive victory over Pyongyang. With advances in North Korea's deterrence capabilities seriously limiting, and from 2017 effectively closing, military options for coercion, and with the Korean economy growing and modernizing despite maximum pressure from sanctions. 2. See Chapter 22. It is logical that the DPRK's adversaries will in future look to a third front through which to exert pressure. Information warfare has proven highly successful against other Western target states in the past and provides a means of opening such a third front. The waging of information warfare became central to American foreign policy strategies under the Barack Obama administration, and often succeeded where military options and economic warfare were not viable. This included a focus on active dissemination of obscurantist political narratives supporting Western objectives, most often by demonizing Western target governments, delegitimizing their institutions and political systems, and promoting narratives which were both pro-Western and favorable in their coverage of Western-sponsored political actors in the targeted countries. Social media emerged as a key tool to promote such narratives, and Western governments maintained close cooperation with Internet and social media companies such as Google and Twitter, which often directly supported such efforts. 3. This was coupled with provision of funding and training for pro-Western and anti-state activists and organizations through Western non-governmental organizations, which maintained very close cooperation with the CIA and other Western intelligence agencies. 4. As a prominent 2015 paper on information warfare from the NATO Cooperative Cyber Defense Center of Excellence noted, citing Russian sources, information can be used to disorganize governance, organize anti-government protests, delude adversaries, influence public opinion, and reduce an opponent's will to resist. This could be coupled with other forms of warfare, perhaps preceding a ground invasion, but it could equally prove effective on its own. 5. The results of Western information warfare efforts, which escalated significantly during Obama years, could be seen in Ukraine. 6. Hong Kong. 7. Libya. 8. And much of the Middle East. 9. Destabilizing and in many cases toppling governments outside the Western sphere of influence. Senator John McCain, who would soon afterwards become chairman of Senate Joint House Services Committee, referred in 2011 to the weaponization of information targeting a number of the Western Bloc's adversaries as a virus that will attack Moscow and Beijing, following its success against Western adversaries in the Arab world. 10. President of Joseon Institute and founder of Liberty in North Korea and Pegasus Strategies Adrian Hong, who later led a violent attack on the Korean embassy in Spain and worked in close cooperation with U.S. intelligence. 11. Stated in much the same vein that the rapid and successive overthrow of independent Arab governments by Western-backed groups was a dress rehearsal for North Korea. 12. It is notable that shortly after these successes, attempts to penetrate North Korea's tight security system with Western state-funded propaganda supporting Western-favored political narratives also escalated. Korean-language radio broadcasts and the smuggling of USB drives with political content were all supported to this end. 13. President Obama strongly alluded to using information as a weapon to target North Korea specifically and accelerate what he believed, at least until his final 18 months in office, to be the inevitability of a state collapse. Over time you will see a regime like this collapse. We will keep on ratcheting the pressure, but part of what's happening is that the internet, over time is going to be penetrating this country. And it is very hard to sustain that kind of brutal authoritarian regime in this modern world. Information ends up seeping in over time and bringing about change, and that's something that we are constantly looking for ways to accelerate. 14. Italics added where offensive actions under the George W. Bush administration can be characterized by tens of thousands of boots on the ground and two large-scale invasions, Obama's can be characterized by presidentially sponsored kill lists, under which drones would extrajudicially assassinate American enemies across the world including U.S. citizens. 15. And perhaps more significantly by major investments in information warfare. The president was hardly alone in calling for a focus on information war, using state-funded assets both to shape the perceptions of the Korean population in line with Western-approved political and historical narratives and to undermine faith in and support for the Korean government. The Council on Foreign Relations repeatedly alluded to the benefits of such a strategy and the means by which a spread of Western-supported political and historical narratives among the population could be used to undermine unity, weaken the nation as a whole and potentially lay the ground for regime change. The growing informal market system in particular was cited as a potential medium through which to spread such information. The CFR's highly influential 2016 paper stated, North Korean citizens increasing access to information from the outside world, as well as growing internal markets, could form the basis for a gradual transformation of the totalitarian system. U.S. Policymakers should facilitate governmental and non-governmental efforts to allow information about the outside world to reach the North Korean people. 16. The report emphasized that the strength of the state and its tight security system meant that such plans for subversion would need to plan for long-term rather than immediate results. 17. A paper for the Korea Institute for National Unification, a prominent Seoul-based government-funded think tank in South Korea, stated regarding the centrality of information war to new strategies for undermining the DPRK and means by which to carry it out. If Pyongyang's grip on the weakening North Korean economy gets loosened, informal markets such as Jangmaedaen may thrive further. Popularity of Jangmaedaen can facilitate the spread of outside information. Through Jangmaedaen, information can and should be spread out that people's suffering is not caused by international sanctions but the wrong policy decisions made by their nuclear-obsessed leaders, that the suffering is unavoidable for a considerable period of time unless the regime's mindset and policy shift, and that the consequences of their leaders' bad decisions will fall upon them, not the regime. 18. Such narratives attempted to shift the blame for the effects of Western sanctions against the Korean population onto the Korean government for failing to comply with Western demands for unilateral disarmament. They fail, however, to mention that it is the Western world which has chosen to strongly push for a sanctions regime against the DPRK, rather than Pyongyang's own actions, which are no more provocative than those of the world's other 8 nuclear powers, none of them comparably sanctioned. This was one of a number of obscurantist narratives used to promote anti-government and pro-Western sentiments. Reports from agents actively engaged in information warfare operations noted that narratives blaming North Korea for starting the Korean War were also common among the materials disseminated by foreign agencies. 19. A significant part of the information warfare effort has centered around shifting blame for the Korean population's hardships, including the Korean War, the arduous march and the impacts of the Western sanctions regime, onto the government in Pyongyang and away from external actors. Western and South Korean reports have appeared increasingly frustrated, however, by the failure of North Korea's population to draw the right conclusions regarding their government. President of the Association of Korean Political Studies in North America Park Kyung-ae, an expert on North Korean politics, noted regarding the absence of anti-government sentiments among the DPRK's population following a period of popular protests. Protests were mostly triggered by food shortages, rather than by people's political consciousness or their demands for participatory values. One Korean Chinese hotel worker in Yanji remarked, "Even though they go hungry, North Korean economic refugees still continue to praise the great leader." North Koreans appear to attribute their economic difficulties to outside forces such as the collapse of the socialist market, economic sanctions by the US, and natural disasters, rather than to Kim Jong-il's leadership itself. She noted that only a very small minority of defectors, under 10%, cited political dissatisfaction as their reason for leaving the country. The expert stressed the importance of actions by the West and South Korea to artificially create political opposition and dissatisfaction within the DPRK as a path to regime change. 20. Among the most vocal in their calls to use growing informal markets in the DPRK as a medium to wage information war were Lee Myung-bak, National Security Advisor to the President and Chief Negotiator for South Korea during the six-party talks, and Chun Young-woo, founder of the Korean Peninsula Future Forum. 21. This strategy being advocated by Western and some South Korean sources presents Pyongyang with a dilemma. A clampdown on market activities for the sake of security would undermine the economic gains made as a result of partial marketization, weakening the country's position in the long term and leaving it more vulnerable to Western economic warfare efforts. A failure to counter the use of markets for subversive purposes by external actors, however, presents other possibly more immediate risks. This explains what appears to be the DPRK's current policy, coupling allowances for controlled and gradual marketization of parts of the economy with extensive efforts to thwart efforts by adversaries to use markets as a medium for subversion. Associate Fellow and Executive Director of the International Institute for Strategic Studies, IISS, in North America and director of the IISS Non-Proliferation and Disarmament Program, Mark Fitzpatrick, referred to the infiltration of foreign media into the DPRK as a cost-effective and non-kinetic way of encouraging conditions for change, by which he referred to state collapse. In his paper titled North Korea, Is Regime Change the Answer?, in which he concluded decisively in the affirmative, he stressed that the U.S. could hasten the day of Korean unification through information warfare, stating, "Balloons carrying information pamphlets can be quietly launched at night. Powerful radio signals can be beamed in, using domestic frequencies so they can be picked up by local radios. Overseas North Korean workers can be targeted for political proselytizing." 22. By reunification, Director Fitzpatrick was not referring to a consensual or reciprocal process but a unilateral one through which the system of the Western aligned state would be forcefully imposed north of the 38th parallel through the undermining of the People's Republic. In a paper published by the Council on Foreign Relations in 2009, written by prominent North Korea expert and director of the Korea Risk Group Andrei Lankov, information warfare was identified and strongly advocated as a means of toppling the Korean state. In the article Support for Radio Broadcasts, Funding of Documentaries specifically targeting the North Korean population with pro-Western narratives on political and historical issues, and infiltration of Western popular media, were all strongly advocated by Lankov as a means by which the U.S. could undermine and eventually bring about the end of the DPRK. He also advocated policies to help create an environment in which unauthorized information spread faster and more easily in the DPRK, and finally advised, the United States should be cultivating a political opposition and alternative elite that could one day replace the fallen Kim regime. 23. A comprehensive and extremely detailed study of media in North Korea and the influences of Western media on the population was authored by the Associate Director of the Washington, D.C. based research consultancy Intermedia, Nat Krechun, and the Korea Project's coordinator at the New York-based NGO East-West Coalition, Jane Kim, in 2012. Like other reports, it emphasized the role of the United States government in particular in bringing change to North Korea through information warfare efforts, emphasizing the long-term nature of such a campaign to undermine the state. The study also highlighted the importance of NGOs actively working to infiltrate media into the country, and alluded to creating significant pushback against the regime from the ground up and laying the ground for a more open North Korea as long-term objectives. It also emphasized the benefits of popular media such as soap operas over other forms of media, and equated progress and positive developments with the emergence among the North Korean population of positive attitudes towards the United States and South Korea and negative attitudes towards their own government and political system. The paper also showed a strong interest in and highlighted the importance of tracking social change in the country through a variety of means to monitor the success of information warfare efforts over time. 24. President of the Association of Korean Political Studies in North America Park Kyung-ae strongly alluded to the opening provided by partial marketization of the Korean economy for an external push for regime change. She referred to marketization as a potential Trojan horse to force political change and stated, while alluding to this possibility, rather than through war, many argue that North Korea's regime change could be brought about through an implosion. Park further noted that the economic hardship could be leveraged to bring about the state's overthrow. Alluding to this possibility, Park stated, "A failure of a national economy undermines the legitimacy of an authoritarian regime and triggers a transition to democracy, resulting in the termination of authoritarianism or socialism. Economic crisis has been widely accepted as the catalyst of regime collapse." Citing the continuities in policy under leaders Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il, Park stressed regarding the end goal of the Western-led push for forced regime change through non-military means, any efforts to change the North Korea regime should involve attempts to destroy the fundamental values and structures of Kim's government, and alter the governing principles and norms, including the socialist values and the JICH, self-reliance, ideology. Park expressed what appeared to be a consensus in the West. The regime change agenda pertained not only to removing the heads of state but to a full debilitio, forcing the complete ideological, economic, social, and cultural remaking of the country in the West's own image. 25. As early as 1997, Major Ralph Peters, a Foreign Area Officer for Eurasia assigned responsibility for future warfare at the Office of the Deputy Chief of Staff for Intelligence, had written a prominent and highly insightful paper detailing how penetration of information from the Western Bloc into non-Western societies across the world served as an effective means for the West to undermine potential adversaries and guarantee its own continued primacy. The number one priority of non-Western governments in the coming decades will be to find acceptable terms for the flow of information within their societies, he observed, further elaborating that the citizen of a non-Western nation faced a deluge of information telling him, exaggeratedly and dishonestly, how well the West lives. In this age of television series franchising, videos, and satellite dishes, this young, embittered male gets his skewed view of us from reruns of Dynasty and Dallas, or from satellite links beaming down Baywatch, sources we dismiss too quickly as laughable and unworthy of serious consideration as factors influencing world affairs. But their effect is destructive beyond the power of words to describe. Hollywood goes where Harvard never penetrated, and the foreigner, unable to touch the reality of America, is touched by America's irresponsible fantasies of itself. He sees a devilishly enchanting, bluntly sexual, terrifying world from which he is excluded, a world of wealth he can judge only in terms of his own poverty. Regarding the weaponization of Western information superiority, Peters observed, "There is no peer competitor in the cultural, or military, department. Our cultural empire has the addicted men and women everywhere clamoring for more. And they pay for the privilege of their disillusionment. American culture is infectious, a plague of pleasure, and you don't have to die of it to be hindered or crippled in your integrity or competitiveness. The very struggle of other cultures to resist American cultural intrusion fatefully diverts their energies from the pursuit of the future. We should not fear the advent of fundamentalist or rejectionist regimes. They are simply guaranteeing their people's failure, while further increasing our relative strength. Hollywood is preparing the battlefield, and burgers precede bullets." Regarding the challenges facing those non-Western states targeted by information war, Peters further noted, "Information is at once our core commodity and the most destabilizing factor of our time. Until now, history has been a quest to acquire information. Today, the challenge lies in managing information. One of the defining bifurcations of the future will be the conflict between information masters US and information victims." Elaborating on the fates of victims of the US information war, he stated, "For those individuals and cultures that cannot join or compete with our information empire, there is only inevitable failure. Information, from the internet to rock videos, will not be contained. Our victims volunteer." 26. The North Korea Strategy Center, which established its first international office in New York in 2015, the year President Obama called for escalated information warfare efforts against the DPRK, has led efforts to alter North Korean society and subvert the unity of the state along lines highly similar to those laid out by Major Peters. An anti-DPRK NGO with the stated goal of regime change, it invested heavily in the smuggling of flash drives into the country and their dissemination through black markets. Alongside an encyclopedia co-developed by the Wikimedia Foundation promoting Western-favored political narratives, the Strategy Center has focused heavily on Western popular media pictures such as Friends, Superbad, and Sex and the City. Such media represent what Major Peters referred to as America's irresponsible fantasies of itself, which he, the non-Westerner, the target, sees a devilishly enchanting, bluntly sexual, terrifying world from which he is excluded. 27. The strategy group notably held screenings of different types of media in South Korea to test the reactions of North Korean defectors living there and see which would have the greatest psychological impacts. They reported, as an example, regarding one North Korean viewer of Superbad at such a screening. She would later explain to me that she had never seen a movie on that scale of filthiness before, and she doesn't hide her reaction. She spends most of the 113-minute barrage of adolescent sexual angst and dick jokes covering her face with the backs of her hands, as if to cool off her burning cheeks. She starts by listing the most astonishing elements from a North Korean perspective: the frank sex talk, constant genitalia references, underage drinking, cops crashing their car, teenage McLovin shooting a gun. All would be seen as indescribably alien, she says. Even watching it now, I find it vulgar and shocking, she says. If I were still in North Korea, it would blow my mind. This shock factor was key to Western efforts to force a societal change in the country. 28. Peters' claim, that Western popular media that feature extreme violence and to the victors the spoil sex are our most popular cultural weapon, bought or bootlegged nearly everywhere. 29. Corresponds closely to the strategy of anti-DPRK organizations attempting to infiltrate such media into the country. Such media provide North Koreans with images of sex and violence to which they are not accustomed in a country where pornography is banned, media is conservative and television violence is moderate. This, according to organizations targeting the country, is seen as a potential basis for forcing social change and starting a revolution, if not a political one then a social and cultural one with very significant political implications in the medium-long term. 30. Those Koreans exposed to such media are referred to by such NGOs as the enlightened, a testament to the self-righteous and self-congratulatory nature of the propaganda campaign. 31. The North Korea Strategy Center was just one of several Western NGOs involved in information efforts against the DPRK. The New York-based Human Rights Foundation sought to infiltrate information into the country with the stated aim of promoting public dissent to subvert the state. 32. The foundation's activities were described as initiatives that disrupt the North Korean regime under the Disrupt North Korea program. 33. One of the foundation's more notable programs saw the organization drop 10,000 copies of the film The Interview into the DPRK by balloon. 34. Bruce Bennett, an ardently anti-North Korean expert from the Rand Corporation think tank, had strongly advised Sony Pictures to maintain the gore-filled execution of Chairman Kim Jong-un at the end of the film for political reasons, as it was something Koreans needed to see on both sides of the 38th parallel. 35. He had stated, "I believe that a story that talks about the removal of the Kim family regime and the creation of a new government by the North Korean people, well, at least the elites, will start some real thinking in South Korea and, I believe, in the North once the DVD leaks into the North, which it almost certainly will." 36. It was thus to be expected that, with the film altered specifically to bring about a political impact in North Korea, efforts would be undertaken by hostile actors to propagate it. Some anti-North Korean, Western-backed NGOs and self-proclaimed human rights groups have gone so far as to drop pornographic materials into the country by balloon, which in 2020 included professionally photoshopped leaflets showing the First Lady Ri Sol-ju, formerly a much-celebrated singer and national icon, performing sexual acts on South Korean politicians. A leading organizer of the campaign, Hong Gang-cheol, stated in an interview with South Korean media in June 2020 that human rights groups received considerable funding for such activities from sponsors in the US, and were paid about 1.5 million won, $1,234, for launching a single balloon. But the actual cost for a balloon is between 80,000 and 120,000 won, $65.81, 98.21. These groups are getting credit for launching balloons that bring in 10 times their cost. Regarding the considerable threat these launches pose to North Korea, he stated that members had suggested filling the balloons bound for North Korea with dollar bills smeared with stuff that COVID-19 patients had breathed on, noting that such measures had been actively discussed at a time when the DPRK was going to considerable lengths to contain the outbreak. 37. Escalated launches at the time, which the South Korean government was allowing to take place from restricted areas. 38. Led Pyongyang to issue a harsh response, downgrading ties to Seoul, destroying the Inter-Korean Liaison Office, and warning that such actions would not be tolerated. The human rights groups and their American sponsors could thus have been seen to have succeeded, in that their actions undermine the détente between the two Koreas, which had been stringently opposed by hardliners in both Washington and Seoul. As co-founder and international director of the Atlas Network NGO, Casey Lartigue said to the writer in person in 2017, the goal of promoting human rights in North Korea, in the eyes of the West, equates to nothing less than the total destruction of North Korea's political system, remaking of its society and punishment of its leadership, presumably to be done by the United States. Lartigue was the host of North Korea Today, and his NGO is funded by the U.S. State Department and by Congress, and itself directly funds defectors such as Park Yun-mi, see below, and defector groups to promote anti-North Korean narratives. The resulting campaigns can be seen as a wholesale assault on North Korean society carried out with a degree of zeal and self-righteousness that is outstanding, even when compared to other Western campaigns against defiant non-Western states. Other prominent NGOs targeting the DPRK by using information warfare included North Korean Intellectual Solidarity and the Fighters for a Free North Korea, both of which strongly advocated forced regime change and are reported to have worked closely with Western intelligence organizations. Radio broadcasts into North Korea have provided another means to further such efforts, and several Western state-funded initiatives have been launched for this purpose. The more prominent among them are Radio Free Chosun, North Korea Reform Radio, Free North Korea Radio, the North Korea Development Institute and Save North Korea, all directly funded by the U.S. Congress through the National Endowment for Democracy, NED. 39. The NED itself has been closely affiliated with the CIA since its foundation, carrying out overtly what the agency had formerly done alone, and more covertly. 40. Other notable broadcasters included Voice of America. 41. And Radio Free Asia, part of the state-funded U.S. Agency for Global Media, and the British BBC. Forcing a westernization of North Korea society through Western popular media, in what may be deemed the ultimate case of cultural imperialism, does pose a potential threat to the DPRK. Western state-funded broadcasts into the country promoting Western narratives on historical or political affairs, or infiltration of films depicting the execution of the Korean leader by Westerners, can be termed propaganda by foreign agents. This is in contrast to state propaganda to which North Koreans are exposed through state media outlets such as Rodong Sinmun. The difference is that one is funded by the Korean state, which is tasked with protecting the interests of the Korean nation and holds this as its primary agenda, and the other funded by hostile Western states which have demonstrated ill intentions towards the Korean people multiple times, including a history of severe war crimes against them. The responsibility of Western propaganda outlets, for which they receive state funding, is to further the interests of their respective governments, which in the case of broadcasts into the DPRK involves undermining an independent non-Western actor. The final goal is this actor's destruction and the annexation of its territory and population into the Western sphere of influence. Counteroffensive, Pyongyang response to information war. North Korea's security system has shielded it from many potentially destabilizing influences, and among the targets for Western information warfare efforts it has been and arguably remains today the most secure. The strong cultural, national, and ethnic identity of the Korean nation plays a large part in galvanizing the population, as does the historical memory of Western atrocities against the Korean people, reinforced by more recent Western military threats and economic warfare efforts. Much as was the case in Israel in the 25 years following the Holocaust. 42. This historical memory and sense of imminent threat has fostered ideological unity, allowing the North Korean state and society to withstand enormous external pressures. It is notable that Major Ralph Peters singled out cultures of East Asia as a minority which appear strong enough to survive the onslaught of contemporary American culture, the most destructive of competitor cultures. While he believed that America's most popular cultural weapon would leave adversaries in the Middle East and the Islamic world in chaos and inevitably bring about their defeat, he strongly implied that East Asian civilization states could potentially prove more resilient and ultimately survive. 43. Pyongyang for its part has been far from passive in its efforts to strengthen its defenses against information warfare efforts, and the Obama administration was not the only party in the 2010s to show awareness of the growing importance of this form of warfare and its potential to prove decisive in conflict. Under the new leadership of Kim Jong-un and the reorganized Korean Workers' Party from December 2011, Pyongyang began to place its own emphasis on improving both the state's ideological unity and its prosperity. One prominent means for doing so has been by considerable investment in improving the quality and appeal of the country's own popular media. The Moranbong Band, which made its debut in July 2012, and the Chongbong Band, which formed 3 years later, were two of the foremost manifestations of this, both introducing entirely new styles to classical songs and new songs entirely. These promoted themes from the nobility of studying hard for the sake of the country to the pride of satellite launches and missile tests. Public musical and artistic performances meanwhile not only adopted new and more modern styles, but were also far larger, more ambitious, and more spectacular, among them the massive Great Party Rosy Korea performance in 2015 featuring over 1,000 artists on a specially built floating stage on the Dedong River in central Pyongyang. While the Korean state had always prized music and the arts, stylistically these new performances were considerably more widely appealing and perhaps catchy than what had come in prior years, a trend which only accelerated throughout the 2010s. As politics professor Pekka Korhonen from Finland's University of Jyväskylä, in one of the few Western analyses made of the considerable changes to musical style in the DPRK at the time, observed of the Moranbong Band in particular in 2014, Moranbong Band has to be regarded as a symbol of a new era. The real audience has been the whole population with an access to a TV set. The band, an object of talk and admiration, became immediately extremely popular with the North Korean population. The band had style, it promised something new, had a foreign aura even when playing familiar military marches, and made music that truly inspired people. Visitors tell about people dancing in public while listening to Moranbong Band DVDs, or shops closing and streets becoming deserted when the group's concerts were broadcast on national TV. Referring to the distinct Moranbong Band style, simultaneously catchy and intricate, he observed that the music was working at a more popular level than older Korean works. This poetic creation is continuous. Practically all of their versions of the national hymn Igukka are different, although there would be no ethical social realist reason for this. They simply create art. 44. Chairman Kim Jong-un from the outset appeared intent on focusing on strengthening the unity of the population and countering external information warfare efforts. This was perhaps most strongly alluded to in his speech on February 25, 2014, in which he addressed the ideological workers of the Workers' Party of Korea. The chairman stressed the importance of an information offensive to ideologically and morally overpower the imperialist reactionary forces who are trying to stamp out socialism by all means, and warned that the Western Bloc were persisting in their attempts to infiltrate corrupt reactionary ideology and culture into our country with our service personnel and young people as the target, while clinging to maneuvers to apply sanctions against our country and stifle it. 45. When considered as a response to the paper of Major Ralph Peters, which articulated with considerable accuracy the future of information warfare, and taking into account the centrality of information warfare to Obama administration's strategy for targeting the DPRK, the implications of Chairman Kim's speech appear very significant. It also came at a time of the aforementioned calls by leading experts and a number of highly prominent think tank papers to focus heavily on information warfare as central aspects of a subversion strategy. The Korean leader advocated an offensive operation to, outwardly, gain the political and ideological upper hand over the imperialists that hinder our onward movement and, inwardly, sweep up non-socialist practices and decadent ideology and culture by means of the revolutionary ideology and culture. Ideological workers should dishearten the enemy by launching a skillful anti-enemy media warfare, radio warfare, which is aimed at giving wide publicity to the validity of our ideology and cause and at laying bare the vulnerability and foul nature of the imperialists. They should make ideological missiles in larger numbers that can deal a heavy blow at the enemy and instill firm confidence in victory in our service personnel and people. They should take the initiative in launching operations to make the imperialist moves for ideological and cultural infiltration end in smoke, while putting up a double and triple mosquito net to prevent the viruses of capitalist ideology which the enemy is persistently attempting to spread from infiltrating across our border. By nature, the working masses reject the bourgeois ideology and culture which preach the money is almighty principle and the law of jungle. We need to create and propagate larger numbers of wholesome and revolutionary works of art and literature, articles and presentations of our own style which contain the beautiful dreams and ideals of the masses and which brim over with national flavor, so as to make the people turn their backs on the bourgeois ideology and culture of their own accord. A decisive measure should be taken to use the internet as a medium for giving publicity to our ideology and culture in order to cope with the enemy's moves to widely propagate their reactionary ideology and culture by misusing the latest scientific and technological achievements made by mankind. The sector of ideological work and related units should work out elaborate plans for putting mass media and external publicity means on a modern and IT basis and make persevering efforts to carry them out. The ideological work of the party should be conducted in an aggressive manner. Our party's strategy and tactics in ideological work is to make the whole country seethe with a revolutionary leap forward by making the flames of ideological offensive flare up fiercely in the attack spirit of advancing against all odds. The ideological position of our party should be arranged in the form for attack, not for defense. We should also conduct the ideological education aimed at imbuing the whole society with the red ideology of the Workers' Party in a proactive way, the political work aimed at calling forth the mental strength of all the service personnel and people as it is done on the front line and the struggle to sweep away all shades of evil ideas and spirits at a lightning speed. In order to conduct ideological work in an aggressive manner, it is necessary, above all, to root out the defeatist view revealed among ideological workers. The ideological workers infected with such a view cannot take even a single step by themselves even if they are put forward in the van of the ideological offensive. 46. In the first years of the new government, the DPRK did indeed appear to be waging an ideological offensive to counter the information war against it. While ideological work is extremely difficult to quantify or assess, particularly from outside North Korea, considerable investments in new mediums for such work give a significant indication as to its perceived importance at the time. In 2013 the world's largest stadium, the Rungrado 1st of May Stadium on Pyongyang's Rungra Island, 47, underwent an extensive 2-year renovation to prepare it for major future events such as the Pyongyang Marathons intended to display Korean modernity to athletes from across the world, as well as the Arirang Mass Games. Chairman Kim Jong-un personally oversaw changes to the artistic style of these games. The writer viewed footage of the Mass Games performance attended by leader Kim Jong-un and Chinese Premier Xi Jinping at the stadium June 21, 2019 with Chinese artists, who informed him that their own country had yet to put on a comparably enthralling performance. The importance of passing historical memory on to new generations of Koreans, particularly those of revolution and struggle against U.S. invasion, were also emphasized under the new campaign. In 2013 the Victorious Fatherland Liberation War Museum commemorating the Korean War effort was expanded and thoroughly refurbished. In July 2015 the Sinkan Museum of American War Atrocities was rebuilt, and the previously bland and unimposing structure was replaced by an imposing and spectacular monument intended to educate the population and in particular the military on the events of the past and the nature of the country's enemy. 11 months later, in July 2016, the state opened the National House of Class Education to educate its population on the history of aggression against the state. The facility was intended particularly for younger Koreans who, having not experienced the Korean War or Japanese occupation themselves, lacked first-hand knowledge of the nature of the country's adversaries or the necessity of the military and Workers' Party struggles. Korean media stated that the facility would help the people of the DPRK to clearly realize who its enemies were. 48. Awareness of the nation's history, not through the narrative of its Western adversaries but through the population's own experiences, is seen as vital to both galvanizing society against current threats and to prevent repetition of the same atrocities by the same perpetrators. As head of the National House of Class Education, Kim Hyun-chol said shortly after its opening in regard to its purpose, "If we forget the history of aggression, it can be repeated. We need to teach a new generation not to forget it." 49. Complementing efforts to counter information warfare through ideology and popular media, the Korean government in the 2010s increasingly emphasized the importance of economic modernization and improvement of the population's quality of life. 50. Investments in new forms of agriculture. 51. Electronics. 52. And infrastructure. 53. And renewed efforts to attract foreign investment all serve to improve the population's living standards. Pristine new water parks, theme parks, and beach resorts began to open across the country and were accessible at low prices, while everything from architecture to flower arrangements and police uniforms have emphasized good aesthetics. This was a polar opposite to the archetypal image of a drab Soviet-style socialist state, epitomized by the appearance of Moscow in the USSR's final decade, and images of Pyongyang, Kaesong, and the Korean countryside have thus repeatedly surprised those who previously visited or lived in the Soviet Union and expected a similar style in the DPRK. Progress in these fields to beautify the country and raise living standards can serve to undermine hostile information warfare efforts targeting the Korean citizen with what Major Peters referred to as a deluge of information telling him, exaggeratedly and dishonestly, how well the West lives. 54. While outlining measures to counter hostile information warfare efforts domestically, the Korean leader notably also mentioned plans to counter negative coverage of the state abroad in his February 2014 address, stating, "A decisive measure should be taken to use the Internet as a medium for giving publicity to our ideology and culture in order to cope with the enemy's moves to widely propagate their reactionary ideology and culture by misusing the latest scientific and technological achievements made by mankind." 55. The DPRK subsequently began to host websites on its own newly established server in Pyongyang rather than relying on those in China and Japan, and the number of websites managed by the state and the quantity and quality of their content began to grow rapidly. 56. Efforts to promote pro-Korean material on the Internet such as films, music videos, performing arts, and documentaries have made extensive use of social media channels such as YouTube. The aforementioned study by director Nat Krechun and project coordinator Jane Kim noted regarding the growing sophistication of North Korea's use of new forms of media in the early 2010s. North Korea is beginning to develop a more sophisticated Internet strategy, specifically, one that reflects a clear understanding of the Internet's economic potential and the importance of strategic marketing. Close examination of North Korea's websites reveals something of a two-pronged approach of targeting consumers according to purchasing power. Commercial websites show strong determination to attract investors and acquire foreign capital by promoting North Korea as an attractive investment opportunity, while non-commercial websites appear to target individuals to market North Korean ideology and culture. 57. Efforts by the DPRK to promote its image overseas overall appear to have been less successful than efforts to counter offensive Western information warfare efforts domestically. This can be attributed to a number of factors, including the overwhelmingly greater power of Western media and soft power internationally building on several decades of investment in the field, compared to negligible funding for Korean programs, language and cultural barriers, and active moves by Western social media companies such as YouTube to ban highly popular channels and pages deemed pro-North Korean and purge their content. This has occurred on multiple occasions without explanation, which has been labeled by some analysts as a form of censorship. Such targeting has not been unique to North Korea, and similar measures by Western social media companies such as Google and Twitter have very frequently arbitrarily targeted information sources associated with Western adversaries such as Russia. 58. China. 59. Cuba. 60. Syria. 61. And Iran. 62. These sources from the Twitter accounts of leaders such as First Secretary Raul Castro. 63. And Supreme Leader Ali Khomeini. 64. To state-run media outlets such as RT are often blocked entirely or artificially deranked by search engines. There is a reason that the embassies of Iran and the US trade words and argue various issues on Chinese social media platforms, that is that the predominant Western platforms such as Twitter and Facebook come under tremendous pressure to impose censorship, erasing posts, and deleting accounts such as that of the Iranian foreign minister and a wide range of other officials, which give voice to the thoughts and opinions of those being targeted by the West. 65. North Korean efforts to create an overseas media presence have inevitably similarly suffered. Korean channels blocked have included Chosun TV, KCTV, Stimi Korea's, Tonpo Mail, and Uriman Zakiri among others. 66. The last three are thought to be run by Korean supporters or Korean diaspora communities overseas, rather than the Korean state itself, and their targeting indicates that the source of their content was not the cause for their censorship but rather the pro-DPRK messages themselves. The Facebook page Beauty of DPRK North Korea, which posted apolitical footage of the North Korean countryside, architecture, and scenery and at its peak reached hundreds of thousands with its videos, was similarly inexplicably terminated in October 2019. Again, these were hardly isolated instances, with Facebook, for example, in January 2020 announcing measures to delete content sympathetic to American adversaries. 67. The internet servers set up in Pyongyang from which Korean media is hosted have also come under multiple cyber attacks, which the DPRK blamed on the United States. The source of the attacks remains unconfirmed, however, and North Korea has yet to provide evidence for its claim. 68. While the West and those who believe in the universalism of Western values may exaggerate the universal appeal of their ideology, and thereby overestimate the potency of their attempts at quiet revolution through flash drives and other means of information warfare, a potential danger does remain to the Korean state. The Korean leadership, however, particularly under Chairman Kim Jong-un and the again dominant Korean Workers' Party, have through their statements and actions demonstrated a high level of awareness regarding this threat. The country remains perhaps the most challenging target for information warfare, however, due to both effective state responses and the resilience of North Korean society and ideology based on both its East Asian civilizational roots and the strong culture of resistance encouraging unity among the population. Historical memory of the constant struggle for survival forms a significant part of the foundation of this culture and continues to shape North Korean society. Nevertheless, with options increasingly limited for economic or military pressure, the Western Bloc is likely to continue to rely heavily on information warfare to exploit any possible chink in the nation's defenses. Relative to the maintenance of the considerable arsenal of U.S. and allied military assets aimed at Pyongyang, this remains a very low-cost and potentially far more dangerous means of waging war. Atrocities, human rights, propaganda, and intelligence failures, how the West understands the DPRK. As with all major conflicts, a critical aspect of the confrontation between Washington and Pyongyang has been the struggle to influence narratives and win global support to have history on one's side, not only in the eyes of one's own people, but in those of the international community. When U.S. troops first landed in Korea in September 1945, the United States accounted for half of the world economy and was investing heavily in enhancing its soft power globally on a scale with which the Korean nationalist movement, or any world power for that matter, could not hope to compete. 69. The use of propaganda took on a newfound importance following outbreak of the Korean War, with public support in America and morale in the military reaching historic lows and Washington's justifications for intervention increasingly being questioned. 70. This led the United States to place greater emphasis on demonization of its adversary and delegitimization of its cause to compensate for waning public and international support for its own actions. 71. One of the most prolific examples of the use of wartime propaganda was the American response to the return of significant numbers of its servicemen who made public statements in support of the Korean and Chinese adversaries, often strongly criticizing the conduct of the U.S.-led coalition and alleging that war crimes were committed. The creation of the myth of brainwashing, a term first coined by the CIA, was thus intended to delegitimize these servicemen and their testimonies. Supposedly the soldiers were not criticizing U.S. policy of their own volition, but were doing so under some mysterious form of Asiatic mind control. Although seemingly ridiculous, racial sentiments against East Asians and the atmosphere of yellow peril at the time, combined with the narrative's endorsement by respected sources in media and the intelligence community, led to its widespread acceptance. As New York University professor of history and prominent Korea expert, Monica Kim, noted, brainwashing became the perfect trope with which to render these American POWs' desires or politics, to be more exact, into a more familiar racialized narrative of the unwitting, innocent American being seduced by the mysterious Oriental. 72. Brainwashing allowed America and the wider Western world to rest assured in the righteousness of their cause, neutralizing as contradictions to this narrative not only the former servicemen who spoke against their government, but also those who defected to or collaborated with the East Asian allies, and even the Chinese and North Korean prisoners of war who refused to see the light and defect to the free world rather than return home. Kim described the process of fashioning the Korean Communist POW into an ideological figure, or more specifically, a fanatic, a phrase used extensively by U.S. military personnel to describe the Communist POWs in both their statements for the case file and administrative memos passed from higher command to the camps. 73. These individuals, Western and Allied populations were assured, were not acting of their own free will, and fantastical stories of communist Asiatic mind control were commonplace to explain their actions. 74. Thus those whose first-hand experience of the war led them to dispute the narrative of a Western good against an Asian communist evil were stripped of their voices. It was the Asian communist propagandists speaking through them, not the people themselves, be they freed American soldiers or East Asian prisoners. Use of propaganda also proved highly effective to delegitimize DPRK's struggle for Korean self-determination. Depictions of the fanatic Oriental communist, rather than simply the enemy nation or the adversary, made anything from Pyongyang's requests that its borders be respected to demands by North Korean prisoners in Western-run camps for basic rights appear illegitimate. 75. Korean nationalism, the Korean People's Republic in Southern Korea, and opposition to U.S. military occupation and the policies of the U.S. imposed government of Syngman Rhee had in much the same way been delegitimized by depicting them as puppets of the USSR, not a genuine aspiration of the Korean people. 76. The same was true of the North Koreans and the Democratic People's Republic depicted as a proxy of Moscow. 77. Despite the roots of the Korean nationalist movement and Korean resistance long predating a Soviet presence on the peninsula, propagandistic depictions nevertheless afforded the U.S. and its allies the right to blanketly dismiss opposition to its designs for the Korean nation. Efforts to delegitimize and silence voices undermining the narrative of a good West against an Asian communist evil would persist long after the Korean War and appear to have redoubled following the Cold War's end. As perceptions of a global communist menace, of which the DPRK was previously portrayed as a fanatical puppet, have faded, demonization of the state has increasingly come to focus on allegations of major human rights abuses. North Korea's population are portrayed as oppressed or even enslaved, and the state's collapse, westernization, and integration into the Western-led order is depicted not only as an inevitability but as a fate desired by and strongly in the interest of its people. Such a narrative depicts the benevolent Western world's actions against the Northeast Asian state largely as altruistic, emphasizing the interests not of Western governments but rather of the supposedly enslaved Korean people themselves. To further this narrative, atrocity fabrications and horror stories regarding life in North Korea are vital. The accounts of a small number of defectors from the DPRK residing in South Korea and the West have served as the most essential source of such stories, although a significant number of the most influential and best publicized testimonies have proven to be highly dubious. Several North Korean defectors have been able to derive significant financial benefits from denouncing their former homeland, some of the most prominent gaining celebrity status in the West in the process while giving inconsistent or otherwise unreliable testimonies. Shin Dong-hyuk was one such defector, whose allegations of severe human rights abuses were widely accepted as fact in the West despite a lack of evidence. Shin's life story. Escape from Camp 14, One Man's Remarkable Journey from North Korea to Freedom in the West, was authored by former Washington Post journalist Blaine Harden, based on his narration. The book's title was notably indicative of the agenda it represented, the story of Western good against Asian communist evil, and it became a bestseller promoted in Western countries as a key reference for understanding the DPRK. The book was translated into 27 languages and sold worldwide, while Western human rights organizations heavily based several of their reports on the DPRK on Shin's testimony. This testimony was then used as a pretext for further Western economic sanctions against the DPRK, and was said to have shifted the global discourse about North Korea. 78. A Western-led United Nations Commission on North Korean Human Rights would base its reporting and positions almost exclusively on Shin's testimony, with a member of the commission referring to him as the world's single strongest voice on Pyongyang's abuses. 79. Several years after Shin's testimony was published, the author, Blaine Harden, himself revealed that Shin had fabricated much of his story while the book was being written. 80. Shin later admitted to having altered details of his testimony. Harden stated that Shin was an unreliable narrator and re-emphasized that Shin was the only source of information about his early life, allowing him to alter his testimonies as they would be accepted without the need for evidence. 81. Harden also said he would not be surprised if Shin made further alterations to his testimony in future. 82. Other North Korean defectors interviewed by South Korean media notably referred to Shin's testimony as complete lies. 83. While Korea expert Andrei Lankov, despite being a strong critic who had called for regime change in Pyongyang. 84. Stated that Shin's testimony was unreliable, noting that defectors faced considerable pressure to exaggerate their stories. 85. Western sanctions on Pyongyang and UN reports made on the basis of Shin's testimony notably were not reviewed, much less changed. 86. What the DPRK's adversaries needed was not necessarily a verifiable story but rather an emotional and horrifying one which could be used to demonize the Korean state before the world and serve as a pretext for further hostile actions towards it. Shin's testimony filled this role perfectly, and it didn't have to be even remotely true to do so. Another highly prominent defector whose fame went on to eclipse that of Shin was Park Hyun-mi, who was strongly endorsed and widely promoted in the West in much the same way as her predecessor shortly after the flaws in Shin's testimony were revealed. It has been widely reported by other North Korean defectors, and even by some prominent Western reporters with a basic knowledge of the DPRK, that Park's stories were highly inconsistent with reality and at times nonsensical. Award-winning documentary producer Mary Ann Jolly, having interviewed Park several times, noted telling inconsistencies in her stories. In an article for The Diplomat, Jolly details how interviews Park gave changed completely depending on when she told her story. She also noted that several facts Park gave did not stand up to reason. For example, Jolly wrote, in telling of her escape from North Korea, Park often says she crossed 3 or even 4 mountains during the night to get to the border and describes the pain she endured because her shoes had holes in them. However, Haisan, where Park was living, is right on the river that divides the two countries and there are no mountains to cross. 87. This was but one of many impossible claims that Park made, added to a list of severe contradictions between her different interviews. Several other observers, including journalist Michael Bassett, concluded that Park's statements regarding the DPRK were not synonymous with the reality in the country, and that she was using outright lies to gain fame and, in the process, tarnish the country's image. Park has meanwhile reaped a small fortune from her sensationalized speeches, from which she earns over $12,500 per speech according to her agent. 88. Jae-sun Lee, a North Korean defector, noted that several facts about Park's story were clearly fabricated. Regarding some of Park's claims, she commented, "No one would believe this unless they were an idiot." 89. South Korea professors Shi Eun-yu and Kim Hyun-ah, who worked at the rocks processing sector for North Korean defectors, strongly refuted several of Park's statements. "It's not possible," they commented outright. 90. Swiss businessman Felix Abt, who had worked and traveled extensively in North Korea for 7 years, strongly refuted Park's claims as obviously exaggerated or plain false, noting multiple significant inconsistencies. 91. Stories such as those of Shin and Park have been endorsed and promoted because they suit the Western agenda towards North Korea. They are able to gain such traction because of the general ignorance about the DPRK around the world and the country's lack of global media with which to counter this misrepresentation. Among those with even a basic understanding of the country, however, there is generally a consensus that the narratives endorsed in the West and on which Western human rights organizations and reports have based their testimonies are unreliable, often bordering on absurd. While the allure of fame and fortune may motivate some to seek celebrity status, the need to subsist in the ROK, where defectors face discrimination, earn significantly less money than South Koreans, and often struggle to adapt to life, is another key motivating factor. The fact that defectors and their children residing in Seoul have been known in extreme cases to die of starvation alone says much regarding their plight. 92. Statistics from defectors' unemployment rates to high school dropout rates among their children. 93. Further demonstrate this, which leaves resorting to sensationalist reporting as one of their few avenues to escape poverty and provide better for themselves and their families. Dr. Konstantin Asmolov was among several scholars who noted that defectors had a strong financial incentive to fabricate testimonies that were as gruesome as possible, with Western and South Korean media prizing such stories highly. He stated to this effect, "The media has enough materials about how difficult they find it to adapt in the South and that they are considered second-class citizens there. One of the few ways to get more is to actively participate in propaganda against the North Korea, telling the public not so much what is really going on, but what is desired to be heard. And as the competition is high, it is necessary to tell something particularly terrible and become the author of an exclusive rumor." 94. Interviews with defectors living in Seoul strongly indicate that there is a strong tendency towards fabrication of testimonies which are particularly gruesome or horrific regarding life in the DPRK, and that the financial incentive for doing so can be very considerable. 95. While defectors are a prominent source of horror stories regarding life in the DPRK, Western media outlets and human rights organizations have repeatedly been found to have themselves entirely fabricated accounts to demonize the state. Several Western journalists have attested to the unreliability of major outlets reporting on the DPRK. The Telegraph wrote, "When it comes to covering news about the Hermit Kingdom, it seems that sometimes the rule book is thrown out the window." 96. A report from Business Insider came to much the same conclusion. 97. Max Fisher from the Washington Post wrote that regarding North Korea, almost any story is treated as broadly credible, no matter how outlandish or thinly sourced. 98. Isaac Stonefish wrote in Foreign Policy that, as an American journalist, you can write almost anything you want about North Korea and people will just accept it. He admitted to having done the same himself, detailing a severe North Korean drug epidemic without evidence, which later proved to be entirely false. 99. Almost any story depicting the country negatively is generally accepted. Korean studies professor and prominent expert on the DPRK Charles Armstrong referred to North Korea's isolation as having served in the West as a blank screen on which many often mutually contradictory fears and fantasies have been projected. 100. A prominent example was a report shortly after Kim Jong-un's accession to leadership that all men in the DPRK were required by law to get his exact haircut. This was first reported by Radio Free Asia, RFA. 101. A U.S.-based and government-funded nonprofit broadcasting corporation with the stated purpose of advancing the goals of U.S. foreign policy. 102. RFA retained close ties to U.S. intelligence from its foundation, and was referred to by the New York Times as a CIA broadcasting venture established during the Cold War as part of a generously funded agency propaganda network alongside Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, Free Cuba Radio and several others. 103. The purported law's absurdity reinforced the image of a repressive and farcical leadership in Pyongyang, and the story was re-reported by major news outlets such the BBC as fact without evidence or fact-checking. 104. As was so often the case with such stories, those from RFA in particular. 105. It turned out to be entirely false. Foreign businessmen and NGO workers in Pyongyang at the time all contradicted the seemingly fabricated story. It was just stupid, in the words of the director of Singapore-based NGO Chosun Exchange. 106. By using false information to demonize the DPRK, Radio Free Asia fulfills the purpose for which it receives its government funding, advancing the goals of U.S. foreign policy by depicting North Korea as a pariah state and exacerbating tensions around the country. In 2017, RFA reported that China's foreign ministry had advised all Chinese citizens to immediately evacuate the DPRK for their safety, at a time of high military tensions with the United States. 107. While some Chinese citizens who heard the broadcast did evacuate, there was no record of such a warning. 108. And the Chinese Foreign Ministry had to release a statement denying the report, which it referred to as fake news. 109. This case was far from isolated and represented part of a wider trend in Western reporting on the DPRK. Other prominent examples included the report that Chairman Kim Jong-un fed his uncle to dogs. 110. A story widely reported by Western media, which proved to be entirely fabricated. 111. And a report that Pyongyang claimed to have discovered a unicorn lair. 112. This was again widely re-reported by Western sources, from news outlets to the New York Times endorsed best-selling guide to the country, North Korea, Unmasking 3 Generations of Madmen. The original Korean statement announced the discovery of an archaeological site associated with the ancient capital of Kingdom Myeong of Goguryeo, a poetic term for which is Kairingal, a unicorn lair. The report represented a combination of cultural ignorance and a willingness to depict the country negatively. Fabricated reports of executions carried out by the Korean state have been similarly common. Serbian volleyball coach Branislav Moro, who trained North Korea's national team, noted as an example of the near-complete detachment of Western reporting from reality that major Western media outlets had reported on the executions of North Korean athletes as punishment for their poor performance at international competitions. Moro stated, for example, "I sit right next to one of those killed athletes and I'm too ashamed to tell him that he's supposed to be dead. I even used my cell phone to check on the internet to confirm his identity." Basically, there is very little truthful information out there. Moro noted that this was indicative of a wider phenomenon of demonizing misreporting on the country. 113. Indeed, Western reports of executions of high-profile North Korean figures. 114. From leading pop singers. 115. To generals. 116. Have more often than not turned out to be entirely false, with these same supposedly dead figures reappearing on camera. A short disappearance from high-profile meetings or television is very often treated as an opportunity by Western journalists to write a sensationalist piece depicting a brutal purge by an erratic leadership. While Western human rights organizations frequently cite unreliable sources, Shin Dong-hyuk's testimony being a prominent example, as the basis to impose economic sanctions, such organizations have been found to directly fabricate horror stories themselves. Notable examples were the reports by a number of Western organizations, most prominently the Washington-based organization Human Rights Without Frontiers, regarding the fate of Korean defector Yoo Tae-jun. Yoo had left the DPRK and received South Korean citizenship, but later returned to find his wife. The report stated, in June of last year he is known to have been executed in South Hamgyong province in North Korea. It is known that the North Korean government executed many former North Koreans, however this is the first time that the victim has actually been identified. In addition, due to the fact that Mr. Yoo was a South Korean citizen, the repercussions for this incident are expected to be large. Mr. Yoo was publicly executed in front of a group of North Korean citizens. It is known that he was charged with going to South Korea and committing treason against the Pyongyang government. 117. By all accounts, noted prominent British Korea expert Aidan Foster Carter, he's now very dead at just 33. 118. Western and South Korean media were quick to pick up on this execution, and the prominent paper Chosun Ilbo notably reported on it on 10 separate occasions. After reports on his public execution had circulated in Western press for some months, the now very dead Yoo Tae-jun gave a press conference in the DPRK on June 12, 2001. 119. He subsequently returned to South Korea in 2002, having been fully pardoned for his defection by Pyongyang. Yoo's mother, Ahn Chong-suk, stated regarding the circumstances of his return, I heard from my son that the North Korean leader directed my son's pardon on April 30 last year by saying that a man who loves his wife also loves the fatherland. She nevertheless cautioned her son to lie about the circumstances of his return because otherwise it might make Kim Jong-il look good. 120. Yoo's case was far from an exceptional one, and such reporting by Western human rights groups has not been restricted to the DPRK exclusively, with such organizations found to have similarly fabricated reports on other states targeted by the West. Examples of atrocity fabrication by Western press and Western human rights organizations to demonize and provide pretext for action against Western target states are many, and the targeting of the DPRK can thus be seen as part of a much wider phenomenon. Western intelligence agencies, for their part, have played a role in planting such stories to justify economic sanctions and military action against their targets. A recent example was the testimony of German journalist and editor Udo Ulfkett, who stated that intelligence agents frequently forced journalists to publish agency-approved articles under their own names. He testified to this effect. I ended up publishing articles under my own name written by agents of the CIA and other intelligence services, especially the German Secret Service. One day the BND German Foreign Intelligence Agency came to my office at the Frankfurter Allgemeine in Frankfurt. They wanted me to write an article about Libya and Colonel Muammar Gaddafi. They gave me all this secret information and they just wanted me to sign the article with my name. That article was how Gaddafi tried to secretly build a poison gas factory. It was a story that was printed worldwide 2 days later. Ulfkett went into considerable further detail regarding the means by which Western intelligence agencies would contact journalists and use them to plant stories, the risks of non-compliance and the perks that came with supporting their stories. 121. Stories such as that of a Libyan poison gas factory provided key pretext for hostile policies towards the state, including economic sanctions and eventually an intensive U.S. and European bombing campaign and Western-imposed regime change. Reports from a number of sources including British intelligence revealed only after the Libyan government's overthrow and assassination of its leader that this information had been largely fabricated. 122. Ulfkett's allegations were hardly isolated or without precedent. Previously in the Cold War years, one of the more prominent operations for this purpose was the CIA's Operation Mockingbird, under which American journalists were recruited to publish articles dictated by the agency. 123. The agency also funded student and cultural organizations and magazines as fronts for spreading propaganda. 124. A report from a congressional investigation in the early 1970s revealed the extent of these operations and their global reach, influencing reporting not only in the United States but across much of the world in line with American foreign policy objectives. The report concluded regarding influence over foreign media in particular. The CIA currently maintains a network of several hundred foreign individuals around the world who provide intelligence for the CIA and at times attempt to influence opinion through the use of covert propaganda. These individuals provide the CIA with direct access to a large number of newspapers and periodicals, scores of press services and news agencies, radio and television stations, commercial book publishers, and other foreign media outlets. 125. The report further noted that agents were placed undercover in key management positions in major media organizations in the United States to ensure that publications were in line with the agency's agenda, a key asset to influence public opinion in a time of Cold War. 126. Former CIA employee William Bader supported the conclusions of the report, stating as an example of the means by which media was influenced by the agency, "You don't need to manipulate Time magazine, for example, because there are agency people at the management level." 127. The CIA's propaganda efforts were described by the Washington Post as a fascinatingly Byzantine effort to turn the world to the American way of thinking, and alongside hundreds of media outlets the agency funded and heavily influenced globally hundreds of films and at least 1,000 books for publication and distribution. The intention was to create anti-Soviet, anti-Chinese, and Westphalian content and ideas which would influence populations globally. 128. The New York Times noted in its own more extensive report that in its persistent efforts to shape world opinion, the CIA has been able to call upon a separate and far more extensive network of newspapers, news services, magazines, publishing houses, broadcasting stations, and other entities over which it has at various times had some control. The Times referred to CIA's communications empire as having embraced more than 500 news and public information organizations and individuals. According to one CIA official, they ranged in importance from Radio Free Europe to a third-string guy in Quito who could get something in the local paper. The network was known officially as the Propaganda Assets Inventory. It also noted that the CIA maintained extensive financial ties to academic, cultural, and publishing organizations globally for much the same purpose. Operations were extremely effective and truly worldwide in their scale, with millions of dollars in subsidies paid to influence media in Cuba alone and other large-scale and long-term operations from Kenya and India to Taiwan and South Vietnam. 129. Tactics for influencing media included funding existing publications, but in some instances the CIA simply created a newspaper or news service and paid the bills through a bogus corporation. A number of front groups were set up for the CIA to fund media outlets worldwide, the Congress of Cultural Freedom being one example named in the New York Times report. In the United States, the Asia Foundation published newspaper, The Asian Student, that was distributed to students from the Far East who were attending American universities. The Times noted as an example, with this foundation having been established and run by former CIA members. 130. More recently, the formerly secret Office of Strategic Influence was authorized to plant stories including feeding false reports to journalists to influence public opinion globally, and while the Pentagon was forced to disband the office shortly after its existence became known, later comments by high-level officials indicate that such operations have continued under different bodies. The value of this black propaganda, as it was referred to repeatedly by the BBC, was extremely high as a means to target U.S. adversaries. 131. To take Iraq as an example of the use of black propaganda, the most prominent atrocities supposedly committed by the Ba'athist state reported to foster anti-Iraqi sentiments in the West and globally turned out to be fabrications. This was aside from allegations of its development of weapons of mass destruction in the late 1990s and early 2000s, which were also revealed to have been fabricated but proved invaluable as a pretext for hostile policies towards Baghdad. 132. One prominent example of this black propaganda during the First Gulf War was the claim that Iraqi soldiers had killed several hundred Kuwaiti babies by throwing them out of incubators, based on testimony given to the U.S. Congressional Human Rights Caucus, which was cited by both the presidency and by a number of senators as additional pretext for an attack on Iraq. The testimony was strongly supported by the prominent British human rights NGO Amnesty International, an organization that had itself worked closely with British and U.S. intelligence agencies. 133. Which published multiple reports to this effect citing a range of sources. 134. Only once the war was over and Iraq thoroughly ravaged was the incident confirmed to have been completely false. The girl who testified was the daughter of the Kuwaiti ambassador to the U.S., had not been in Kuwait since the Iraqi invasion and had fabricated the story with the cooperation of the Bush administration. 135. While an illegal U.S. and British-led invasion in 2003 was based on the pretext of halting Iraqi development of weapons of mass destruction, when this narrative had been fully debunked, the poor human rights record of the Ba'athist government was used to retrospectively justify the attack. Thus, a figure of 400,000 Iraqis killed and buried in mass graves by the Saddam regime was widely circled in U.S. and British media and cited by a number of prominent sources. Amid mounting criticism of the invasion and its lack of legal or even moral pretext, British Prime Minister Tony Blair stated, 400,000 bodies had been found in Iraqi mass graves. He was later forced to amend his statement, saying only 5,000 had been found, although given the degree of veracity of his previous claims this too remains doubtful. Since the Prime Minister alleged that the larger number of bodies had been found, rather than asserting that they would be found, it appeared a very deliberate falsification intended to vilify the Iraqi state and justify Western use of force to reshape the country in line with the interests of Washington and London. 136. In the months preceding the 2003 Iraq War, similar horror stories were widely publicized to demonize the Iraqi state, perhaps the most prominent being the human shredder. This was a plastic shredding machine into which President Saddam Hussein reportedly fed his enemies feet first, as a particularly brutal form of execution described in graphic detail. According to these reports, the remains of the victims were subsequently used as fish food. "See men shredded, then say you don't back war," headlines read, and the story itself originated in an address to the British House of Commons. Although this story too proved a baseless fabrication, it proved invaluable in justifying an invasion. As the British paper The Sun noted regarding the Prime Minister's campaign to gain support for an invasion, public opinion swung behind Tony Blair as voters learned how Saddam fed dissidents feet first into industrial shredders. The story proved to have a similarly strong impact in the United States, and was part of a far larger trend of Western atrocity fabrication, which in this case was used to justify the serious violation of international law through unprovoked attack on a UN member state. 137. Iraq presents only one example of how atrocity fabrication and demonization have been used to further aggressive designs against Western adversaries, and of the Iraqi atrocities flagged by Western media and rights groups and later debunked, only a few examples are mentioned here. Yugoslavia was another prominent example where atrocities, later proven to be entirely fabricated, were used as pretexts for hostile policy, in this case an illegal Western military intervention in 1999. 138. An understanding of the ability of the West to demonize its adversaries with impunity for political gain, and the frequency with which this is done as a tool of foreign policy, is vital to understanding the nature of Western coverage of North Korea and other targeted states. Complementing efforts to demonize North Korea in Western reporting, positive imagery of the state is consistently depicted either as a facade or else is censored entirely. Aforementioned efforts to block Korean-run or pro-North Korean media by U.S. social media companies represent only part of the picture. A prominent article for the German Institute of Global Area Studies by researchers David Schim and Dirk Neighbors regarding portrayals of North Korea in the Western world concluded that positive images were tightly and effectively censored. Depictions of the DPRK were made to simultaneously alienate its people and present them as a threat, with the researchers concluding. Images of North Korea showing its military strength and internal weakness are highlighted as idiosyncratic aspects to emphasize its otherness. The use of images marks North Korea in particular ways, which separate them from us. A good example of what is made almost invisible in Western representations of North Korea is smiling or joyful ordinary North Korean people. 139. Positive imagery of the country is almost always dismissed or otherwise interpreted negatively. They are being forced to applaud for their leader or to cry for his death. 140. Etc. Assessment of one seemingly trivial example of suppression of positive imagery, the response to the popular video blog by British traveller Lewis Cole, provides a valuable indicator of this wider trend. Cole's apolitical video on North Korea focused on the quality of attractions such as fun karaoke and water parks and the kind local people, and due to its popularity, the footage risked undermining predominant and overwhelmingly negative Western portrayals of the country. Cole was heavily criticized by organizations such as the American NGO Human Rights Watch for failing to mention the true North Korea, the invisible one that is never seen on camera but which Western sources insist represents the true nature of the country. 141. One where seemingly happy and well-fed people are, if Western reports are to be believed. 142. Secretly starving and miserable behind closed doors. Cole was even widely accused of being a paid agent of the DPRK's government. 143. And although his trip and coverage were entirely apolitical, he was strongly expected to take a political stance against the state despite seeing nothing which would prompt this. As a result of the way the DPRK has been depicted in the West for several decades, and the creation of a social consensus which exists to varying degrees throughout the Western world that the state is a negative presence in the international community, or in more extreme terms a stain on human history that needs to be expunged. 144. The ability to objectively analyze North Korea has very often eluded Western analysts and policymakers. CIA analyst John Nixon, who worked on cases for both North Korea and Iraq, noted that the U.S. leadership would consistently put their own prejudices and preconceptions above what intelligence and evidence on the countries actually indicated, even if it was in complete contradiction, an extreme case of cognitive dissonance. Nixon noted regarding the way this restricted policymakers' ability to objectively analyze states which they had been conditioned to see as evil, stating after several meetings in the White House and with military and intelligence officials, "I can conclude that U.S. policymakers were prisoners of what they thought they knew, countervailing intelligence be damned." Regarding prejudices towards these states, policymakers were convinced it was right, no matter what the intelligence showed. 145. Nixon recounted that intelligence reports on either Iraq or North Korea which did not fit in with their images as maniacal and essentially evil regimes were consistently dismissed. In North Korea's case, when working for the CIA, he noted that the agency seemed completely locked into its interpretations of Kim Jong-il, and evidence which contradicted their preconceived ideas was never accepted. 146. The impact of this phenomenon on Western intelligence at the highest levels was exemplified by the testimony of former U.S. Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, who indicated that when visiting Pyongyang in 2000 she had been seriously misinformed by anti-North Korean propaganda and prejudices. She said, "I went having been briefed on what kind of a weirdo he Kim Jong-il was from our own people. He was portrayed as reclusive, like with many girlfriends and watching porno movies, basically a very weird kind of person." After meeting him, she expressed her surprise that the way he had been portrayed to her had been completely wrong. He was actually quite charming. He was very, very well prepared, responded without notes, was not only respectful but also interested in what I had to say. To her complete surprise, the talks were a success. 147. In an interview 19 years later, the former state secretary's impression remained unchanged, stating, "I do think that what is interesting is how smart and informed Kim Jong-il was. He technically knew an awful lot of things. We were actually talking about missile limits at the time. He did not consult his experts. He really was able to talk about various aspects of the programs. And he spent a lot of time on it. It was very interesting. He also could be very gracious. I mean, it was all kinds of dinners and all kinds of things. But I think that he was determined to make some progress. I was surprised by how technically adept and smart he was." 148. According to Albright, the success of future negotiations would rely heavily on whether or not American leaders would recognize how adept and capable the North Korean leadership was, in sharp contrast to what briefings based on U.S. intelligence had led her to believe. 149. Dr. Konstantin Asmolov, leading fellow at the RAS Institute for Far Eastern Studies Korean Studies Center, noted based on his extensive research of the DPRK both extensive demonization by its adversaries and cognitive dissonance in the West when analyzing developments in the country under which all positive aspects and achievements of the state are denied based entirely on speculation. Asmolov stated, "The author sees one more aspect associated with the fundamental demonization of the DPRK as the land of darkness. After all, from the standpoint of the demonizing propagandists, such a state is fundamentally unable to create something positive, especially something aimed at improving the living standards of the population. If something is noticed there which is along the lines of improving the living standards of the population, it is propaganda, and the actual situation does not work that way. If they invent something useful, that is not actually their own invention, they just stole it. If something is built there, then the building has been erected on the bones of countless prisoners, or it has something to do with the Potemkin village, a term for facade or show city unrepresentative of the true reality." 150. In sharp contrast to Western depictions and understandings of the DPRK, impartial non-Western sources have repeatedly reported highly positively on North Korea, as doing so does not so starkly contradict their preconceived worldviews. Japanese citizens of Korean origin of all ages can be seen in their hundreds in Pyongyang in the summertime, and although fully exposed to Western and rock media, they still maintain their close cultural and educational ties to and prefer to visit the North. As one 22-year-old Japanese student of Korean origin studying a summer course in Pyongyang in 2017 told the writer on the flight out of the country, "Life is much better here, food is better. There is more of the traditional Korean culture. There are less social issues and people are far more open and welcoming than in the South." When asked, she said she had visited the South before. The Japanese Koreans, coming from a country with among the highest living standards in the world, live among the North Korean people as Koreans for extended periods and choose to return for study, work, and tourism regularly in large numbers. Were the country's virtues truly a complete illusion as consistently claimed by Western media, this could not explain such actions. Koreans of Chinese, Russian and Central Asian origin were encountered by the writer in Pyongyang and other cities in smaller but still considerable numbers, and were also frequent visitors who reflected highly positively on life there. The UN workers, telecommunications executives, sports coaches and embassy staff from non-Western backgrounds with whom the writer interacted while studying in and visiting North Korea, all of whom had spent an extended time there, were almost all full of praise for a country many of them had previously known little about. Ambassadors and visiting government officials of non-aligned countries have consistently come to similar conclusions. This is not to say that the DPRK is necessarily better than the ROC, only that it is a far cry from the hell on earth it is described as in the West. Nevertheless, the cognitive dissonance which colors Western assessments of the country as a result of over 7 decades of effective propaganda leads to such extreme and often nonsensical assessments. Chapter 20. Economic Warfare. Sanctions and the targeting of Korean living standards. One increasingly critical front of non-kinetic warfare in recent years, particularly between states deterred from direct military confrontation by mutual vulnerability and the sheer destructive potential of their arsenals, is economic warfare. Indeed, if miniaturist thermonuclear warheads and long-range ballistic missiles had been invented and proliferated 20 years earlier, the Second World War may have been fought very differently, with greater emphasis on blocking an enemy's access to overseas trade and resources, crippling its economy and otherwise driving down living standards. During the Cold War, this form of warfare was at the forefront of the Ronald Reagan administration's offensive against the Soviet Union. What prominent expert on this offensive, Fu Ruheng, referred to as the use of economic tools to attack the USSR, use of offensive and destructive economic means to destroy the Soviet economy and financial structure. 1. Central to this strategy was maintaining Soviet isolation from the majority of the world economy, including not only the Western world but also Latin America, Japan, and much of Africa and Asia. Considerable economic pressure was placed on states in the Western sphere of influence to eschew strong political and trading relations with Moscow, and harsh punishment including secondary sanctions were applied against state and non-state entities which undermined this directive. 2. Other more overt initiatives, such as the effort to drive down global oil prices and strip Moscow of a key source of revenue. 3. Were also undertaken with varying levels of success. Although economic warfare cannot exclusively be credited for the Soviet collapse. 4. With complementary Western military and information warfare initiatives also having strong effects, while internal mismanagement, growing ideological uncertainty and deficiencies in political leadership undermined the state's ability to resist, the role it played was not insignificant. As the global economy has grown increasingly interconnected, the ability of powers at its center, the Western states through which the majority of the wiring of the global financial system passes, to inflict damage comparable to wartime destruction on other parties has grown significantly. Continued use of economic warfare could be seen in the immediate post-Cold War years. The Western sanctions regime against Iraq under the Bill Clinton presidency killed many more people than the military campaigns of the administration, its predecessor, or its successor ever would, devastating sectors from sewage treatment to medicine. 5. Economic warfare on rising Asia-Pacific economies in the mid-1990s served not only to enrich the Western world, but caused a collapse in living standards in the targeted countries, what The Economist referred to as a destruction of savings on a scale more usually associated with a full-scale war. 6. This represented warfare not through sanctions and isolation, but rather through a combination of political pressure to instigate economic reforms, such as the lifting of capital controls, followed by what came to be known as speculative attacks by Western firms, complemented by the efforts of Western-led financial institutions. 7. For North Korea, the end of the Cold War saw severe restrictions on its trade with the vast majority of the world economy continue to be imposed by the United States, with prominent means including state listing under the Trading with the Enemy Act and considerable pressure on parties such as Japan not to normalize trading relations. 8. As covered in Chapter 12, the Korean economy was left in an extremely fragile state following the collapse of the Soviet bloc, and the loss of the vast majority of its trading relationships, including its access to cheap oil, on which its mechanized agriculture and fertilizer industries relied heavily, undermined what little economic growth there had been. This was compounded by 2 years of flooding of biblical proportions, the worst the country had seen in over a century. 9. Followed by a year of drought. The resulting crisis was exacerbated by continuing sanctions, which the United States notably maintained indefinitely, despite its pledge under the agreed framework in 1994 to lift them within 3 months. 10. While it was widely believed that North Korea's collapse was inevitable, Economic pressure was seen as a means of speeding up this process, ensuring the state remained isolated and placing further downward pressure on living standards. The connection between economic pressure and regime change was widely alluded to, with the president of the Association of Korean Political Studies in North America and a strong advocate of forced regime change, Pak Kyung-ae, stating, "A failure of a national economy undermines the legitimacy of an authoritarian regime and triggers a transition to democracy, resulting in the termination of authoritarianism or socialism." Economic catalyst has been widely accepted as the catalyst of regime collapse. 11. Senior Fellow at the Center for International Policy and expert on U.S. foreign policy in East Asia Selig S. Harrison, who played a leading role in high-level U.S. negotiations with the DPRK under the Bill Clinton administration, noted regarding the impact of sanctions. While the North Korean system is not likely to implode or explode in the foreseeable future, as General Gary E. Luck predicts, it could well erode over a period of 5 to 10 years if the United States and its allies remain wedded to policies that exacerbate the economic problems facing the Kim Jong-il regime. In particular, the continuance of economic sanctions and a failure to give support to the UN food aid program vital in the immediate post-arduous March years in Pyongyang would undermine the prospects for a soft landing. The soft landing referred to a smooth recovery from the Soviet collapse and subsequent turbulence. 12. Harrison made this assessment in 1997 at a time when both the power transition after Kim Il-sung's death and the worst of the Korean economic crisis had passed, when optimism in the West regarding a Korean collapse had begun to ebb. He further stressed the importance of American sanctions in preventing the full normalization of the DPRK's economic relations with Japan and South Korea, which in the case of the former in particular was expected to provide a major boost to the North Korean economy. 13. Economic sanctions continued to be widely advocated under the George W. Bush administration, which oversaw their escalation, and multiple threats to illegally interdict Korean shipping acted on in at least one instance. 14. While the United States had previously sought to impose economic sanctions on the DPRK through the United Nations Security Council, China and increasingly Russia began to oppose U.S. use of the Council to achieve its own foreign policy objectives and threatened to veto Western drafted resolutions targeting small Third World states. The Korean nuclear test in 2006, however, forced the two powers to comply, for reasons covered later, and Resolution 1718 adopted on October 14 of that year banned imports and exports of major armaments, forced a freezing of the overseas assets of all Koreans connected to the weapons program, allowed for legal interdiction of Korean shipping, and forced the DPRK to unilaterally suspend its ballistic missile and nuclear weapons programs and return to the six-party talks without precondition. A further ban on the export of luxury goods to the DPRK was open to interpretation and caused considerable difficulties for North Koreans across the world, from the ice hockey team that couldn't acquire training equipment. 15. To the musicians forced to rely on illicit channels to smuggle instruments. The final resolution was notably delayed due to Chinese insistence that the terms of the resolution be relaxed, albeit very slightly, for Beijing to approve its passage. 16. Chapter 7 of the United Nations Charter was cited as the pretext for sanctions, which obliged the Council to determine the existence of any threat to the peace, breach of the peace, or act of aggression, and to take action to restore international peace and security. This was central to the purpose for which the UN was founded, to prevent member states from attacking one another and to thereby to avert war. While there appeared little possibility of the Korean nuclear program starting a war, however, the UN had failed to prevent the U.S. from starting multiple unprovoked and illegal invasions from Guatemala and Panama to Iraq. The failure of the Council to do so while sanctioning North Korea, despite the fact that Pyongyang had not breached customary international law, the UN Charter, or any of its treaty obligations, set a dangerous precedent for gross double standards and unilateralism. Indeed, North Korea's pursuit of a deterrent against U.S. Attack could be seen as a direct result of the failure of the UN to prevent powerful states from attacking weaker ones, with a deterrent upholding the organization's core founding principle and mission where the Security Council had not. The Western Bloc notably failed to significantly expand the scope of UN sanctions against the DPRK, with China and Russia insisting that sanctions remained clearly tied to ending the DPRK program to create nuclear missiles and did not target the Korean population indiscriminately. 17. Russian and Chinese vetoes on the UNSC ensured that subsequent rounds of Western-drafted resolutions sanctioning the DPRK could only be passed immediately after a nuclear test which occurred in May 2009 and February 2013. These led to resolutions 1874 and 2094 respectively, the former which tightened the arms embargo on the DPRK and targeted potential sources of financing for its missile and nuclear programs, while the latter reiterated previous resolutions, imposed sanctions on a number of individuals linked to the nuclear program and restricted financial transfers by diplomats. Attempts by the Obama administration to use satellite launches as a pretext to pass further sanctions resolutions ultimately failed, although resolutions condemning the launches were passed. In 2016, rapid progress in North Korea's deterrence program led the Obama administration for the first time to begin to prioritize the targeting of the country above other foreign policy concerns, with the complacency of earlier years beginning to fade. The commander of the U.S. Strategic Command had referred to the Korean missile program in 2015, in particular the new prototype ICBM Hwasong-13, KN-08, which appeared to be a two-stage derivative of the Mu-Sudan, as a threat we can't ignore as a country. 18. Similar assessments began to be made by a wide range of sources, with the U.S. Northern Command NORTHCOM responsible for protecting the U.S. mainland going so far as to state, "Our assessment is that they have the ability to put a nuclear weapon on a KN-08 and shoot it at the homeland." 19. JCS Vice Chairman Admiral Hames Winfeld had previously stated regarding the missile, "We believe the KN-08 does have the range to reach the United States. The Korean threat went just a little bit faster than we might have expected." 20. These conclusions regarding the Hwasong-13 and the Korean deterrence capability appeared to represent a minority view at the time and were based purely on the design's theoretical specifications as an extended-range Mu-Sudan derivative, as the missile had yet to be tested and there was no evidence that complex re-entry vehicle technologies had been mastered. Nevertheless, they signified the state of growing concern in the United States at the time, which, alongside considerations for military action, led the Obama administration to press harder on the sanctions front. UNSC Resolution 2270 was passed 2 months after the DPRK's fourth nuclear test in January 2016, and this length of time indicates the complexity of negotiations which were likely taking place to get the resolution approved by Moscow and Beijing. The resolution's stipulations were unprecedented and appeared to blur the line between targeting the missile programs and targeting the Korean economy as a whole, which had long been the purpose of unilateral Western sanctions imposed outside the UN. Its target was specifically products and activities used by DPRK individuals or entities to generate revenue. The Obama administration appeared willing to place more pressure on China and Russia over the Korean issue due to the issue's growing importance. It is possible, as would be the case the following year, that presenting unilateral military options as an alternative should Western-drafted sanctions fail to pass may have spurred Beijing and Moscow to act. The resolution targeted Korean exports such as rare earths, iron, and gold with an exemption for transactions for livelihood purposes. Bodies such as the National Aerospace Development Administration were also targeted. Providing weapons maintenance service either by or for the KPA was banned, and financial transactions, aviation, and shipping were also heavily sanctioned. Joint ventures, ownership interest and establishment of relations with Korean banks were banned, and all existing ventures were to be immediately terminated. Travel bans and asset freezes further targeted a number of individuals, including those involved in the scientific, mining, shipping, space exploration, trading and financial sectors. The resolution also sought to force the DPRK to become a party to the Convention on the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons and the Convention on the Prohibition of Biological Weapons and abandon all chemical and biological weapons. Egypt, which was a member of and had recently chaired the UNSC and voted for the resolution, was itself a non-signatory of the former convention, while the US and Russia held two of the largest chemical weapons stockpiles in the world and both had shown only limited compliance. 21. The DPRK had already acceded to the latter convention and denied having a biological weapons program, but there was no legal pretext or even a consistent standard under which the Council could force Pyongyang to accede to the former. A number of additional stipulations, including a global ban on teaching Koreans advanced physics, advanced computer simulation and related computer sciences, geospatial navigation, nuclear engineering, aerospace engineering, aeronautical engineering, and related disciplines was also put in place. The resolution was accompanied by an escalation in unilateral sanctions by the United States, the European Union and other Western parties as well as Japan. While sanctions had already been comprehensive, they began to target almost anything which could be sanctioned in an attempt to cripple the Korean economy. The United States Treasury Department notably used the Patriot Act Title III, anti-money laundering to prevent terrorism to pass particularly harsh restrictions on the DPRK's access to the international financial system despite Pyongyang not being designated a state sponsor of terror at the time. 22. 4 subsequent rounds of Western drafted sanctions were passed by the Security Council in November 2016 and in August, September, and December 2017 resolutions 2321, 2371, 2375 and 2397 respectively. These built on Resolution 2270 by further isolating the North Korean economy from international trade, cutting its exports and imposing asset freezes on prominent individuals in various sectors. One of the most significant restrictions was a cap on Korean oil imports to just 500,000 barrels, 59,172 metric tons, per year. To place this in perspective for the country's industries and its fuel-intensive agricultural sector, before the arduous march and loss of trade with the Soviet bloc, North Korean oil consumption in 1991 had been 3.8 million metric tons or 64 times greater than the limit the Western drafted sanctions were imposing. 23. While industry was beginning to recover from the crisis of the 1990s, new sanctions appeared to be intended to almost completely deindustrialize the country, including its agriculture sector. Oil consumption per capita under this resolution would make North Korea one of the very lowest consumers in the world, with gross consumption among the world's 12 lowest, below that of sparsely populated deindustrialist island nations such as the Solomon Islands and St. Vincent and the Grenadine, with populations of well under 1 million. For an industrial and resource-scarce country of over 24 million, this was effectively a death sentence. 24. Further stipulations of the sanctions regime included blanket bans on all joint ventures with Korean companies, over 90% of Korean exports including textiles, food, machinery, and coal, all imports of natural gas and the vast majority of petroleum imports. Koreans were further restricted from working overseas, which alongside other measures meant sanctions now covered all major sectors of the Korean economy other than tourism. Western countries meanwhile moved to escalate use of secondary economic sanctions against parties suspected of doing any form of business with the DPRK. As one European official told the writer in 2017, they are sending North Korea into a black hole. Weathering economic sanctions. Assessing the impact of Western drafted sanctions against the DPRK, including those imposed both unilaterally and through the UN, it appears that the country's economy overall has proved extremely resilient. Indeed, North Korea's economic performance has drawn a stark contrast to other states with far greater endowments of natural resources which have been placed under far lighter sanctions, such as Iran. 25. Iraq. 26. And Russia. 27. Despite their severity and wholly indiscriminate nature, the primary impact of sanctions appears not to have been the undercutting of North Korean living standards, but rather the undercutting of its significant potential to use exports to stimulate growth, as repeatedly alluded to by President Trump among others. 28. It is notable that, in sharp contrast to other sanctioned states, the DPRK has sustained economic growth. 29. And kept both exchange rates. 30. And prices for most basic goods stable. 31. Indeed, as USA Today reported at the end of 2017, despite the unprecedented economic pressure brought to bear that year both unilaterally from the West and through the UNSC, North Korea's economy has proven resilient and seems to have fended off the suffering President Trump has sought to halt the country's nuclear program. This was in reference to the DPRK's stable living standards and continued, albeit slower, rate of growth. 32. Western sources have consistently reported on the state of North Korea's economy with a degree of surprise and at times amazement, particularly since 2016, as new rounds of economic sanctions were meant to drive the state into an Iranian or Iraqi-style economic crisis. Reuters reported in late 2016, 3 years after the implementation of the new indiscriminate UNSC sanctions resolutions, that the price of rice, corn, pork, petrol, and diesel remained relatively stable over the past year, demonstrating resilience to domestic and outside events. The absence of crisis where one was expected would help strengthen Kim's grip on power, the article noted, citing growing production of consumer items domestically from toothpaste to perfume as a possible factor which may have helped stabilize the value of the North Korean won. 33. The stability of the exchange rate between the won and the US dollar was a bit of a mystery to everyone, according to Stephen Haggard, an American expert on the DPRK's economy at the University of California. 34. The economic situation was expected to worsen over the following year as sanctions had time to further wear out the Korean economy. As expert Andrei Lankov noted, citing easily traceable macroeconomic indicators such as the price of rice and corn and exchange rates, reports do not indicate any deterioration in the economic situation. It is still remarkable that the sanctions regime has failed to produce any noticeable impact on any major economic indicators. 35. Citing South Korean official figures, Reuters, the following year, reported North Korean growth rates at 17-year high despite sanctions at 3.9%. Again, it was predicted that new rounds of sanctions would begin to show a greater effect by the following year. 36. Later in November 2017, USA Today reported, citing experts, that North Korea's economy was beating sanctions and kept humming despite ever tighter sanctions, stressing no shortage of imported goods or of foreign currency needed to buy them. 37. In November 2018, the Associated Press published an article titled "North Korea's Stable Exchange Rates Confound Economists," in which the country's ability to withstand tremendous economic pressure as no other target had was examined. It's a question that nags at North Korea economy watchers: how has the country been able to maintain stable exchange rates and avert hyperinflation despite intense sanctions, political tensions and a swelling trade imbalance? Such questions were widely raised by Western analysts. 38. A number of analysts, including the ROK's former unification minister, Lee Jong-sok, noted that South Korean figures on the DPRK's growth rates were unrealistic and unbelievable, citing among other things massive construction projects across the country and the proliferation of automobiles, which indicate a rate of growth far faster than that reported. 39. Expectations that sanctions would have a sharper effect on the Korean economy as time passed appear to have also been disappointed. A report in December 2019 by the prominent South Korean think tank, the Sejong Institute, was among several to indicate the North Korean economy had sustained a strong performance. The economy was found to be undergoing a construction boom and a boom in the production of consumer goods, maintaining stable prices and exchange rates, and set to improve its performance in coming years. 40. Visits to North Korean shopping centers, outdoor markets, and convenience stores as late as 2018 and 2019 appear to show a fast-growing selection of domestically produced consumer goods rather than a decline as would be the case for a shrinking or stagnating economy. North Korea's ability to weather the impact of sanctions can be attributed to a number of factors. The country's economy had never fully adopted an export-led growth model and relied heavily on domestic consumption, which increased self-reliance and lessened the impact of a cutting of exports. Ri Ki-song, a leading economist with the Economic Institute of the DPRK's Academy of Social Sciences, stated to this effect, "Our economy is not an economy that relies on exports. Due to the sanctions, we are not making a lot of trade or financial dealings with other countries, so there will be not so many changes in the exchange rates." 41. Investment in independent domestic manufacturing also appears to have increased from the 2010s, from catfish and goat farming to floating rice paddies and other means of producing crops without the need for extensive farmland. Increasingly efficient food production, and greater production of quality consumer goods from smartphones to violins, contributes to the state's ability to maintain or even increase living standards despite the undermining of foreign trade. Growing marketization of some sectors of the economy, which complements state planning in other sectors, is also seen as a means of increasing efficiency. Senior researcher at Japan's Economic Research Institute for Northeast Asia, ARINA, and North Korea expert Mitsuhiro Mimura, who had visited the country over 45 times, was one of a number of analysts to stress the importance of this. 42. The fact that market activities are not taxed by the state, ever since the Supreme People's Assembly passed the law on completely abolishing taxes. 43. Has very likely allowed them to grow considerably faster. The Council on Foreign Relations noted in their influential 2016 paper on the DPRK, which strongly advocated a harsher sanctions regime, the increasing complexity of its economy affords North Korea greater ability to resist and circumvent the international sanctions regime. 44. Many other Western assessments came to similar conclusions. Combining a highly educated and professional workforce and a remarkable work ethic, which has made North Korean workers highly sought after across much of the world, with a resourceful and adaptive leadership, the DPRK's economic situation will likely continue to improve. It is also possible that Pyongyang leverages the close link between sanctions, downward pressure on living standards, and Western designs for forced regime change to press neighboring China to provide economic support. Loans, direct aid, technical assistance for increasingly complex and ambitious agricultural projects, and lax enforcement of trading restrictions are all possible avenues for this. Indeed, China has been seen directly bolstering the economies of Iran. 45. And Venezuela. 46. Where the United States has made no secret of its intention to force regime change through harsh sanctions regimes and impoverishment of their populations. Although these petroleum-based rentier economies were far less developed or resilient, and the impact of sanctions was only worsened by severe corruption, Chinese intervention prevented economic disaster by softening the impact of the American attacks. It is far from inconceivable that Beijing would take a similar approach to the DPRK, albeit less overtly. Does a nuclear deterrent help North Korea's economy? While North Korea's nuclear and missile programs have been cited by a number of Western sources, President Donald Trump among them. 47. As a key impediment to the country's potential for economic growth, an assessment of the impacts of these programs on the state's economy may indicate otherwise. First, as previously elaborated on in Chapter 17, it is unrealistic to think that Western economic sanctions would be lifted even if the DPRK were to fully denuclearize and scrap its missile deterrent capability. As repeatedly stated by a wide range of sources from the CFR to various U.S. officials, the DPRK is targeted by Western sanctions due to far more fundamental aspects of its nature as a state and society than its nuclear program. Sanctions are guaranteed to remain in place after a theoretical denuclearization, just as they were in place for over 60 years before the country fully nuclearized. Advocates of sanctions against the DPRK have notably repeatedly alluded not to any realistic means by which this could force the state to denuclearize, but rather to their usefulness in weakening the state as a whole. For example, Professor Lee Sung-yoon and activist Joshua Stanton, prominent supporters of the sanctions regime, jointly referred not to denuclearization as the primary benefit of UN sanctions resolutions, but rather that sanctions would significantly diminish, if not altogether deny, Kim the means to pay his military, security forces and elites that repress the North Korean public. This would potentially lead to instability, a state collapse, and what Stanton referred to as one free Korea of forced unification on Western terms. The target, according to these individuals who represented a very widespread viewpoint in the Western world, was the Korean state itself, not the nuclear program. 48. The CFR's prolific 2016 paper on the DPRK similarly alluded to the purpose of sanctions being an anti-state rather than a specifically anti-nuclear measure, stating regarding potential for relaxation after denuclearization, "Let us be clear about the essence of the North Korean nuclear threat. That threat is the North Korean government itself. So long as the real existing North Korean government holds power, that threat will continue." It emphasized that even a fully denuclearized Korea would still be targeted by Western sanctions, and that forced regime change remained the final goal. 49. Nuclear weapons provide the Western Bloc with a valuable pretext to sanction the DPRK and to further internationalize economic warfare efforts against it, but they are not the fundamental cause for the state's targeting, which would only end with its complete capitulation and westernization. Sanctions on Iran provide a key example, in that even after their relaxation following major concessions by Tehran on its nuclear program, U.S. sanctions were partially reimposed under different pretexts within 24 hours. 50. And were later fully reimposed and strengthened, despite Tehran's full compliance with the nuclear agreement. 51. It was evident that the nuclear program was not the cause for Iran's targeting, but rather its existence as a non-Westphalian state which was not in compliance with the designs of the Western-led order. While nuclearization has not caused North Korea's targeting by Western sanctions, it has the potential to help seriously undermine their effects and thereby benefit the DPRK's economy. It is notable that nuclear weapons have facilitated a reduction. 52. In conventional defense spending, which in turn has been cited as a contributing factor to the country's ability to weather Western-drafted sanctions. 53. A smaller and more elite and high-tech military is likely to be the result in the long term, signs of which began to emerge in the mid-2010s, while redirection of government spending to civilian sectors of the economy will promote growth in the long term. The need to deter a nuclear-armed superpower with an extremely large conventional force had previously imposed a very large burden on the Korean state budget, which the development of a nuclear deterrent has gradually lifted. It was as a result of this that after several decades of mandatory conscription, mandatory military service was for the first time abolished in 2009. 54. Shortly after the country's second nuclear test and international confirmation of its status as a fully fledged nuclear power. 55. There are significant historical precedents of states using nuclear weapons as a more cost-effective deterrent to reduce the burden of high conventional spending. Both superpowers took this route during the Cold War. After 1945, the Soviet Union was forced to retain a significantly larger conventional force in Europe than the United States or its Western allies due to its lack of nuclear weapons, where its adversaries had demonstrated both an advanced nuclear capability and a reliable long-range delivery system. The USSR was thus forced to compensate by maintaining more numerous ground forces which were, in terms of their deterrence value, far less cost-effective than nuclear warheads. 56. It was only when the USSR began to deploy large numbers of its own nuclear weapons with diverse payloads and delivery vehicles that cuts to Soviet spending on vast conventional forces could be made without compromising security. The funds made available were subsequently redirected towards the civilian economy with a focus on increased production of consumer goods. 57. Throughout the mid-1950s, the United States faced a significant spending deficit and sought to reduce expenditure on its conventional forces through greater reliance on nuclear assets for deterrence. In Korea alone, the U.S. had deployed over 300,000 military personnel while financially supporting a vast South Korean army of 720,000, over twice the size of the KPA. 58. In 1956, President Eisenhower declared his intention to reduce the deficit by reducing military spending, which required deployment of nuclear weapons to Korea to facilitate the scaling down of conventional forces. A similar pattern of reduced defense spending, in this case relative to the size of GDP rather than in absolute terms, could be seen in Israel following the country's obtaining of a nuclear deterrent in the late 1960s and the subsequent reduction of threats from neighboring Arab states. 59. In North Korea, the development of a nuclear deterrent has been directly tied to economic development under the Byungjin policy, which prioritizes the two programs in parallel, implicitly at the expense of conventional military spending. This policy was first announced in 2013 and was particularly emphasized at the 7th Congress of the Workers' Party of Korea in May 2016. The first significant signs of reduced overall defense spending came that year. 60. The DPRK's ability to increasingly focus on improving its civilian economy from the early 2010s has thus directly resulted from the country's development of a nuclear deterrent. 61. Regarding the costs of developing a nuclear capability, it is important to take into account the fact that the program has overwhelmingly relied on workers and manufacturing from the DPRK itself and has been pursued at a very low cost, particularly when considering the importance of the security benefits it had provided. This was attested to by former North Korean diplomat Kim Min-jae, who defected in 2009. Kim stated regarding the cost of the program, "Actually, what they spend isn't that much. Their workforce works for free and, except for a few key imported parts, they make everything else." 62. Nuclear weapons can thus be said to offer, literally, more bang for the buck than conventional spending, making them key facilitators of security, lower military spending and a stronger economy. A secondary economic benefit of the North Korean deterrence program, particularly in its development of advanced ballistic missile technologies, is its ability to earn considerable revenues from exports. The Hwasong-5, Hwasong-6, and Rodong-1 programs were effectively subsidized by exports to Egypt, Iran, Pakistan, Libya and other parties. By offering technologies which few others were able to provide, North Korea's missile deterrent program effectively paid for itself. Licensed production of these missiles in Iran and Egypt using facilities set up by the Koreans, and technology transfers to the former, were very significant further sources of continuous revenue which seriously undermined Western economic warfare efforts against the, then non-nuclear, state at the time. As the DPRK has developed more advanced technologies, these have remained in high demand, from the solid-fueled Toxa missile sold to Syria to the Mu-Sudan sold to Iran, while other high-end Iranian missiles such as the Sejil 63 continue to make extensive use of Korean technologies and components. Although the North Korean economy as a whole does not rely on an export-led growth model, the country's missile program at several stages appears to have done so. 64. Ultimately, while the proportion of the North Korean state budget allocated to defense is likely to continue to decline in the short term, net defense spending may well grow in the long term as reinvestment in the civilian economy continues to fuel economic growth and thereby facilitates a state budget which is overall considerably larger. Nuclear weapons serving as a facilitator of lower defense spending can thus in the long term also boost conventional capabilities. Humanitarian impacts of economic warfare against the DPRK. Although the vast majority of reports have concurred that North Korea's economy has remained healthy despite considerable economic sanctions, Western drafted sanctions imposed through the UN and unilaterally have served to limit access to specialist products which could not be developed domestically. Foremost among these have been chemical and medical products, the lack of which has had seriously detrimental impacts for many of the more vulnerable segments of the Korean population. In 2013, the UN Food and Agricultural Organization, FAO, which had a representation in the DPRK for over a decade, reported, following a tightening of unilateral U.S. economic sanctions, that the precarious foreign exchange situation combined with international restrictions on trade has not allowed adequate commercial imports of much-needed agricultural inputs such as fertilizer, pesticides. Over the years, domestic production of fertilizer has declined to a level of about 10% of total requirement, increasing dependence on imported fertilizer and reducing its overall use. 65. This notably affected food production for a brief period in the mid-2010s, although North Korean sources report that the domestic producers have since increased production of fertilizers to compensate for this. 66. UNICEF and the World Food Programme, which had previously provided medical assistance to North Korean children such as vitamin A supplementation, was prevented from providing this to tens of thousands of children as a result of economic sanctions. An estimated 2,772 had died as a result, a far cry from the figure of over 500,000 children who died as a direct result of sanctions on Iraq. 67. But still a significant number. Citing the Western drafted sanctions regime, a subsequent cutting of funds for aid programs, and delays in the UN Security Council's allowances for humanitarian exemptions to the sanctions regime, Director of the North Korea programs at the Korean American Medical Association KIB Pak noted, the lives of ordinary North Korean people, as seen here with children under 5, should never be placed at risk when trying to achieve political objectives. The UN's appeal for urgent humanitarian needs in North Korea should be fully funded. 68. Pierre Perron, spokesperson for the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, similarly noted that sanctions had caused serious complications for humanitarian agencies, including lack of funding, the absence of a banking channel for humanitarian transfers, and challenges to the delivery of humanitarian supplies. 69. A number of workers in various aid agencies who had witnessed the impact of sanctions on the ground strongly condemned their implementation, with humanitarian aid falling 63% in 4 years from $117.8 million in 2012 to $43.8 million in 2016. The primary impact of this was in treating illnesses which North Korea's medical sector could not itself provide. Founder and director of CorAid, Katharina Zellweger, was among many who stressed that it was primarily sick and elderly people in the DPRK who suffered from the sanctions regime, and citing tuberculosis treatment as an example, she reported, "The Global Fund has stopped a tuberculosis program, thousands of people do not get medicine anymore, and there is a higher risk that tuberculosis may spread much wider." An estimated 130,000 North Koreans suffered from the disease in 2016, according to the World Health Organization, with sanctions limiting options for treatment and containment. 70. Workers from other NGOs noted that channels for supplies into the DPRK were blocked by the sanctions regime, which resulted in some of the most vulnerable in Korean society losing their access to much-needed aid. 71. A 2019 report from the United Nations Development Programme reached similar conclusions. 72. As did a report the same year from panel of experts established by the UN Security Council to report on the sanctions regime. 73. The impact of sanctions on medical equipment related to reproductive health alone was estimated to have killed 72 pregnant women and 1,200 infants. 74. Similar conclusions regarding the humanitarian impact of the Western drafted sanctions, imposed both through the United Nations Security Council and unilaterally, were reached by a number of analysts. Nobel laureates who visited the DPRK in 2016 came to this conclusion. Israeli laureate Aaron Chekanover observed regarding the nature of sanctions, which targeted the population indiscriminately rather than the nuclear program specifically, "You cannot turn penicillin into a nuclear bomb." You don't pressure us via making people sicker. That's not the right way to go. British laureate Richard Roberts stated that he was quite impressed with the country's scientific achievements despite harsh economic sanctions, but nevertheless noted that this embargo is really hurting the scientists and that's a great shame. Many of the things the doctors would like, the professors would like, they just can't have them because of the embargo. 75. The North Korean government itself echoed these complaints, with Han Tae-song, ambassador to the United Nations in Geneva, stating, due to these inhumane economic sanctions, vulnerable peoples like women and children are becoming victims. He added, such sanctions against humanity which block even the delivery of the medical equipment and medicines for maternal and child health and the basic goods for daily life including even children's bicycles threaten the protection and promotion of our women's rights and even the right to survival of the children. 76. The implications of economic sanctions on the DPRK was often greater than the texts of the resolutions themselves may have indicated. A prominent study by a Council on Foreign Relations task force, for example, noted that stipulations for intrusive cargo inspections targeting shipping moving into and out of the DPRK presented a significant barrier to North Korea's few remaining legitimate exports. Even for exports and imports not covered at the time by UN sanctions, intrusive inspections and resulting delays can deter clients and suppliers from trading in even unsanctioned materials. 77. Corps Aid Director Zellweger was among those who attested to this, stating, it's become much harder to find suppliers and shipping companies as they don't want to do business in North Korea. Everything has become much more complicated. Kim Soon-kwon, who set up a directed NGO providing higher yield corn to the DPRK, similarly observed, after the sanctions were imposed, the negative sentiment about helping North Korea started building and we saw a dramatic decline in donations. NGOs are run and maintained on donations from ordinary people. He added that many other NGOs operating in North Korea had the same experience. 78. Responding to the defection of a KPA soldier across the 38th parallel in November 2017, and widespread publicization by Western sources of reports that he was infected with parasitic worms, Swiss businessman Felix Abt elaborated on possible causes. A resident in the DPRK from 2002 to 2009, Abt attributed deteriorating medical conditions in the country to the harsh Western-drafted economic sanctions imposed both unilaterally and through the United Nations. Abt had worked as managing director of the Pyeongsu Joint Venture Company, the first foreign-invested joint venture in the pharmaceutical field in the DPRK, and thus had considerable knowledge of the practical effect of sanctions. Abt noted that when he first ran Pyeongsu he had invested in production of mebendazole, a treatment for parasitic worm infections. He stated, despite being competitors, we also shared our management and production know-how with other pharmaceutical factories in the country to contribute to a more efficient fight against disease across the country. North Korea had then over 24 smaller and larger pharmaceutical factories, about half of them operating under the Ministry of Public Health. As we were the first pharmaceutical company to achieve WHO recognition as fully compliant with its good manufacturing practices, GMP, the Cabinet, Council of Ministers presided over by the Prime Minister, declared our company then as one of North Korea's 5 best joint ventures and the model company for the entire upcoming pharmaceutical industry. Shortly thereafter I signed the first 2 contracts with the WHO for the production of mebendazole for distribution to hospitals across the country and I expected regular repeat orders. Abt noted that production of anti-helminthic drugs was carried out at very low prices, but as the sanctions continued to escalate both investors and NGOs such as the World Health Organization, Red Cross, and Red Crescent struggled to continue their initial support for their manufacturing. Abt referred to the result of this economic warfare effort as a continuation of the Korean War by other means, stating, the rising geopolitical tensions and more weaponized sanctions including serious obstacles for foreign businesses and NGOs to operate in the country, e.g. financial sanctions making money transfers into and out of the country impossible, led to a noticeable donor fatigue, instead of maintaining or even increasing budgets to purchase the amount of drugs necessary to minimize important diseases from worm infestations to respiratory tract infections to tuberculosis and malaria, the procurement budgets were slashed. Manufacturers of pharmaceuticals and foodstuff items in North Korea, which all depend on the import of unavoidable items such as laboratory equipment and consumables, to identify and fix contaminations in the production and the end products, were not able to uphold the newly achieved Good Manufacturing Practices, GMP, when these items were also banned by sanctions. Subsequent sanction rounds banned ever more products. Emphasizing the destructive impact of economic sanctions, ABT stated. But even items that were not yet banned in the mid-2000s, such as a power backup system or a multi-stage water purification system, which nobody produced in North Korea and which we needed to import in order to make our factory fully compliant with International Good Manufacturing Practices, GMP, as defined by the WHO, could not be purchased directly from foreign suppliers. The demonization of North Korea and the threat of being sanctioned post-festum at some point frightened foreign suppliers, including Chinese ones, to sell from selling equipment to a North Korean pharmaceutical factory. Many industries such as the pharmaceutical industry and the garment industry are heavily import dependent. North Korea's pharmaceutical industry is a formulation industry, which means it processes imported active and other ingredients. The textile industry processes the cloth and other materials and semi-finished products, which it is almost entirely importing too. North Korean industries and its agriculture also use imported machines and other equipment which need spare parts or replacement when worn out. Since the UN Security Council banned 90% of North Korea's exports, coal generating more than one-third of the country's income, textile products, the second largest hard currency earner, iron ore, lead ore, and seafood, there won't be any more hard currency left to buy and pay for imports. As a consequence, entire industries, certainly the pharmaceutical industry and the garment industry, which has been exporting most of its production, which is now also prohibited from doing so, will come to a standstill. Even fishermen are not allowed to sell fish to Chinese customers any longer, artists are prohibited to sell their paintings abroad, sailors transporting fish or textiles are punished with a global port ban, and tens of thousands of workers abroad who are forced to return to North Korea, many of which could make savings with which they bought a front store, opened a restaurant or started a small garment enterprise upon their return in the past, will lose their livelihood. 79. Local sub-suppliers and service providers of the manufacturing industry will suffer the same fate. North Korea's garment industry alone employs 200,000 workers. 80. Why do China and Russia support Western sanctions resolutions at the United Nations while the powers of the Western Bloc have imposed harsh unilateral economic sanctions against North Korea for decades, which in the case of the United States have been in place for over 70 years? The ability to pass Western drafted economic sanctions through the United Nations Security Council has provided a key boost to Western economic warfare efforts against the East Asian state. Although Western sources have long been vocal in criticizing the veto system, the right of all 5 permanent Security Council members, including the 2 non-Western members China and Russia, to block any resolution with a single vote, these 2 states have since 2006 approved several successive rounds of sanctions against the DPRK. Beijing and Moscow have been able to prevent the Western Bloc from targeting a number of small non-Westphalian states either militarily or economically through the United Nations. Syria. 81. Sudan. 82. Yugoslavia. 83. Iraq, 2003. 84. Myanmar. 85. And Zimbabwe. 86. Being among the many examples. This use of the veto forced the Western Bloc to either back down or take unilateral action, which fueled Western calls for a reform of the Security Council to annul the veto system and facilitate easier passage of Western drafted resolutions. 87. China and Russia have been pressed, however, to support sanctions against those states which are seen to undermine the global nuclear non-proliferation regime, namely Iran and, From 2006, the DPRK. 88. While there is no legal prohibition on non-signatories of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty preventing them from pursuing a nuclear deterrent, and the right to self-defense is guaranteed under the UN Charter, which can be interpreted to imply a right to pursue deterrence and military parity, neither Beijing nor Moscow can afford to be seen as in any way endorsing the nuclearization of a small Western adversary. An understanding emerged following the Cuban Missile Crisis in the 1960s, when nuclear proliferation brought the world to the brink of nuclear war, which stipulates that major powers will not proliferate nuclear arms to their defense partners to aim at other powers. Moscow's reversal of plans to arm Cuba was a case in point. 89. While China and Russia's relationship with the Western Bloc has grown increasingly antagonistic since the mid-2000s, their relationship is far from a state of total war, and several mutual understandings remain, particularly in the field of nuclear proliferation. Thus, should either Beijing or Moscow be perceived to be in any way facilitating a Korean nuclear program aimed at the United States or shielding Pyongyang from reprimand at the United Nations, this understanding may well be broken, leading to reprisals from the Western Bloc. It was notable that intervention by the United States was responsible for cutting short the South Korean 90 and Taiwanese 91 nuclear programs, both of which posed significant threats to Chinese security. Should Beijing be seen to allow North Korea to nuclearize, the U.S. is likely to reciprocate and assist Japan, South Korea, and perhaps even Taiwan and Australia to do the same. 92. The U.S. could even potentially facilitate the nuclearization of states neighboring Russia, perhaps Poland, or the Baltic states, which could in turn provoke a cycle of escalation and nuclear proliferation unfavorable to all parties. Only when the North Korean issue became a nuclear issue were Beijing and Moscow forced to support UN resolutions targeting the country. Sanctions have not passed due to any particular objections either China or Russia have to a nuclear North Korea policy, which both have repeatedly indicated does not threaten their security in and of itself, but rather due to the potential consequences of condoning nuclearization. In 2016 and 2017 in particular, the stakes were raised as the Barack Obama and Donald Trump administrations both seriously considered military action against the DPRK. The latter appeared particularly adept at tying Chinese compliance on the sanctions issue to its other security interests, presenting Beijing with alternatives potentially far more dangerous than sanctions on its neighbor should it fail to comply, including the possibility that America would provoke a major nuclear war on its border by attacking North Korea. In April 2016, Chinese Premier Xi Jinping told a group of foreign, non-Korean, diplomats that his country will never allow war or chaos on the peninsula, a statement seemingly directed at the West more than at either of the Koreas. As a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, China has implemented relevant Security Council resolutions fully and faithfully. As a close neighbor, we will never allow war or chaos on the Korean peninsula, as this serves nobody's interests. We hope that various parties will exercise restraint, avoid mutual provocation and escalation of tension, and make a joint effort to bring the nuclear issue back to the track of dialogue and negotiations as early as possible and walk towards peace and security in Northeast Asia. 93. She appeared to be implying what had been widely suspected, that China was acquiescing to Western demands for sanctions on the DPRK as a means of venting Western hostility towards Pyongyang, and in return expected that the U.S. would continue down the road of economic pressure and would not consider military action or armed provocation in Korea. Beijing allowed for sanctions only as long as military options remained off the table, something it would not tolerate. China would again come under pressure to support further sanctions or else under the Donald Trump administration. President Trump implied a policy of presenting China with a stark choice over Korea in his interview with the Financial Times on April 3 of his first year in office, stating, "China has great influence over North Korea. And China will either decide to help us with North Korea or they won't. If they do, that will be very good for China, and if they don't, it won't be good for anyone. If China is not going to solve North Korea, we will." That is all I am telling you. 94. In the run-up to Premier Xi's visit to Trump's resort in Mar-a-Lago in April, there were signs that the new American president would offer a serious warning to Beijing, and that China's economy would suffer both due to a harder line on a trade agreement should it fail to comply and due to secondary economic sanctions increasingly imposed on Chinese companies and banks trading with North Korea. 95. Such sanctions also applied from 2018 to limit Chinese cooperation with Russia. 96. And shortly afterwards to target Chinese companies trading with Iran. 97. Countries also targeted by Western economic warfare campaigns. Beyond sanctions, the threat of a U.S. attack on China's neighbor remained. President Trump tweeted on March 31, "The meeting with China next week will be a very difficult one," and he proceeded to send a strong signal to Beijing regarding the Korean issue at the meeting. As Xi and Trump dined at Mar-a-Lago, the U.S. Navy launched 59 cruise missiles in an illegal strike on Syrian military sites which, according to American sources, housed chemical weapons. Syria was a close economic and defense partner of both China and North Korea, and Beijing had repeatedly closed the only legal avenue for strikes or sanctions on the country by vetoing Western-drafted resolutions at the UNSC. President Trump was thus demonstrating his willingness to launch attacks on Chinese defense partners without UNSC approval and in direct and brazen violation of international law, an action which had serious implications for the Korean Peninsula where American attentions were already focused. President Trump reportedly leaned over to Xi mid-meal and informed him that a strike which he had ordered was currently underway. 98. Premier Xi succeeded in convincing President Trump at Mar-a-Lago, at least temporarily, that China was not in a position to influence Pyongyang. The president stated in an interview the following week, "After listening for 10 minutes, I realized it's not so easy. I felt pretty strongly that they had tremendous power over North Korea. But it's not what you would think." 99. This was a rare admission by the president that he had in fact been mistaken. Whatever words were exchanged between the leaders of the world's most powerful nations, China appeared to emerge in a considerably stronger position, facing no further threats to increase military deployments or employ secondary sanctions by the U.S., while it appeared there were no expectations for Beijing to immediately increase pressure on the DPRK as the American side had initially demanded. China had found a way not to pressure North Korea as the Western Bloc had desired, while also avoiding the harsh repercussions promised by the United States should it fail to apply pressure by somehow convincing the Trump administration that its options for applying such pressure and its leverage over Pyongyang were limited. Vetoing Western-drafted resolutions targeting the DPRK, however, would be seen as openly siding with North Korea and would potentially jeopardize the Chinese position. Of course, China remained relatively free in the extent to which it would enforce sanctions once such resolutions were passed, and as the state conducting the vast majority of trade with the DPRK, the effectiveness of the sanctions regime was overwhelmingly dependent on China's internal policies, which the West had few options to monitor or influence. China did not present Western intelligence agencies with the intelligence black hole that North Korea did, but it retained a reasonably tight security system on the mainland, which made it one of the most challenging targets for Western parties to collect intelligence on. 100. President Trump would notably again change tone in late July, stating following a second test of the Hwasong 14 ICBM on July 28, "I am very disappointed in China. Our foolish past leaders have allowed them to make hundreds of billions of dollars a year in trade, yet they do nothing for us with North Korea, just talk. We will no longer allow this to continue. China could easily solve this problem." 101. This was likely not in relation to China's enforcement of sanctions domestically, where nothing significant had changed, but rather due to Beijing's refusal to agree to new rounds of particularly harsh Western-drafted economic sanctions at the United Nations. These new sanctions were less disguised in their indiscriminate nature, and targeted Korean exports and access to foreign currency in what appeared to be an attempt to force the East Asian state into economic crisis. A new round of sanctions was passed on August 5, but the draft was altered by the Chinese and Russian delegations to lessen its severity relative to what the Western powers had originally intended. This potentially seriously restricted Korean trade with the wider world, but enforcement on the borders with China and Russia still remained a key weakness in Western efforts to undermine the Korean economy. On August 22, as part of a comprehensive effort to further tighten economic pressure on North Korea, the U.S. Treasury Department announced that it would impose secondary economic sanctions on firms which did business with North Korea and would particularly target Korean expat workers. 102. China, and to a lesser extent Russia, inevitably bore the brunt of this as the DPRK's largest trading partners. On September 3, in his response to a Korean test of a thermonuclear warhead, President Trump again struck a less hostile tone towards the Chinese position on the Korean issue. The president tweeted, "North Korea is a rogue nation which has become a great threat and embarrassment to China, which is trying to help but with little success." 103. 3 months later, National Security Advisor McMaster again urged countries across the world to fully break ties with and isolate the DPRK on the United States' behalf, or else the United States would need to consider military options. This thinly veiled threat, aimed primarily at North Korea's neighbors, raised the prospect of war on their borders if they did not comply more fully with the Western-led economic warfare effort. 104. Arguably the primary issue which resulted from North Korean nuclear and long-range missile development for China, Russia, and all Northeast Asian actors is that testing caused a major increase in tensions between Pyongyang and Washington, and each time posed a risk, however small, that the U.S. could launch a military response and bring war to the region. These tensions were not due to the inherent nature of Korean weapons testing, with very similar tests being carried out by other non-NPT members, India. 105. And Pakistan. 106. At the same time, but rather due to the arbitrarily hostile response by Washington and the wider Western world towards the Korean tests. It thus remains strongly within the interests of both Beijing and Moscow to reduce the number of North Korean nuclear and long-range missile tests or end them entirely. While forcing the country to abandon its deterrence program would be seen by Pyongyang as a fundamental infringement on its sovereignty, speeding up the deterrence program and reducing the need for testing presented another possible means of achieving an end to testing. Technology transfers to North Korea relating to miniaturized thermonuclear warheads, ballistic missile re-entry vehicles and fuel composites among other things could have provided a serious enhancement to the Korean deterrence program and reduced both the duration of testing and the frequency of tests, although allegations to this effect remain unproven. 107. While Western analysts have had a strong incentive to underestimate North Korean technological capabilities, and have often leveled allegations of Russian or Chinese provision of certain advanced technologies which later turned out to be fully indigenous. 108. The possibility of their provision of some support to speed up the Korean deterrence program cannot be ruled out. Had the Hwasong-14 and Hwasong-15 and miniaturized thermonuclear bomb not been successfully tested in 2017, but 1 to 2 years afterwards, not only would the chances of American military action have been higher, but the duration of a period of high tensions in the region would have been considerably longer. There was thus a strong incentive for Beijing and Moscow to act to speed up the testing period. Since the détente on the Korean peninsula, which emerged from early 2018, as Pyongyang introduced a self-imposed moratorium on strategic weapons testing, Russia and China have repeatedly called for a relaxation of economic sanctions targeting the DPRK. 109. Appendix 3. Storming the North Korean embassy. 5 days before the second summit meeting between President Donald Trump and Chairman Kim Jong-un scheduled for February 27, 2019, the DPRK's embassy in Madrid was attacked. Armed men broke into the embassy, beat and tied up the diplomats and their families, and seized computers which reportedly held highly sensitive information. Bags were placed over the captives' heads, and the Korean commercial attaché was reportedly taken into the bathroom and threatened with iron bars and imitation handguns to defect. 1. Spain's National Police and the CNI Foreign Intelligence Unit of its National Intelligence Center reportedly examined a number of possibilities and concluded that the means by which the embassy was attacked resembled the method of work of the American intelligence services, citing the perfectly coordinated military precision of the operation. The attackers were professionals, and were responsible for lowering the power, dimming the street lights on the road in front of the embassy, and neutralizing other security systems around the building without raising an alarm. 2. While the involvement of U.S. intelligence was widely suspected, Spanish government sources admitted that proving this in court would be extremely difficult. 3. Computers, encryption equipment, and other systems taken by the attackers would reportedly provide a treasure trove of information to Western intelligence services and would have been eagerly sought after by such services. 4. Embassy's use of non-electronic communications methods and encrypted communications meant that some particularly sensitive information could only be obtained by gaining forced physical access to the facility in such a way. Decryption devices could furthermore potentially allow Western intelligence agencies to monitor communications between the DPRK and its embassies across the world. 5. Access to private information on former North Korean ambassador to Spain, Kim Hyok-chol, who was playing a central role in ongoing negotiations with the United States, was speculated to be the reason why the embassy in Spain had been chosen as the target of the attack at this time. Such information could assist the U.S. in understanding the DPRK's long-term negotiating strategy and prove highly valuable for the talks which would ensue in Hanoi 5 days later. The Cheolima Civil Defense Group, an organization devoted to the forced overthrow of the Korean state with close ties to the CIA, was found to have carried out the attack and later accepted responsibility. Perpetrators included Adrian Hong, president of Joseon Institute and founder of the anti-Korean organizations Liberty in North Korea and Pegasus Strategies. These organizations were heavily involved in information warfare efforts against the state. Christopher A.H.N., a former U.S. Marine who served in Iraq as deputy chief of intelligence for his battalion, also participated in the raid. The subsequent Spanish investigation found at least 2 of the perpetrators had direct links to the CIA. The Financial Times was among the sources which noted that the CIA maintained close ties with such anti-Pyongyang non-government organizations. 6. Spanish media indicated that such an operation would most likely have been carried out in conjunction with other Western intelligence agencies. 7. Andrei Lankov, a prominent Korea expert who had in the past strongly advocated forced regime change in the DPRK. 8. Himself observed that it was inconceivable to imagine how such an operation could be planned and successfully executed without the prior knowledge of those government agencies whose job is to watch for exactly these types of activities. 9. Spanish officials were reported to have solid proof that Hong had met with CIA officials in Spain, including photographs and communication records, although this may not be publicized. 10. The South Korean conservative newspaper Chosun Ilbo, known for its close contacts with ROK intelligence agencies, attested to Hong's close ties to the CIA. 11. Hong reportedly had at least one meeting in Washington at the Office of the Director of National Intelligence in 2018. 12. Regarding the possible incentives for the attack, the U.S. military establishment and intelligence community were notably highly skeptical of President Trump's peace initiatives. 13. Repeatedly contradicting him regarding the chances of achieving denuclearization through meetings with the Korean leadership. Just 10 days before the attack on February 12, the chief of the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command, Navy Admiral Philip Davidson, stressed that North Korea remains the most immediate challenge. We think it is unlikely that North Korea will give up all of its nuclear weapons or production capabilities, but seeks to negotiate partial denuclearization in exchange for U.S. and international concessions. 14. Daniel Coates, Director of National Intelligence, stated on the same day that the DPRK was unlikely to completely give up its nuclear weapons and production capabilities. 15. These were two of several indications of widespread disagreement with the president's policies, which were contrary to the preceding maximum pressure policy and to the policies of the previous two administrations for dealing with the country. It remains a possibility, given its sensitive timing, that the attack was staged so overtly in order to undermine the Trump administration's upcoming summit meeting. The Washington Post noted to this effect, any hint of U.S. involvement in an assault on a diplomatic compound could have derailed the talks, a prospect of which American intelligence would likely be mindful. 16. The DPRK, apparently eager not to see talks sabotaged, waited until 1 month after the summit meeting in Hanoi before commenting on the attack, and suggested involvement of American intelligence behind it. Later confirmation from the perpetrators that the equipment stolen in the raid was turned over to American intelligence by Hong and his associates further supported this assessment. 17. The operation may have been intended to send a signal to Pyongyang before the summit that, while the country may think itself safe from a direct military action after 2017, it could still be targeted through attacks on its overseas interests. While an assessment of the nature of the participants and their organizations, the divisions within the U.S. leadership over Korea policies, and the timing and purposes of the attack, can give some indication as to its nature and the likely perpetrators, the extent of official involvement by the United States is unlikely to be confirmed for the foreseeable future.